Over 20,000 lights illuminate the capital's Iron Lady, but today the first two teams' bulbs will sadly be blown. That is because the City of Love started with some heartbreak yesterday as we find Fluxo, GamerLegion, Mouz, and unfortunately Liquid just one series away from elimination. Conversely, 4 teams now tantalizingly close to that legend stage spot. We have some clear-cut favorites in G2, FaZe, ENCE, and Apeks, all tantalizingly close to making it through to the next stage already here at the Blast TV Paris Major. My name is FaZe. Joining me down here on the desk, as always, we got Pimp, we got Maui. Gentlemen, we were treated to a fantastic day of Counter-Strike yesterday. I'm so excited to see what is in store today. We had some really cool upsets. We had Pimp getting very upset, which always makes me personally quite happy. I'm like a Dementor, basically. I'm fueled by his tormented soul.
You're starting a fight you don't want to be part of.
Oh, well, you know, you already lost the fight to Grayhound. Oh,
everyone did. How about how are the Mongols going over there?
This wasn't about me, Pimp. No. This wasn't about me.
Okay.
This is about the success of the Mongols.
The 9 out of 9 gang over here is still going strong, man.
9 out of 9,
baby.
It's
That's
happening
what we
for Freya.
go for. Yeah, man. I'm living the dream. It's going to die today, though, because unfortunately either Fluxo or Liquid will be going out. So I'm just not going to look at that result. I don't know.
I think you're going to be fine, Freya. I think actually you're going to keep that 9 out of 9 dream alive.
9 out of 9.
You have 0-3 Fluxo, right?
Yeah.
You're getting it. Like,
yeah?
Let's be real to the audience right here.
I like that.
Even though we were talking about Liquid going down 0-2, I think they can still bring it back, if I'm being completely honest. They are a BO3 team.
We will be talking about that a lot later, but we can take a look at our challengers teams to see exactly who is going to be taking to the stage. In this stage of the major, obviously there are some clear names missing. They'll be taken to the stage in the challenger stage, or in the legend stage rather, which is going to be coming up next week. And we can also take a look exactly how the round 1 and 2 matchups went down yesterday. We had some clear-cut favorites making it through, but FaZe, they struggled a little bit to get the job done versus Monte. I think it was maybe the wake-up call they needed to open their eyes.
Yeah, they struggled a lot, let's be completely honest. That game against Monte, they were down 14-10. They had to make a giant comeback to come back into it. And as you said, they did it. You know, it's FaZe Clan, it's the comeback kings, it's the mentality monsters. Call them what you want. You saw Rain play well, you saw Triss play well. So a lot of close results right there, but at the end of the day, most of the favorites won.
Any standout matches from this round 2? Because obviously it was 2 best-of-1s going down yesterday. We will be moving on to the best-of-3 territory later on today. Anything for your money,
Do you
Jacob?
see the 16-0 as well?
Yeah, man.
Just came a little bit late for you, Pimp, because Grayhound already won a match before that one.
Ouch.
But yeah, Grayhound scoring the big donut there, and that's something they're going to be taking with them. I noticed that their spirits weren't too down and out when they lost that one. Like, the body language was surprisingly decent. And so, you know, it's possible that Grayhound bring this one back.
It's that one and then the one in the bottom with Forze Liquid. Liquid losing their second game, putting them in 0-2. We already touched upon it a little bit. Is no bueno for Team Liquid.
Yeah, the nightmare is continuing for Liquid coming into today as one more opportunity to potentially be saving themselves. That will be coming up later on today versus Fluxo. But these are the matches we're going to be seeing going down today as well. We're going to be starting off with the best of 1s, as you can see on your screen. Obviously, we still have the B stream going down simultaneously. And then we've got the best of 3s later on today, which we like. We like a lot.
You know what's cool about that one? The FaZe ENCE one. I feel like that could be a playoff match. I feel that could be a match in a quarterfinal, potentially later on in the tournament. There's so much quality on the server. The way ENCE has played so far has been fantastic. You said it yourself, FaZe had to wake up, but we know the quality they possess as well. So already now on day 2, we're starting to get into these high-level games.
That's what majors are all about. Just getting every stage ultra competitive, making sure that you're testing these legends so early on in it, having them fight for their chance to keep moving forward. And it's going to be a brutal system, Freya.
Yeah, let's continue to talk about our 2-0 teams coming into things. Of course, we do have Apeks, ENCE, G2 and FaZe all, basically one series away from qualifying already to that legend stage. I feel like, you know, it's good to see that G2 and FaZe, although, you know, some of those series got a little bit close yesterday, we've got Apeks and ENCE also joining the fray there. Did you expect Apeks to be making it through to this stage from the best of 1s?
Didn't really for Apeks, but for ENCE, actually, I did think that they were going to be making it through. They were one of my highest confidence picks on my pick'ems. I really just do think that this team is trending upwards very quickly, because not only are they actually making Nerds look good during his incorporation period, but I also think that all of the other players from ENCE, Madden, Deha, Sunpius, they're finding their groove too. Like, this team is coming together all at the same time in the right way. I don't see any weak link on that roster right now.
As much as I hate to say it, it had to be on the cost of Valde. Valde was brought into ENCE. We thought he was going to do better. We thought he was going to deliver more consistently. We thought he was going to be able to uplift this end project. The second that got rid of him and they brought in Nerds, it gave a new life to ENCE. Not only is Nerds playing some very, very solid Counter-Strike, aggressive, you know, assertive, willing to fight, willing to be the difference maker on the server, but it also, as you said, feels like the other players are now freed up. Duha is looking better, Madden is looking better, and of course Son Payas, the AWP signing as well, finally starting to come together. I'm very excited for ENCE, and I have them as one of the teams that can go all the way to the playoff.
Also very excited for G2 as well, because we're poising, you know, for Nico, this is his final chance to be lifting the last ever CSGO major trophy. Hasn't got one in his cabinet quite yet, but he had a bit of a sleepy start.
Yeah.
I'm looking back to that MongolZ game.
How about joining the server if you wanna win the major? Right now it's young Monte doing all the work and all the heavy lifting for him. Him and Hunter have been fantastic, but for Nico, I know it's just a couple of group stage games, and we probably shouldn't point it out because it doesn't matter. But a little bit of a worrying signal that he's not turned up just yet.
There's going to be an interesting discussion if G2 are able to actually capture the trophy far away, like big hypothetical. But if he's able to win his first major but doesn't actually win that MVP, I don't know if you can actually consider him one of the all-time greats when you have so many other great riflers that have actually won MVPs, especially like MongolZ back-to-back, like in terms of trophies, in terms of the hardware there. I mean, I think Nico would actually lose to MongolZ in a discussion like that.
FaZe, also another team joining that 2-0 mix. Yeah, as we were prefacing earlier on, it was pretty close versus Monte as the opener of the Challenger stage yesterday for day one. They also had, a reasonably close game versus Pain, but yeah, kind of, they got the W's. Does it matter how they got the W's?
No, it doesn't really for FaZe. Unless you want to think in the context of the situation, unless you want to think in the fact that they weren't even supposed to be here had it not been for the last chance qualifier. They have been struggling lately, so I think it's very important for FaZe to get a sense of direction. Very important for them to confirm that their shape and their form is actually good. And yes, they're getting the W's right now, and a win is a win, and that in itself is a positive thing. But I think FaZe would have liked to win a convincing game. I think FaZe would love to win a best of 3 today, leave no doubt for the haters, leave no doubt for you, me, or anyone else thinking that they are in shape right now. And that's what we need to see from FaZe still.
I think they could pull it off versus ENCE, although it is going to be tough. But the win versus Pain, even though cosmetically it did look like it was a pretty close one, it was FaZe, I think, one of the last rounds winning with pistols. Like, they just had a lot of breathing room, and they knew at some point we were going to get this one over the line. And so it was kind of a mini comeback for Pain. But overall, to me, FaZe looked pretty convincing in that one.
The final team that will be rounding out this 2-0 list is going to be Apeks. So yeah, we kind of scored that as a little bit of a surprise. And I think the most surprising thing about their run so far, as we mentioned, 16-0, the third time in major history that has happened.
It's the win against Team Liquid that stands out to me the most. Obviously, taking down Liquid in that first best of one on Ancient, very impressive coming in from Apeks. I don't think we necessarily expected that, despite that their run of games online have been very impressive. They've been making it far at the Brassy tournament in the quarterfinal, I believe, against Astralis, and qualified for some of the bigger tournaments out there as well. But beating Grayhound 16-0, I don't really know what to say about that, but the 16-12 win for Team Liquid, that's a legit one for Apeks.
Yeah, and I think that this team right now is actually really finding its footing pretty well. They brought in Kicksan to be this in-game leader from that Blue Jays roster, and it actually feels like some of the players who maybe were shouldering the burden in terms of calling, people like Stiko, maybe people like Knock, once they were able to just free themselves up and just listen to an IGL through and through, not have to come up with all these different scattered ideas, they've centered themselves, and they've actually looked surprisingly like a very competitive team out of nowhere.
Perfect transition into the 0-2 topic talk, because unfortunately Liquid finding themselves in the bottom of the barrel, unfortunately losing out to Apeks and then losing out to Forze. That was just a complete collapse of a game when we're looking at that. It did get incredibly close, and it's a shame because I feel like in the first game we were asking Naf to wake up. He did, but then the team dropped off in the second.
There's so much to dive into for Team Liquid right now. One thing is playing Nuke, you know, the map pool and Nuke coming in such an important best of one game. Obviously they must have practiced it, they must have felt comfortable on the map, but I think we saw their limitations yesterday against Forze on the very map. Also the matchup in itself, Forze is not a bad team, so how much is it Liquid playing poor Counter-Strike? How much is it Forze being a good team? It's hard to tell. What I will say though, that if Liquid were to lose today, or if Liquid were to go out of the major at this stage, I think that would be the last time we see that Liquid iteration play together. So there's a lot of pressure on them right now.
Yeah, that loss versus Forze, I mean, there's some kind of cope there where you could say Forze is a decent team, they're all right, but the way they lost that, they lost like a 5v3 in that one. Zorte had some crazy 4Ks late in that post plant. I mean, You would love to see Liquid go through here, but having to win 3 consecutive BO3s now, you just know that in that 2-2 potential game, it's going to be some crazy team that shouldn't be there also, like say a Mouz or something who's also supposed to be getting through this stage. And really, they've made this very difficult for themselves moving forward.
Yeah, speaking of Mouz, they also unfortunately find themselves in that 0-2 category. And I feel like that opening series versus NIP, it was uninspiring, really. Like, it just didn't really seem like they could get anything going versus the Ninjas, and then obviously they came into that game versus OG, lost out 16-11 there as well.
Mouz have just stagnated really drastically. I mean, they were looking so good in the 3rd and 4th quarter of last year, making it to the playoffs, actually to the semifinals at the Rio Major. They were actually getting to the playoffs of Cologne before that. So many big tournaments where they were surprising everybody, but I think that they've kind of regress back to the mean. This is more or less what I think some of us thought the team was going to do, and I think they've begun to just rest on some of the plays, the foundation that they built for themselves, instead of innovating. I want to see more from this team, but it might be too late. I don't think you can change the playbook this late into a tournament.
I almost feel using the word stagnation is being kind to them. You know, they haven't really stagnated. They're going on a downward spiral right now. The performance in Rio was no bueno. The performance we saw here yesterday, no bueno at all. They have one more shot now. Obviously, the best of 3 games, and I think they are better in a best of 3 scenario, but it's not looking good for Mouz at all.
GamerLegion and Fluxo also joining the fray in that 0-2 category. I don't feel like that's maybe too surprising from the Fluxo point of view. We were expecting more from GamerLegion in the best of ones.
Fluxo has without a doubt been the worst team in the tournament so far. Yeah. They've not been competitive in any single game they played. Even 8 rounds against Monte, I think they were down 14-2 or 14-3 at some point. So it wasn't even close. So yeah, for Fluxo, I have 0 expectations whatsoever. Whoever picked them as an O3 team, congratulations, it's gonna happen. But for GamerLegion, I felt, yeah, there we go. For GamerLegion, I feel like they should be more competitive, but also they've stagnated or decreased a little bit.
Yeah, I think GamerLegion had just, so for some reason, a really nice honeymoon period around the time of the last major in Rio. People were overperforming. A-Core looked like a bona fide star. And again, he's also seemingly regressed to what we're more or less used to, and why he was removed from that Mouz roster too. Just kind of a lack of initiative. Doesn't seem like they always have all the plans, that fire that was there, that helped them qualify to Rio to pull off some of those upsets there. I feel like it's all but vanished.
Let's move on to look at our unicorn predictions. I'm not faring so well after yesterday, but I'm going to ignore that. You know, it's best of ones. Who's counting those in this?
Random.
They are, technically. Pain versus Complexity is actually pretty split across the board. I guess that makes sense.
So really, I think Pain is the better team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you guys both put Pain. I put Complexity there. I really think that with Pain and Complexity, I mean, it's just a matchup that, even though obviously it's North American, South American, it's almost domestic. They play against each other so many times, and you really could have gone either way with that one, and I wouldn't blame anybody for choosing either team.
Is that Chad with a solo OG pick?
Yeah.
I think Prof on the other page had the other one. 2 people picked OG in that matchup, and I feel like that's pretty 50.
And not Bonders. Hold up.
That's true.
No sunflowers in the traffic.
We're in for a disaster with FaZe and Liquid if they don't win.
Oh, God. Preds in shambles, Pick'em's crying, but we're going to have to wait and see exactly how that goes down. As more best of ones are set to ensue, it's going to be Pain taking on Complexity after this short break. It's a clash of the Americas and Brazil, hungry to bring the hurt. North and South colliding once again as complexity and pain set to clash. This time, this decided best of one with it all on the line. Let's just start off the conversation topic with pain, because we saw them taking on Fluxo yesterday. That was one of the most dominant victories that we've seen so far throughout the Challenger stage. What did you take away from those initial best of ones we saw yesterday, Maui?
So they were able to dispatch of Fluxo relatively easily, 16-2 on Mirage, and for that game, I think that's more or less what was expected. I thought there was a little bit of a chance of a crazy upset just because those teams have played each other many times, but Pain asserting dominance as the better of the two Brazilian teams. And in the second game versus FaZe, we discussed this one just briefly already, that FaZe winning 16-12. To me, on paper, this looks kind of close, but I thought that FaZe were in some control for the remaining like 5 or so rounds at the end of that one. It felt like it was just a matter of time for FaZe to close it. But Pain, they are a team, to me, that should be looking at their most recent results and saying to themselves, we have a great shot to make it to Legends. They were able to beat Liquid at ESL Pro League. They actually look like a team that should be in the top 8 here, but 1-1 right now, Pimp, I think it's a little bit tougher than they may have expected.
Yeah, maybe, but I think they are one of the teams with the biggest upset potential, especially when you look at some of the players. They're not well-known faces. Neck is a great example. Had a hell of a tournament so far, had a hell of a period. Him and Skulls have been doing a great job together, and I think if I look towards Pain and the way they play, the way they approach the game, I would argue they're probably the team with the biggest upset potential to make it into the Legend stage. Out of all of those, you don't expect to be in there. I think they're playing solid Counter-Strike. They've adopted some of that European style as well, where it's very well-founded, a good foundation, you know, good communication, good mid-round calling. It's not just running around playing with the Brazilian flair, so I actually like to watch Pain play.
Well, you mentioned the name Neckers. Let's get him on the mic, courtesy of Dinko, head of the series.
I'm here with Neckers from Pain, who had a very good day individually yesterday. I was going to ask you, were you happy with performance yesterday? Are you happy where you're at now?
Yes, I am. Lately, I'm playing super good, but I think my team helped me a lot to achieve that level. So yeah, I'm super happy, to be honest.
Now, speaking of your team, I think we've seen Bigazera develop into a good in-game leader. What is your thoughts on how he's developed as an IGL?
I don't know. He's super intelligent. The actions of the team is all led by him. So yeah, he's a very good IGL. I'm surprised, to be honest. Back in the days when I was playing the first roster of Pain Gaming, he was not that, active. And right now he's super active. He do the great calls, and yeah. Today I'm impressive with him.
Have you noticed that sort of change from the Brazilian style into the European style of CS that you're trying to bring a little bit more of?
I think the Brazilian CS is very, very aggro, and the European CS is very tactical and, very, cautious in the actions. So yeah, I think that's the main difference between those two play styles, and yeah.
Who do you think the star player is of your team?
I would say Skulls. Yeah, he in the end of the rounds, he is always leading the team to the win. So yeah, he have an impressive aim. He's super intelligent as well, very skilled. So yeah, for me, he's the star player.
Now, I've seen you guys play some of the complexity core years ago in the online era. You were playing each other a lot in a lot of those finals online. But now we've seen both your rosters change as time has gone on. What are your thoughts on complexity now? Yeah,
they're a super good team. We always struggle back in the days against Extra Salt, which is almost the full roster of complexity. So yeah, it's gonna be a great match against them. It's gonna be tough. We need to play the best CS that we need. So yeah, it's gonna be a great match.
Well, back at the RMRs, you got the better of them, 16-10 victory. What did you think of that game back then?
I think we played very good those games. In the RMR, overall, we played super good. We were super, concentrated in the actions. And yeah, we were hitting the shots insanely back in the days, and hopefully today we can do the same.
Well, we talked about the two-pronged attack that we expect to be coming out of Pain, and Neckers dropped the name right there, Skulls. We expect him to be showing up to the server time and time again. What has the test been on him, though, so far, Jacob?
I think he's been hot and cold, so to speak. He's only played 2 best-of-1s, so it's a little bit hard to judge his performance so far. Let's see him play in some best-of-3 scenarios, but there's no doubt that when Neckers were answering that question, they all believe that he's the future star of this lineup. I think they made the argument yesterday on the afternoon shift as well that he could potentially be the second-best Brazilian player as of right now, and there's a big talent pool pool out there of players, right? So that's big words, but I don't necessarily dislike that argument. I don't necessarily dislike that statement. I think the way he's been playing the last 3 months has been absolutely fantastic, and he's one of the few reasons why I think Payne can make it through.
Yeah, but the thing with Skulls is that, like Nick has said, I mean, he's often set up on those T sides to be the late round closer, but on CT side, for me, sometimes it's a little bit difficult for him to get always activated, because sometimes he's just kind of in some anchor spots on certain maps, and if you're in those kinds of spots, like sometimes it's just multi-frag in those positions, but in some ways, it's like reminiscent of Axile on Cloud9. You can still deliver a huge amount of impact, even though it's a spot where you're not necessarily being too mobile.
Let's compare Skulls to the Star we expect on the other side of the Star, but we're always talking about Grim time and time again. And have you been satisfied with what we've seen so far? Maybe we could extend it, to this year. Do you like what we've seen from young Grim?
For this year, definitely. I've been loving what I've been seeing from Grim. He's definitely one of the best riflers from North America. I wouldn't say the pedigree yet shows that he's as good as someone like a Liege or Twist, but give him just a little bit more time, and the skill is absolutely there. And Complexity is giving him the freedom to be the player that Liquid wanted him to be. And now that he is on this roster, you are seeing so much trust. You're seeing everybody allow him to go for any play he wants to in the middle of a round. And with his firepower, with his aim, he's actually winning so many key duels for them that's influencing so many rounds.
He's the star player of Complexity, right? The first couple of months, he was making a great case for teams like Liquid to look at Grim. Obviously, they tried that, they tested that, but he was playing so well. He strikes me as a guy that just loves to play Counter-Strike. It's like his hobby just to go in there on the server, kill it out, and produce results, and I think he's done that so far for Complexity. So I've been very impressed with Grim. He's needed, though, if they want to make it from this stage. He's definitely the star player of the lineup, and so far, the last couple of months, he's slowed down a little bit, but we need to see the best of Grim if they want to win.
I think when we're just talking about, his tenure and longevity upon this particular team, it's like night and day from what we saw on Team Liquid, right? The glow up from Grim has been real because he's allowed that freedom, allowed to show what he can bring to the server.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes down to the rest of his team just being in a similar place in terms of their expectations, their standards. He's not playing with a group of veterans that are just saying, don't mess up, don't mess this up for me. Everybody else on the team is looking to Grim. They're looking up to him and saying, you have that tier 1 experience with a roster like Liquid. Show us the way, show us how we're supposed to be playing. And that's even with a couple guys who have also tasted a little bit of tier 1 there and here and there, like Floppy, for example, with that Cloud9 project. But it really just has been Grim that has really stolen our breath in terms of what actually the star power ceiling is for Complexity.
Well, let's check in with the man at the reins of the machine. It's JT.
Just wanted to check in on how you feel based on your performance yesterday. You happy with where you're standing now at 1-1?
Yeah, I think we played pretty well yesterday. Even in the G2 game, we lost both pistols and both first buy rounds, so it's a little bit of a harsh game for us. So I think just where we are, we've been playing pretty well in practice, and in the first game we played really well from the start. So I think we have a really good shot of beating Payne today.
Now, we've spoken to a few of your teammates already, but I wanted to get your take on it as the IGL. What do you think that sort of dip in form has come from at the start of the year till now?
I think it's just it's been a mixture of things. We've been trying to get good practice because of the travel schedule. I think some people just being tired just from traveling so much and stuff like that. I think it's been a little hard for us, but I think the past 3 weeks we've gotten some good practice in, and we also got some good match reps in Melbourne. So I think I think the form will turn around now.
Now, we've seen you guys in the past used to play Payne all the time, right, when you guys were Extra Salt, and we talked about some of the history there earlier with Nekiz, but obviously both teams have had significant changes since that point, and you guys got to play against them at the RMRs. They tried to bring a bit more of that European style, a little bit more tactical depth. Did you notice that at the RMR?
Yeah, they definitely play a lot different with Big Zero calling. I'm not sure who's making the changes, but they've been playing much different than how they played with PKL. I think they've been playing pretty well recently. They've been having some really good results, so I think it's... I like the way they're playing. I'm looking at the demos a lot. I'm seeing some things, so I think, I think very impressive.
Now, back at the RMR, it was a pretty convincing victory for Payne Gaming. So what did you guys learn from that game?
I think that game we played terribly on Nuke. It's one of our probably our worst Nuke games we played. So I'm hoping that today we don't make the same mistakes that we made the last time.
Well, he mentions Nuke, and it's also coming to the fray in this series. Once again, obviously, he's alluding to the last time that Complexity took on Payne Gaming. Were you expecting this to be the map they played once again?
This is the only map that I thought it was going to be. They both love this map. They both have a really they make a lot of concerted efforts towards inside, and I feel like that's really where this game is going to take place, and that's why we're going to look at just a handful of players, some of which we've already talked about, Grim, Skulls, both the A anchors, but there's a couple other guys that are definitely only going to influence this battle on top of it.
Yeah, we got to talk about Fang. We got to throw his name into the equation. He started off really hot yesterday on the first half of that first best of one series rather versus GamerLegion. And we talk about him as a player. You know, if he's showing up, Complexity have way better tools in their wheelhouse. It's just a case of whether he does.
Would it be fair to say that he's the NA version of Flamesy in a way? I feel like, you know, sort of developing into that role where he can be really, really good. He can make the difference. He can be the guy running around, creating openings and creating situations for the rest of the teammates that they can benefit from. But as you said, and as you alert to right here, Freya, it doesn't happen that often. I feel like he's way too inconsistent. The same problem I had with Flamesy for the first 6 months he was an OG. He's developed into becoming a better player, and I hope Fang can find inspiration in that, because he has the level to do it, but consistent is not one of them.
Yeah, my issue with following the strat to a fault, because sometimes you look at the real tier 1 riflers, the top 20 players in the world, and if a strat doesn't look perfect to them, if they don't recognize an advantage in whatever these nades are being thrown, they'll slow it down, they'll try to rethink the next way they want to get into the round, but sometimes Fang just charges right on in, and sometimes it's really actually to his own detriment. So if the strats are working really well for Complexity, he is going to do well, but also the CT side is where sometimes too, he just has wavering performances, decision making isn't always there, but I will say at this event so far in the first day, his mechanics looked really sharp.
We basically touched upon every single player on the side of Complexity, so it's only right to talk about the best North American AWPer. It is MongolZ. Where is his impact going to be today, Jacob?
That's a good question. He's a fun character, right? As you saw right there, he's playing with backbars. As you saw at the group stages at Blast, I think he was getting known for posting the most ugly crosshair on TikTok ever, right? It was just
so grim.
Absurd how he was using those crosshairs. So he's a fine character. He's a different character, and it also shines through the way he's playing Counter-Strike. He's also a little bit inconsistent in his own ways, but he has the ability to go off. He's sort of like, I wouldn't make the comparison to Brokey, but he has that ability sometimes to be completely out of a game, and then he steps in, and then he'll have a couple of rounds where he just explodes on the server. That's the kind of Holzerk I want to see. We don't see it enough. We thought we were going to get more of him ever since he moved from Europe to NA, but Holzerk has the potential to take over and dictate the game on the server, and that's what we want to see from him.
Very quick thought, Maui. Who's it going to?
I had Complexity in this one. I just feel like even though they lost that first matchup on Nuke against Pain at the RMR, I think they're going to right their wrongs. They're going to know what's coming.
Well, we do have the teams in the server. We do have the map cemented, so it's only right that we throw it on over to our casters. Jason, Anders, is the bald eagle going to be flying high today?
I actually have Pain.
Oh.
Not to just shatter everything right out of the gate. I actually picked Pain to win this one.
You're a traitor, aren't you? What have you done?
I know. I feel a little bit bad. I would love to. I would like both these teams to go through. I'd like both these teams to win. Obviously, you can't. But I'm really high in Pain right now. I really enjoy watching Pain play, and I think
Pain.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. Yeah, I walked right into that one.
You did.
But Maui and I were talking about it in the green room. I'm just like a little tired of the conversation around Complexity being like Fang has to step up, like Fang has to be there.
Right.
You know, like that conversation isn't there for me. And I mean, Pain's getting a little bit of a gift too in their first, yesterday in their first game they played against Fluxo, who got beat 16-1 at the RMR and then went right back to the same map that they lost on in this matchup. And Pain's doing the same thing here against Complexity. Complexity loses Nuke to them in the RMR, and now they allow it to come in. And I mean, the kind of logic is, yeah, we just played really bad on that Nuke. Now on the other side of things, Pain, like they've played Nuke like 26 times in the last 3 months. It's their most played map. They're like super comfortable on this. All their protocols are going to be down. They've probably had a million conversations about the map over the last 3 months. This is something they're going to be very intimate with and like understand how to make adjustments if it's needed.
Would it be fair to say something like Complexity feels like if, you know, on the right day, all of the right players show up, they could be a pretty good team, but it feels like for Pain, they already have this figured out. Like they already have this completed package. It looks like they really know what they're doing. Like I feel the same way. I'm less worried about Pain trying to put things together and like make the puzzle work. It feels like they have this solved. They are looking like a really good team, and for Complexity, I don't disagree. Like they could be powerful, but you really need like Fang, Floppy, Grim, and Holzerk to all step up to take down one of the really top teams. Like you need 4 out of 5 to be really having an A game.
Yeah, I think like a really succinct way of saying that is just to be like Complexity is such an if statement at the moment still.
Right.
Like we haven't felt like, you know, Jacob highlighted it. The consistency isn't there to where we don't have to come into this and say if these guys are on point, if the strategies work, Fang can go nuts, if Holzerk is here, if, you know, there's still like up and down performances. And for Pain, yeah, they go deep. I mean, Skulls, as they mentioned in the interview, their star player, but yesterday in the opening match wasn't even needed. He was quiet.
We all know building your architecture on if-then statements is a huge mistake for any of the coders out there.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
The coding humor, right?
The
At the start of
coding
the day.
humor.
I'm not ready for that quite yet.
No.
Either way, we need a gif of Halsor getting out of the van with the Pilla, the Luka Doncic shirt as well. Like we need it all. That needs to be just plastered over the internet.
He's one of my favorite human beings at the moment.
Throw him on a poster.
I know. He needs his entire own brand. Like, he's a fashion icon at this point in time. Here we go. Jason, we're ready, and they're already pushing into the lobby. They're ready to try and crunch it, but at the same time, the execution coming in from Complexity. They're not slowing it down. Actually, JT comes back to take a look, and he's going to find everyone. If he could have got away, it would have been sick, but he gets hunted down by Skulls instead, and the bomb is planted. This is a really fast bomb plant, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, they have to know the flank is on point because they encountered no resistance in the upper bomb site. Here comes the retake from lobby. Grim, smoke has subsided. He's got clear vision. These are nice crossfire set up for Complexity, but it's all going to come down to the headshots. Turning the corner, Grim's got one, Fang with another. Oh, and it's handled so well from Complexity. Retake from lobby does not work, and Complexity's up to a 1-0 start.
Clean A, execute, not exactly a rush because they slowed down a little bit, but once they went for it, they really went all in. And you know, that little lobby crunch coming in from the other side, from the ramp walking through, could have been really sick. I mean, it's not a bad play really from the Pain side of things, but these couple of shots here for Fang making all of the difference. So well played.
Yeah, if the pace from Complexity is a little bit slower, right? If they held off for like a second, maybe 2 seconds, that lobby crunch from ramp room could have been really effective. But obviously, I mean, JT knew it immediately when his team is in the upper bomb site so easily. He goes to check the flank, and even though he gets battered and beat up, the rest of his team handles business. Second round, Scout picked up, pistol buy from the rest of Pain Gaming.
Yeah, they should be able to secure this one. Don't really need to rush anything, and if you take over that outside area, you should be able to put some distance between the pistols and the rifles, and you should be able to get a couple of good fights. This is some sneaky plays coming in. BigZero just hiding at the edge, able to gun down Fang, and now the smoke is going to be fading. But that was a nice little hit.
Yeah, I mean, that's something you can find in research as well. That smoke always creates that gap. So I mean, if you're a team preparing and you know they throw that smoke, that's an easy gap to go find and really exploit it here with an opening kill on Fang. Now, Complexity is slowed down. They didn't get what they want, and this can be a little bit dicey. JT's now tagged up by the Scout. This is an issue with the Deagle still in place behind Blue.
Yeah, it really is. Nice shot out of Grim, but like you said, he was a little bit low on health already, so one bullet catching him at the moment. He's going to be dead. It's another headshot. Oh my god. BigZero coming up with the triple in this one. Holzerk will take him down, but it might just be too late here. He's trying to fight on, but Hardsau's going to get the Galil and take him out. Pain striking back in the second round. What a magnificent round out of BigZero.
Yeah, a couple tags of the Scouts, a little bit gap in the smoke to give BigZero his first, and that's got to be heartbreaking, and that's going to stop your momentum immediately. JT said they wanted to avoid the mistakes they made at the RMR on Nuke. Well, this is a big one to give away. Really painful. Nice round from BigZero, excuse me, with that Deagle.
Yeah, that'll get the job done. It's so interesting, the psychology of what happens when you get a couple of people that are tagged up with the Scout. It just makes that advancing on the T side so weird, because you just know, okay, one body shot at the Deagle and we're out.
And it's the delay, BigZero getting that kill in the gap of the smoke, and then the smokes fade and they haven't crossed yet, which makes JT susceptible to the Scout. Grim, even though he gets the kill, gets tagged with the Scout, and then you have two low HP player having to clear out that position. It's just perfectly played from BigZero. Weapons passed over, free rifles for the Pain defense. 2 Galils and a Krieg.
If given over a Krieg actually seems like a pretty big deal, right? That's a great weapon to have in the yard on the CT side. Could obviously buy the AUG as well later on, but still, just getting it for free. Delightful beginning for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, I'm curious, right? Because like it feels like the Krieg and the AUG is like certain players really like it, certain players don't really touch him so much. I wonder if like they feels a little awkward with the weapon in his hand. Nice trade over in ramp room. Now the Krieg slides into position, but Fang is already close up. That Deagle got to be careful. He's going to get double peeked. Zevi trying to hold on. Grim's got another one towards Mini. Traded out. JT going to turn the corner as well. The Krieg still in action in ramp room.
Yeah, what a standoff they've been having over here. Fang's going to swing wide for it. He will take down Sebi. Maybe you're right. Not feeling too comfortable with the Krieg at the moment. And out in the open, going to be real careful here. Hardsau, he could just get cleared out. He's actually, but look at JT. He's been playing this really well. All he has is that pistol back there, so he's just waiting and drawing them in. He could have tried to fight at the corner on the first go, but he actually waited for his teammates to show up. That's pretty smart. Skulls is now on his own with 20 seconds here. The bomb is up there, so if they really want to go for it, they actually have to fight Skulls. Not maybe the ideal play here for Complexity. There is a chance to lose this 1 versus 3. Smoke is up. JT is going to be going down, and the bomb being planted right on the other side. You got to shut this down right now for Skulls, otherwise he might take the round, and he will. What a spray down. What a transfer as well. And Skulls completing the clutch 1 versus 3 and just barely saving Pain.
What an unbelievable clutch that is as well. Complexity not able to find the clean double peak at the same exact time. Brutal, because that's such a well-played round from Complexity as well the whole way through. They do such a good job. The initial kills with the Deagle, the way they played towards ramp room as well, the way they wrapped around outside. To lose it in this fashion, it's got to hurt. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, everyone at Complexity just wincing immediately as that round is lost.
You could even make the argument, presumably, that JT even could have stayed on the other side of that smoke and just kind of played it around in midi. Maybe they didn't know exactly where Skulls was, but still, it's a bit of a hard way to lose a round. They have forced up a little bit into this one, right? They got some money still left, but sort of a half buy coming out on the Complexity side, I guess. Tech9s, and so far it's a 4-on-4.
It's enough to apply economic damage, right? That's the big thing that Complexity is able to do with that bomb plant in the previous round. Tough spot to clear out. Oh, might get caught. Zevi's here for the save. Well done. Dinked up. He goes down. Now Nekiz is going to be able to recover the up. Will he get there in time? Oh, his teammate will. Skulls will. And it's 3-1.
Okay, could have been an interesting round. If they could have found Nekiz as well on the ramp, it would have been definitely worth it on the side of Complexity for the damage that they could have done. Didn't really work out the way that they wanted particularly, but 3-1 in favor of Pain. It's a wonky start to this game right now.
Yeah, a little bit crazy. We had a pistol round 1 from Complexity, second round 1 by Pain Gaming, and then a 3-on-1 loss by Complexity, or that 1 by Skulls, whichever perspective you want to take on it.
Yeah, I think the loss by Complexity probably is, that's probably the route that I'm going to take. Like, what he did was really impressive, but yeah, Complexity definitely did a little bit to help him out in the way that they played that one. All in the past now. All Complexity could do is try and make up for it, especially in this round. They got the AWP on MongolZ, and they got the 4 AKs to try and do some work with. Grenades going down in the yards. Classic Molotov deep onto the ramp or onto the stairs over at Secret, just to make sure that no one's sneaking up.
There's that angle again.
Yeah.
Same smoke. He's going to find the same gap, and it looks like JT's going to get caught by it. Not aware at the moment. Big Uzera. Yep, 1 more. Not even traded. Rinse and repeat from round number 2. Complexity's got to be very aware of that. And Big Uzera, it'll be interesting to see how he plays it moving forward, because that's twice now that he's used it. You'd imagine, I mean, you'd hope that they're going to start noticing. Nice shot from MongolZ.
God, that is actually really difficult. Single scoped out there just to get the flick immediately. A lot of distance to cover for that shot. 4 versus 4 now. And about 45 seconds. But yeah, that kill out there still slows them down quite a bit. They have the bomb over on the stairs heading down to the B bombs. Actually, they're going to go back up again. I want to check it out. Big Uzera's going to be found. He was already low on health, so 4-3 now in Complexity, with a really good chance here to try and get this round.
Yeah, good dink. Zevi's already starting to push up ramp room and take control of lobby with the AWP. No one's going to be home. Just one player, Floppy, over towards the squeak door. Hardzal's got a lot of pressure coming his way. Needs a kill. Oh, what a shot from Fang. And no one else needs to cross into the upper bomb site. So Zevi's position is no longer as impactful as he would like.
Oh, sneaking in, but he can't really unscope at the moment. It's going to give the game away. They'll know exactly where he is. So he just stays scoped. Nekiz goes down, and now Zevi probably wishes that he could just disappear from this position, right? He can't win the 1 versus 4. MongolZ having himself a fabulous round. And that's what they need. They need that kind of impact.
Yeah, good cleanup at the end of the round, but it's that first shot he hits on Skulls, right, jumping out from heaven. That's the important one, because that keeps Big Uzera all on his own, isolated with really nowhere to go. What a great adjustment as Skulls jumps up. Good shooting from MongolZ, having his first real impact in this game. Second round for Complexity.
It looks so smooth when you see the hand movement there as well. Just absolutely blown out. Okay, well, this game keeps on being interesting. That's all of the money nearly, or it is all of the money gone for Pain. What they have is a couple of M4s, a scout, and some pistols, including that C-75 on Nekiz.
1 M4 on the upper bomb side, 1 M4 over towards Secret. The pistols to really flush things out. Nekiz playing in ramp room. Zevi outside with the scout.
If you're Complexity, It's a huge moment, a huge opening again early on in the half to really take over this. If they win this round, then they go from 2 to 4 rounds almost for free, because Pain are just going to be having USPs in the upcoming round. So you're going to be in a really, really strong position. They are going towards that CSAT 75. It's been a long time since we've seen a real multi-kill with the CC. It feels like it's just not having the same impact anymore, but here's a chance for it. There's the one, and Neck is quick to relocate. Very nimble movement there.
Yeah, sick way to have a 5-on-4 with safety. The scouts even transitioned over towards ramp room, although Zevi stays very far back after the CZ gets 1 kill. Remember, Big Uzera's in secret. He can slide over towards control side real quickly. 1 more kill from Neckers would be everything, but he can't handle it. Another good shot from Fang. Looking sharp so far.
Yeah, he is. What an important check, because they actually heard him running back. It's kind of like the game that Neckers was playing. They heard the footsteps running back, and then he slides back in, trying to be silent with it. Good dink onto JT. Drops him a little bit low, running through the flames, though. And look at Zevi. He's so quick behind him. They don't realize that's the bomb on the ground. There's only 10 seconds left. That's a disaster for them. They need to go and pick up that bomb right now and get it planted while there's still time. And there won't be. Fang goes down. Hardsal showing up with a 5-7, and the round goes to Pain.
Already, I mean, look, Complexity's not in the worst place in the world at 2 to 4 in the first 6 rounds. The problem is some of the losses they've taken. The low economy loss to the Deagle in round number 2. Now this one here. Those are the ones that, regardless of how many rounds on the board, are so frustrating. It feels like they get slowed down so much in ramp room. This isn't convincing. No utility put down, nobody pressing forward, and it's just buying so much time for all these flanks to come in. And these are likely the mistakes that JT was hoping wouldn't creep up today. Well, they're here in force with 2 painful rounds early on.
Yeah, and if Pain go on just a little bit of a run here where they start to put some consecutive rounds together, you won't have the luxury that you have now where there are limited Molotovs towards the squeak door. They're not gonna have all the weapons. They're always just 1 round away from ecoing. Some of that goes away, and any A rushes become way more tricky. And just out in the yard, you have to fight the AWP all of a sudden on Zevi, a lot more. Like, there are a lot of problems that will start to stack up once the economy is a little bit better on Pain. It hasn't really had the chance yet to grow. But yeah, that's in the future too. So for Complexity, some of these rounds to try and win them early on would just be a lot easier than later down the stretch of it. 4-2 in favor of Pain. They have just put together a force. It's actually not that bad on the Complexity side. They could try and take it away once again here.
Ramp rush, essentially, timing it, put out the Molotov. Big Uzera's arrived, doesn't want to commit to that fight. Molotov into his position. Okay, so Complexity has ramp room. Now what do you do with it? You have smokes and Molotovs if you do want to end towards lower. They're going to attack towards hell. Big Uzera can't handle it. Great damage done to JT, but the MAC-10 swings past as well.
That jumping MAC-10 is just so hard to deal with, right? You can see he's trying to adjust his aim accordingly and just completely goes down. I mean, he did nearly get JT, but still.
This puts a lot of pressure on the defense, too. Neckers is in secret. No one has eyes on outside, so they're going for this lobby crunch. All these 2 teams are going to meet in lobby.
Yeah, he's getting a bit close with the MP9. Low health player first, but it doesn't even matter. Hardsal's looking the other way. Oh, back there, JT. How's he getting so many kills? Low on health, and finally he's going to get sprayed down. Skulls is bringing it back. Oh my god, what a quad kill. They just walked in one by one, and he knocked them right out. All on his own now. Trying to get the job done here is Grim, but this should be almost impossible. He knows where Skulls is, so maybe not. 35 seconds. He's going to look to see if there's a second player there. Executing him on sight, so no ace allowed. Forward, he walks right, and he gets the dink as well, but Neckers drops him. Oh my god, it's heartbreaking for Complexity to begin with.
Skulls is an absolute freak. Look at that little grin. Remember, he had 1.4 rating at the Americas R, 1.41. Another saved round for Skulls. He had the 1v3 clutch earlier, now a quad kill. Everything looked good for Complexity up to this point. Even the fact, I think Zevi's caught off guard. Him and Skulls kind of changing position, but that's an easy spread on a low HP player. And what can you do after that? The trades just are not there.
He's really low. Come with him. Really low. That's got to feel, again, so disappointing for Complexity, right? It's a well-structured round. They had kind of everything going on for them. And then, I mean, JT, some of those kills, right? He got the one on the ramp. He picked up the other 2 towards Secret and or Squeak and Lobby, and just didn't even work out anyway.
Skulls is what, I mean, look, Skulls is such a good player. He's so sharp, as we've seen in this game so far. One of the reasons why this Pain team is so exciting to watch at the moment. Watching this rise of Skulls, Big Uzera as an in-game leader, Zevi as an AWPer. They have such good pieces on this team. Nice shot as JT swings out a little bit further. Big Uzera is going to tap away and find Grim. Now, the unfortunate thing about this round, because there's not a whole lot of things for Complexity to play with, you touched on it. At least in these losses, they've been keeping the economy low for Pain, but this is going to be a round where all 5 players survive.
Yeah.
You get to build up a little bit of a buffer. And that idea of keeping the reset within reach is, you're trying to prevent that from slipping away.
Yeah, doing a little bit of damage in a round like this, if the scout could have found even 1 or 2 kills outside, at least you do something. You feel like you're achieving a little bit of that goal. But yeah, that's a flawless round. So Pain looking a bit healthier now. Still not quite there, but a step in the right direction at any rate. 6-2 the scoreline as we go into the 9th round. Floppy on the 1 kill right now. He's one of those players that you want to see him step it up, right? You want to see Floppy come out with the same kind of energy that Skulls has been bringing. Sevi going to be aggressively pushing in there, and they find the kill on Floppy, so might have cursed him right there. Goes down early on and out in the open. JT going to get dropped. They don't even stand a chance in this round. Trying to traverse the yard with no smokes up like that is super risky.
And this is the next problem, because if you're Complexity and you just get destroyed in this round in this fashion, you're just thinking, we had our chances. Like, we missed like 2 or 3 huge opportunities. Not only a 1v3, but even just winning the 2nd round would have been great.
Right.
And then obviously the round with Skulls over and Squeak Door, and you're like, we had 3 great chances of actually capitalizing on some of our success, and now we're in trouble. It's going to be 7-2. Fang's in a 1v5. No one from Pain has even been touched yet.
And they are really going to be rich after this one. This is the real difference finally for Pain, where they can start to feel a bit more comfort. Fang just going to get Molotov'd out. Forced into it now. They know exactly what's going on at the moment. He actually does walk into the shot. A little bit careless potentially. Fang, all right. You know what? Well played on him. Those are the kind of rounds that, again, it's a little bit more respectable. You don't feel like you're getting quite as badly beaten up, even if it is a 7-2 scoreline here.
Nope, up ramp, hopping around.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration. That's what this team will do to you. That's what this kind of a run will do to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the mental aspect of it is really worth highlighting, right? Having that early back and forth and then ultimately losing the back and forth is just so, because all you can think is, wow, we really had the opportunity, you know?
And just the fashion in which they've lost it.
Yeah.
Some of those rounds, so painful. Timeout taken from Complexity, their 2nd. Trying to recover this game, trying to come back into things.
Not looking very easy at the moment. They do look shaky. You don't have this strong sense. You had it slightly, I think, when Holzerk was AWPing that 1 round. We got to show you, like, okay, that's what they need. You know, someone who assertively can show up and say, I'm locking down this part of the map. I'm going to win this opening. Here we go. But they need more than that right now. They need a lot more of it. 7-2 the scoreline, and a shot right through Grim. Just getting stopped before he even goes anywhere.
Not a lot of those bullets hit. The long-range spray doesn't work, but Big Uzera is downstairs. They're lined up. Double kill. Nice and easy. Fang is next. And Big Uzera delivering. Floppy is going to go down last. Nobody falls. All 5 players survive, and Pain are in a dominant position. That's 5 in a row now for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, just so well handled. That's a take your headset off, hands off the keyboard kind of moment where you're like,
you're like, what am I supposed to do? I
need a break.
I would like to play the game.
Can I play? Will they allow it? No, they won't. 8-2 the scoreline. And the Pain train continues. And now, like I said, you know, now you're running into more smokes, more Molotovs early on because they have the money for it. They can stop you from getting some of those rushes in that otherwise could be really effective. Those A rushes actually work really well.
Yeah, it really looked like Floppy wanted to make some kind of a play out Squeak Door, but he's just held back again by smoke, by nades coming in, and obviously the play they wanted to execute wasn't quite there. Could have just been listening for information. And Complexity's just going to avoid losing anyone early on. You don't see any aggressive plays. They just want to avoid some of those early deaths and play into the mid-round with 5 players alive. Sevi, the flick over isn't there. How much more does he want to come back from? The answer is none. They now know the position of the AWP. It's going to be in secret. Let's see if they can exploit things.
Complete lack of smokes left here on the Complexity side. They don't have almost any grenades. They need to do this with just the rifles, and it's not working out at the moment. Hartzau and Nekkes standing strong inside of the A-bomb site.
Pretty cool, like, little vertical stack for that fight in mini with that smoke up and door, right? Nekkes just, like, kind of biding his time, waiting for the moment. Hartzau takes contact up top, and then Nekkes swings from down below. And it's a 2-for-0 trade.
And the bomb is stuck in mini, and presumably they know that, so why would you do anything more than what you're doing right now and just call a freeze on the CT side and wait for Complexity to make a move? And,
I mean, Pain knows exactly what's happening. They realize they don't have anyone outside, so the only danger is going to be outside. 2 players on top of HUD are watching for a heaven play, and it just doesn't even matter anymore at this point. Another 2 kills ring out, and Complexity falling flat. JT, I mean, I guess you save. There's 15 seconds. You have nowhere to go.
It's a very comprehensive first half all of a sudden for Pain. So lots to fight for in the beginning, but now that they have the money and they've kind of taken over at the moment. 9-2 the scoreline. JT back. He's going to get at least the 1. Don't die after time. All right, that does almost no damage at all. Good job staying alive at the end. This is starting to look really grim. Yeah, you're right. The timing here between the 2 peaks is just absolutely excellent. They're so focused on that HUD. It all falls apart.
Yeah, those 2 kills really sealed it after that. Halzerk, we saw on his screen, just a barely missed shot, expecting a little bit wider of a swing. And it's the kind of game that feels like a hangover as Halzerk starts rubbing his eyes.
Oh, man. Yeah, it probably does. They're back to the pistols, the saved AK. And potentially a lot more heartbreak coming up.
Yeah, the problem now is, like, there's not even a whole lot of, like, production initially coming in for Complexity. Like, tactically getting beat, not even really having impact in the early rounds to provide any openings. So JT's going to have to be a little aggressive with his AK-47. They're going to hear those footsteps. Skulls knows what's coming. Does he realize how close he is? Needs a trade. Skulls has 2. They're into the upper bomb site. But remember, it's still just the 1 AK-47. A second one is picked up and add the 3rd on Skulls' body. But Big Uzera's arrived at the perfect moment. Halzerk's not ready. Big Uzera goes down 2-on-2. This is a must-win for Complexity.
Yeah, it really is. What a gift it would be if they can actually pick this one up. That might actually revitalize this first half a little bit for them. Nekkes and Sevi coming in, and both of them from that mini position, trying to see if they can clear it out. It's hard to play JT where he is right now, but they lose Fang, and that takes all of the pressure away. They probably know where he is right here. Molotov up. It doesn't go into the corner at all. That might not help them whatsoever. Nekkes now 1 versus 1 on the other side, and J3 trying to jiggle it out as much as he can. He still goes down. Oh, it's so close for them, isn't it? Could have worked out, but with the defuse kit, it's going to be plenty of time on the side of Pain. And another heartbreaking loss for Complexity. I mean, well played to put themselves into this position, but you want to win these rounds now.
Yeah, that was the closest they've got to winning a round in quite some time. Again, the clutch just going in the favor. Skulls getting 2 here is absolutely massive as his teammates already gone down. JT did his job. Triple kill, and actually quad kill, I should say, in the round. He's going for the ace in this final exchange, but he's just got no options. Such a tough fight to win with diminishing ammunition as well. An 8-round lead for Pain.
Well, this is really concerning, isn't it? Big Uzera having himself a real game right now. 14 kills, Skulls not that far behind at 11. And the rest of the field looking pretty tight at the moment too.
And those are 2 players you expect to be at the top for Pain. And that's kind of the conversation we had leading into this, is Pain is much less of an unknown quantity, right? There's a lot less if statements going out for them. Halzerk, who I think Zevi just crossed his vision. JT's gone down early. Zevi's going to remain aggressive and control red box. Barrel shows. Halzerk knows his position. Flashbang up, and Halzerk's going to go for the counter peek after the fact. But the upper bomb site is locked down. This is not going to work.
Quick little peek. Oh, actually, Big Uzera getting the headshot on Halzerk as well. So whatever they're doing now, it looks like it's just too late. 2 versus 5 with a minute left on the clock. I mean, yeah, you might have... They're just going to try and go and save, I believe. You said hangover game, Jason. This has turned into the kind of hangover you check your phone the next day and it's just filled with, you know, messages you sent to your ex or something like that. It's getting worse even the next day. You're like, what is happening?
Yeah, the hangover doesn't... has no mercy.
What have I done? What did I do yesterday?
Yeah, why did I don't deserve this.
Oh, man. But it is kind of on the partly of their own doing at this point in time, right?
Yeah, I think
they could have won some of those early rounds.
And I think that everything kind of building up and compounding to just shatter the mentality of complexity. I think at this point they even know that they're beat. They even know that this one's lost.
Starting to feel that way. Best of one. Now, just to remind everyone, these are the 1-1 games, so nobody's getting knocked out or anything else like that. But obviously, you don't want to have your backs to the wall. If you lose this one, then you're trying to run the whole distance. Then you're really under a lot of pressure, and that could be tough. 11-2 here. You can see on the faces of complexity, they're not enjoying this whatsoever.
No, not at all. Thankfully, Fang did go down before the round time ended. Yeah, all these decisions, I mean, and you can just see, too, desperation plays coming in. Floppy just coming through the smoke, hoping nobody's on the other side of it. Hulzor having to get aggressive, trying to punish Zevi's position. Nothing working for complexity. And again, they've gone back into a map that they lost to Pain at the RMR, and a map that Pain has played 26 times. Look how comfortable everyone from Pain feels. Big Uzera's got another as well. It's all working out. Grim's got 2. That puts Zevi into a weird position with 13 HP, but Skulls is still up in heaven. And Nekaz is starting to push in towards ramp room.
They know where Zevi is, so they would love to get that wallbang shot off of him. Like you said, oh my god, JT backing him into it. Zevi spun around. He got this quad kill. I can't believe it. How does that happen? They knew exactly where he was. There's no question about it. And they still back up into him, and he spun around. That is a monstrous mechanical round from Zevi. He's actually pushed forward by the Molotov. You see him slow walk through it. He took about 25 damage just getting through a little bit slow. But yeah, this is so sick, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, JT just gets distracted by the ramp flank as well. I mean, just perfect from Nekaz, timing push. And for all the skill on complexity that we constantly talk about, they're getting outclassed individually on top of everything as well. Clutches have gone the way of Pain. Tactics have gone the way of Pain. Individual performance and levels have gone the way of Pain. Complexity have no positives to ride on, and they're just desperate for a third round.
Well, you know what? At least they opened it up a little bit here, trying to get the job done. Run and gun from. Did he even stop? Did he just run and shoot?
Yeah, he was just. I guess he's just trying to blow open the windows.
Well, it worked. Whatever it was, in spite of the double kill at the beginning of the round for Nekaz. Skulls and Hard Sound now 2 versus 3. You know, the ultimate heartbreak would be if they can't win this round. Almost caught with a grenade in hand. Holzerk. All right, rifles back out. And he gets the headshot on the Skulls. That's not bad at all. Hard Sound, I think the only chance here would go straight for the defuse. Not going to happen. Floppy will take him down. Still, a brilliant first half here coming in for Pain. And in the second half, we'll see how this goes. Complexity have a long way back. The break is coming up, and then we'll be right back.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Ryan Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Second half is coming right up. It's Pain and Complexity. We're on Nuke for a best of 1, and these are the 1-1 teams. So, yeah, the losing team is going to be with their backs against the wall with only 1 chance left in a best of 3 to get knocked out of the Challenger stage. And the winners are going to go on to play another best of 3 to try and qualify for the next stage. It is Complexity down 12-3, and just nothing is looking good right now. It's a tough competition for the first 5 or 6 rounds, and then Pain just took over.
Listen, you can reset at halftime and come back in this game, certainly on the CT side Nuke, but it all starts here in this first round. I mean, you don't want to continue the kind of disaster that this has been. Big Uzera is going to be outside with the P250 to challenge. Smoke up in towards Mini to isolate 1 position so we can get the clear lines of sight. 1 over at the generator. That's ramp room. Halzerk with the dualies. Nice trade from Zevi. That means Grim has got to fall down and still outside being pressured. And now from 2 different positions. So Grim's going to be in a tough spot and he can only handle the first.
That looked like such a confident shot for Grim, though. I wanted to believe that he could keep it going. Sevi's realized he's being put under pressure, and he's actually trying to escape. I think he wanted to go back up with the rest of them, but they hunted him down. The bomb is still going to get
he gave it the Hollywood movie. Yeah, he tossed the bomb to a teammate in his dying breath.
That is pretty sick, isn't it? All right.
Oh, this is a play.
2 versus 3, you're right, it is. Moving forward. He's going to be climbing up. He's hearing them on the other side. He knows that they're coming up this way. And they're never going to check this, surely. P250, how much work could you get done? He swings just as they're dropping down, but he just needs to communicate it to his teammates. They have no idea, Jason. They're about to get completely rocked from the heavens. Big Zero, here comes him with a double kill. Instant execution of those 2 players. And now Flobby's in trouble here. He's had a really rough map so far. 6 kills on him, but this one-on-one is everything right now. Like you said, it could start in this one, and Hardsal's making himself very hard to find, and there's no time left. Floppy tries he might. He just doesn't have the utility for it. It's going to be Pain to pick up the second half pistol.
What a move from Big Uzera. If you're Complexity, you're thinking they're all going to be in that upper bomb site with the bomb, defending against the retake, and that's a huge play. Big Uzera reading everything. I mean, Zevi spots and hears all 3 over in ramp room, so Big Uzera knows they're not coming up vents. Nobody's going to be coming up vents. They don't want to chase us up. They're all going to be coming back towards heaven, and he's got to jump on he's got to jump on his positioning. Just so massive.
Also, it's a tiny detail. You think in the moment it's so obvious, but Hardsau not taking any of the fights down there at the beginning is real important, right? Because if they find Hardsau, someone will probably turn around to look for Big Zero elsewhere. Okay, hold the phone. Floppy and JT, this is a force-up round, and I don't really blame them. Complexity, they should try and do this. Sevi, he's going to pick up 1, gets the dive down. He's very low on health, but at least he's down below.
Yeah, I don't know if I would call that getting the dive down. You've actually given away where you're going, and you've taken like 80 damage as well. Grim, Complexity have just said, we don't care anymore. We're going to challenge and fight everything. We're just going to peek into every single situation. Floppy and Grim doing some work in this round, and now it's up to Big Uzera and Zevi to recover, but all the pressure is going to be on Big Uzera to provide something.
This is in recent times, this is what we've started calling Henry's Law, where if you have your backs to the wall, like you've pretty much lost the game, that's when you can truly win it. You know, you got to give up all hope.
You got to hit rock bottom before you can bounce back.
Yeah. And I like that, man. That should be the Complexity mentality here. Just say, okay, you know what? We're better than this. Like mechanically, individually, we're better than what we've been showing. Let's just go for it. Let's just shoot it out here.
Yeah, they've been knocked off their game so hard in the early parts of this map. The clutches they lost, just the individual level of the Pain players, they got knocked completely out of this map. It's a good way to recover, though. Both teams winning their T-side pistol. Looks like both teams going to be losing their second round. I think Big Uzera and Zevi likely just saving these weapons.
Yeah.
See a half buy on Hardzao, Skulls, and Neck is in the next round.
13-4 as a scoreline.
Who did you predict for this game?
I picked Pain.
My man.
Yeah, I was impressed with them last time when they did play Fluxo, and obviously we casted that game. We talked about how they just figured out Fluxo. It was very obvious from watching them on Mirage, I believe it was. But yeah, they did look individually quite powerful. So I was like, all right, I'm convinced. Let's go. Don't have them in my pick'ems, unfortunately. I kind of wish I did now. They do look really solid.
I mentioned it yesterday. I didn't put them in there because I've always been worried about them I haven't really been convinced yet against the European competition. I think the best of 3s are going to be tough for them when you get up against some of the better teams in the group. They've kind of, I mean, a great game against FaZe yesterday, even in a loss, 16-12. They kept it close, but I mean, really, Fluxo and Complexity not at the level of competition as some of those other teams at the top of this group. G2, FaZe, ENCE looked really good yesterday. NIP's had some good games. You also get into teams like Monte, teams like Apeks as well are going to be a big challenge for this team. So they're still going to have to battle to get out of this challenger stage.
He's seen that gun barrel all day. That's really dangerous. And what a headshot. MongolZ, can we have another one? All right, not quite yet. But he's feeling pretty safe out here. That AK could obviously get picked up from somebody else on the Pain side, and they're going to try and do that right now. Oh, they're not afraid to challenge him out here. It's a bold move. Heavy knocking out JT, and this time he actually does get down without getting too blown up in the meantime. They probably realize Fang setting himself up in a very nice position. Such a deep angle, he still gets shut down. How's that possible?
No way.
He definitely was not favored to win that fight. He was already tagged up, Sevi, and he still just finds him.
Look at the position Floppy's in now, too. He knows he's got one in the lower bomb site now. He can't even drop down into safety whatsoever. Can't control the FAMAS, and oh, it's happening again. Pain, a low economy round. They won 2 in the first half to get things started on the right foot. Complexity have yet to string rounds together, and I think they have to save. Grim and MongolZ are headed towards CT spawn. They're knocked out, man. Throw in the towel.
Throw in the towel.
This is that scene in Rocky 4.
They do look, yeah, true. It's great. Great reference. Yeah, they even look confused, don't they? Call them perplexity at this point.
Get out. I don't want to hear that ever again.
I am sorry. Yeah, this is starting to look just unrecoverable. It doesn't seem like there's a way back.
No. No, not at all.
Imagine if you could throw in the towel of the contract game. Like, we're out. We're not trying.
Yeah, we don't want to finish this.
We surrender. Call the road.
You used to. Way back in the day. You used to play out games even if you lost.
Yeah, I think that's what you should do, right? You know, you've got to believe in it.
Make them really hurt.
Yeah.
Just really make them sit through the entire misery of 30 rounds of Counter-Strike.
Just go all the way.
Yeah.
My God, this is, yeah, unbelievably one-sided now. And it's interesting how painful some of the rounds have really been to lose here, right? Like losing the pistol here, winning the second round, and then going back to losing again. And the same thing obviously repeated itself when we were on the first half. Like it's so much to deal. You're going to look back and you're going to think, wow, like we could have had a very different. Maybe we still lose the game.
They lost. What are the rounds they've lost? I mean, they've obviously lost. This is the 3rd low economy round that they've lost.
Yeah.
And then they lost a 1v3 in the first half.
Yeah.
They lost what, a 4-on-2 or a 5-on-2? Skulls in the squeak door.
Yeah. You don't 3 in the pistol.
Yeah. You don't.
Yeah.
You can't win games like that. Too many heartbreaking rounds. All those if statements about Complexity going the wrong way here against Pain on Nuke.
Oh, Nick is making a quick drop down. It's just a scout on the other side, very aggressive, and I think they both knew what was coming. They heard that drop up there, so Fang would have been aware that something was going on. 4-on-5 to begin this round with. But a 10-round deficit is what we're looking at here. As Complexity. They have Grim and Fang and MongolZ all kind of playing. Floppy and JT are at least getting closer in terms of the scoreline, right? So there's a slow recovery that's happening here on the Complexity side, but it obviously feels like it's much too late. When you start building a recovery from this far behind, again, the problem isn't even that you can do it, right? You can change the sort of the feel of the team, but you just need to make 1 or 2 mistakes, and it doesn't matter how good the recovery is. You're going to be out of it anyway. MongolZ here, look at how he's just tagging them up. Oh, nice jump through, Sevi. Good movement.
Yeah, they had to get that kill, so really good aggression. Now they can look for the follow-up movement. Everyone paused in ramp room. Floppy might be walking right into it. Indeed, he does. Big Uzera spotted an elbow, and that's going to spur them forward into the lower bomb site. There is a player waiting. They do have Fang. Now there is smokes and Molotovs for Pain to make this work. Missed shot is going to give away the game. A missed spray is going to make it easier. And Zevi's going to commit himself downstairs. Grim is worried about that lurk in towards Mini, but it doesn't matter. Bomb being planted, and Pain have again found themselves the advantage.
There's nothing JT and Grim can do about it. Jim can't do anything either.
Yeah, Jim is out of this as well. Yeah, he's
definitely not Jim.
No chance for Jim.
Yeah, this is... Even that round looked winnable, right? It looked like MongolZ attacked them up enough outside. You could see how low some of them are there. So that should have been working out, but then Floppy and then Fang falling next, and it just kind of all crumbles. And you wonder if that's also the pressure of the situation, you know, even if it is a 4-on-4, like each individual player feels like, I have to make a play, like I have to be the hero to do this.
Yep, or find information. You know, you've taken out Hulzerk, and then you realize, okay, they can go up heaven, they can wrap outside towards mini, they could be in a ramp room just waiting, they could come downstairs, they still have the whole map available to them, and that's where you feel the pressure to do something. And Floppy gives them exactly what they want. 15-4, 11 chances for Pain to go 2-1 in this challenger stage and to start getting to the qualification best of 3 series. We've seen that a lot, that look from Hulzer.
It's been happening a fair bit.
Yeah.
I sympathize. Like, I can understand. It's got to be a tough game, this one. 15-4, and they are looking to close it out right away. The flashbangs are amazing. Skulls with a double opening, and it's a 5 versus 3 to start this off with. They are not giving them much to work with here. Fang trying to pedal out of the smoke, but he gets shot in the back of the head by Sevi, who's going to get that shot as well on Floppy. They're hunting them down. They're murdering them all across the map, Jason. Hulzerk is now on his own with the scout. Oh my god, they got blown out on this one. Absolutely no shot at it here. This is so impressive. Pain are here to play, and it's a 16-4 victory at the end of it. Absolutely shutting it down. That is comprehensive.
Yeah, that's, I mean, they knocked Complexity completely out of their game from the get-go of that. And I mean, you could see it. And yeah, if you're Complexity, I guess all you can do is put like a wry smile on your face and just acknowledge that you guys got beat up. But Pain had everything in this game from the start. Clutches, tactics, individual prowess. We saw it all. We saw great rounds from Big Uzera, great rounds from Skulls. Zevi had a game for himself. I don't even know what you're supposed to do if you're Complexity in that map.
Yeah, this is obviously the punishing part of playing best of 1 game. There is no recovering this later where you say, okay, well, it's a rough start on map 1. Let's think about it, go into the second one, will be better. You wake up, you're a little bit slow out the gate, you're not having the best morning, and boom, it's just done. Because Pain were not in that mode, right? They were super tuned in, they were super fired up, and they knew exactly what to do. So yeah, I mean, this is a very impressive start to the day here for Pain Gaming.
And it's such a deadly team as well. Like, they already looked clean at the Americas RMR, and then you get some of the boot camp in Europe where they say that we want to bring in some European style and philosophies, and all of a sudden you start seeing really cool mid-rounds, really cool recoveries. So dominance from Pain. Complexity is going to have to try again a little bit later on, and we're going to head over to the desk to get their thoughts on the match.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. Man, Complexity simply stunned in that series. Pain truly hitting them where it hurts. Unable to muster up barely anything on that T side. Continued over into that second half. Pain outclassing them in basically every metric.
Are you feeling the pain, Maui? Are you surprised by the outcome of this match?
Was I surprised by... I mean, I don't think it was too much of a surprise to see Pain win, but I'd say that first half wasn't my cup of tea. I had a little bit of difficulty with just kind of the way that Complexity started stumbling, they started stuttering, and it just felt like they started falling. They started collapsing in that first half, and they barely were able to right the ship. It was too little too late. They made that just micro comeback. I'm not even gonna say like a comeback. I'm not even gonna say a mini comeback. It was like a micro comeback, just a couple rounds at the end, just for a little bit of respect there. And yeah, I think like Skulls in this one, we bigged him up huge before this one started, and we see exactly why. Like the mechanics on this guy, the just little moves he makes in the late rounds, like Nekaz was talking about to Dinko earlier too. Such a great closer for them.
Big Uzera also coming hot out the gates. So let's check in with him, courtesy of Dinko, after that very quick victory.
Yeah, very quick indeed. Pain getting it done versus Complexity. It must feel pretty good to get that win over Complexity so convincingly. But your 2 wins have come against these Americas teams. Do you feel a level of comfortability when you're playing against the teams from your own region?
Of course, we love to play against American teams. Well, Complexity especially, we play a lot against them in NA. So we have a lot of tournaments in the same group sometimes, and we know a lot of them. They beat us a lot of times in the past when they were Esports out. So we know a lot of them, and I studied a lot of them right now.
What was a weakness that Complexity maybe had that you guys took advantage of in that first half? Because you guys got a massive scoreline coming out of that.
I think we did a good job on CT side because I knew everything that the kind of game they used to play, they like to play as well. And I knew the way they like to play. So was easy to read them today because they always play like this way. So I think it's that, not too much.
Well, now you've got a couple of America's teams out of the way. A loss versus FaZe yesterday, but you're 2-1 now. You feeling comfortable that you'll be able to move through to that Legend stage?
Of course, that's our goal, and I think we're gonna make it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to you, Fred.
Thank you very much for that one, Tico. Man, confident words coming out of biguzero, and I can't blame him because it did literally look incredibly easy for Pain in the server today.
The work was cut out for Pain Gaming. Not a lot of fight came in from for Complexity, as we spoke about. You know, it feels like it's been donkey years since we last seen them be competitive and consistent in a tournament. They have good occasional maps, but overall, look at the scoreboard, look at the way they projected themselves on the server as well. There was not a lot of fight coming in for Complexity. Take nothing away from Pain Gaming, though. They got the job done. They played very, very well. We saw Sevi as well do a good job. We saw Skulls do a great job. And then we saw biguzero once more. And that was what I highlighted coming into the tournament as well. The transition he's made from being a star rifler into an in-game leading fragger is very, very impressive. The way biguzero conducts himself on the server right now is something that makes me believe Pain will make it to the next stage.
I call him the Brazilian electronic. Plays the same spots,
Okay.
in-game leader, rifler.
Sounds like odd, huh?
No, actually, I actually think right now, Jacob, there's actually a case to be made that biguzero might be a better overall in-game leader than Art.
Yeah.
Because look at the pieces that he's working with. Skulls is good. He's not K Serato. And yet, you could imagine that if Pain are going to be playing like this, if they're going to dominate teams like Complexity in this fashion, that there's a case that biguzero is actually putting together strong enough sides with his teams that, I mean, Art better just watch his back. That's all I'm going to say. But it's a little early. It's a little early, but just watch out. Watch out.
You're kicking it before the tournament already? Or?
No, not
Furia
quite.
are in Legends, so maybe we should just
not yet.
wait,
Not yet, but
dissect that
just keep
one.
watching. We'll keep our eye on that one.
Well, let's put a particular play under the spotlight. We're going to throw it over to the Mahone zone, and it's round number 3 in a 1v3. What have you got, Danny?
That's correct. It's the Skulls 1v3 that I want to break down here. But what I actually want to focus on is actually how poorly Complexity played it and just allowed this clutch to happen. So first, let's take a look at the round once again. So it's Skulls next to this vent, 1v3. He has this smoke in front of him that's thrown from JT, uses the gap just a little bit to take him down, and then somehow he's able to manage the angles against Fang and Halzark in this post plant. So what exactly went wrong for Complexity here for this clutch to happen? So the first thing is that with Skulls behind this vent position, pay attention to JT right here who's coming in from Mini. Now when he throws this smoke, it's actually poorly thrown because this smoke, typically when you come in through Mini, you want this smoke to land deeper. You want this smoke to land towards the door area. That way, Skulls would be wide in the open if he decides to peek. But because the smoke is over here, it actually gives him a bit more of a gap to work with. That gap allows him to punish JT as he's coming through, because for JT, he can't really clear this that well with the edge of the smoke there. The next thing here is the way that both Fang and Halzark played this 2v1 situation. It's actually very mismatched, because if you look at Fang's point of view here, when he's peeking Skulls, he's not very committed. He's peeking in and out. He's not actually peeking to fight. He's simply just trying to bait him towards him. But for Halzark, when he peeks from sight, he's committed. He crouches out and he gets caught. And because of that, you get this effect from Skull's point of view where he sees Fang peeking from heaven and then he sees Halzark fully out. This allows him to get Halzark very easily because he's fully committed. He catches him and then he's able to catch Fang. What Complexity really needed to do here instead was they actually need to perform a double peek, something that would have looked like this instead. A nice little double peek like that would have punished Skulls. The other alternative is if they just didn't peek at all. Halzark would just went back behind the saddle and Fang just waited behind heaven. Then they could have just waited for him to simply come into the site before punishing him. But because they did neither of those options, that's why Skulls was able to convert this clutch. So although it was a great clutch by Skulls, it was some big mistakes from Complexity as well.
That's a sick breakdown. Thank you so much for that one, Danny. And kind of epitomizes the struggles, the lack of synergy, the disjointedness of Complexity throughout that entire match.
I love that angle from Danny. Always from Danny, it's something positive, most likely, you know, some good plays. But showcasing right here what Complexity didn't do right is a great way of approaching it. And there's always two sides to that. You need a player that is able to punish those mistakes. And Skulls in this particular moment were able to punish it. So I love to see from Danny that he's focusing on both of the sides of the coins. Because yes, Complexity, they messed up massively in this one. But it takes a good player to punish it as well.
Yeah, now for Complexity, unfortunately, finding themselves in that 1-2 bracket. But one more best of one going to be going down here on the A stream. The Ninjas in Paris, once again, this time versus OG after the break.
so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, alright? I just have to go for Monte here, I think.
But Monte is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
The Ninjas return, this time against a team they know practically like the back of their hands. That's because they've faced OG not once, not twice, but 3 times in the past 60 days. And guess what, Jacob? They beat them not once, not twice, but all 3 times.
Yeah, does seem like NIP got the number when it comes to OG. NIP, a team that is trending upwards. That was the storyline for us yesterday. I think the level they showed us on the server was also somewhat decent. Whereas for OG, I feel like they lost their identity with Nexa being out of the team, Nico coming as an in-game leader, so it's kind of hard to place them. So yeah, I would argue NIP are favorites in this game, in particular because of the guy named Config. I think he's finally found his place within NIP, playing well, getting better and better. We saw his stats, from the last 4 events. He's also trending upwards. So if they can enable some of those individuals, Maui, we got a good cocktail going on within NIP.
I have not been shy about the fact that I am a DJL fan, because I think that he has really helped out Config in opening up his playbook, allowing him to find more mid-rounds for himself. When we were watching NIP play yesterday, I loved the freedom that we saw Config fly with, the way that during mid-control on Mirage, that him and Rez would just be going in different directions at the same time. They're both going to look for their own fights, just working off of each other in tandem. And I think that's exactly how NIP needed to source their win conditions as soon as they put this roster together. And they're finally recognizing who are our playmakers and who are the guys we're going to rely on in the late rounds and who's going to tie it all together, as opposed to the overly microing Alexi B calling style that he is always trying to start with. But I think now he knows, oh wait, I can trust these guys.
Yeah, and when we're talking about in-game leaders, it's almost not, or rather, it's almost the most different that we could get in terms of Nico and Alexi B. Diametrically opposed when we're looking at the in-game leader side of the equation, although we've seen Alexi B, taking new steps, evolving as an in-game leader. Nico, pretty new in this position with the departure of Nectar.
One is an in-game leader, the other one is not, Let's be completely honest. Nico is an in-game leader, not by choice, but by demand. Someone had to do it within OG. He came in, he took the role upon him. I think he's getting a lot of help from Rock as well, the Danish coach. That Danish connection is definitely helping him out. Whereas for Alexi B, there was a time in ENCE where everyone thought he was stream sniping because he was so good at reading the game. He was on top of things. Lately, though, it's been a little bit troublesome for Alexi B. We saw his tenure in G2 not going too well. The start in NIP hasn't been going too well, but it seems like he's also finding his footing.
Well, let's put a pin in this conversation and go on over with Nico to check in ahead of this series.
Hey, Nico, just an easy question to kick things off. Are you happy with performance yesterday?
I actually am. The ENCE game didn't go well, like score-wise, but we had a lot of energy still, and I think that's good. So.
Now, I do want to ask about your addition to this team, because I think at the start people looked at it as maybe a stand-in situation, but now you've played the whole major circuit and you guys are getting good results. Is this more of a permanent thing now?
I only have like my contract to like the major, so it's still the stand-in situation, and I don't know more.
Okay. Now, we did look yesterday. We've seen a lot of complex rounds coming through on Ancient. There was one round I want to try and jog your memory on where Dexter was playing solo outside of the B side, kind of fakes it out, and Flames is in middle, dragging the rotation through Donut. Is this a call that you're making, or is there a lot of input from the team as well?
This call, it was me, because we didn't really 100% know where to go, to be honest. And then I said, Dexter, just throw you till B, so maybe the window guy will be like second guessing and moving, and Flames can kill. And then we go out there if Flames has contact.
It must feel sick to have that work out perfectly. How have you felt as an IGL on this team?
I've actually been feeling good. In the start, it was a little bit rough. I needed to like have new role, but I was helping a lot before in my former teams, I will say. But having a round a call every round is different. So,
how was your relationship with the coach and the assistant coach?
It's good. I was on the team before as well, and they were both there. And I have known Kasper for a long time, also in Uptick and stuff. So it's good.
And in terms of them taking some of the pressure off the IGLing, what kind of work do they do in preparation for games?
They have been working till late yesterday, and the game plan they went through this morning. So I don't really do anything in game plan. I just listen to them and then come with inputs.
And now looking at OG with that preparation, with that game plan, what are your thoughts coming in against your opponent today?
We have been playing them a lot the last couple of months, and they have been on top. But I think we are like at one of our high levels, on the high level right now. Also, like the past 2 weeks, Rio was going good. We could have won more games, but I think we are doing pretty good right now. So I think it's good.
Mirage going to be the map of choice in this best of one. We saw the Ninjas absolutely putting Mouz to bed on that very ground just yesterday. Where are you standing on this choice, Moe?
This was the only map that I saw being possible for this BO1, and it is a map that OG actually, in all those matchups that they played lately, they took it off of them one time in a BO3. They didn't end up winning the series, but for OG in this one, I just think that NIP has them covered. Every single spot, I would give the edge to NIP pretty handily, except for the op situation. The op situation is one where finally OG has that little edge in Dexter. You would definitely look at him as one of the top oppers in this challenger stage, and so for me, he has to be the biggest difference maker for OG.
Well, we are ready to get this 1-1 matchup underway. So Jason, Anders, how hard are the Ninjas going to be balling today?
You want to take that? Because I think they're going to be balling pretty damn hard.
I'm so shocked to find myself saying the same thing. Like, I've been almost the president of the anti-NIP fan club for a little bit, but as I said, I really was disappointed with NIP for a long time.
I've never been on the anti-NIP fan club.
Well, I thought they were pretty disappointing, and I was even starting to sort of say, I don't even know if this can work, because there were like all these different like hampers out of there.
Sure.
Now sort of like the S-tag is gone and config, and like it's been a real mess, and I could see how that can impact the team. But honestly, in the last month or so, they've just looked increasingly better and better and better. It's really fun. It's really fun to follow the project now because it looks like there is more stuff happening. And obviously that win against Mouz is one of those things where you say, okay, well now it feels a lot more real. So I'm kind of on the NIP side for this one too.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm like on a pro NIP side or just like I don't have any confidence in OG. Like OG, I like as like individuals. As a team, I still feel like when I watch them, I'm just like, I don't like what I'm seeing. But like individuals are really good. Dexter, obviously, Flames, the two big names. NeoFrag's had his moment. So there's some individuals on that team that I know can like pop off and do great things. But as a team, I just never feel comfortable. So NIP taking on OG. Best of one. Another 1-1 matchup. Winner goes on to play in the qualification games. Losers goes on to play in the elimination series. And right out of the gate, OG is going to head towards the B bomb site here on Mirage.
They're going to go for it. Only one person defending. Oh, actually, Alexi shows up with a really well-timed grenade that slows them down. They're just stuck inside of the fire. That's not where you want to be at all. Rez in the back to find a headshot on Flames. And things looking real good for the defense. He runs out of bullets, but it will not make a difference in the end. Hetrick, Config, and then Alexi coming through with the kills and NIP to win the pistol.
NeoFrag stood in like the perfect crossfire and still managed to find a kill. Didn't matter at the end of the day, but the fact that he didn't go down with nothing is a little bit surprising. 1-0, handled very well. As you mentioned, that Molotov from Catwalk from Alexi, absolutely perfectly timed.
Last time that we saw the team play, it was it Dexter and NeoFrag that played well? I think Flames was missing in one of those games that we were casting.
Yeah, the Anubis game yesterday.
The Anubis game, yeah.
Against ENCE.
And that's something that they can't afford, right? He's just an integral part of the team. They need Flames to really step it up. Something else to think about on this map. This is one of the maps that Config plays out of his mind. He's got like a couple of maps where he's just uncontrollable. This is one of them. The other one's probably Ancient for the minute. So yeah, that could be a really big issue because Config is just a big game player and he can take over a whole game almost on his own. So you don't want to have him as your opponent on this map.
Well, just look as well at the middle of the map as we saw here as they kind of try and stream out towards the mid boxes. Config on Catwalk, Rez over and Connector. You have two really powerful riflers for NIP in that position in middle. So that's going to be a part of the map that's going to get a lot of attention, a lot of love.
Yeah, absolutely right. Very hard to do. I mean, this getting control of that connector position that Rez is in right now is super important for the T side, right? Because it puts so much pressure on the defense. So we'll see how well OG are going to be doing in actually picking up that part of the map. They have AKs out and some grenades to follow it with, so they should be pretty competitive on this one. No real attempt at the mid control yet. Much more leaning towards the B hallways, although actually, as I say that, Nico's thrown himself into a bit of a wild battle here, and he's going to get the headshot on Rez in the mmiddle, but they burn alive once again. The Molotovs here doing a lot of work for the CT side.
Yeah, and getting Hetrick in a position, buying that time around the edge of the smoke. Oh, good shot from NeoFrag, but Hetrick's still going to be here. They don't expect him. They line up. Good recovery from Fika with one more. But Config still alive over towards Catwalk. Dexter waiting for this peak. This duel is everything. Dexter's teammate has no health. That's a big boy win. And Brolin's going to step up to the plate next 1v2, and he can't transfer up. Dexter's got that as well, and OG miraculously on the board.
That's an interesting attempt to fight that in the 2v2 for NIP, because the bomb is not down, right?
Yeah.
I understand that they want to stay a little bit aggressive, but you could have waited, probably put them in a position where they have to do a little bit more, especially this fight from Config, right? It's very aggressive.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, as much as you just talked him up.
I know.
Config, live by Config, die by Config. And like, he's the player who's going to take those kinds of fights. He doesn't have that same kind of like thing to hold him back and kind of play the most optimal play in those kinds of situations. He's looking for a fight at all times, and it's what makes him so good, so fun to watch, and it's what sometimes backfires for him as well, all throughout his career.
I don't disagree. That's probably worth highlighting at the start of the match. If anyone's new to watching him, that's definitely how that plays out. Oh my God.
That's not fair.
Oh, you have to feel a little bit dirty after that, don't you? You to feel like, did I really deserve that? I'll take it anyway, but you know. And for the smoke, Jason, it's a cursed round here for NIP. They're just not finding any luck at all. Alexi, he's going to get run down as well. He knew that there was someone back there, so he had to worry about that on top of everything else. It doesn't matter how good Config is with just a 5-7.
I think Flames probably spotted his feet. I think Flames, that when that smoke extinguishes the Molotov, I think there was a little bit of a gap underneath, so I don't think it was a purely like guessed shot, but maybe from his perspective we can get it. Config's left alone in the 5-7 in a 1v4. Nice and purple. Like a grape. Or a Teletubby.
Tempted not to say anything and to see how far you go with it. Like a tally. Can you name a Teletubby?
No.
Oh.
We have Teletubbies in the brain because Pain and Complexity were talking about Teletubbies in the server for some reason.
They were.
We don't know why.
Yeah, that's a grotesque beginning from Neofrag.
Oh, maybe not.
No, he just did it.
He just did it.
You know what it's like sometimes you just
hear a footstep. Yeah, and just go for it.
Nice, guys.
Well, I can't disagree. It was nice. Tied up game. Money disappeared for NIP. The celebrations are really short-lived when you lose the money on the CT side. They're mostly in the middle, hanging out with the USPs.
Now, these two teams have played Mirage against each other quite a bit. In all three of their series in 2023, they have played Mirage. Back at Pro League, it was an NIP victory 22-18. Back at the Showdown for Blast Premier, it was a 16-10 victory for OG. And just most recently at IEM Dallas qualifier, it was a 16-14 win for NIP as well. So close affairs.
And that Showdown result is definitely in the era of NIP playing really questionable Counter-Strike. So hopefully that's something that's in the past now. You want to see them try and step away from it here. And I'm not really alarmed yet. I mean, this is, it's an early entry into the half for OG having lost the pistol, but so what? I mean, it happens all the time. You lose that third round, and this one you can't really do much with. Neofrag going to get one kill there, and now it's all just theatrics at the end of the round, picking up a couple of kills left and right. ENCE on a bit of a flank, hoping someone's going to exit, and they will, but it's a lot more than he's expecting, perhaps. Just get the kill on one of them. Oh, beautiful headshot.
Dexter's next to the bomb.
Yeah, he's really close to it as well. ENCE comes in even for the AK, and he can't quite make it out, but it's still a beautiful end to the round. That actually makes a massive difference.
Yeah, he deserved that AK after those kills.
Yeah, didn't he?
Yeah, he deserved it. We should have just shrunk the bomb radius for him. Good one there.
Well,
little taparoo, little tapski. 3-2. OG have the lead. Guns coming back out for NIP. No op in the hands of Headtrick quite yet. Round number 6.
Don't always get what you deserve, Jason.
No, you really
I mean,
don't.
you and specifically.
Yes,
don't get
I was going to say. I know where you're going with that one.
Round number 6.
Seems to be an everlasting curse.
It is. It's funny at the same time. If you're not you. Making the drop down. Look at this. Just lightning pace behind it. And he's going to find the kill onto Rez. I love this play. We've actually seen it from Flames before, trying to get that deep entry on there, where he just runs the whole way, and it creates so much space for his team behind him. Not only getting the entry, but I think creating the real estate behind for your team to take over is just such a sick way of getting the entry. So 4 versus 4 now.
Yeah, but they don't have the bomb down. It's just being planted at this moment. Flames doesn't have a whole lot of HP left now. Thankfully, there's no kit on NIP. This retake is going to have to be quick, and Flames has to play a dangerous game. He decides to push forward. It's all he really could do. He could not retreat with that kind of health, so man advantage for the Ninjas.
They have a Molotov left on Dexter. Let's see if that's going to be relevant at the end of the round. It could be, although the bomb is planted in an awkward position for where he is right now if he wanted to try and grenade that out. And look at the smokes coming up already. They're setting it up. Neofrag, only good for the one, and Nico has to stay alive a lot longer than this. They're already on it, tapping it once. He's knifing inside. They don't have a kit right now. Oh, even if no one's defusing, he's not going to be able to find it. Nico goes down, and now it's just Dexter to make a run for it. With the kit, it would have been such a different round, but that seemed almost impossible with the time that was left. I mean, even if they had tried to hold it for 10 seconds, I doubt that would have been possible.
God, that first kill. Rez wasn't even expecting it whatsoever. He had no idea it was coming, so just a nice call out of spawn for OG. That individual skill dropping into the bomb site, opening things up, and yeah, such a tough route back into the bomb site.
Oh, slaps are back.
Yeah, we didn't see many of them yesterday. I was wondering if he stopped it, and then someone reminded me they only got like 6 rounds, so there wasn't really a whole lot to high-five about.
True.
Yeah.
They need to isolate that sound. There's like some pure magic in that.
Nerds was throwing out some high fives yesterday as well.
It's becoming a thing.
Throw that out there. He had some powerful high fives as well. So keep him on your high five radar.
Future upgrade for the broadcast. We get like a little decibel meter next to it, and we can get like a real sound. We get a sense of.
Or like a speed gun. See how fast his arms move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like that 3000 FPS camera to get the real slow motion. All right. Anyway,
see the sweat fly off their hands.
Yeah. We've already made upgrades to the broadcast. If you're watching on Blast.tv, you can watch it in 4K for free. You can get a really cool experience.
For free and ad-free.
Ad-free as well. Yeah, definitely don't miss out on it. We are in the 7th round. And OG are having a really good time on this T side of the map. And they're going to... Oh, wait a minute. Rez. A bit of stoppage there with the Deagle running out of bullets. And running out of teammates as well inside of the bomb site. I was getting excited for a moment. I thought maybe that could have been a real good couple of shots. If he'd stayed alive for like 3 or 4 more seconds, he has time for the M4s to swing in and help. Now, this is a hard round to go for if you're on the NIP side. Now, that kill might just convince them, but they could lose all of the rifles, and they can't really afford to do that. So it's still just right at the edge. Headtrick getting another shot that commits them to it. They probably feel like, all right, let's really try and do this. Flames will take up Brolin, and that's all the M4's gone, and they know exactly where Headtrick is. So any chance of retaking this one is probably gone right here.
Yeah, and it's the disaster of losing those M4s. Now they have the money to recover them and have a buy in the next round. I think Headtrick, interesting to see what he's going to decide to do for the AWP. Going to get 3,400 on top of the 1,400 he has. Brolin can drop one over with 6,100. They can actually swap weapons, and I think Headtrick, I mean, you could keep the scout, but I think you have to. At a 2 to 5 right now, I think you have to upgrade.
Yeah, I don't disagree. You need the stopping power. It's such a classic scenario, right? Where it's like you show up and you just get one little kill and you're like, all right, let's go for it. And then you lose some players, but you get one more. So you just kind of, you keep going back to it more and more and more. And it just backfires on you. They still are able to get enough. And they had a little bit more money than I was expecting. As the round loss bonus, it's true, was, you know, kicked up quite far. So it's not bad. If you're new to the game, if you lose 5 consecutive rounds, you get the max round loss bonus. 3,400, so they're going to be in a good position.
Nicely handled from Fiku. Second kill of the half. That's Brolin to go down first. The op slides into position. Did he hear the scope? He's going to challenge. Good win. Good equalizing kill found from Headtrick. But OG's going to come right back at him. Neofrag just lurking underneath the window. The remaining 3 players of OG all lining up outside of A ramp.
Yeah, Neofrag really on a solo mission to trying to hold this part of the map. There's nobody really challenging at the moment, though. They are pushing up into the B hallways, so in the next 10 seconds, they're going to realize, wow, there's really nothing happening on the side of the map.
Yeah, but with the fact that the defenders are still at the B bomb site and Rez having to keep eyes on both window and connector, Headtrick's all alone, so he has to go passive. So there's the potential to get into this bomb site. Can they neutralize the AWP? Utility streaming over now. Missed shot, tough shot as one jumps around the corner. Dexter blind, and he had Headtrick pinned down, and Rez is going to deliver. Neofrag pops up first from it. Oh no! A triple kill from Rez. Shuts it all down, holds the line, and NIP's going to get a round 3 on the board because Dexter's got nothing to do.
Yeah, he could try and make this a more expensive round, but he really can't win it any longer. Conflict's going to be able to find him. That is the mechanical prowess of Rez that made him such an exciting player when we first saw him come out as sort of the new generation after NIP. I guess the old NIP lineup for Swedish Counter-Strike, right? You see this kind of thing and you think, wow, this is it. This is what you like to see. So well played.
Nice. Made it look easy with that camera shot. I didn't like it. I don't like it when it looks that easy.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it does, right? But I guess just putting yourself in the right position, having the crosshair placement for it, and trusting in that fight. Yeah. That's the money gone for OG.
Yeah, surprisingly, after 5 straight. So, I mean, even going for some of those retakes that didn't pan out.
Think of the Alexi round with the 3 kills on the P250.
Yeah, that too. That one hurt quite a bit.
And Headtrick setting himself up.
They could have chosen to force here, OG. They could have brought out like 2 or 3 rifles and actually forced into this round.
Fair.
Just playing it smart with the lead they had, trying to make sure they can maximize the number of full buy rounds they get. Missed shot from Headtrick with the op. Rez again holding the line. This time head ripped off. Double op setup as Config has one as well on Catwalk.
That is a nice shot from Flames. 4 and 5. It's not a disaster yet, but obviously you could tell the pressure that it puts Headtrick on. I'm actually surprised that he's going back to check that hallway, because if he gets run down in the position, that's a bit of a nightmare. Secondary AWP on Config, and don't underestimate him. I mean, he's not usually the AWPer, obviously, but he definitely can make it work.
It's a very condensed defense in middle, though. 3 players there. They get a second kill. Headtrick, now this is one you don't want to miss. Well, they expect him to be back into this position. Crouch peek from Flames goes down, and even despite the kill onto Rez early, they haven't been able to gain any ground off it. No space to work with across the map. NIP still mount a suffocating defense, and they cannot capitalize.
Yeah, 2 versus 4 in the dream of a pistol round or a eco round win here, probably gone.
The one thing it will be nice for OG, you now know what defense is on the board. You now know there's a double op setup. You can actually call against it in a round where you have just pistols.
Yeah, that is worth thinking about. Lots of ways to try and smoke off some of these AWPs and make your life a little bit hard on them. It'll be interesting to see if they are going to be able to find a way. Or you throw Dexter in there to take the fight straight up. I'm sure he's feeling quite confident in battling both Config and Hattrick at this point in time. So maybe 4-5 the scoreline. Config with 10 kills, topping the board at the moment. Just ahead of Hattrick on 9. But I'm not surprised, again. Config feels so at home on this map. And it's a straight up A execute.
Here we go. Roland staying on top. Blinded for the moment. Spammed as well. They now know his position, and OG hunting him down. It's Neofrag to find the opening. Rez is going to respond, but the bomb site is lost.
It is, and there's nobody in CT spawn. It's really awkward because they're going to get smoked out on this one. Only one more smoke left, but Hattrick finds it right around, almost taking down Dexter. Oh, he pops back up again. He's very low on health. He would have been tagged there. He would have been dead instantly. It is a 3-on-3, and Rez not going to be mechanically quite good enough. Fiku will take him down instead. Config and Alexi left. 2 versus 3. Very tough on this one. Smoke to create a little bit of space to try and get out and maybe try and play on top of it in the follow-up. But Dexter just reads it. He saw that coming miles away. He knew exactly what that smoke was. And Alexi, he just has to try and back on out. Try and save this AK. Fiku will hunt him down. It's a very straightforward round being pulled here from OG, but it works just fine.
Hattrick tagged Dexter with the op down like 77 damage to him. The fact that Dexter survives is everything. I want to know what that went through to not do max damage, but Dexter's able to get that kill. Obviously the follow-up when the retake begins, and if Dexter goes down in that initial exchange, that round's completely different. 6-4. Good kills from Fiku in the mid-round, but a better kill from Neofrag on the entrance, hunting down Brolin.
Yeah. I think the fact that none of the CTs were at CT spawn, putting pressure on that side, just makes that fight after the fact a little bit easier for OG to work with. But man, second time I'd use from NIP. A lot of this now is definitely going to come down to the economy.
NIP is the new big for me. Every time I have a little bit of faith.
Don't say that.
Yeah, who's it an insult to? Yeah, you've really boxed yourself in there.
I'd rather not say, Jason.
But like, it's just yeah, it's you finally kind of believe in him, and this has been a very slow start, very flat from NIP. It feels good game as well from OG. Neofrag with 9 kills, round 11. NIP struggling to keep a grasp on this CT side.
I think for me the main difference between the NIP of 2 months ago and this one is that they look like they have a plan. Like, at least they're following some sort of structure, where some of those games back then, you could just tell they were lost. Like, they were lost inside of the server. There was no, like, at least they're trying to do something there, and they're following some sort of script. They are up against a team that's firing really well at the moment on all cylinders, so I don't mind it. I'm not necessarily worried yet anyway. I think 6-4, yeah, it is a great start for OG, and they're on the T side, so it's even a better start in that sense. But I'm not panicked yet. I feel like NIP can still find a way to turn this a little bit around.
Okay. A little bit of faith in the ninjas from Anders.
Yeah. I feel like they've deserved it. Like they built some trust back up again.
Okay.
You have to do this a lot to get to the big level of letting me down.
Oh, well, Nico's got a lot of space to work with, and he's going to take advantage of it. Off covering, and there was no idea. Alexi V had no clue. Dexter in open space. That's an easy shot for him, and now he can hold the line, make sure nobody moves out of market. Config's going to challenge it. Good flashbang to give him some space. He slides in, but he's forced into a fight due to the Molotov and had no options from there. 2-man advantage as Neofrag comes in for a backstab, but NIP has wisely stayed away from market.
Yeah, they're so far away, they can't even be backstabbed at the moment. I don't blame them for it. I don't know what else they're supposed to do. Wow, this is a critical round. I mean, that could change a lot of what I was just saying, right? They probably needed to win this one to start to have a real crack at getting back into the first half. Now it's going to be a lot more difficult. And Neofrag, all right, first volley of bullets doesn't really do anything, but the second one will. Hat trick on his own with the AWP back here. It's going to be 7-4, and the problem is they don't have money. This AWP is the only thing that they're going to have moving forward.
I wonder if there's just like a miscommunication when was it Config that was up in ladder room? Whoever was up in ladder room kind of backs away into window room after he's challenged, and Alexi's still up on the platform at B, and it's just like he has no idea that Catwalk is so exposed. The fact that there's not any kind of a shift in position, so either communication didn't come or communication didn't get really enter the brain of Alexi in any kind of effective fashion.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you also see the way, I mean, normally, if all else fails, you'd like for the defense to be able to at least trade some kills, right? So if one dies, you're like, all right, we're swinging to take this next fight. But these all went down one by one by one. Like, no chance for any kind of a real teamwork happening on the NIP defense. Well, this AXQ worked last time when NIP had rifles. Now all they have is pistols and the one AWP on Hetrick. It's kind of in the right area, but you have to assume again it's going to get smoked off, so making it almost impossible to put into play. He's going to get Fiku actually before the smoke really goes up. Deep Molotovs as well. The pistols actually coming in with some mini Brolin. He's very, very low, and there's the AWP. Neofrag curious. He thought he could hunt him down. No scope by Dexter. That is a violent death. Alexi's going to go down as well, and it might be all for nothing at the end. Brolin, he's got the AK, but no health to really work with. One single point left here. One mistake, and he is toasted in this round. And there we go. Nico will take him down. And it is OG surviving. A bit of a scare.
Yeah, a little bit of a defense mounted there from NIP as once that op on Hetrick got involved. The pistols did just enough to give him a bit of an advantage, but a nice recovery at the end of the day from OG. And they keep on marching forward into victory. 4-round lead. They're going to take the advantage into the second half no matter what happens down the stretch. And NIP got to start clawing some rounds on the board at the end. 3 rounds remaining in this first half.
Yeah, they really need that. I think they need to get up to at least 6 rounds here in the first half for this to be a really viable comeback story. I think less than that, and it's starting to get a little bit too sketchy. Early death there, and all right, taking a deep breath, you could see Neo Frankie was sort of getting up the nerve to take that swing, but there were too many people on the other side.
It's interesting, though, because with Dexter's up at top mid, they don't feel like they can fall back. They're going to push forward. Dexter's aware of the possibility. Good shot. He finds Rez, pushing forward. And again, the B bomb site is so compromised before NIP's able to react and shore up this defense. With this kind of a push, Brolin's going to swing out due to the flames, right into the arms of flames, excuse me.
Huge amount of awareness. All right, Config, you've tried a couple of times here now. If you could follow through on this one, it would be a huge clutch, but it's not going to happen. Nico just besting him at range, no problem at all. And now there's not going to be any retake at all. Down in that underpass, right? Rez, actually, they underhanded the smoke, and then they walked through their own smoke. So the fact that Dexter just checked anyway is kind of cool. Like, that's a great amount of awareness on him.
Well, also, it's a great call just based off the kill feed, right? Like, that's not exactly designed until you see, okay, Dexter's picked off Alexi in window, Neofrag goes down in underpass, but he sees 2, and you're just like,
true.
Okay.
Very true.
Yeah, let's rock into this B bomb site. At most, you're going to have, what, like a 3 or a 4-on-1 at that point? 9-4. I think he's praying.
It looked like it.
Please, God.
They might need that divine intervention at this point in time because things are starting a little bit grim. Molotov just goes up in the air, but it doesn't matter. Or quick jumping shot. Dexter's going to pick up 1, and against the AK that's been picked up, you got to be careful. In the meantime, they're running down the speed bomb side. I think similar logic as you were saying in the last round. You know that there's a whole army pushing top mid. Why wouldn't you try and go for it? There's not going to be that many people at the B bomb side.
Yeah, this B bomb side has been exposed a number of times throughout this half. And I mean, at this point, too, NIP just haven't really had a whole lot of resources to fight with. Starting to get aggressive to deny mid control. That's a good find from Brolin. And I almost feel like you might as well go for this if you're NIP, even with these weapons. Last round of the half is coming in next. You have the full losing bonus, and you have plenty of money to buy regardless in the next round. So, I mean, it's too late now. Might have been too late to begin with, but I mean, you might as well give it the old college try.
Yeah, I don't even disagree. I mean, I feel like they also need a bit of a wake-up call, potentially. Flames is going to stay here. So will Neofrag. It doesn't matter. They have money to buy, and the 15th round is coming up, so why not?
Yeah, that's why I would have thought go for it. But maybe they just said maybe the bomb timer was too far gone even in that position, so they didn't have any kits, so there's that as well. All passed over to Hetrick. Nothing working for NIP.
No.
Aggressive at underpass gets countered. Aggressive at mid gets countered. Double op setup didn't work.
It's starting to look quite grim for them.
Yeah, timeout called by OG for this final round of the first half. Looking to really pile it on.
Yeah. Giving NIP a chance to feel a bit awkward about how this is playing out. And OG just, whatever you can get, right? If you can pile on one more round, if you could keep this going, get all the way up to 11, why wouldn't you do that? So a little bit of focus at the end could go a long way. 10-5, the best that NIP could do at the moment. That's not really that much. Double Orb is back. Config and Head-Trick. Let's see if it works. They had it once before, and it wasn't really the big impact on the game that they probably would have liked. Oh, wow, they're running it down. Config under pressure. He misses the second shot. Rez, all right, there's a lot of defense here. Huge crossfire position. 3 people, 2 of them at the jungle, 1 of them at CT spawn, and that will absolutely shut it down. For OG, they probably think, all right, we found that first AWP. That's it. We're ready to go.
I wonder if OG is just calling based off the fast success they've had at the B bomb site the past few rounds. Maybe they catch NIP doing some more mid-aggression. You can have an easy time in the A bomb site. Maybe they're just overstacked towards B because you've punished it a couple of times. Regardless, it doesn't pan out. Fiku's got space to work with. Lucky to be alive. Head-Trick is going to be forced back for the moment. This bomb is going to get planted, but NIP is very close for the retake.
Yeah, they really are.
This is losable, though.
It is losable. I didn't want to say it, Jason, but there you go. Fiku is looking at that window, and they have to try and find their way out. And do they have a kit? No, they don't at the moment. Oh, dear, that's a problem. Nico, he's going to be taking a shot on Head-Trick to begin with. Right back into a 2-on-3. They're really slowing it down. Another headshot. Oh, dear. Not like this NIP. They had it lined up. A 2-on-4, and Nico will bring it back. What a way to end the half. OG, they're going to be fired up. 11-4 in their favor. That's everything you could have wanted. What a clutch at the end. Second half is coming up after this.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against Nav?
Okay,
it was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually
all
funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Oh nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
No, he's playing twist like a fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
Oh, and in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away.
No damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half is coming up, and we have NIP and OG playing on Mirage best of one, and these are both 1-1 teams.
We have OG playing on Mirage.
We do have OG playing Mirage. Jason, you said it was losable at the end of the 2 versus 4, and they found a way to lose it.
They definitely did. I mean, just bottlenecked 4 players coming through market. You have really tight choke points. That was an obvious danger retake, even with such a huge advantage. And OG played it perfectly. Doesn't let him get comfortable and then get any kind of a space outside of the window, outside of the door. And you can see a player standing up without headphones is never ideal. Just zipping up his jacket, feeling a little chilly.
I think he's packing up early. He's ready to leave. He's like, let's crack out the last.
You guys can handle this, right?
He's just saying, like, let me just pack my bags and, like, I got 5 rounds to play. I want to be in the bus early.
Yeah, I'll head to the bar first. I'll order some drinks for everyone. Just let me know what you want. This is the B stream, which surprisingly, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if surprisingly is the right word, but Forze is up 8-2.
That is a bit surprising to me. Monte have been showing everyone just how good they are for a while, so I'm a little bit intrigued by how this is playing out.
Yeah, this is like a double gut punch to my pick'ems if it goes this way. I had Forze's 3-0, so they already get me nothing going through. I have Monte going through, which, you know, don't put me in that danger position. Don't make me stress.
Yeah, a little bit stressed, feeling it slowly.
I am a little stressed. Because Mouz isn't looking good either. I have Mouz in my pick'ems.
I know.
They're 0-2.
Yeah,
I have Liquid. They're 0-2.
I sympathize.
Yeah, it's not a pretty sight.
Why did we pick Liquid?
They're going to come back.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Well, you heard it here first. You know where Jason is at. You find him at JasonGG, I believe. So, you know where your complaints can be filed.
All right, Neofrag at distance, sees the utility, sees the bodies, taking a couple pop shots, but wants to back away in case they choose to get aggressive towards CT spawn. Can allow his teammates to get a little bit closer. So Stairs control over to the Ninjas as the bomb gets planted. They need a flashbang and they have nothing, so this is going to be a dry swing. The round is won and lost right here.
It certainly is. Flames with a good shot. Oh, the battle continues. Just an all-out slaughter at that Stairs position, the CT spawn roll, and he's going to pick up one more shot there. It's still on. 2 versus 2, and Dexter creeping in from behind right into the waiting Glock of Rez. Neofrag on his own here. Don't know what you could do with this position. You don't have the kit either, and Alexi will find him jumping in the air. NIP, an absolutely critical round to be winning.
Yeah, that was actually really clean over towards Stairs. 1-for-1 trade the whole way through. Both teams exchanged 3 players. No kit, no flashbang for OG, though, means they can't actually make it into the bomb site. So well done in the post plant. Rez just holding on to the flank the whole time. He knows he's got safety. He knows the battle's taking place elsewhere. And Alexi made himself a small target that Neofrag couldn't clean out. 5th round for the Ninjas. They start the second half in a positive fashion. Actually, it's both pistol rounds for NIP.
Yeah, they need a lot more than that, right? But it's not a bad platform to begin a comeback on. We'll see if it's going to be different here. Hetrick and Config are still playing really well, and now they got Rez up there, and that's a great, solid little performance from the 3 of them. They should be having more rounds.
That's actually a nasty smoke. That makes it so hard for Brolin to clear ladder room. Coming through that takes a lot of damage. Cleaned up by the nade, even though he still got the kill. But NIP has paid for this kind of control. Look at the health on Config, down to 13 HP. Hetrick down to 33 as well. Not a bad position for OG to be in whatsoever.
Yeah. Scary right here, isn't it? Alexi, smoke goes up, but he's plenty of time to get that one. Neofrag goes down, so 3 versus 4. But it's the health on Config and Hetrick that's really a sign of worry at the moment. Palm is still over in that ladder room, hanging around, just waiting. Probably giving some space here for OG to get more aggressive. Oh, that's not a bad shot. 3 of them low, but they are starting to look a little bit better. 2 versus 4 here.
3 of them low, but OG's now out of position to capitalize on any of that low HP. Previously had him kind of box in towards middle and ladder room, but not anymore. They found the escape route, they found the way out, and they found a free A bomb site. So bomb going to get planted any moment, and OG's going to save the scout on Dexter, the deagle on Nico, and 6 rounds for the Ninjas. You showed me a cool song about ninjas earlier today.
I did, Jason.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
It was all right.
All right. Well,
not gonna tell the class.
I figured you'd want the credit for it. I don't want to steal all the spotlight. Yeah. This is at the moment gonna get up to 6-11, and if they can sort of they probably keep going from there on out, right? Money and OG still gonna be really questionable. Notoriously, 11-4 scoreline, Jason. We know what it means.
Don't even go there. We can't do that. We can't have that many platitudes in one major.
Well, it's the last CSGO major. Where else are we going to put them?
Stop.
We're out of runway. We have to put them all in.
It's the last chance to shove them down everyone's throat.
That's exactly right. Maybe it'll be different maybe it will be a different scoreline, you know?
True. That's a good point. That's fair.
And we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Last chance to use it as well. Wow. This is...
First gun round is going to be very telling.
It will.
And whether this is going to turn into a game, I feel, or not. That first gun round is going to be all important to make this comeback happen.
I'm going to call it already. I think NIP have got the comeback.
You think
I've never seen them lose a scoreline.
They're coming back to a win or coming back to a close loss?
To a win.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never seen them lose a scoreline like this. I think they're going to be fine. It's the 4-on-5 here.
All right, Liquid's coming back in the Swiss system. NIP's coming back in Mirage.
There we go. We're all on the Hopium today. 3 of them in the connector position. Obviously strong no matter what, but against pistols should be even better.
Well, yeah, but the Scout is here, and the Deagle's here.
Through the smoke. Wow, they're really hunting it. Just all out chaos. Okay. No one can shoot what they're shooting at, but it's going to be fine.
Yeah. Scout's not even involved in the action so far. I thought maybe the Scout, if they come through that smoke, could actually
wait until he gets 2 headshots here. Then the fear is going to set in again.
Sure. Let's see it. Let's see what he's got. Dexter, he wins these. Try and will it into actually happening. Oh, no headshot. He gets the tag. Wasn't even realizing that Rez was up ramp. 7th round for NIP, but this is the first gun round. This is the all-important round for the Ninjas. And for your prediction.
It's not a prediction. It's a prophecy, Jason. There's a difference.
A prophecy.
I don't know what I'm saying half the time. Yeah.
I think scanning through some of the talent predictions earlier today as well. I think for the most part, I think Chad was the only one that I can recall having OG as the winner. So he's sitting nice on this.
Surely Launders did too.
That's a good point. He might have.
He must have. It's what he does. I don't even question it anymore. I know he's going to be, he's been doing it for years now.
Oh, Prof had it?
Okay.
Prof and Sponge, that's it.
And not Launders.
Looking to confirm.
What a traitor.
Their prediction.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But look at it. I mean, if you look at the NIP scoreline, like it's really a step up from what it was in the first half. You got Rez and Hetrick both at 14, Config at 12, and then 10 and 11. It's kind of the whole lineup that's here now. There's no one that's just completely dropped out. So that's at least a positive sign, you've got to say. But you pointed it out earlier. This first rifle round is going to be telling for what is to come, and it's what we got right now.
And look at the difference too between the way NIP is opening their gun rounds and the way that OG had. Like this is like very like low energy. Maybe not low energy is the right way to put it, but it's very chill to open things up, isn't it? Like more of a default, more of a tactical spread, more slow pace moving around the map. And we'll see if NIP can build some success with this style. Maybe they crank up the aggression at some point, but OG was much more in your face.
Look at the gap in the mid defense. There's nobody here at all. They are 4 players left on the OG side, but they're split 2 all the way on the extremity on A and 2 all the way on the other side on B. They can't even help each other out right now. Dexter, he has to be a superhero on this one, but they can't reinforce it either. Config's just holding this position, easily taking out Flames. If they have any nades or anything, they could just get rid of him. And actually, Dexter's already moving past. They don't really need it. That's a... you're right, it's a slow round. It's a much more sort of constricting play towards the A bomb side, but it works just fine.
And they got a lot of room to work with as well, you have to say, with that kind of a slow play style. A lot of room to work with and just swing into position. 8th round on the board as OG have to back away with the op in the M4 on Fiku. And NIP's within striking distance. They're within 3.
Yeah, this is definitely an encouraging beginning, right? You win the pistol and you win the first rifle round. You know that you're really starting to cook at that point in time. Dexter and Fiku. And Fiku's the only one that's kind of had a bit of a rough game. He's down to 6 kills and stuck there, it almost feels like. It's not what you want to see, because, again, NIP, they're kind of bringing everyone to the table right now. All of them are doing something at the very least. And OG, the same is almost true, but not quite. Niku are going to start at the round there, just getting bursted down.
Niku.
I don't know what's happening. Yeah, but this is just getting that position in the middle after one kill is pretty overpowering.
You mentioned it as well in the first half, which didn't really come to fruition on the CT side, but a map that Config obviously can be very, very strong in his prowess, and you give him that kind of space in middle, like he's going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, he is feeling that confidence and that aggression.
Second timeout used by OG to talk things over after the first gun round goes against them. Probably talking a little bit of the style that NIP brought out, how they want to deal with a little slower pace, how they want to handle the situation. That's for the future, though, is around the AWP and the M4. Just picking up some deagles. A low buy to set themselves up nicely into the next round.
I feel like I'm long overdue for a really impactful Dexter round. We had one yesterday on Anubis where he just quad killed him over at the B-bomb site. That was really wonderful.
Yep.
I'd like to see more, though.
Well, you might have a chance here. Missed the jump, which means Brolin gets a slide past the gap. Without being spotted, slow-paced again for NIP. Rez and Config working underpass towards middle. 3 smokes up, Con, window, and the base of Catwalk. They're all starting to fade right now. That M4 is well in the window room, so could challenge this jump up. Footsteps heard, blinded as well from Head Trick, and now Rez gonna push forward. Narrowly dodges the danger. That's a nice little swing.
That looked like he almost swung the bullets around the corner. That's actually so beautiful. I want to see more of that. This little Rez that I like to see. It's so much fun when he's playing like this.
Here's your Dexter round. Here's your Dexter round. There's the first 2 more coming in. A little bit blind, but he recovers. Config. Stressful situation, and Head Trick just outweights Dexter. Patient with a minute on the clock. Bomb's going to be planted, and that's the round again.
I actually think that's a brilliant example of understanding what kind of opponent you're up against. Because if you throw more bodies at Dexter, just run him. You say like, oh yeah, he's got the AWP, he's already fired a shot, let's just run him down. That's exactly the kind of style that Dexter loves. Like, he will take those fights and he'll probably win them as well. So just slowing it down and saying, well, we got him boxed in. He's got almost no real estate to stand on.
He has to make the play.
He has to make the play. Just wait it out, and he's going to show up. And there's nobody else there to help him either. So really, really, really good stuff. You like to see that in that little micro moment there for both Config and Head Trick. Which I would have thought Config maybe would have taken a swing at him.
Yeah, that was nice to see him hold back a little bit, right?
It was a rare moment in time. 9-11. It's the prophecy is slowly fulfilled.
Another timeout called.
Look at this shot here. This is so cool.
This is another timeout from OG. They used a timeout in round 15 of the first half. They've used 2 timeouts in the first 6 rounds of play, I should say. Here in the second half. I don't really know what that means.
No, I'm not sure either.
I mean,
you're in trouble.
Well, you just took a timeout like a round ago, right? Like, you think that would have set you up for that save round and the first gun round after that?
Yeah, but you almost, presumably now, the timeouts, to me, it feels like that's the timeout you take to try and get the mental under control. Like, if people are getting stressed, they're getting frustrated, you feel like, before it gets way out of control, let's just try and talk everyone back up again and remind them what we're doing.
That's very possible. Here we go, round 21. 5 straight for the Ninjas in the opening of the second half.
Two-round gap at the moment. NIP winning 5 in a row here to start the second half with. It's quite a bit of a run that they've gone on. So mid-control being presented to NIP. They could definitely take it if they wanted to. OG, they need to start asserting themselves in the second half, right? They haven't won a single round yet. And because they're on that CT side, the economy is just, it's not going to recover the same way that you can on the T side.
3 players at the B-bomb site, and they're very committed. Dexter actually slides even deeper into the site to get a deeper angle to see what he can find. It's just Rez really challenging and maintaining presence. Dexter now going to shift off if he sees nothing. Fiku going to start pushing up. This could be everything, this engagement, this fight. Nico's joined up with him. Fiku turns the corner, goes down. Rez ready for another. Nico is able to get the trade, but all the meanwhile, Config and Alexi have slid down middle, and Config has access to Catwalk. He knows 2-player pushed B halls, so the likelihood of him encountering any defense here in ladder room is minimal. Alexi can't win the fight against Flames, and now B has to be the play. Good job from Brolin and Config, but Dexter is still here, but not for long. Brolin's gonna get it planted.
Oh, that's such an important shot. Brolin coming alive. You haven't had many highlight rounds from him, but this is definitely one of them already. Flames and Neofrag, 2-on-2 versus Brolin and Hetrick on the other side. And that AWP is trained right at the position. The flick, it doesn't connect, but he knows where they are now. He knows everything. Brolin gonna continue the killing. 3 on him right now. And Neofrag on his own. They didn't spot him quite yet, but they should realize by now. Good shot onto him. And now the question is, can Hetrick stop this jump pass? He's got the right aim for it, and he's gonna get the kill as well. Another really close round. You can see the frustration now building on the OG side. NIP, they're absolutely back in this second half.
Yeah, fantastic trading, and good job from Brolin. That kill on Nico is everything. He knows he's being distracted from Catwalk. The follow-up on a Dexter is huge. And they crack into the B bomb site. And yeah, stress. As fortunes have been reversed. NIP now within just 1.
'22nd round.
Oh.
They have the M4. Oh, it's a classic boost up. It's such a neat trick. Well known by now, but you forget about it because it usually only happens in these odd rounds. And Alexi almost died as well. Imagine if OG could win this round back.
He's dead for sure. Maybe not. Not yet, at least. Oh, head trick. What a pair of op shots. Huge to force back the aggression. That almost slipped away. Rez is ready for this. Fiku got punished in the last round with a similar push. This time Rez is in a new location, and he's going to go check and see if the B bomb site is clear, and indeed it will be. NIP, a little bit dicey in the early going, but they recover so well.
Yeah, that could have spiraled way out of control, and you're right to highlight it. Hetrick, just what a buddy, picking up those kills as his teammate Alexi stuck in the corner and practically dead. Neofrag, yeah, you can pick up a rifle. You can try and save it into the next one, but you're not going to be winning this one. That's a game tied up, 11-11. This OG have disappeared from the second half.
Yeah, their defense is non-existent at the moment. 6-7. This is going to be a 7th round straight for NIP on their offense. This slow, calculated style is really making things difficult for the individuals of OG. That's great cover. That's through the edge of the wall. Dexter maybe a little tagged up. Nico's head gets ripped off.
Yeah, super important stuff right there.
11-11. Make a wish. What's your wish?
Do I have to say it out loud?
Yeah.
Is it all right?
Just for the fun of it.
Just for the fun of it? What do I wish for? I don't know, Jason. I've got everything I want. You know, more Counter-Strike. I'm in a good spot.
What a lame answer.
What do you wish for, right?
Liquid going through.
Yeah, well, even the genie can't fill that one. It's like, what are the rules? You can't make people fall in love.
What's the line? Wish in one hand, crap in the other, see what fills up first?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Oh, man. But I appreciate it nonetheless, you know. They need it right now. They really do. Oh, Liquid. It's a whole story on its own. We don't have time for it now. It is tied up, though.
It is tied up.
For round number 23.
Oh, that's a challenge. Molotov put out, but Hedrick couldn't find the angle around to the smoke, so I think wisely gives it up. That was not going to be a comfortable fight regardless. Config forced into the open. Good win from Flames around the gap in the window smoke. And finally, OG have an advantage on the CT side. Finally, they have something to be happy about. 5-on-4 for the entirety of the round.
I actually think, hilariously, Config was run boosted into the Molotov that Flames threw, and that's why he was sort of forced out. He's like, all right, I have to keep running out of it because I've been thrown in here. That's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, this is something. And look at the push down on the A ramp. It's Flames and Neofrag hoping to find something there.
No, they're gonna find nothing, which in itself is something. That's information. And Neofrag's gonna be able to continue pushing already. You can see Dexter shifting off his position at Ticket Booth.
Yeah.
Flames looking up at Palace. The only real weakness is towards middle. But NIP's not pressuring it, as we can tell on the minimap. Smoke clears towards B. And here comes the final play. Rez and Brolin, what can they produce on this initial push forward? The answer is nothing. Both go down. Brolin gets 1 kill, but Fiku's still alive, still defending, and Hedrick's left in a 1v3.
First 2 kills for Fiku in a really long while there. It's important to stay in that, and he's going to be able to do a little bit for his team. Finally, first round of the second half picked up by OG as they get to 12. It took a really, really long time, and then no doubt stressed. All right, he's running back. Oh, the Molotov lands just a second after, and then Flames is there. It's a really good setup for Flames, though. It's a clever little trick just to force somebody out from that position. Good stuff.
Really good stuff. Well, let's see if they can carry it forward. Let's see if they can build upon it. Did they find like just a kind of hiccup, a moment in time to capitalize, or is that going to be a constant solution? This time they found a way to punish. Oh, look at the aggression now. Look at the pace from Config. They've unleashed him. They've unleashed him upon OG. He's down middle at a speed that they have not encountered in this half, and it catches Flames off guard.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for it, and it's probably the best way to describe it. They really have had Config on a bit of a leash. He's been unusually restrained in some of these fights. Could be hard to deal with when he's playing like this, though. 4-on-5 to begin with. It splits that defense almost right down the middle. Oh, Nico, if you can do this, I find it would be bring it back into a 4-on-4, and he's ready and waiting. He's not sure if someone's behind him yet. Molotov, I don't know if it's going to spread quite far enough. He's going to stand inside of it, just commits to it, and will ultimately burn alive. Alexi's setting up, and he sees the gun barrel nearly taking down Neo, but not quite sure. There's still a flank coming in. It's Fiku having himself a bit of a resurgence now. He's running into the middle. He does not realize Rez is here and waiting, and that's way too overzealous. 2 versus 3. The bomb picked up now. It's in the middle, and there's still 40 seconds left, but Dexter, that's almost a free kill on Config. I don't know why they're backpedaling through that. They need to group up and try and get this bomb onto the site.
They've been so unaware of that danger coming from Catwalk. Rolling around the edge. Smoke spotted. Neofrag first. Spots a leg. And oh boy, 1v2 for Dexter. No kit. And he's going to start heading over to try and give this one a go. Swaps out to a rifle. He's got a kit in front of him as well, just to his left. Did he not see it? There it is. And here we go. Attempted clutch for Dexter.
Yeah, 1 versus 2. That kit makes a whole world of difference. So does the Molotov. Gonna throw it back there. Try and put some pressure on. HE on top. The spray through, but he just can't find the damage on Rez. He's still alive back there. Now swings out into the open. Brolin goes down, and Rez is right there, and Dexter thinks he's already checked it. It feels like maybe that was enough damage, and it wasn't. Rez just creeping on out. A 1 versus 1 at the end, and NIP to come out on top.
Nips kind of fortunate to get away with that one. They just were not aware of the potential for more action coming from Catwalk. Two players like almost ruined their day. This is nice from Nico. That little stutter step made Headtrick pull the trigger a little bit early. But I mean, Dexter this could have been way, way worse. Even Rez had a Molotov that he throws into window room instead of Catwalk to prevent that kind of a peak. But NIP get away with a couple there. 12-12 all tied up. One more buy for OG. They're out of money after this.
But they absolutely must win it. They've won a single round in the second half. OG, they can't let it go so soon. Similar grenade is the last time, the one that Flames threw up there to try and force out Config, but this time he's just going to put it out with a smoke. They have a lot of people in the middle here, and actually Config is going to back on out. He says, you know what, it's not worth it.
Yeah, he feels the mid-pressure. They flash him out into safety, and now they can try and exploit over here. A little bit of a gap in this smoke for Rez to play with. He sees absolutely nothing for the moment and going to back off. That was his play. Nothing presented itself. Config still looking for the mid-push. He's on high alert, knows the possibility is there.
Very likely, if you get pushed there, you're going to get pop flash as well.
Look how much utility was used from OG to set up this mid-presence and this mid-push and this mid-aggression, and they're holding on to it as well. They don't want to back away. They want to control this side of the map, and that weakens the extremities. Fiku anchoring B, Neofrag alone anchoring the A bomb site, and yeah, Dexter can turn around, but he'll likely be blocked off by utility.
All right, Flames are now sticking himself up there, so at least they have a little bit of a read. NIP are kind of getting pushed towards the A bomb side, though. They're kind of losing track of most of the rest of the map right now, so this should be telegraphed a tiny bit. Neofrag is still in some trouble here. They do have Molotovs for it. They can burn this position out if they really want to. And there we go. His feet are on fire, and he can't do anything at all. Alexi getting the headshot on him, and now up close and personal with the AWP. Dexter good for the shot, and Flames comes in. We've needed a couple of rounds from him now. They absolutely need Flames to step up and play that world-class game that he has. And with only 17 seconds here, this round is slowly falling apart for NIP. They're just trying to see if they can escape ducking under the shot here. And it will be another round for OG, 13-12.
Yeah, NIP as well ran out of nades towards the end to make that hit fully powerful. And I mean, Flames jumps up to take the fight towards Palace, gets an easy one with the player jumping across towards top stairs and is able to double things up. And a nice hold from Dexter. Rez gonna go down after time. Good frag from Fiku. Money to sustain that loss. There's plenty of cash for NIP even after Rez goes down. But OG just keeping barely a grip on this lead.
Some really, really important. Imagine how close that is. If Dexter dies or is just traded there, the whole defense could just crumble at the top of the stairs, but it doesn't. They hold strong, and NIP get to spend another timeout. DJL going to be coming in with some last words of encouragement, potentially, as this is a wide open game once again.
Yeah, and we mentioned it too. These teams have played this map 3 times in all 3 series they've played in 2023. They're going to be very knowledgeable of all the things these teams have on it. And obviously there's that X factor of coming into the major, new tricks being added, new tactics being added, small details being changed. But another close affair, and I think if you're OG, at least for the very moment, you finally got a grip on this half and seem to be able to put some stops on the board. Remember, this started with a 7-0 run in the second half for NIP to bring this all the way back, and finally OG is finding ways to fight back.
Yeah, they are. Really long break that they took from playing the game. Oh, here we go. Neofrag aggressive, but Hetrick's going to be there at least to get the return. And that's pretty important. Don't want to start 4-on-5. It kind of splits the defense again, though. Let's see if OG are going to make another play to try and find some information right now. Deep grenade, but it's just a bit too early, unfortunately.
Back to the B bomb site, and this was a recipe that worked really well for NIP in the early going. They've gone away from it just a little bit, but this time they want to lean on the B bomb site one last time.
And it's not Fiku that's there. He was the B anchor before, but now it's actually Dexter and Nico. That might be a completely different feeling for them. Oh, a missed shot. Nico going down. Maybe it wasn't Fiku at all. Maybe it's just the bomb site that's really hard to hold. Dexter on his own, and he gets the shot on rest. He's such a monster. He might have made this a doable round anyway. They could have just as easily lost it right then and there. But a 2-on-2, and the bomb is going to be planted here. Fiku walking in, trying to see if he could do something on the opposite side. Flames hanging around the market. A little bit of a peek out by the cash register. They don't even know. And what a sneaky play. All on Hetrick now. And he's played a very good game so far. 21 kills on him. At the back of the bench. They don't have any nades to get rid of him either. And they need to be swift with it right now. Kit being picked up as well onto Fiku. They have a chance at it, but Flames has gone down. And now the repeat comes in. It's a bit early. Fiku, after a long vacation in the second half, he's back with it. Gonna have enough chance for it as well. Kit on his back, and that is a huge round for OG.
Yeah, I mean, great clutch from Fiku, but you got to give it to Dexter to set that one up. He was in a 4-on-1 at that bomb site, and just scraping together 2 of them was absolutely massive. This right here, good adjustment, but this one is even more impressive. He's getting tagged, very quick scope. And then obviously the play here from Flames, hiding behind the cash register. Absolutely beautiful. And NIP have fought so hard to get this close, and right when they get there, it slips away. 2-round lead for OG. It's NIP who run out of money first, and it's going to be a fast pace. It's going to be contact towards the B bomb site. Alexi's going to pull as much attention as he can towards middle, and he's pulling quite a bit of it. But now that he's gone down, the B hit has to work. Another missed shot on the cross, and oh, that's a kill in open space from Nico, excuse me. Rez with another one, and all of a sudden there's a lot of pressure on OG.
Yeah, there is. Don't lose this round. You've practically made it. You're almost at the finish line here. 3-on-3. But those Tech-9s making an entry. This would actually be a nightmare if it doesn't work out for them. There is a flank coming in. Neofrag, he's got the right idea.
Look at OG's money. They need to win this.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They absolutely must. There is a stolen rifle there, but this is already, the clock's already run down so low. They have kits, but they need to go right now. Rez, he just reads it, and now they need to back on out. Instead, they can't lose these money. Actually running out of bullets. Oh, it's very awkward now. Flames getting shot in the back. Config will find it. And Dexter, he's going to pull the ripcord on the round. He wants to get out. Might not even be able to. He's getting hunted down, and Hetrick will find him. They lose everything. Oh, no. OG, this is about to be 15 and should have been.
Yeah, and now, again, look at the money that they're going to have to play with in this next round. And look, I'm not going to drop this on one player's shoulders, but Dexter missed some shots in that round. Some shots you'd expect him to hit. The cross from market window into the halls, a couple shots into the bomb site as well, and just great work in open space with the Tech-9s. That is a massive win for NIP. I'll tell you what, too, in that 3v3, I think OG realized the same thing I did, which is, oh, shit, we don't have any money.
Yeah.
Like, if we lose this, we're out of cash. And it didn't feel like they were really, their heart was not in that retake.
Well, here we go. Config having himself a grand old time in the middle. Up against the USPs, clicking them away, and almost getting the ace. But Flames actually fighting back, and at least put a little bit of damage into it. Bomb is back there, but it should not make a difference. It will be tied up at 14-14. It's a quick round. We're going to go the whole distance. All 30 rounds going to be played here at a minimum. Could be more if we get into overtime. Wow, I'm just really, really shocked. It looked like they were about to close the book on NIP. OG, they had them right where they wanted them.
It's a classic, a little contact play with the P250s, the Tech 9s, a Mac 10, and you got to give it to Alexi for selling the mid play. All that utility in middle, his presence as well. It lured 4 players forward.
That B bomb site's really, both teams struggled to defend the B bomb site on their CT side, so it's not just OG that are having an issue here. Oh, here we go, Flames. Nice little pick-off. Dexter is there as well. Rez, the first one to really answer back, as NIP will get a kill on the board in this round. And Headtrick, he could get one here unless, if he sneaks up, he's actually going to walk outside of the range of the scope. Flames might almost get a free kill. There we go, pops up. That's the bomb down. Look at the read that he has. Flames wanted to keep going. Could have been a triple right there, but Config at least is aware.
Yeah, but this is a weird position for Config to be in. Like, does he back away to try and help Rez get this bomb? Because he's exposing himself to so much danger if he does that. And Config kind of has to stay a little bit parked. So a lot of this is on Rez and how Rez chooses to play after he gets the bomb.
Yeah, you would assume that that's how it plays out here. A little bit of a peek. Nico realizes he's potentially in some danger as well. Config would love for somebody to peek, but maybe not both at the same time. They saw the gun barrel. Good awareness on Fiku. He's what a resurgence. He was at 6 kills maybe 3 or 4 rounds ago, and now he's up to 14.
Yeah, he's done a lovely job in these past few rounds. Big time clutch as well, just a few rounds back. And Rez, oh, this is going to be tough. One in market, can't win the fight. That means Fiku slides out, adds another one. Double kill for Fiku in the round, and it's OG with a single chance to close this out in regulation. Remember, this is a 1-on-1 matchup. Neither team gets eliminated. Loser heads to the elimination series. Winner heads to the qualification series after this. And a 4th and final timeout taken from NIP. One last chance for Alexi to come up with the winning play. One last chance for DJL to be involved.
Nice, guys.
Well, fortunately for NIP, they still have some money to play with. They're not completely broke going into this next one. That's super important. Hate to play the 30th round and just don't have the cash to execute the best strategy. Surely, Jason, it feels like at this point, you go for that B bomb side. It's been so efficient. Now, maybe you throw in more hints that you're going to do something else, but it's been what's been working almost all of the time. It's, I mean, everything else has kind of been, I'm trying to push us there.
No, I think this is probably what Alexi's doing in his head right now. You just did the perfect example of what it's like trying to come up with this winning call at 15-15. Or at 14-15, excuse me.
It's rough, right? Because if you do it again, it obviously you will feel like, oh, we're just repeating the same thing. They're going to know, they're going to figure it out. Some early grenades here, but I'm not sure this is a committal. This seems like it's just like the first pump at a bomb site.
OG's going to get aggressive, though, down the ramp. Oh, this is a good setup. Dexter with the op. Neofrag slides into position, saw a little bit of leg, saw the shadow. There's the flashbang on scopes as well. Alexi knows what he's going up against. I don't think he's going to want to challenge this whatsoever, but there's 3 players here. And I think now maybe Alexi chooses, let's go out Palace. If they're going to be aggressive on ramp and we can wrap behind him, make it an uncomfortable situation because now they think there's presence on ramp. Smoke is going to delay any idea that NIP have.
Yeah, that slows it down, doesn't it? And allows them to relocate. Config walks right through. He is such a maniac. Taken down by Flames in return. That's important, but what a bold play to come up with. And now Rez has snuck through another smoke. Flames is not ready for it. Up close and personal with the Mac 10 and Neofrag. They've got the right read. They have a good idea that he's down here. Flashbang, it could not have been better. Absolutely rocked by that. And Fiku and Nico, what do you do right now? 2 on 4. Make it a 1 versus 4, in fact. Fiku is on his own. Imagine, a very comprehensive round.
Imagine walking through smokes at 14-15. That's how you get it. That's how you take it to overtime. And after that, I mean, the entrance from Config going through the smoke is awesome. This walk through the smoke to get Flames as well and jungle. But then after that, they know there's one more player aggressive top ramp. They know what the setup is. So you call for a flash from your jungle player who just got that first kill. Oh, man. What a way to lose a round for OG. 15-15. We've got overtime.
What a delight. Yeah, the flash timing on that one is insane. But yeah, Config able to make these plays. I mean, Man, this player was in limbo for a long time, right? It was his career in some question, obviously, after getting booted from Astralis and sort of playing as a stand-in in various positions. But this is the value that he brings to a game, and it's kind of hard to overlook.
We know Homeboy ain't scared to go through a smoke at 14-15. We know of all players in the world, Config probably gets excited for that kind of a play, at that kind of a situation. They've really tried to set Hetrick up for a pick into the A bomb site with this AWP, and a couple times he's been blocked off.
Yeah, that's true. He's wanted to make that play up the ramp. This is a potentially, all right, if they go all the way, it's different. But I was going to say otherwise, it could be a little bit of an awkward flick. He's got the right idea. He kind of almost knows now he does, but he's been spotted on the other side. And he realizes he's not going to get a repeat after that. So really thin margins that we're working with here, the difference between life and death.
And NIP slows it right back down. More of their standard calculated defaults. Rez in the underpass, Config at top mid, not yet. All the way out towards the boxes. Now that Hetrick has joined up with them, they want to start taking control, and it's at the same exact time OG go for some mid-round push.
Hetrick, he's been really good in this position to pick them off as they show up. Going to be a run boost on the other side. You're in a lot of trouble here, Flames. Double peek down below in that underpass position. He wanted to go for the fight, and he did some damage, but it wasn't really enough. And Neofrag going to be playing around the smoke. Config's here hunting for it. Nearly getting that one. You could see, you could feel it right now. Brolin's just been hiding out in the open. He was just crouched there. If he gets peeked from any other position, he might just die.
I think that was perfect. This is NIP, and this is maybe Alexi just kind of calling tactics that allows the extremities of his players to make some plays because they know the defense is being lured towards middle.
Look at the time.
Yeah, B bomb site exposed though. Nico's here. Nico and Fiku. Nico gets back just in time from Catwalk for a double kill in Brolin's flank. There's no way he can find two. Maybe with the nade for one, but Nico's still alive, and there's no time left. This one slips away in a 16th round for OG.
Man, that is actually a little bit unforgivable because everything up until that point was so well orchestrated for NIP. They had everything on lockdown, but the entry out here, right, there needed to be more pressure on Fiku after that first jump out, right? That has to be a case where he's fighting 2 or 3 people because they were up there. They just couldn't get out with the right spacing, and that is unfortunate. Well played for Nico and Fiku. I'm not gonna lie, that still was sick.
Yeah, well, NIP has kind of identified another weakness they've been able to exploit 2 rounds in a row. The last round of regulation and this one, that just Palace lurk, that Palace slide out into the A bomb site has netted them 2 opening kills. Dexter gets flashed just enough to force him away from mid-aggression.
Flames still topping the scoreboard. Not quite. Rez is actually overtaken him at 27. 25 on Flames. What a match, or what a map so far for Rez. You ready for the potential jump down? Gonna make it silent as well into the corner. That's so scary. They come for the peek and they double swing him and he can't find a headshot. Great opening to this one for OG.
Yeah.
First to 19 if you're new to the format.
OG's been really comfortable getting aggressive at the top of that ramp and just maintaining its control and maintaining presence from the defense. They've been able to force NIP elsewhere on the map a number of times. 5 on 4. And now utility being spent to delay things and eat into that bomb timer. It was an issue in the previous round. It could become another issue here. Back to the B bomb site we go. Config has control of middle.
Oh, and he might... wonder if he's going to try an entry on the B bomb side.
There's 3 defenders here. There's 3 defenders here. Yeah, I think he's going to try and come through with the hit. Good flashbang. There's the swing. He's found it. He should know where Fiku is. He certainly knows now. Not a clean fight, but he does find it eventually. Nico's still alive, still battling, and into a 2-on-2. Plenty of time for the bomb to get planted, but here comes the retake.
Config, though, he is. He's ready for it. Crouches in. How does he lose a fight? Neofrag. That's a very, very swift shot to get Config out of the round. And Brolin, he's had himself some great rounds, but now they need him to step it up here and win a round in overtime. It's going to be the second one right at the edge, and Flames had all of the advantage. He will pick him right off. A close 1 versus 1, but OG will pick it up. They're so close once again. 2 more rounds, and they'll make it through this nightmare of a game on Mirage.
Yeah, that's his own smoke that really made that a difficult 1v2 to win. But this is the fight that wins it. Config really wanted that. I mean, that was a good advantage for him, but you can see peeking around the smoke, he doesn't have the vision advantage as he slides around, and Flames is able to pick him off. So 2 rounds straight in overtime for OG. One final chance for NIP to get on the board. They fought all the way back. This was 4-11 at halftime.
Yeah, that first half looked like OG had done the job already. They were gonna get ready to leave almost. And now they're all the way into overtime. But NIP, now you can't lose the focus. You need to keep it going. Dexter down in the underpass, ready. Rez on the other side, and Spider senses tingling on that side, just thinking, you know what, something's up. I'm not feeling it. I don't want to go for this. And actually, Flames, very strange with his position here, although he's fighting back. Just raw mechanical prowess, going to be taking a couple of kills, and Headtrick will bring it back, at least getting that one. The bomb, though, in an awkward position. But he is just so powerful. What a gap shot could come out. That couldn't have been any more shallow than that.
Oh, they needed it. The equalizer, although Dexter's still here peering down underpass. Nico's still over on catwalk, so there's dangerous elements for OG in mid. Here's the run boost. No one peeking just yet. Dexter's actually going to get aggressive. He wants to come clear out B. He'll have a great chance if Rez comes around this corner. Scoped up. Good shot from Dexter.
Yeah, beautiful work. See, is he going to go for it? You'd think he'd try to run away, but he's just so aggressive. They're all feeling it right now. And we're right back into a 2-on-2 with 40 seconds left, which is not that much time. This is quickly going to be... I don't think walking around this space is what NIP want to be doing.
No, I mean, they're waiting to get to the end of the hall so they can just start running now. But here's the problem. There's, as you mentioned, so little time left, and Fiku is making the ultimate play. He's the insurance policy. There's no time to clear this. There's no utility to hold anyone back in this kind of position, and he's heard the footsteps at A ramp. He is going to be able to stop this plant.
Yeah, this has to be a straight guess for NIP. They have to have one guy planting, the other guy covering, and nobody... Oh my god, Alexi! How did he know? What a shot! Grenade comes in, and it could have almost killed him, but it lands in front, and Headtrick gets the shot. The round has been stolen back. NIP, no business winning that one.
Unreal. What a fake tap for Alexi.
That's actually sick, isn't it?
That's so cool, but these are the kills that made this all even possible from Headtrick. Slight gap, slight peek. This right here, a little tap. Oh, he knew it the whole way. He's got to be careful, just enough time to do it.
He faked.
One round.
He faked.
yeah, it's a little too late. Well, that nade might have been able to clean him out. He had 49 HP. If that nade lands on him, it fell a little bit short. Here we go, second half of overtime, 17-16, 19 the winning number. And we're back to OG's high-octane offense, this time slowed by Brolin's push in middle.
Yeah, they didn't want to keep fighting it either. Rez feeling the pressure, and ultimately just pushed out. Like you said, high-octane. It was in the middle, but it was already the A-ramp as well. Flames coming out wide into the bomb site. He wanted to plant the bomb right there, but at least going to make sure and throw the flashbang, although no one's really there. If he actually swung for it here, Alexi, he would have had a free kill, and that would have made quite the difference. Deep nade. They almost walked into it. That could have been the end of one of those players, and there we go. Headtrick. Look at who's on the other side. Neofrag, he is miles away. That's a bit of an issue, potentially. He's getting there quick, and maybe the retake is a bit slow for NIP. 3-on-3 right here, and now it might be perfect.
Bomb's not planted for anyone.
Oh, hold the phone.
Done.
Yeah, full on defuse. And they're going to get it. You're not wrong, Jason. Nobody had eyes on it. Yeah, with the flanking, it would have been different, but he was so far away, and Alexi even getting the last kill. NIP, they're getting away with some ridiculous rounds right now.
Yeah, this is getting really scrappy. This has descended into that, like, who's making the least mistakes Counter-Strike at the moment, and NIP win it here. Everyone vacates. Look, I can't blame him completely because of that Molotov. I think a Molotov might have been a little bit late to actually kill Alexi on the defuse, but the fact that it just gets barely extinguished by the edge of the smoke is a bit brutal. But yeah, that one hurts for OG, that you're not even in position to stop anything. 17 apiece.
Hey, they're gonna land right on top of Dexter. OG, they've come so far. They were in overtime. They had the one chance to win in the regulation. It looked like they were going to wipe them out in the first half of overtime, right? They could have won all 3 rounds, if not for that last 2-on-2 with the fake plant for Alexi. It's still all on the line. Let's see what they got. Crunching the middle from underpass and top. Alexi wide out on that box, as wide as you can get. Grenade into the middle. Neofrag is going to get blown up. 2-for-1 trade. Alexi, well timed on that nade.
Oh, Rez has no idea. Rez has no idea. Flames has one. Beautiful as he gets into the window. Rez was backing away from Con and had no clue. Now just a single defender inside this A bomb site. It's Brolin, and he's just staying pinned down inside the site. How do you get past Dexter? How do you do it? You don't. No scope, close up. Fiku up ramp, but Brolin has that as well, and it's all on the hands of Dexter with the op. Bomb is in his hands, and he's got the map to play with in 40 seconds.
And that's just not a lot of time. Surely the word for NIP has to be just wait until you hear him.
Okay, Brolin, go in halls. Go. Let's see it.
He's going for it, isn't he? But he can't run the whole way. I mean, he's going to be so low on time.
Yeah, Dexter's taking a really long route to get here, and he's going to have to run when he gets to pillars. Brolin's going to be able to have the sound cue to let him know exactly how to do this. Dexter's being too cautious, clearing everything.
Yeah, Hetrick is in a great position as well. He's not that far away, so even if Brolin doesn't straight up get the kill here, oh, maybe it'll work out. No, Dexter not checking it, and he's dead. 18-17. It's now NIP with one crack at it here. They can finish the map if they win the next one.
Yeah, and OG had the one chance in regulation, right? So all's fair. Each of them get a crack at the apple. Nice opening kill from Alexi. And just really good mid control. Even Flames being able to lurk in towards window didn't change anything. You got to give all credit over to Brolin. Does a great job anchoring this A bomb site. Finds the lurk from Flames, finds the lurk from Fiku, and finds the final kill on Dexter with no time.
Nice, you're fucking insane, bro.
Yeah, one more step. They've already lost Nico at the start of it. 4 more kills here. And NIP are victorious. A very hard first half for them, 11-4. They only got 4 rounds on their opening half, NIP, but they've managed to fight their way back here. Neofrag's going to get the kill on Config. Strong player to be taken down. And it's back into a 4-on-4 with what looks like an A finish in this round.
Yeah, good delay on the smoke towards Khan. Fiku and Dexter stuck behind it. Neofrag still with position and window. A lot of pressure at the moment on Rez. He's going to answer the bell again. Kill onto Neofrag, but Fiku and Dexter have slid through the smoke.
They don't have to fight for the bomb plant, right? They can just wait right now, NIP. Oh my god, the jump in the back! Dexter is able to pick it up.
I think he saw it the first jump. I think he actually saw it and knew exactly where to line up, knew exactly what was coming. Now, do you expect Rez to be there as well?
They surely do. They must know that he's not in the window anymore. I think they've already checked it, running past the bomb out in the open. No one's covering, and Rez just sneaking on in. Fiku, where was the backup? He dies for nothing. The bomb isn't even planted here. Flames and Dexter, yeah, they're the 2 strongest players of the team, but they're fighting for their lives here, fighting for the team. 2 versus 3, they have to hold on to it. You don't want to be losing it in overtime right now. Dexter patiently waiting. The flash is good, but not good enough. Rez, he still goes down, and now the bomb is finally being planted on the other side. It's another 2-on-2, Jason, to try and hold on to it. Hetrick, he'll get the shot onto Dexter. And now it's all on this one man. AK, he's out in the open, and even his mechanical skill would not be enough. 19-17 as NIP win it in overtime.
Yeah, some really huge clutches down the stretch for NIP. Alexi B, the master of 2 of them. The fake plant to draw Fiku from halls, and that one, the reposition. Once Rez goes down and stairs, they have no flashbangs, and you could see Flames. He's saying one's in spawn, one's in jungle. I'll get aggressive here. Did not expect the reposition from Alexi, and that is a grueling match for NIP to win in overtime.
Yeah, it truly is. That's heartbreaking, isn't it, though, for OG. 11-4. They even took a timeout at the end. They were 10-4. They took that timeout at the end of the regulation of the first half, and just looked like they were so in the zone. They were so focused, and it still just was not enough.
It was not enough at all, but we've got enough good people on the desk to walk us through that game. Take it away, Freya.
Man, as many ups and downs as the Nemesis Inferno. Let's not forget, OG started off this first half 11-4 up. NIP battled back with what we thought might be a flawless T side. Somehow it goes to OT. Then the craziness just ensues. So many crucial clutches for NIP, and I think Jason framed it perfectly there. Incredible resilience from the Ninjas to close this out.
Alexi B masterclass.
You called it, man.
That's what we saw. That's what we saw right there. The calling from NIP to kick off that second half kept them in that game, kept them engaged, and it allotted them the time they needed in order to come alive. People like Brolin, people like Rez didn't necessarily have the best first half, but once they got to free themselves up with that T side that we've been talking about, that's been reinvigorated, reworked by NIP, you could see that all of those stars, the usual suspects that we want to talk about in terms of their potential, were able to come alive.
That's probably the most exciting games I've seen during the major so far. There were so many back and forth moments. The Config walking out of Palace at 15-14 through a smoke, killing Dexter. It's just, you know, it requires so much belief in your own abilities and belief in your system and believe in what you hear on the server for you to do that. It was a great game of Counter-Strike back and forth. You said Rez didn't play too well in the first half. He was absolutely fantastic in the second, finishing this game with plus 100 ADR in overtime as well. He was constantly making damage and constantly being annoying towards OG, who of course did what they could here, but that's going to sting a little bit. To lose a game where you're up 11-4, ouch.
Well, before we do continue to dissect this epic best of one, we do have DGL on the mic with Dinko.
Well, that's got to feel amazing, right? The comeback, the relief you must feel right now.
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing, and I think that that was something we highlighted before the game as well. That I think every time we played them on the Mirage, we were down a lot, and yeah, it feels nice to do I think it's the third time we're doing a comeback versus them on Mirage, so it feels great.
Does it feel like that first half was maybe just individual mistakes getting punished?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. That is something we have to review, because I think this was probably one of the worst CT sites we've been playing. So yeah, of course, that's the first thing we're gonna do when we get back, to just try to fix some mistakes.
Now, that T side, was that an Alexi B masterclass? Talk me through some of those T side strengths.
No, but I think we had a very good plan today, and we tried to switch up some stuff because we played them a lot on Mirage. So we kind of, I'm not gonna say we knew it was gonna be easy, but I think when you play OG, T sides are usually the easier sides, because their T sides, they're very fearless and things like that. So yeah, it's kind of hard to play against.
At 14-12, OG attempted a super late retake. You guys got into the B side on a low buy. Were you surprised they went for that retake?
I mean, when you make a huge comeback like this, you have to be a bit lucky. So I would say we just got a bit lucky. Maybe they miscalculated our mana or whatever. So yeah.
Now, 2-1, that must feel pretty good in terms of putting yourself in a position to qualify for the Legends.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it feels nice.
Well, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing NIP moving forward. 2-1 now as they take down a very close game.
Dinko confirmed it was an Alexi B masterclass. That's the answer that I wanted to hear. But it truly was. And it wasn't just the brain of Alexi B that was really instrumental in getting NIP over the line. Also, some great moments from him, particularly in that overtime.
I think that DJL had a little bit of hesitancy to actually give it all to Alexi B, because they did have an obvious plan. Anders and Moses were talking about it on the cast, that they wanted to just keep ending up towards B, and that's where Rez was finding so much impact. Rez kept moving over towards B, kept finding those entries onto Nico, anybody playing towards Cat, Fiku as well, and that was where it felt like there was a huge difference in terms of just the site defenses, because OG had to find a variety of different finishers in this game, but they also knew they were having a tough time overall in terms of finding out late stage in this game, can we rely on hitting a bomb site? Because those A hits at the very end, very tough for them, but NIP, they knew where they wanted to butter their bread at that B site.
For sure. It must feel very, very good for NIP to win a game in this fashion. You look at the scoreboard as well, all the players up there, all the players have numbers, and then Alexi B in the bottom of the scoreboard, but with the masterclass calling on the T side. So it's one of those games that you get off to such a horrible start in the first half. You feel like you almost lost it after the first 15 rounds, and then you fight your way back into it, and everyone chimed in. We saw Hetrick with some sick multi-kills as well in overtime with the AWP. You saw Config have that round at 15-14 where he basically won it for NIP as well. So everyone chimed in. Everyone had a part in this win, and I think as a team environment thing right now, NIP must feel really, really good. Whereas if you look towards the OG side, that's going to sting a lot. I felt like that was their one shot at actually making it to the Legends. If they somehow could cheat their way into a 2-1 position, it would have been good. It didn't work out this time, and now it's going to be hard for them.
Yeah, it's got to be heartbreaking after having, such a head and shoulders above round performance, right, when you're coming out of that first half. Where do you feel like it was really crumbling for the side of OG? Do you think it was these kind of new and flashy things that GGL was talking about on the T side that were just too hard for OG to be put into bed?
Well, I think that two things. One is the mid control was going very well for NIP. They weren't usually taking many casualties there, finding a lot of opening picks, especially on Nico at Cat. Felt like Alexi B always knew what Nico was going to be doing on that position, always able to find the headshot. And then really it's just that Fiku was having a pretty tough time on that B site, and I think DJL was he didn't state it clearly, but the game plan was pretty obvious to me that they just wanted to keep hammering the same position over and over again. And I felt like there were some slight adjustments, but once they actually rotated Dexter into B, that was the adjustment that OG tried to make. He had one heroic round where he found a double kill, but sometimes he was just missing people as they were crossing the window. Couple times that happened, and then once they're fanning out into that bomb site, I mean, good luck retaking B. It's just one of the hardest sites.
Well, NIP now do find themselves just one series away from qualifying to that Legend stage. We can take a look at what else is on the cards, as that does conclude our best of ones here on the A stream of the Blast TV Paris Major. But we talk about just one series away from Legends. Coincidentally, so are FaZe and ENCE. That is going to be coming your way after this break.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one for Europe. So now I'm I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil, so I'm actually gonna say Coldzera. But is Coldzera old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
The Legend stage beckons, and today one team will answer that call flawlessly. FaZe and ENCE both with a chance to go 3-0 and both with the opportunity to make it through to the next stage of the major on just day 2 of Blast TV Paris. Let's begin the conversation with the team we see on our screen. That is ENCE arriving after putting to bed basically their opponents yesterday. We talk about OG, we talk about NIP. They look convincing in those matches.
Neither team that ENCE face received double digits in their matches. I think that is pretty convincing. And ENCE is a team that I think a lot of people are putting to make it through on their pick'ems because this team has been on the rise lately. With the addition of Nerds in the stead of Valde, they have turned a new page in their chapter book. And what we're seeing from them is them all being able to just believe in this player. And yeah, we got the graph right there, of course, just showing the rise in terms of form. And it's actually looking a little bit reminiscent of what they were able to accomplish with Spinks. Players in different roles slightly, but another Israeli fragger, and Snappy knows exactly how to use them.
That was exactly what needed for ENCE, right? You had Valde not really working out with his lineup. We thought he was going to come in. We thought he was going to have an impact, but ENCE were just getting slightly worse game by game, almost tournament by tournament at that point. And they took the decision, which I think was hard for Snappy and the boys, to get rid of Valde, bringing in Nerds. And ever since he was brought into this lineup, as you said, he sort of reminds you a little bit of Spinks. He has the same sort of impact on the server. I would argue he's a little bit more aggressive in the way he plays. Snappy is definitely utilizing him in a different way than he did with Spinks. But overall, you look towards the ENCE lineup and you look towards the positions in Duha and Son Payers and Nerds. You have all the ingredients for a good team, and right now Snappy is cooking it together.
Yeah, you talk about Duha and we talk about Magnet as well, two players that really showed up to pay their dues yesterday, and that is great to see when we're talking about a team with so much potential in so many different areas of the team.
Yeah, I mean, Madden and D-Haw were definitely players that have showed a lot of promise on this ENCE roster. I think Madden is kind of, to me, been the 4th best player always on ENCE, unfortunately, because he seems like a specialist. He's really good at a couple of things on different maps, but I haven't really seen him open up his entire playbook or look like the comprehensively strongest player. But I think yesterday, he's also showing that he's found a lot of comfort with this roster. And D-Haw, on top of that, to me, he was the player when Spinks was there. It was like 1A, 1B. I thought they were both fantastic riflers. D-Haw a little bit more explosive, Spinks a little bit more calculating. And now D-Haw, to me, is looking like one of the best riflers once again. Like, is he second place to Nerds now? Like, but either way, they all are looking very sharp.
Jacob, let's talk about the Danish connection between both these two teams. We're, of course, talking about the in-game leaders because there is a very interesting history between Snappy and Karrigan.
I know a lot of the viewers right now sitting out there perhaps are watching Counter-Strike for one of the first times in your life, but these two gentlemen on your screen has been around for forever. In 1.6, they were both in-game leading, they were both having different career paths, and they kind of followed that into Counter-Strike Global Offensive as well. Snappy, for the first 4 or 5 years, didn't really make any waves in the Danish Counter-Strike. He wasn't part of any top team, but he's been working and grinding and grinding and grinding, and now he's at a point where I think a lot of people are respecting Snappy for what he's doing with ENCE. I don't think we're ever going to see Snappy on a FaZe Clan. I don't think we're ever going to see Snappy on a top 1 team in the world, but the way he's been able to take ENCE with the limited budget and make them so competitive, mega impressive. And of course, the history of Karrigan, we know that already. He's arguably one of the best in-game leaders of all time, and they started around roughly the same time.
Right, and when we turn this discussion to FaZe, we obviously have Karrigan, who's working with simply stronger pieces. Yes, we will praise Karrigan for having the better career than Snappy, but it is fair to say that he's had the sharper tools in his shed.
Sure.
It is really just kind of night and day, the experience that is just, his rosters are loaded with. Twist, double Grand Slam winner, Rain, been on this roster since its inception. You have Brokey, this up-and-coming Opera as well, and Rops, the reuniting between him and Karrigan from their Mouz Sports days. I mean, this is kind of a match made in heaven for them, but it's been a little bit rocky in the last 3 or so months, despite the amount of stars that they have on this roster.
We are getting our maps rolling in thick and fast. We have Overpass, Nuke coming out of ENCE, and I believe it is going to be, a little bit of Anubis to round this one off.
Okay.
I like that. I hope we get to 3. I mean, not just because these two teams, it is going to be an epic battle, right?
It is going to be an epic battle, right? On paper, you'd argue FaZe are the favorites, maybe even the heavy favorites, but I think what we've seen from ENCE so far at this tournament in particular, they're coming into play, and we did see FaZe Clan, I wouldn't say struggle yesterday, but it was kind of rough for them to get the W. So yes, normally you'd argue that FaZe are heavy favorites in this one, but I think recent form showcases right now that ENCE can definitely talk to FaZe.
Yeah, I think this one's incredibly close. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes all 3 maps. I wouldn't even be surprised if ENCE take it, but I will be siding with FaZe at the end of the day if I have to make a pred.
We do have Overpass, we do have Nuke, and we do have Anubis if we do so need it. But Jason Anders, who have you got going through as a flawless 3-0?
Ooh. I did the other ones first, you go.
I mean, you have to pick FaZe for this one. You have to. I really enjoy the way ENCE have been playing. I was tweeting about it yesterday, hyping up D-Haw because I do think he's a really smart player. But FaZe should be at another level. They should be.
Yeah, the problem is once you get over to FaZe, like, yeah, there's D-Haw, and that's a great conversation, but then you get like 3 really smart players on FaZe, and Rain, Rops, and Twist.
Yes.
Brokey, I don't put in that category just because I feel like he's just a little bit crazy, and you need a little bit of crazy. It's not a knock. You need a little bit of crazy in the lineup, and Brokey brings the crazy in a massive way for FaZe. But certainly, I mean, recent form, you know, this is a winnable series for ENCE. This is not out of reach of them at all. This is very big upset potential. I really like the way Snappy calls. But let's see. Let's see if Sunpius is comfortable enough to take on FaZe. Let's see if Nerds is comfortable enough in this team to take on FaZe. There's some cool pieces of this ENCE team, and they're going to be put to the test here in this qualification series at Blast TV Paris Major. And we're live into the pistol. It's Sunpius to take the opening duel, just gonna back away after a couple initial shots.
Yeah, raining down some small pellets, but no connection on any headshot there, so they're just gonna hunker down and wait it out a little bit. There is actually quite a bit of utility. Look at the information here, but it is being watched. They gotta be careful. Karrigan, he's spotting for it. Oh, the timing could not have been worse. He's just called it into his teammates saying, nah, no one's pushing here. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
At least the timing didn't get him killed, right?
Yeah.
It might be if he comes back into it. D-Ha's really pushed forward. Karrigan won't expect this, and that's utility. They're coming down the stairs. They want to execute into the B bomb site.
Yeah.
And if Karrigan gets dropped with a smoke and Molotov, that's a disaster, a calamity for the tactic.
especially because the Molotov is meant for the barrels back there, so they're going to be in a little bit of trouble for sure. They want to clear out that position, and now they know, oh, they're going to be pushing forward. They might try and change their pace here. FaZe, they lose to Diha with a double opening to start the best of 3 with. Rocks here hiding in the corner. It's pretty good so far. The bomb is at least planted. Oh, but Diha is on a tear. 4 kills. He will not be stopped. Twist now out there, and Diha's on the hunt. He's just gunning for him. Absolutely fearless. Comes in to look for the ace, and he's finally going to get denied. But my God, did he win the round?
Yeah, that's incredible. 4 headshots, 4 beautiful shots from Diha. And I mean, you even got to say, FaZe got all the information to kind of negate the damage from that. Kerrigan gets the spot without going down. It's just a wonderful shot on the Rain, who had the P250. Immediate kill onto Kerrigan. And man, this is beautiful in the monster tunnel. Even handles the follow-up peek from Brokey. First bullet headshot, Diha makes a statement in the pistol.
But that's going to get people fired up, no question about it. ENCE get the rifles on their side, although FaZe with the bomb plant, still pretty well equipped, and that is how things play out in the current economy that we've got playing with. Brokey's got the scout, plenty of space to try and find some tags to make life uncomfortable for ENCE. They're all grouped up. Nobody's holding outside of B this time. For FaZe, they're just happy to try and stay together and see if they can maybe take a fight at this restrooms position. Nobody's here. They're really far back ends, aren't they? Just Kerrigan moving up to that early rock.
Really far back, but I mean, depending on how Sunpius handles this initial engagement, it could actually be really dangerous. FaZe is already very close to creeping onto this A bomb site. Even the rotations can be quick between the bomb sites. I don't think they'd be quick enough. Good win from Nertz. Sunpius, I think he spotted an elbow from Brokey.
Yeah, that long fight's important, right? Because you're right, if one of those 2 players dies and they just full throttle it to the bomb site, you might not have enough time here. Oh no, Twist gonna get the kill on Sunpius as well. It's starting to look really uncomfortable. Diha's at the bomb site at the very least, and he's gonna be able to get the spray down onto Brokey. Sees the secondary fight, and he has a couple of bullets left for Rain. That is really efficient, but so is Rob's. Double spray down, easy transfer. The bomb is gonna get planted now. Kit is all the way out on long. Thank you to the observer. That's super important to find out, because Snappy, he's rotating away from the Kit. Might not matter. The burst did look good. He should have won that fight. Twist is lucky to be alive, and FaZe lucky to win the round potentially.
Yeah, it's that fight from Sunpius where he goes down without any kind of a kill. And the one on Twist, I think, halfway up towards the divider. That's the one that turns the tides in the favor. Good win from Rain as he comes back towards long. But this one right here, Twist winning out against Sunpius was huge. That's what makes this really awkward for Diha, who runs out of ammunition. Madden's not set and planted and ready for this fight against Rops, and a huge turn of fortunes.
Yeah, that round really could have gone any which way at the end of it. Looked a little bit wild, didn't it? But from celebrations on the ENCE side right into FaZe having a stolen round back in the second. They're going to get the AKs up and running a little bit more. They steal that 1M4 onto Brokey.
And those are rounds that really obviously hurt your chances of an upset. Like if you're ENCE,
sure,
like you want to build some rounds up, you want to build some money up, so a little bit of momentum, you want to start feeling good. And I mean, that's one of the ones, if you're going to upset in this series over FaZe, you need to have rounds like that down the stretch. You have to minimize those kinds of losses. A lot of damage done to Madden, but he stays alive. Nertz is still waiting at the stairs.
Yeah, and FaZe are being very, very careful here at the start of the round, just like they've been previously. Overpass. Suddenly a very popular map again. A lot of potential. Rain is sneaking up with that Galil, one of the more expendable weapons here.
They never cleared out Nertz. So if he ever chooses to make a play and start moving up the stairs, he could find a really nice timing. He's going to hear footsteps, but still hasn't budged with this Deagle. Now starting to make his play. If Sunpius, Diha, and Snappy can hold on to this bomb site just a little bit, get a couple of kills, not able to be done, and Twist, without those kills coming out at the bomb site, Twist is able to just stay parked and watch the flank, and that's all the danger swept aside. FaZe is going to be up 2-1.
Yeah, but I think you set up the conditions nicely for how they could win that round. Because, you know, a couple of, even just one kill of Kerrigan maybe slowing it down a little bit, and nobody is spinning around to look at Nertz. But as soon as they get the kills, somebody is ready for it, and that's obviously a little bit unfortunate. Madden here looking to make it expensive. Can't win the round. Brokey will absolutely make sure that doesn't happen either. Only one casualty there. Generally looking like a Swift return.
Yeah, solid start for FaZe. Good spray from Kerrigan transferring over to Diha as well. Hyping up the boys. Kerrigan's been very vocal through his second stint in FaZe. You know, the focus is all about peaking at the right moment. And recent form aside, I mean, this challenger stage was always going to be a little bit scary, but they've avoided all the danger. They've been able. I mean, obviously the close match against Monte on day one, which had some upset potential. Close match against Pain at their 1-0 match. They win 16-12. FaZe has just come in and handled business, and while they haven't looked like the FaZe that we know they can be and we want them to be, they're building up into it. It's a long tournament, these majors, the Challenger stage, the Legend stage, the Champion stage, and they've got the trophy on their mind.
No question about it, right? That's got to be what they're thinking about here. Everyone had such high expectations coming out of Antwerp, and now, you know, it's been a while. Nerds with a good shot onto Rain. He was already low from earlier. They know that there's a whole stack. It's just a crew of people running around on the long. So they're going to give up the AK. Nothing they can really do about that. They're going to win the round anyway, so it's not a big deal, but...
That AK is quite a nice find as well for ENCE. I mean, you never know, that can be an op later on. If they're able to, an extra op, they can drop over to Sun Pius. He saved about $1,000 in the previous round so that he could have the op coming into the first gun round as well. He only bought the CZ without armor. So Rops is going to have a lot of bodies heading in his direction, hearing the footsteps. Brokey and Twist going to converge on his position. Nertz goes down first. Brokey finds Sun Pius.
Ooh.
And actually a little bit dicey for Mata now, who's stuck towards T-spawn.
See how aggressive they want to be, but you're right. I mean, they could try and hunt him down. They don't have a lot of money either, necessarily.
They also don't know he's here. It's just the fact that they've all been pulled in this direction after eliminating the USPs mean the potential is there, but no one wants to go investigate. I think everyone's calling a stalemate at this point. No one wants any further engagements. 3-1 for FaZe in the first 4 rounds. And round number 5 is going to have the guns on the hands of ENCE.
By the way, over on the B stream, Hugo and Harry are covering Apeks and OG, which is another really interesting game, right? I mean,
G2.
Oh, G2, that's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah. You saw the G and you got confused.
I just can't even read at this distance. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna lie. You know, it's old age catching up with me.
Yeah, but both the favorites in this group, G2 and FaZe, that have like championship aspirations, having some tests in these group stages, and both of them surviving their tests.
Yeah, which is, you know, for the last major in Rio, we were kind of almost conditioned into saying, well, these Titan teams are going to be, you know, really weak, and like I was worried that we would get another one of these majors. So far, it looks like they're actually living up to their reputation, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, G2 going down in the RMR, and then FaZe going 0-3 in the opening stage was like kind of like a real put you on notice moment for the up and coming teams.
Obviously, in this one, we are missing the last major champions in Virtus Pro, and obviously Cloud9 not making it either, so it's not like we're completely safe from that, but yeah, at least some of them are stepping up when they need to. 3-1, the scoreline. Rops hovering in the corner next to the Monster Tunnel. This is going to be a B finish, no question about it. But as long as they can keep 2 people on A, it's kind of doable. It's hard to defend this B bomb side, even with 3 people here.
I think Kerrigan and Twist really want to put at least a little bit of like just superficial pressure on the A bomb site. They came up just to toss one more piece of utility. Diha has not been fooled by it. Follow-up smoke towards Monster. Rops is going to be in front of it. Molotov drop for the wide swing, but Kerrigan over towards Sandbags finds the opening, and that's when Rops swings out into open space. Diha's here, but he's way far back, and he does not have a clean fight anywhere. Molotov forces him back, and that's an important kill. Important kill from Sun Pius to make this still a round that they can actually challenge and go for, but there's no kits on ENCE as this bomb gets planted.
Yeah, what a tough decision to be right here. Oh, the kit is down there, but that's a long way to run, though. Brokey taking down Diha, and that'll probably persuade them. They're convinced right away. It's like, all right, fine, you get the round.
Yeah, fine, you can have it. That's the last punch that they just didn't want to take.
I don't blame them. I think it's good to make those calls pretty decisively early on. I could understand why, because the bomb was only just planted. If you get that early kill, make it a 2-on-3, you try and go for it, but it wasn't going to be possible here. 4-1 in favor of FaZe. They're starting on the T side of Overpass, so generally this is a really encouraging start for them.
That position from Rops as well, kind of, you know, up on the wall right next to Monster, with the smoke that's thrown that bounces down. It's way too too shallow. Like Rops' position is right in front of it, so he has no problem. It doesn't dissuade him from actually taking that aggression in the Monster tunnel, and that's what catches the initial defender off guard. Drops the Molotov very, very shallow as well, but it didn't even matter at that point. He was panicked because he did not expect any kind of presence through that smoke. 4-1 lead and a timeout called from ENCE.
Probably a good time for it. It's still early on. I'm sure they're not losing faith in the project just yet, but it's kind of nice to get everyone back under control here. Saw behind them the coach, who is instrumental in the success of this team. I have no doubt about it. Talked quite a bit to Snappy about it in the past, outside of the game. Sometimes I run into him in the Copenhagen airport, so we end up talking a little bit.
Yeah, Joe and the Juice?
No, not for me.
Really?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's just...
All right.
I'm too cool for that. I don't know, Jason. I just don't.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Am I missing out? I've never even tried it.
Oh yeah, you should get yourself a smoothie. That's like a 4 a.m. tradition for me.
Okay.
I fly out, you know, really early in the day.
Well, there we go. Something to look forward to potentially. Round number 6. And ENCE with the timeout. Ooh, double nade on Diha. He didn't die from it at the very least, but there's still quite a bit of damage to take early on in the round. Also, obviously, just, you know, we've had best of 1s all the way up. This is the first best of 3 that we're covering, so for ENCE, it also means you have a lot more runway before you start, those panic thoughts start to set in. In a best of 1, maybe you would already be like, ooh, this is where we're under pressure now. For a best of 3, I'm sure it takes a lot longer because ENCE know they have a second map to potentially recover from. Like, there's a lot more here that they can stretch themselves across. Rain out looking for something. The bomb is dropped outside of the B bomb site somewhere. So the question is, could Rain find enough out here to distract and maybe pull another person back?
Can't really apply pressure with that defensive smoke still at the entrance to bathrooms. Twist still over by Blue Door, just lurking, looking for aggression off sandbags. But the hit is being lined up. Brokey spots a little piece of information, and he's got it. Oh, picks him out of the sky. Kerrigan's not going to check. Oh, Snappy, the double kill. The SMG works out perfectly at that range with that speed of shooting, but Snappy desperately wants an AK-47. Oh, no. He wants it so bad, and he's going to go down. Temptation just out of reach. And now Rain gets put into action. 25 seconds to call his team back to the A bomb site, and Sunpius is still here.
Oh, he's in a very awkward spot. Is he hearing it? Oh, they just stopped running out long. He still has an idea. It's the right idea, but the timing is not with him. He's not looking right now. One misstep here, and that could be everything. Rain will take him down. Just 7 seconds on the clock, and they're going to be running right there for the bomb plant. Oh, Sunpius. I don't know what he could have done differently. It's a really hard position to play. I suppose he could have fallen further back to try and not even get picked off at all, but he wanted to pick them off as they came around the corner.
Could play at dice boxes. You could play behind the truck, so you have a little bit of safety for that long peek as well. But, I mean, also at that point, he's thinking, okay, if they're coming to A, they're falling back from B in a hustle. They're not going to be going towards long, right? He's thinking they're all going to be coming up highway. So just the fact that Rain went undetected that entire round, massive for that kind of a play. Ooh. Filthy.
This almost was the round-winning return, but he just stuck in the corner, couldn't get out. Wanted the rifle in front. And Diha down here. He's gonna get spotted and taken down. Rain is having himself a game.
Triple kill in the round for Rain. And he's the one who cracked open the A bomb site to allow FaZe to readjust on the map when they encountered resistance. 5-1, things working perfectly.
Yeah, this is starting to look fairly one-sided. Money once again crushed. They have the 1 M4 on Snappy there, so they could try and do something with it. Kind of a half buy coming through here on the ENCE side of things. It's a couple of pistols that they can play around with, so I don't necessarily mind it. Just got to try something, but FaZe must be feeling really good at the moment. Nerds, good shot, but the instant return, it's a good setup. Don't let him get away with that for free.
Oh, he's going to challenge against Sunpius. Headshot angle at the rock. Handles it well. Nice and easy. Rain's doing good work over here in the early stages of this half. Kerrigan and Twist have control of Blue Door as well. M4 swings, Kerrigan immediate headshot. 5 kills for the in-game leader of FaZe. It's Diha coming in next, and Twist handles that.
Really well done. Everything is kind of working out in their favor. There's not much we can really criticize at the moment. Same could not be said on the ENCE side of things at all. 6-1 is the scoreline. Surely, slowly, it's they're losing track of this first half.
I mean, convincing 6-1 as well, right? Like, there haven't been a whole lot of close rounds in this.
Yeah.
Like, when you think the closest one is that snappy double kill with the SMG, but like Rain's readjustment to the A bomb site made that, you know, not really even a round they could necessarily challenge for. It was just the time that made it a little intense. FaZe getting everything they want across the map. It's their pick.
Yeah, Saul getting a chance to get another say in here. If they want a chance to recover this first half, I mean, they pretty much have to put in the work right now. It's already a little bit out of control, right? At 6-1 scoreline, I think normally you would say FaZe probably happy to get 6 rounds in the first half to begin with. I mean, that makes them pretty competitive. So they've already accomplished that. They've already got the baseline in. No kills either really on the ENCE side. Diaz got 6, but 4 of them were in the pistol round. So after that, there's been almost no output from ENCE. They've really been rolled over so far on this one. That must change. Nade up there, but they spotted it already. And a nice push going forward here from Snappy. Catching Robs distracted, ready for that boost up there, but nothing really came of it. So, all right, good kill, good start. That's not too bad. Rain again working the other side of the map on his own. He's that Lone Ranger. Gonna be up against Nerds, who's waiting out here.
Oh, another kill from Snappy, though. Oh, add a third on top. What a great round from Snappy. And now Rain might have to be put into play a little bit earlier. Just out of necessity. Diha doing some damage to the boards onto Twist, who gets dinked, and now Madden wants to figure things out. Twist is going to back away. Still alive. Position is known over at Blue Door, and there's really nowhere to go. I think Nertz is going to hear these footsteps, call it out. Sunpius waiting with the op, just peering towards the bathroom entrance. But Twist has no ability to... Oh, excuse me. Knife out. Knife out. You crazy. You crazy, Madden. You're lucky to be alive, but Twist is trapped. Rain wins 1 battle, not the second, and that's Snappy to get his 4th.
That's an important round, right? They burned 2 timeouts. They've lost quite a few rounds in a row. But to get it back like that, yeah, you have to respect it. 6-2. And Snappy really having a round.
Yeah, I mean, good. Oh, that's a great transition. We didn't get to see that live, but good follow-up on a Kerrigan after the boost in towards door. 4-round lead. ENCE trying to cut into it. Double up setup. Snappy's got 1, Sunpius with the other.
Classic Molotov, almost mandatory to throw that one at this point in time. Oh, and the aggression down the connector. Quick trade, though, as Kerrigan will make up for it.
Yeah, but Sunpius got forced away by the Molotov. He wanted to be in support of Nertz, but the Flames actually keep him at bay. 1-for-1 trade for FaZe isn't bad in that situation. Twist has gone down, but Kerrigan's able to recover. 1 op in bathrooms. Snappy has the other op over at Sandbags.
And Diha on that long position. He's going to win the fight against Rain. That's huge. Sunpius just looking away. I don't even know why. Did he think someone had already bought past? Surely just unscope at the very least.
Saw Kerrigan cross, and I mean, I guess it's a 50-50 in that situation of whether he's going to be pressing up around you or what. But man, that one hurts because that actually forces a rotation from the B bomb site. Madden slides over towards A, which means Rops can just leisurely crawl into this bomb site, find it free. Brokey will get the plant, and FaZe has a massive advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody here. Finally, Madden's going to start to show up, but he's so exposed. He doesn't really know it yet, but they're already deep in there. He's surely dead right here. He actually wins the fight against Robs. I don't even know how. That seems like an unbelievable risk. Madden continuing to take it out Kerrigan. This is a little bit sloppy from FaZe. There's no reason this needs to be a 1 versus 2 here. But you said it earlier, Brokey is a bit crazy. He's a good player to have in a 1 versus 2 like this one. They're already on the bomb, straight defusing, and Madden at the corner finds a triple. FaZe letting go of a round that they absolutely should have won.
Yeah, they had all the strong positions. What a round from Madden. Give him credit for the triple kill, because I mean, he had to risk everything to even go for it. This one, look how exposed he is from 2 different angles. Rops couldn't handle it. And then after the plant, Kerrigan swings out, and Brokey is just kind of left looking a little bit awkward. Good job from Madden even covering the diffuser, and yeah, Rops is, yeah. That one slipping away is got to be a head scratcher. First time out for FaZe.
I'm confused by that one. I felt like that one was in the bag. One shot up on the railing, and you got like 10 different angles down on the bomb site. I thought for sure Rops would have been able to clear that one up, but I guess not.
Yeah, a couple miscues. Not the end of the world if you're FaZe. As you mentioned, comfortable with 6, comfortable with the lead. There's plenty of time left to add on top of it as well. But yeah, that hiccup phase, the experience that they have, they'll be able to kind of forget about it and move forward with it behind them. Another buy for FaZe. As this losing bonus builds up, they've been sustaining and buying every single round. They've got a $2,400 loss bonus, so any plant is going to help out massively. They've still got cash to spend, so FaZe still in a nice position.
Round number 10 coming up. And let's just find out how this is going to be playing out. Slightly letting go of, you know, of the stranglehold that they had on ENCE. Which could be dangerous. Again, I mean, they are a team to be feared right now, ENCE. You don't want to be underestimating them. And they had them in a really, really precarious position, but it's definitely changed. And they're really far back on the map once again. So FaZe going through the early motion, so flashing out these corners, setting up the smokes towards the restrooms and all the rest of it, all the classic stuff you all know. Deep Molotov there as well. They're getting the map control. It's costing them some grenades and costing them some time as well, but there's no fights out here to really be had.
No, not yet. Kerrigan's actually come through the smoke to clear out bathrooms towards long. Nertz is just playing at the off angle. Right around Flowers. Senpaius there in support with an AWP. And D has shifted over as well. ENCE have a pretty good read of the situation at the moment. In fact, even emphasizing long is quite nice, though Diha could get caught in transition.
But how do you probably don't realize there's going to be 2 people here. They jump up, he sees it coming, Nertz nearly takes the head off of Rain.
But Nertz needs to make sure he stays wide. He needs to almost challenge and swing and die, because now it's an awkward spray for Diha, but Senpaius in support and the USP add on top, obliterate the long position, and it's Twist now to try and pick up the pieces. Rops finds one on Senpaius, Diha is an easy cleanup, and all of a sudden a 2-on-2.
What a wild round so far. The bomb making its way in. Being run in at the moment on Twist. Robs is up close holding the back. He's got the AK and he's going to take down Snappy. Important kill. Madden, he won the last round in a powerful display, but this one might be even more tricky. He's got a little bit of time here. We can walk into it. Sees the timing and taking down Twist. Rops. He should know where he is. He was just on this side. Yeah, he's going to edge it out. He definitely knows now behind the truck. And Madden just lightning focus at the moment. He wants to take the swing. He's trying to jiggle out the shot, and he can't do it. Rops will take him down. A little bit of revenge for the last one. Oh, man, that got real close at the end. But yeah, they'll pick it up on the FaZe side.
Really nicely done from Rops as well. He never even considered changing position. He was just going to win or lose that round by that fight in the off angle. This was really uncomfortable for Diha. That peek from Senpaius saves the day to grab Rain. Otherwise, he's turning the corner and Diha's only able to get the 1. But man, all that emphasis towards long, and Rob's so smart to just pick up the advantage. If there's going to be 3 players defending long, 1 supporting at the site, yeah, frustration. He's going to slide in and take advantage of it. And scraping together what buy they can. A little bit light on nades. Op still for Senpaius, but down to an SMG on Snappy, down to a FAMAS on Diha.
He's had a bit of a rough game sometimes so far. It's just as I say, he does get a 4th kill in there, but that's 4 kills in about 10 or 11 rounds. You want more out of him. This is a really good map to have the AWP and a lot of wide open spaces to put that to use. Oh, the timing for Nertz. He was walking backwards. That could have got him killed right then and there. Up close is Twist. Flashes around the corner, and Diha just emptying the entire magazine of that FAMAS into the thin air, not connecting with anything at all there. Still a 4-on-3, and they have them locked in. This should be a great defense. 3 people here that they're planning out in the open. I know there's smokes up, but still, how did they get away with that?
That's all they had. That's all they had. There's no access into this bomb site. Oh, Snappy on the flank. Good shot from Brokey. Will he be aware of the possibility? Answers no. Missed shots from Snappy, but he recovers, and now Rain is left worrying about 4 different angles. And he has nowhere to go from here. First kill is his. That's Nertz coming in. He's got time. They're not peeking him, and Rain can't handle Snappy. Close affair, but a 4th round for ENCE.
Definitely looked like there was a moment there where Rain could have been able to get that kill on long, and who knows what happens afterwards. Okay, but 7-4, I mean, Still a really good first half for FaZe, but ENCE are starting to look more alive. They're not getting run down the way that they were. I mean, the scoreboard at the start of the round, or the start of the half here, was really, really one-sided, but that's been changed already.
Yeah, now we're into the swing rounds of this half. I mean, there's only 4 rounds remaining to play, but both teams are out of money. I mean, that's not a clean win for ENCE in any way, so they still have economic issues. FaZe as well has pretty much gone down to their last buy. Losing bonus has been depleted as well with the previous win. This might determine if ENCE is able to battle for a lead going into the second half. First kill onto Rops as he gets stopped in the open behind the Molotov.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. You win this one, you get a bit of breathing room once again. If you're FaZe and you win it, obviously then you've just completely cemented this lead. You're in such a strong position. For ENCE, it'll be the first time in the series that they're going to have a chance to feel like, okay, we might actually be able to get back. We're in a little bit of control once again. That must feel amazing after all of this. Nerds is walking out long. Him and Rain have really been having this weird standoff out here for the whole series.
Yeah, but Nerds has never moved past this long rock. He's just remained parked, and I wonder if there's going to be a timing when he turns the corner. A lot of teams, you can usually tell it's usually around like the 1 minute mark, 55 seconds, that you see them start to get a little bit aggressive. And that's exactly when Nerds is starting to shift forward. So he'll clear things out and see it empty. Might call for Sunpias to shift over.
Yeah, he did check it. I guess that's really important, right? Getting the information. But there are even players that will push even further up the net. 40 seconds. Snappy on this back rating. It's very hard to get rid of somebody here. Usually good for at least the 1 kill. The smoke fades and Snappy, forget the 1. He's going to get the double instead. Karrigan and Brokey should be very hard to win this one, especially with that kill. Madden, a couple of more bullets and he would have had it. This is looking really, really tight at the moment. A 7-5 scoreline now. ENCE started to make their way back.
Yeah, that one slips away from FaZe. It didn't really feel like they did much of anything at all. Once Rops goes down, it was just kind of like waiting for that smoke to clear and then obviously just get demolished. Lined up behind the smoke, waiting for it to fade. Brokey was lining up a nose flash for Monster, which would have been the perfect flash to throw for Snappy's position, but it's just not executed until they're already dead. 7-5, 2-round lead for FaZe, but they're going to be back on Glocks. They've got to save everything they can for round 14, so ENCE is going to be able to close this gap.
Yeah, huge amount of strength required to get back into a half like this one, but burned through a couple of timeouts. And here we go.
I think the worrying thing if you're ENCE, at least from the outside, maybe not for them at the moment, but, you know, Diha obviously with 10 kills isn't bad. Snappy's at 12, which is obviously great, but, you know, some of the guys that you'd expect to have more production, Nerds, Sunpias, towards the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's really a fair point. I think you don't want to see that. You saw the frustration from Sunpias, and he's had the AWP quite a bit. We just haven't seen that shut-down performance here.
No, but this is the difference of playing a team like FaZe that are going to be so good at exploiting your position, so smart with how they work off each other in different portions of the map as well. I think Sunpias' frustration is more, you know, maybe sometimes out of position or not expecting the next fight. This one is just getting straight demolished by Glocks, which will be frustrating in its own right. Thankfully, Nerds and Madden and Diha and Snappy all arrived to handle business.
Yeah, excellent recovery. So probably individually doesn't feel like great, but they can steal the AWP back, and it's not going to be a problem at the end of the day. 6-7 as ENCE climb their way back into the first half, slowly but surely. And we'll see. FaZe, they have rifles once again. They have 2 more rounds they could potentially pick up here. We'll see how they go about it.
But you're right, quite a reversal. 5 of the last 6 going in the favor of ENCE. This defense found the solution and it's clamped down. I mentioned it yesterday, it's one trend we've noticed from Snappy, one of those in-game leaders that always seems to have the ability to find the solution, to find the adjustment when things are going wrong on both sides of the map, and he's done it again here on Overpass against FaZe.
His calling on Anubis was really crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fun to watch.
Enjoyed.
It was fun to watch him work OG.
Only 1 round separating these 2 teams. A good amount of control for FaZe though early on. Twist looking to sneak on through. Nobody down in the connector either for the CT side, so we'll make it a bit of noise. Giving up a tiny bit of information.
Nerds again out towards long. This is the timing that he pushed last round as well. I think he's just going to continue forward. Broky's keeping an eye on it, but his team is very close up and he's got the bomb, so he's eventually got to ignore the flank. So Nertz might have a perfect timing here. Snappy's also pushed up right next to Blue Door. Can have a very fast flank. Rops hasn't spotted that. Here's Nertz. Peeks out and Broky's ready. So now the pressure turns onto Sunpius and Diha as well.
It's a feel-good moment right there for Broky, just catching that flank. Carrigan gonna get the shot onto Diha, and now Sunpius missing the first one. They're getting close. There's one, but you need more of it now, and he's gonna get run down again. It's really not been a great start for him. The bomb is gonna get planted, and now Rops is lurking around in the back line. They know, but they still can't find the shot. I mean, Madden might be able to get this one, but that's not gonna make any difference. Actually sneaks around the corner, and he's back for it. Oh my God, Twist able to get that one. Really good job. 8-6. FaZe at least going to be winning the half, but you know what? After that round, the economy for the CT side is not even that great.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you have to say, ENCE played themselves back into this half in a really admirable way, so it's not a complete disaster because it seemed like FaZe might just start running away with it. But FaZe have done a really good job of using this A bomb site, heading at Sunpius. We've mentioned he's had a struggled affair this half. A lot of it due to like timings, a lot of it due to not being comfortable, not realizing sometimes what's coming. FaZe have done a good job of confusing his positioning and where exactly he needs to be ready for.
Rob's right here. The lip of that tunnel. Madden's on the other side. Playing the edge of the smoke. It's so hard to see what's happening. Neither player really has any idea. Flashed through and he just checked it. Robs will blow them open with an assisted flashbang from Carrigan. And a 5-on-3 to ensue here. And then just, I mean, Diha wanted to go for it, right? He realized he's alone at the bomb site. Falling back and holding on his own. Probably not going to be working out either. Yeah, FaZe. They had a great start. They slipped up a little bit at one point. But looking to take a 9th round, in fact, sure to take a 9th round here.
Yeah, ENCE's aggression just gets absolutely worked. Great pop flash from Carrigan, good performance from Rops, nice cover from Broky, just picture perfect way for FaZe to negate any kind of stance that ENCE wanted to take. Sunpius left in a 1v5, and FaZe being very cautious. Rain is clearing out A at the moment. But it's not to pull his team back, it's simply to tell his team to head into the B bomb site and join up with them as well on the flank. So Sunpius out of position. It's going to be 9-6. But again, not a bad half for ENCE whatsoever, considering the way it started. They recovered nicely. They've given themselves some runway, some room to work with. And we'll see what their T side looks like.
Yeah, I mean, they're still competitive. I think the 6 rounds kind of gave them that. This one, wow. The amount of bullets coming through. And there we go. 9-6 at the end of the half. Stay with us and we'll be right back.
I remember more Monte clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even in practice, what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monte.
Here we go. We're back into it. The second half is coming up. It's FaZe versus ENCE. And right now, FaZe do look good. They get 9 rounds on the T side of Overpass. And ENCE, they need a way to revitalize the team. I mean, they did look strong at certain points. They were a little bit slow at the gate. 6 rounds, it's going to be a hard second half. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, it's definitely going to be. And they'd love to get off to a hot start here and just build up a little momentum. Remember, they won the pistol round in the first half, lost the ensuing second round, however. So they'd like to have a little bit of a different fortune here as they try and get their offense underway. This is going to be a huge test for Snappy. His calling on this T side is going to be so important. We touched on it yesterday. His out-calling OG on Anubis was absolutely magnificent to watch. But FaZe is a different beast to go up against on their own map pick as well. 4 players towards Playground and Fountain for ENCE. Diha playing in the underpass. Yeah, they're actually pretty well positioned to try and take some snipes with the USPs. You could see Rops is pretty far forward. Brokey there to catch some attention. There we go, distracting him a little bit. Rops comes out and just cuts down Nuts. Precise bullets, and now they get a double swing behind the flash. What a great little return they had into that one. The first shot is good, but then the flashbang to set up the repeat double there come from the restrooms. That's everything you wanted. It was well orchestrated. Yeah, perfect triangle setup. They haven't even taken damage. They get away with 2 kills and without any kind of a rebuttal from ENCE. They've got a burn utility just to pick up the bomb. And that was the extra like cherry on top, was the fact the first kill was the bomb carrier. Rob slides to the other side of the smoke, which opens up the avenue into the A bomb site, but this is all setting up this flank from Rain. And there's not enough bodies to keep track of this. Rain just gets free shots. What? None of them connect. That was awkward. You saw his face, he made like a face afterwards. He knows all the bullets disappeared and he's gonna get run down. Oh, you want all of those bullets back. If you could just rewind time a little bit, that's gonna be an easy double kill for him. 22 seconds though, they've got to actually hustle. They've got to get in, they've got to kind of just ignore Kerrigan if they can. Actually gonna come back to him. Oh, ran over, but Twist is here as well. First headshot cuts down 2. Can't convert the third. Sunpias, do you even have time? No, I don't think he does. No, he's got time, he's got time. Think so? No. You think so, no, Jason? Oh my god, it's close, but it's not close enough. Sunpire's running out of it right at the end. Why did it have to be him as well? He's had such a hard map already, and now he's going to be run down by Brokey after the clock has run out. Yeah. That's a disaster. Yeah, no money. That worked out just the worst possible way for Sunpire's. You're right, that's insult to injury. This round didn't have to get this close. Obviously, the entire magazine that Rain had blanks loaded is a little unfortunate. And if they don't encounter Twist here, that might just be fine, but I mean, FaZe just out-positions them everywhere they try and go. That initial triangle setup right at the base of the stairs was absolutely perfect. Twist sliding into a strong position as well. And yeah, easy to kind of shuffle off an entire magazine that you missed when your team wins the round for you. Yeah, you needed that though. You're praying at that point in time, thinking, please don't let that be what loses us the start of the second half. Brokey stealing away a kill on Snappy and happy to fall back. That's a good enough. Mission accomplished. And he spotted the rifle as well. That was Snappy's rifle that he took down, so he calls it out. He heard the bullets, but Rob's still aggressive at the top of the stairs, just like the pistol round, controlling the situation. Madden's out in the open. Too many opponents to deal with, too many opponents to think about. And Rain now getting aggressive as well. The defense is infesting ENCE's side of the map. Sunpias has been forced all the way back. Yeah, some damage would actually be kind of nice. Oh, what a beautiful shot. You like to see it. You wish it was more, but it's not. Nert's out here. He doesn't have the bomb. He doesn't really have anything to work with. Might as well give it a crack. See if you could do some more. 2 kills from this position would be amazing, but he's not going to get any of them. They are looking so good, FaZe. 11-6. ENCE yet to really have a real crack at it in the second half. Obviously losing the pistol, losing this round too. And they can sort of force up some pistols into this one, but it'll take a while before they really get back into the swing of things. Look at all the SMGs on FaZe too. They've got 4 of them. They're just going to be in your face. We're going to see a little bit more of that aggression, trying to farm up some cash, and they won't even care if 1 or 2 of them go down. 5-round lead for FaZe as they start marching towards a map 1 victory. They've got plenty of room to work with for the moment. It's going to be up to ENCE in the next round when the AKs come out to put a stop to that. Slow starts in both halves. That's a quick way to lose a map. Yeah. It's just the feeling of always playing from behind is so tough to deal with. There's Rops with another one. 2 kills for him with the SMG. And Snappy quickly is the last one remaining with a Tech 9. Going to be one hell of a bonus round coming up here. 4 MP9s left. That makes you wonder. I always think whenever I see this, I think, wow, I wonder if they have some special trick that they use when they have this, like a you know, pop flash through the smoke at the monster tunnel or something like that. Because you can make some plays like that. Holding back with MP9s really far back on the bomb sites might be questionable. So do you think you have some little trick play?
I don't think it'd be like a trick play necessarily, especially because ENCE is going to know that there's so many SMGs, so I don't think FaZe is going to try and bust out anything too crazy, but I think they'll certainly play close to the choke points, right? Like they'll be playing close to Monster, you know, maybe if they want to push somewhere, it'd be down towards blue door, maybe down towards sandbags.
Oh, here we go. Actually, Nerds taking up so much map control. That's a lot. I don't think they realize. I don't think Karrigan has any idea that there's someone on the other side of the smoke. Molotov, in case someone was there, would have been pushed out. Counter flash, and now they know. Now they probably realize, wow, we were actually really close to death there.
Yeah, that smoke as well from the T side is kind of a giveaway too, that someone wanted to be aggressive, just creating a little bit space for an AK-47 to use the range over the top of it, but that play's been forced back by FaZe. Good job not falling for it. Good job not getting punished by anything, getting over aggressive. But as you mentioned, still the 4 SMGs to work with. Reyna's the only rifle, and he's the only defender at the A bomb site for the moment.
6-round gap. Hard to explain how much of a difference it's going to make to ENCE if they can win this one.
So this is kind of the answer. I mean, FaZe is using all 3 of their smokes so far that they've used in this round have been at Monster. No one else is smoking anything off.
Yeah, really trying to push them another way, trying to say, all right.
Rob's blocked off something towards bathrooms, but the majority of the smokes are going to be to make sure that Monster cannot be accessed.
Yeah.
So that those SMGs can play behind utility the entire time.
Madden runs into the only M4 in play, and now they are going to be up close and personal. There's 3 MP9s waiting in here, and how's he not been seen? He's just crouching Brokey. They don't even know, and they're getting slaughtered inside of the bomb site. Snappy, the only one left, and that's perfect range for it. They forced them that way. They kept smoking the monster tunnel, like you said, and as soon as they win the fight out long, the rest of ENCE know, wow, the game is up. Like, we wanted that to be the pressure to allow FaZe to think that it was going to be an A execute, but now there's nothing left. They know that it's coming B. We might as well go for it.
Well, I mean, they wanted something through Monster, right? It's just like when that's continuously getting smoked out, you don't have access to your plan. So yeah, the Lurker's trying to activate to alleviate some of that pressure. And obviously at a certain point, Snappy just has to make the call, let's go away from Monster. It's been smoked this whole time. We don't have what we want. We have to hit up towards sandbags, and FaZe is set up perfectly for it. So just a really well done defensive round from FaZe. Taking all the options away from ENCE. 4 in a row to start the second half, and now up to a 7-round lead.
And a 3rd timeout used by ENCE. Timeout worked last time. That Saw got a chance to say something. Maybe it'll work again. They certainly need it at the moment. This is getting a little bit out of control. It's cool, though, to see FaZe at a major, you know, really show up with some confidence here, because they do have some brand to repair at this point in time. Yeah. They do have something to prove at this one.
And obviously the story for FaZe as well, on top of all that, is the ability of a second major to cement the legacy of some of these careers, Karrigan especially. Rain goes 1 for 1 down towards blue door. They know an AK-47's in play now as well. Brokey's gonna back off with the AWP and get a little bit of distance between him and ENCE.
Very quick shot from Diha to get the return of the Deagle. Some players had an awful time playing the AWP in this position. We'll see if Brokey's going to be doing any better. Madden actually got snuck up real close to the bomb site, which could be scary. You could have been caught off guard there. But now they're going to be alerted. They realize, yeah, he got so close. There's a little bit of a peek. Brokey gets the side shot onto Nerds. He's practically dead already. And they can slow it down. They're 4 versus 3. They have all of the advantage in this one phase. You don't really have to be battling it out too much. Nerds going down on the second attempt. Snappy running up close, but he's going to be tested as well. And Brokey, he's so good in these positions. He actually lands the dink onto Diha. Might not have been a necessary fight, but he's still going to try and take it, and they should be able to recover the AWP as well. Another round for FaZe.
Yeah, Brokey's just a madman. Even when he sees pressure coming up lane, he's just like, he does like the utility dump. It's like a smoke towards long, it's the Molotov towards the headshot angle, and neither of them are precise in any kind of a way. There's a huge gap in the long smoke. He just wants to get rid of it. That one, he nails Nerds between the eyes. 2 rounds away, FaZe, from taking map 1 in this series.
It's Brokey and Rops that are battling for the top of the scoreboard on that side of the map. 14-6 right here. This is very one-sided, and it's a shame because some of the rounds that ENCE won, they definitely look competent. They have some kills now to sort of back it up, right? Dihar and Snappy are both playing really well. They can't get the rounds.
Well, that also speaks to what I kind of mentioned at the end of the first half. Nert's still on 8 kills, Sunpaya still on 8 kills. The production from those guys are like, it's a lot of the driving force, especially when you switch over to the T side. Rops with an opening kill. There's Nert's having a rebuttal. 1-for-1 exchange across the map. Oh, God. That's beautiful on a twist, and even Kerrigan goes down with the AUG. Nert's with another trade, and ENCE have broken into the bomb site. They're finally going to get around on the board.
Well, just as we were calling him out, he steps it up, finds the triple.
Should call him out more often.
I should do that. They really have needed him. Yeah, and you saw it in the first half as well. Sunpaya, I had to go back to it, but with that AWP, right, it's an expensive weapon. Your one job really is to anchor that B bomb site, or the A bomb site up there where he's playing. You need to hit some more shots in that position. You just have to, because they definitely could have had some more rounds behind it. Rain just close by, kind of hiding as close as you can to the bomb site, which is fine. No one's going to come here and check it. They're all going to be running out, and it will be a 7th round on the board for ENCE. So it's real late to try and do some kind of a comeback.
Yeah, better than never. I mean, you still have you're still in a situation, if you're ENCE, your goal now is, you know, obviously the one round at a time, but also you're thinking, you know, one more round and then we can get FaZe at a breaking point, take the economy away from them, and see what you can do if you can finally wrestle the economic advantage in your favor. You can see just as much frustration getting banged out when you're up 14-7 as it is when you're down like 1-5.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's still just every round, close it out. Don't let them back in.
It's how it is. Stressful at a top level Counter-Strike. Stressful even if you're playing matchmaking in my experience, but which keeps you coming back as well. What's the recent records? Like 1.8 million people?
Yeah, just before the major began. That was beautiful. Way to go, Counter-Strike players.
Gotta pump those numbers up.
Yeah.
Just cross the 2 million mark, just for the fun of it. 14-7 scoreline. I don't think anyone really can believe that ENCE can make up for the loss that they had in the first half here. I feel like it's too far gone. Happy to be persuaded the other way if they can really prove it to us here, but man, they're gonna have to put in some hard work. Snappy, I like this map control that he's taking right here. Just very, very aggressive. Normally, you saw how how FaZe played this one. They slowed it down and sort of tried to take it over the course of the first 30 seconds. Snappy just run the whole way, but now he is slowed down. A run boost. Oh, they're not going to get to fight each other, are they? Did spot the jump.
Oh, good kill from Snappy right through the smoke. That's Rain kind of flirting with the edge of it, and Snappy's able to find the angle. Leaves Brokey on an island for the moment as Rops shifts over in a position in support. Oh, I don't think he saw that. He didn't even react whatsoever. Snappy's in a decent enough position, catches Rops in the open, but him and Brokey find the kills.
Man, Brokey's going to watch back this demo and think, my God, I could have been dead easily. Walking through the smoke, and classic AUG coming out from Kerrigan. One of the few players that still uses it.
Why does the AUG have no crosshair? That really creeps me out.
You don't need it. You don't.
It really messes with my brain. Twist waiting for a timing on the boost. Bomb's going to get tapped and actually don't even go for it whatsoever. They're going to go back in the mid round just after the plant comes in. When does he want to peek? D-Hub playing a dangerous game. Boxed in. Beautiful headshot, but no idea it's coming. And now they know the position of Nertz. 3-on-1. They bait the low HP player. Nertz a little bit more. Oh, he transfers over. It's all on Kerrigan, but no dice. Nertz delivers, and ENCE get 2 in a row.
Oh my God, he's locked in. There's no way out. You're absolutely right. They knew where he was, and they still just all run into it. That is an absolutely sick performance. That should get the team fired up. That's the kind of play that makes you think, okay, you know what? They might be really far ahead, but let's bring this one all the way back. Beautiful stuff. We called him out, Jason. You have to take some of the credit, I think.
Yeah, I'll take at least 50% of that clutch. Yeah, that's spectacular from Nertz. That's exactly what ENCE needed. So there's the reset. There's the economic advantage that they've just gained. It's pistols now for FaZe. 3 Deagles, a 5.7, and a P250.
In terms of raw numbers, right, it's still a great lead for FaZe, but you lose some of the mental game when you lose a round like that. You can see it on the FaZe side. You see Kerrigan looking dejected in that one, definitely feeling the pressure. Rob's going to get one killer return on Dihar. Sometimes it's just a Mac 10. It's not necessarily the end of the world if he goes down here, but he's applying a little bit of pressure.
But I like that he's not trying to commit, because even if he commits, there's really no one on his team who can help him kind of take advantage of that. Everyone's still spread across the map. Snappy's still way, way far back. Now Nertz is very committed, and that's an important battle to win, because Rops had the jump on him.
Yeah, I don't know how Rops loses. He's been playing a really good game, but that seemed like almost a free one. Rops at 23, so yeah, he's definitely not been missing many shots.
That'll decide things as well. Snappy's going to bring the bomb over as Sampayas and Madden kind of clear the pathway. 9th round for ENCE, creeping closer to double digits. Still a long way to go. Even after this round win, they're going to be 5 rounds back. FaZe has plenty of runway to still work with. But it's like a mirror of that first half, right? The slow start from ENCE is it's just like doing barely enough to recover, but I mean, they need way more than that here if they want to steal this map away.
They really do. But the math is interesting now, right? Because this is going to be 9-14, and you might think, oh, that's a 5-round gap. Maybe, but half those rounds more or less are going to be saved for FaZe, right? So it's not that many rifle rounds now that ENCE really have to win. You can definitely go on a bit of a sprint here and just get it home. You just win the important rounds here where FaZe have rifles, and you're in a decent position. It's closer than it might seem.
And Nertz has shot up the scoreboard. We called him out 2 rounds ago, I think. He's now up to 15. He's got 7 kills in the past 2 or 3 rounds.
Call out Sunpayers a little bit. Tell us what you think, Jason.
I have a couple times. We've thrown his name into the mix. I was worried when Rops gets this opening kill. I was really worried about this round, but that is a great recovery from Nertz to win that battle. Yeah, that's the look you give. That's the look you give. 14-9.
That almost looked like the kind of spray for Robs where you actually think you've done enough. Like, you almost stop shooting because you're like, well, there's 7 bullets, like, he's dead. And then
you get a little lazy, like 5 bullets in. You're like, yeah, I got this. Like,
yeah.
He's not dead yet for some reason, but I got him at like 2 HP. Next one's got him.
Almost dead, kind of. Gotta be careful. Gonna finish what you started. Oh, Brokey nearly caught out. Madden taking the kill onto Rain. They don't even push forward. Okay, good discipline, I suppose. I don't know if they realized there was another player there, but they surely must have. 4-on-5 to begin with. ENCE marching their way back. Rops gonna get one in return at the very least, and that's not bad.
No, that's a really nice equalizer to find. No follow-up pressure, no player paired up with Madden for that kind of a... Snappy smoked off for the moment. Kerrigan's got another smoke in his pocket as well.
And Nertz is waiting for some teammates to give it a little bit of an inch here.
And Kerrigan, it seems like, is holding that smoke for a defensive one if there is a B execute. He's feeling that coming, so him and Twist are going to play double pit. Kerrigan would bounce the smoke off the wall, right, just to plume at the top of the ramp to give them some safety to fight behind the bomb site.
Yeah, but the flashes you can throw from the T side are so efficient around that pillar. Oh, Snappy doesn't even need the flashbang. He's just cracked open the bomb site, Jason. He doesn't give a damn. That's actually so ridiculous. In my brain, look at how many grenades they have. I'm like, okay, they're probably gonna Molotov out the barrels. Then they're gonna throw those classic pillar flashbangs. Snappy's just walking into it saying, nah.
Yeah, and it's a good point to make too, because I think Kerrigan is expecting to have a little bit more time to make his play with that smoke. I'm not entirely sure what the play would have been with that smoke bounced off the back of the bomb site, but you know, he's thinking there's going to be more time that he'll have to make something happen. And just the fact that there's not a whole lot of full execute, there's not a whole lot of utility spent. It's just the one flashbang, and then all of a sudden contact is there. Neither Twist or Kerrigan was ready for it. So 10th round for ENCE. Creeping a little bit closer.
Terrorists win. 2 versus 4 right here, yeah. They're going to have a couple of rifles saved. It's not that much. They don't even get to make the save call because it's just a decisive entry for Snappy. Look at this work that he's put in right here.
Yeah, I guess Kerrigan can play behind that smoke as well if he chooses to. A couple different ways he could have utilized it. Regardless, I mean, it didn't matter. He didn't get to execute anything that he might have been thinking in his head. 4 straight now for ENCE. 3 of them getting into the bomb sites as well. This offense is starting to gear up.
It is. This is what I'm talking about, right? Every other round, they get to save a couple of guns, so that's something, right? But every other round is going to be not that impressive for FaZe. Brokey, hold the phone. He's taking down Nertz, who's really been the engine of some of the last couple of rounds. He's very low on health, down to 11.
Nert's entering with that M4 as well. That really betrayed him. Gets the single dink. If that's an AK, Broki's done.
Yeah. You got to say as well, if anyone could bring around like this back, it is Broky. He has that kind of style. Look at Robs. Look at where he is.
Yeah, when he's also recovered the M4 from Nertz's body. So all of a sudden, this round that was kind of like a little bit depleted with just an AWP and an M4 now has a little bit more stopping power to it. And they can remain a little bit more aggressive. Broky with the confidence of having Rops at the stairs, saying, I can be aggressive and Rops can pop up in support at any time he wants. Diha's got a lot of work to do.
Broky, he's pushed forward with the AWP and no health at all. Diha is not expecting to find him there, and I don't blame him for it.
It's because Rops' position. Broky feels safety. Rops is peeking up the stairs, and he knows it's clear. He's kind of in support. So yeah, there's an element of risk, but just a lot less risk than you would imagine.
Here we go. The whole map could be on this one round, this 1-5 versus 3. FaZe getting away with a lot right now. The jump past Broky, ice cold. Yeah, they're going to try and boost it over. They want to just try and set it up. Is he going to see it coming? They don't have really a lot of time for this either. 20 seconds and Sunpass. That's a kill they needed, but Rops double taps them away. He's blown up the round. Snappy's low on health, and Rops will close it out. A beautiful finish, and it's 15 on the side of FaZe.
Yeah, that's a tough situation to work yourself out of if you're ENCE. They lost just a little bit too much. That kill onto Diha, as you mentioned, creates so much safety, creates a brand new crossfire that ENCE just wish they didn't have to deal with. That's the initial salvo. This is the one coming back to it. Good timing for Broky.
Look at that, so clean. Rops, we've seen him miss a couple of shots, but overall, this has been a
phenomenal
fiery game for him.
Yeah, he's up to 27 kills, leading the server. 5 chances for FaZe on this opening map of the series. If you're just joining us, this is a 2-0 matchup in the challenger stage of the Paris Major. Winner of this series qualifies onto the legend stage.
And you got to give them credit. I mean, the comeback they've made already is really impressive, but could all fall apart right now. It looks like they're going to try for a little bit more of an aggressive and direct approach towards the B bomb site. Tired of running into people up at the restrooms on the other side. Nert's already feeling a bit of the love with the grenade going over the wall. And Kerrigan's not seeing anyone, but I mean, he should know as well. That's not confirmation that no one is there. Broky, oh, and the flick is so fast. You would think Sunpass has the upper hand in that particular battle, but didn't turn out that way. Watching Broky work with this AWP, it's never going to be boring, is it? You know you're in for a wild ride when he's on the server. 15-10 and a 4 versus 5. And they're waiting for that smoke to disappear. There is still an HE and a flashbang left on FaZe, but that's about it. Oh, great flash through. Madden on the entry. Nurtural followed up with a stolen AWP. Rops could have nearly ended it right then and there. The spray down as they nearly lined up for him. But a 2 versus 3 in Rain and Broky. What do you do here?
It looked like Broky wanted to come through that smoke and jump in back to the bomb site, but that final kill from Madden was just too quick, too convincing for Broky to make that kind of a play. So they get the safety of the bomb plant. Smokes are up and plumed, and the money on FaZe is a little questionable, so I don't know if they'll go for this.
It doesn't seem like it.
With 5 rounds 5 rounds still left, Broky can drop a weapon, Rops can buy himself. I think you just back away from this one unless you get a gift, which is not going to come, obviously.
Yeah, I thought maybe they would go for the boost at the wall to just look, but it's also so common now that you could easily just get peeked and shut down. Okay. 15-11. That was a hard round, just to come back into this round was not necessarily easy for them at all.
Yeah, I mean, it was really won on that engagement in Monster, but just phenomenal trading. Phenomenal trading. What a round from Madden. Spectacular double kill coming through the tunnel. ENCE is up to 11.
Yeah, that is well done. This flash with the setup. Nuts on the back. I mean, otherwise, maybe.
Oh, no way.
Well,
15-11, and ENCE have FaZe at another breaking point in terms of their money. Utility being picked up now by FaZe's defense. The last cash they have to spend. Only Broky has any funds remaining.
That's just Harry if you are...
Yeah, I don't know if that came through, but that was Harry.
I hope that it did. 15-11, yeah. Only a 4-round gap. This is totally winnable right now for ENCE. They can come back into this one. This next one is going to be a huge test for them, but if they get that one, it's almost there.
Rops is saving a little bit of money too. He has 1,100. He didn't invest in a kit. He didn't buy up any flashbangs, so he's keeping some money in the bank as well. Quick shot from Brokey, just sails past Snappy. ENCE have control of Playground. They have control of Fountain, and they want to head out towards Long. So round 27.
Oh, I like this.
A heavy play towards Long.
I hope they keep going. They've slowed it down now because they don't want to give it away if someone's close up. A little bit of a jump peek. And they're going to know on either side. Is it worth it? Yeah, the CTs are going to be falling back. Who can blame them? Why would you want to wide swing that one? It's so scary. Even if you flash close, if someone is all the way at the bottom of Long, they're not really going to get flashed out at all, so you'll be fine.
2 smokes, I think, used by FaZe out towards Long as well. So there's some resources they might not have down the stretch. That might be a little bit of a gift over towards ENCE. However, with such a heavy emphasis out towards Long, nobody clearing bathrooms, Nerds just lurking all the way back towards Fountain for the flanker. Again, Rain and Brokey able to secure this position, and when ENCE attack into the bomb site, there's going to be that crossfire setup.
Oh, spray as they jump through. Rops looked like he was about to make a huge mistake, but he did get one of them. Oh, and Madden, he's back with a vengeance. 3rd kill for him. Molotov's out, but they run through the smoke on the other side, and with 40 seconds left here, it's a 2-on-2. Sampayas, he's been missing for a lot of this. He's got 9 kills so far. The 10th here would be huge, and it is. Taking down Karrigan. Twist on his own. See what he could do. Walks right through, does pick up the Spanish sniper on the other side, and now it's Nerds there. Twist hoping to close it out. Pistols out, but he can't find the headshot. Nerds will keep ENCE alive.
Yeah, big time clutch from Nerds. 1 single big time kill from Sampayas, but again, we're going to throw all the credit over towards Madden. These are some critical kills he's getting. He is a can opener right now for ENCE to make this bomb site even possible to overwhelm. Triple kill, breaks up the crossfire as well. Perfectly played. And ENCE are keeping the pressure on FaZe. 4th timeout called from the defense.
I swear it was so...
Oh, they're feeling the pressure on all sides now. Another timeout used, the last one that FaZe have. They want a chance to put the brakes on ENCE, just slow them down and find the one strategy that could work. I mentioned this earlier. It's one of my favorite strategies when you go for those pushes through the monster tunnel on the CT side. You could even do it with a smoke that lands in the barrels by the stairs, but just flashing away through and actually attacking the Ts that are waiting out there, I think is such a fun idea.
I swear your favorite ideas in Counter-Strike are all the crazy high-risk plays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Of course they are.
It just makes it more interesting, you know? That's really quick to take up the position, not worried about anything at all. Got to be a little bit careful here. Don't want to be giving up the AK. They don't have a lot to work with on the other side. But he's handling that fight so well.
Yeah, and that's also, I mean, he probably could have had that fight clean if he stuck to it against Karrigan, but obviously the priority there is staying alive, keeping numbers, keeping the guns in your hands. What a win from Twists under pressure, down to 30 HP.
Yeah, 4 versus 4 now. Shuffling away the AK-47s. Gonna make sure that nobody picks them up. Really kind of scary to be doing this in the middle of the match, but you need to. You need to make sure that no one can get that AK. Here we go. It's all good.
Karrigan and Twist are rotating over to the A bomb site. Meanwhile, Rain is pushing Long. Hasn't turned the corner just yet, but they feel no pressure, so this is a little bit of a gamble just due to the low weaponry, the weaker weaponry. They're going to be at the wrong bomb site. Twist kind of peering down from heaven.
How many headshots can you get with the Deagle? Oh, making the jump down. He's so exposed right now. There's one more for Russell. See what he could do. He is known as the Magician, and he nearly had that one too, it looked like. Going to be a little bit of a shot from Brokey up on high, and it's a 2 versus 3. But a very hard round to win nonetheless. Maybe not Brokey. He just gets him out of there, and now it's like 1 versus 3. It had to be him on his own to try and keep them in the map. It's all for this one. He's crouched down. AK's there. He gets the first one, but a little bit of a misspray. And now he's being backstabbed. Rain will take him down, and FaZe, the most unlikely round that they could have had, and they pick it up due to some great Deagle shots from Russell and also the scout coming in from Brokey.
I feel like FaZe is even surprised they win that round. Unbelievable that they take it away with Deagles and pistols. Comeback stops short. We're off to a break. The Desk and Map 2 are up next.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one. Okay, let's try... Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Neff. But then again, it could be Neff, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Neff.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Russia is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27. Imagine, maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hard.
Yes, it's Tarek.
Overpass, it gets dicey, and in what was probably the most unlikely round for FaZe to be sealing, actually sees them seal up their own map pick of Overpass. Try as Nerds might with a nice 1v3, try as Snappy and Marden with their own individual aim late game. Unfortunately, Maui wasn't enough for ENCE to be pulling off the upset and the comeback.
Just too good of a start there for FaZe. They showed exactly why they picked Overpass with an excellent T side, and I feel like it's just clockwork at this point. You know FaZe are going to come up with some random round. You think, okay, they're probably on pistols. Well, you can relax a little bit. Never the case, okay? They're just as deadly with the Deagles, with the 5.7s, Brokey with the Scout. That's how they close it all off. And you could see that there's a big firepower difference in this one on top of that.
From start to finish, a very convincing performance from FaZe Clan. It's always a little bit difficult coming into Overpass, having to start on that T side. You do it with a bit of a risk when you're picking that map, because you know that potentially it is the hardest T side to play in the entire game right now. FaZe did it tremendously well. I think Kerrigan called a great T side. The individuals were showing up. And then there's one player I want to point out from the CT side of ENCE that didn't show up, that didn't make the work conditions hard enough for Kerrigan, and that was Sunpayas. I consider the CT side Overpass as an AWP player to be the playing ground for everyone. You can basically take shots anywhere in the map you want to, and you do it risk-free, but we didn't see that from Sunpayas. He found 0 to no impact in that first half, only 5 kills in 15 rounds. Simply not good enough from Sunpayas. He had to do more. He had to make the work conditions for Kerrigan and FaZe Clan much, much harder than he did.
Yeah, you need your AWP to be showing up, particularly when we look look at Brokey on the other side, sure, he did make some mistakes in the later stages of that game, but yeah, definitely, I guess, a lackluster performance from some players coming through. Maui, you were talking about another member of ENCE, though, which FaZe were liking to punish in that first half.
Yeah, we saw, obviously, SunPyus having a hard time on the A side, but I also think that Nerds was having a very difficult time because FaZe were definitely targeting him on that side of the map. The way that he lurks there on that defense, as opposed to what Spinks used to do, you could see a difference in the players. I consider Nerds to be a more powerful player in terms of individual ability, but I think that in terms of just that cognitive ability, I would still take Spinks because Nerds, yeah, he's trying to take all these duels very early on against a team like FaZe, and what happens when you duel a team like FaZe over and over again? You're gonna come out behind sometimes because they have so much firepower. They are able to read his movements, and I'm gonna say that I do blame SunPyus a little bit, but I also think that they knew exactly how that A defense was going to move Pimp. I thought that they knew exactly how Nerds was going to rotate and SunPyus. It was both of them that they were targeting.
Yeah, they were not putting up enough numbers in neither of the two. I do like Nerds, you know, doing what he's supposed to do and sticking to his own game plan, because I agree with you. Sometimes as a player, you are looking at your opponent, you're looking towards FaZe Clan, and you think, okay, you're going up against guys like Robs, you're going up against Rain, and you then alter the way you're playing Counter-Strike. Nerds didn't do that. He stuck to his own game plan, but perhaps a little bit too much.
Yeah, big shots, dirty thoughts, man like Rops. Got it done for FaZe, 30 bomb for him. Excellent stuff. I mean, really, Rops was actually so deadly on the T side too, and I love that from him. His rotations on CT side were on point. Felt like he was all across the map. Not just this one trick in terms of what he was doing, but constantly finding all of the action, showing that his individual ability was the best in this first map.
Cool in the name and hella cool in the game. He's been so consistent so far for FaZe Clan, and that's exactly what we want to see, right? We want to see more decisive FaZe victories, and we want to see the individuals showing up on a consistent basis.
This is a step in the right direction. It's just map number 1 in this best of 3. I know FaZe Clan were the one picking Overpass, but a win like this against a well-playing ENCE, that's what's going to give us hope that FaZe is ready to contest for this major. Because let's be honest, right? We're looking at FaZe right now, and yes, they're one map away from qualifying for the Legend stage, but that should be a walk in the park. That should be the bare minimum that FaZe should achieve at this major. So I'm not necessarily surprised that they're about to win this game, but it's the fashion they're winning in that makes me excited, because I want to see FaZe go a long, long way this major, because they definitely have the capabilities to do so.
I want to throw Rain's name into the ring as well, more so, I guess, for the first half and the impact he was finding there. But the fact that we talk about him as such, you know, big event player, a big game player, great to see him starting off this really, really strong.
He's en route to become an MVP again.
Imagine that, 2 majors and 2-time MVP champion. That would be sick.
That seriously would just rewrite history for the course of this FaZe lineup. I mean, you had so many players that could have been MVPs, and for Rain, I mean, Robs did overshadow him by the end of the whole thing, but he's had so much impact himself, and I think that this is exactly what you needed to see. I mean, we already spoke about the fact that it does feel like FaZe, they're in that major form, and it feels like they're primed and ready to close this out on map number 2. If Rain can play like that towards outside on Nuke, I just don't know what ENCE is even going to do.
Jacob, you coined a phrase that I really like, a cosmetic comeback. Was that the case for ENCE? Do you think they were kind of fooling us into thinking that maybe they could have pushed this, they could have taken it, they could have at least pushed it to overtime?
Yes and no. I don't think it was cosmetic in the sense that sometimes you see the opponents allow, you know, a team like ENCE to get back into the game because FaZe is slowing down. I think ENCE was showing quality on the server in the last couple of rounds.
Agreed.
I think the T side was good. Some of the executes on towards the A bomb side, the calling coming out from Snappy was solid. That's not necessarily anything against FaZe Clan. That was just ENCE showing quality. So yes, cosmetic in the sense that I never feared at all that FaZe would win the game, but ENCE also got to show they had quality on Overpass.
Let's begin to talk about the second map. That is going to be Nuke, and of course that is ENCE's pick coming into things. How are you feeling about this being the map choice from ENCE, first of all?
Bad. I mean, this is a map that FaZe, when they get to start on the CT side, have shown that they are world class. I think that they've had a little bit of a dip in form on this one. They're not necessarily the same powerhouse they were this time last year necessarily, but I think you still look at all of the people in the positions that they play, and they're simply world class. Rops at ramp, Rain towards outside, the inner holds from Kerrigan and Twist, and then Brokey just everywhere with the op. Like, I want to see what kind of game plan Snappy cooked up for this one, because he's going to have to find, I think, a winning T side half if they want any chance of this.
Yeah, let's continue to look at FaZe's Nuke, as Mahone has a particular moment from us from yesterday's game versus Pain.
That's right. So on top of a great CT side potentially, we also saw a good T side against Pain yesterday. So let's take a look at this one round here that's really off the back of some misdirection and great utility usage. So right here first, we're going to take a look at the round, and at surface level, it kind of just looks like an aggressive play from Kerrigan where he's running into Mini, finds his kill into Big Uzera, and then he finds his kill behind the silo, and at the same time, Rain comes in from Hut. But obviously, there's a lot more to this. It's not just simply an aggressive play. So the first thing is that to set up this play, Broky's going to toss a smoke, very typical smoke in front of door, and he's also going to throw 2 flashes. Now, with this utility combo, what it does is it actually sets a certain expectation, because it's very common these days that when teams throw this utility combo, there's going to be somebody inside the smoke who's going to try to push out. Typically, when you see these nades, somebody tries to push out past the smoke. FaZe play on this expectation. Because here in this round, Pain know that this play might be coming, Big Uzera, he has his back turned completely. This allows Kerrigan running on top of Mini to catch him completely off guard. So when Kerrigan comes in, that's why he catches Big Uzera. As well, these flashes that Broky throws here for this Mini position, it also has a second purpose, and that's to blind the players behind Silo. Take a look at these 2 players here from Pain. They both get blinded. What this does is it forces them behind the silo position, and it ultimately opens up space for FaZe to push in from Mini and Door at the same time. But as well, take a look at Rain here coming in from the side from Hut. He's inside this smoke. Now this smoke is thrown at the start of the round. This smoke, in combination with those nades from earlier, this smoke lands just in front of Hut. And what this does is it allows Rain to push past that Molotov that's normally thrown all the time and to get space into the site. So he goes into the smoke instead. And by being inside the smoke, he's now in a spot where he can strike at any moment he wants. And on top of that, because he's out here in the open, CTs are not going to be expecting him inside the smoke. You'll see that when these CTs peek towards Hut, they're not expecting him in that smoke, and that's when he runs out and catches him. So that's really why FaZe can be so strong on the T side sometimes. It's because of their misdirection. They throw great utility, and they also find ways to kind of work around it. They play with your expectations, so we'll have to see if ENCE, if they can manage a good T side, are they going to be ready on their CT side as well?
Yeah, really excellent dissection of a crucial round for FaZe in that game versus Pain yesterday. I know you were talking about the CT side of FaZe, but let's continue upon the offensive side that Mahone was just talking about. Where do you think it is crucial for FaZe to be coming hot out the gates on that offensive half if they hope to kind of be neutering ENCE on their CT side?
I mean, it comes down to the pacing from Kerrigan. I feel ENCE is a team that likes to play relatively passive on the CT side, so FaZe have opportunities to go fast if they want to. I think that's what I like about the way Kerrigan is calling, in particular within FaZe Clan. They can always change up the tempo. You wouldn't be surprised if you see FaZe one round rush inside, the next one rush ramp, and the third one just do a very basic, simple, slow default. So Kerrigan has a lot of tools right now to work with, not only in players, but also in the terms of amount of strategies you can throw at ENCE.
Yeah, and I love that we do get that example breakdown from Mahone. Shouts out to the Mahone zone. Absolutely killing it, as always, Danny over there. And I think that just kind of shows that there's layers to these strategies as opposed to kind of the typical narrative of like, yeah, FaZe, they're just a bunch of stars that are going to headshot. No, it's like they're really good strategies on top of it that Kerrigan, I assume Rops, Rawbion, all of them have come together to put together. And yeah, that's also why they can succeed too, because a little bit of structure here and there never hurts.
So you were holding up a little bit of a red flag, I guess, in terms of this being ENCE's pick in this series. Why, particularly from the ENCE side of the equation, is that? Is it just that FaZe look like the better team on this round, or is there something that ENCE aren't going to be showing?
I just don't necessarily think there was a great place for ENCE to go in this veto in general. They covered them in a lot of different ways. Overpass was a great punish from FaZe, and then you maybe would have wanted an Ancient pick or something if you're ENCE, but I don't think they really like going there too. So yeah, I just think that in terms of the veto, in terms of just the personnel, FaZe have ENCE covered in so many different ways, which is why we always lean towards them in this.
FaZe do have a couple of weaknesses when it comes to Nuke, though. One being Broky as an AWP player. I feel like Broky is great on a lot of different maps. Nuke, not one of them. In 23 so far, he's below 1 rating on average over 12 maps, and they won the vast majority of those maps. So from an individual standpoint for Broky, not really feeling it as an AWP player. I think Son Payers is producing more results over there for ENCE in that regard. Kerrigan as well, it has always been a bit of a weakness. The FaZe inner control, the FaZe inner defense with Kerrigan and Twitch Twist sometimes is being pinpointed as the weakness for FaZe. Karrigan's stats in 23 so far has also been lackluster, especially on the CT side. So if you're ENCE, I think Snappy is going to contest the inner bomb side. And we know ENCE, they love to run fast stretch towards the inner bomb side. So Karrigan will have his hands full from the beginning of the game.
And when we were touching upon Sampayas before, it was the negatives about him on that first map of Overpass. So I'm sure he's going to be hungry to kind of redeem himself and push ENCE to a third if he can.
Yeah, I just don't know if Sampayas
right?
can get over, can really get as involved on the T side of this map. You know, if you're starting there, I remember just so many more Sampayas games vividly in my head when he's on the defense, when he's able to rotate with the opt, call his own number. But if Snappy's going to be calling these plays, usually that just means Sampayas is in the back line, just throwing some nades, trying to help their exec, especially if it's an interplay. There's no way an opt can really get involved other than throwing nades and hoping that everybody else does their part so he can get into a post plant.
Do you agree with the holes then that Jacob was maybe alluding to for FaZe that we might potentially see?
I mean, I've seen already a couple times this year when FaZe have crumbled in terms of just those uncharacteristic losses. The new colds, like he's saying, where that A defense, like it feels like Twist has to find 2 kills. Karrigan has been coming up with 0, and then 3v3 post plant on that A site. It's really tough to retake A in a 3v3, even if it's Rops, Rain, and Broken.
It's also a result of the fact that Rops is potentially the best Rain player in the entire world, and Rain is very strong outside. So if you're an opponent looking towards FaZe, where are the potential weaknesses? You'd always target inside first, because that's where Karrigan is at, that's where Twist is at. Of course, Twist is a good player, don't get me wrong right here, but he's also, you know, having to shoot for a person and a half sometimes, with Karrigan sometimes leading a bit of that individual output on the server.
Let's go back to what Mahone was discussing with that particular T-side look that we saw FaZe deploying yesterday versus Pain. I think it would be fair to say Pain is a different caliber of opponent compared to ENCE when we're entering things. Do you think FaZe will be able to get away with that kind of play, right, that we saw Danny describing versus ENCE? Do you think they're going to have to kind of bolster anything, particularly as I'm sure they would have been watching that game pretty damn closely?
I would have just hoped that FaZe has a deep enough playbook to not just have to run the same things that they did against Pain. I'm sure there's variations and little remixes for a lot of the plays that they ran against Pain. And I think that also what Pimp alluded to earlier, the fact that FaZe can also slow the rounds down too. Like the defaults have gotten pretty interesting with Rops playing around that door, blowing it open, trying to fight and see if he can find any openings on that side of the map too. Like there's so many openers that FaZe have, and on top of that, they have some cool finishers on top of it. Like everything, it seems like they have a really comprehensive game plan. And I wouldn't imagine that, you know, they're going to do like one-dimensional plays over and over and over again, especially with the confidence they're taking from Overpass. You actually can usually default a little bit more because everybody feels a little bit more emboldened.
Let's go a little bit more big picture, because when we were coming into, you know, the pre-show that we had just yesterday, prefacing all of the 16 teams that are here in the Challenger stage, you, Maui, said that it would be a red flag for you if FaZe were to make it through, but if they dropped a series, right? You wanted to see them go flawless. Does that same logic apply if they were to drop a map here? Or are you just going 3-0, whatever fashion they do it in, that's a good sign for you?
The first 2 maps that FaZe won were of such quality that I'm not too worried about them. Like, I think they're going to make it to playoffs now, actually, pretty much just, even if they lose a map here to ENCE. And I think that ENCE coming into this, picking Nuke, probably are coming in with a really solid game plan. And I have ENCE as a team that I was maybe putting almost as my 3-0. You know, I didn't, but I think that 3-1 is a totally acceptable result for them. And if they're able to scratch FaZe a little bit, draw a little bit of blood, then I would more so just be commending ENCE, because I think that this team is coming up in form quite a bit right now. So it's not like, and they're almost a team that could make playoffs too. So I don't think that that's necessarily an indictment on FaZe's ability if they just drop a single map. Losing a series, though, that's a little bit of a different question for me.
I think that's my take as well. The fact that if you were to lose a map to ENCE, no harm done whatsoever. I consider both the teams we're watching right now to be strong contenders to obviously qualify for the next stage. One of them will, but also going into the playoff. I think ENCE right now is a team that once we head into the Legend stage, with how they played so far, even the 1 map loss here against FaZe Clan, we saw that T-side and Overpass. There was something to be found in there. So I consider both teams to be very strong right now, and probably 2 of the best teams in this entire stage.
We do just have a little bit of a tech delay, but I think we should talk about what's been going on the B stream, because there is another qualification game going on right now over on
There's
the
a
other
lot of
side
yelling going on as well.
Yeah, it's getting very loud in here. G2 versus Apeks, if you guys haven't been watching that one as well. 16-11 on Apeks' map pick of Anubis. There we go. Those are live scenes from Inferno that's going on down. 7-1 already. Yeah.
It's going to be
2-0.
But that's the G2's T side on Inferno. This will be the third time they're playing Inferno in this tournament, and their T side has been absolutely outstanding. We saw it against the Mongols. They made a massive comeback after being down 6-9 in the first half. Just completely ran over them. Second map yesterday as well. Solid T side, and now we see it one more time. 8 rounds already in the first 9. Something tells me that Huxi and G2 right now on that T side Inferno are absolutely untouchable.
Yeah, I call G2 the European Mongols. They're just so good at Inferno like that.
Yeah, okay, fair.
No, there's...
Where are you going with this?
No, just that the Mongols are good at Inferno too. No, G2 have seemingly found a map right now, at least in this stage, that they can consistently rely on. And Apeks actually kind of made that in Anubis a little bit interesting. Sure, they won the first half, but it was the T side, and then I think G2 cleaned things up once they switched to the T side. It was nice to see that Nico got an ace also in that previous map. I mean, pulling out the op after a little bit of a Tech 9 multi-frag entry path. I mean, stuff like that is always really cool because Nico kind of had a quiet first day.
Yeah, it didn't ultimately matter in the end, but you want to see...
You two want to hear the most ridiculous stats I've ever seen?
Go on.
Yeah.
G2 in this tournament so far have won 82% of their T rounds.
That's disgusting.
82%.
Things that should be illegal.
Oh my gosh.
That is unheard of. Like the next team on the list would be ENCE with 60%.
They're going to start saying Giga Chad.
Yeah.
It's coming back.
It's coming. I'm going to put a pause on that as we go to a little bit of a break. When we are back, we're going to be continuing the series. It's going to be Nuke. It's going to be the pick of ENCE coming up after this.
I remember more Monte clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it's weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right?
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had a Mongol clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
That was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up MongolZ.
Nuke, the pick of ENCE, coming up next in this best of 3 series. That is going down versus FaZe, and potentially the opportunity for one of these teams to make it through to the Legend Stage 3-0. Gentlemen, just in case any of the viewers are joining us new and fresh, TLDR of what has happened so far during this series. FaZe managed to get a map win. What were your takeaways from that though, Maui?
Just good game planning from FaZe overall on Overpass. One of the hardest maps to call on the T side, but Kerrigan clearly knew how he wanted to manipulate the defense between Nertz and Sunpius towards A. And so Kerrigan feels like he's in his bag right now, but that's on top of a Rops 30 bomb performance there too. So a little bit of help from his friends.
FaZe looking very, very solid, ENCE looking competitive. And I think that's the main takeaway for me, the fact that ENCE were good in the first map, but just not quite on the level as FaZe.
Well, we do get by with a little help from our friends. And I'm talking about Jason and Anders over there in the casting booth. Gentlemen, are FaZe going to do this in a flawless 2-0?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to go. FaZe 2-0. I think FaZe looking good and ENCE looking competitive is a good way to put it, because that's where things kind of are at the moment. And it was an admirable kind of comeback in both of those halves for ENCE, starting slow in both those halves for ENCE on Overpass. Got to be different here on Nuke. They can't dig themselves out of a hole each and every time.
No, they need that strong start, don't they? I really feel like the confidence on FaZe, even if it was, you know, a little bit wobbly at one point there, they still look really, really powerful. Rob's having himself a great game, Brokey showing up, and on a map like Nuke, having somebody like Brokey who could be mobile with the AWP and all over the place, that's hard to shut down. I'm going to be in that same camp with you. I think this is going to be a 2-0 for FaZe. It looks likely.
Yeah, and Pimp brought up a good enough point where we're mentioning, you know, that Brokey on this map, one of his lower ratings, not his sharpest map as an AWPer on Nuke. However, I mean, you still have the challenge of having to actually exploit that if you're ENCE. And as good of a caller as Snappy is, I feel like there's so many pieces on FaZe that are there to like pick up the slack if this is a quiet map for Brokey. Guys like Twist who can anchor the upper bomb site, someone like Rops who's just so good in his position. Rain playing outside is effective. They've got the tools, they've got things that are necessary to close this out 2-0 and qualify onto the Legend stage in 3-0 fashion. ENCE is going to try and put a stop to that, starting on the offensive Nuke.
Yeah, they're going to be walking right through. Actually, they dive down in the pistol round. That's really interesting. Madden's making sure that no one is following immediately. That's usually really important. There's a couple of missed shots out here. Rain, he did it earlier again in the pistol round. You have to hit those shots right there. And finally, Robs comes in with a double. Rain will get one of his. All right, so he's not just blanks in the pistol. Robs will continue the madness down below. We got 3 kills already. The bomb is on the ground, and Madness on his own. Now in a 1 versus 3, he does pick up the first kill on Robs, but this should be an almost impossible round here. Walking forward into it, they know that he's coming, and a fadeaway shot from Kerrigan. It's FaZe to pick up the pistol.
I feel like Rops had way too much impact for how easily ENCE was able to drop down vents and how kind of late the rotation was coming down. So Rops has a huge impact. You mentioned the 30 bomb in the previous round, or in the previous map. This is another incredible double kill that he's able to get. But man, that one's painful. And yeah, Rain is some questionable salvos with the USP on Overpass and now here on Nuke. But it's okay.
I'm very sympathetic because I have this experience all the time playing where, like, I swear I am shooting right at him, but you know, the bullets just disappear.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is, Anders.
It's my story, and I'm sticking to it, Jason.
You and Rain are basically the same player.
It's the lag or something else.
A little bit of damage, or a lot of damage on D-Hud, down to 5 HP. The spam through the smoke. He'll turn the corner with low HP. He's the sacrificial lamb. Brokey's able to get away. Not really. Not really, but again, Kerrigan has arrived down in vents. First kill is his. He's got safety to reload as well. Twist bails him out of a tough spot.
It's a pro casting move, Jason, to try and stretch that away.
Yeah, you like that?
Take notes at home if, you know.
If you're a firing commentator. A linguistics trick for you.
I thought he was like that smoke was so good, like drop it down, but yeah, they were on him, unfortunately. Nuts is here with the P250, hoping for a mistake from somebody. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. The bomb is down below. Why would they move around? How's your day been, Jason? Did you have good sleep? You wake up fresh in the morning?
I was going to say, I've been with you all day. You know exactly how my day has been. We've been right next to each other for the past 6 hours.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
Do some stretches.
Didn't do any of that.
No.
No, I was going to go for a run this morning. I decided not to do that. Decided to sleep an extra half hour.
Is it ever worth it to do that? I feel like it never pays off for me if I try and do that.
No, I didn't actually get back to sleep.
That's
so
what
it just
I mean.
kind of ended up me staring at the ceiling for 30 minutes, wishing I could be asleep again.
That's what happens to me. I never learn anything from it, but I always feel like it's better to just get up when you wake up. Like, all right, we're up, let's go.
Yeah.
We have a little gym crew going on, Jason, if you want to join after the games.
No, I'm more of like one of those people, if it doesn't get done in the morning, I really don't know how to like work up the motivation after work. So it needs to be like right out of the gate.
Okay. That's fair. I think that's fair. People have different routines.
I feel like it's mostly just an excuse, but I'm, again, much like you, I'm going to stick to it. Nade towards the top of silo.
Let me have my disappearing bullets and I'll have your...
Okay, that's fair.
Gym dodging ways.
I have noticed that. You bullets do disappear just randomly. You have great aim, it's just the bullets.
That's what I mean, like.
Yeah.
could have been a pro player if I wasn't cursed like that.
We get a lot of time to spectate you since you're always the last one in.
Yeah. Listen, Janko once said there's a fine line between baiting and teamwork. I fall heavily on the side of baiting.
3-0 for FaZe. Third round, nothing to talk about. Guns come out for ENCE here. AKs across the board.
Okay, so it is a good start for FaZe, but if you just sort of have like a full mental reset, this is not a big deal. It's just what happens when you usually win the pistol round. The real question is if ENCE can springboard their way back in on this one, have a fresh start here, get the AKs out and running. That's what you really need.
Yeah, I feel like what was Overpass saw in the first half, it was a 1-7 start for FaZe. Second half, it was 0-5 start, or I mean, excuse me, for ENCE. And then the second half was a 0-5 start for ENCE. So like those are the holes they're trying to avoid. Get started a little bit early. Shallow nade does massive damage. I don't know if Rain spotted one getting into Big Garage.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Diha sneaking on through. And Rain is right on the other side. I said I think Diha is one of the smarter players at the Challenger, but Rain is on the other side, and that might be a match that's a little bit almost too much, even for Diha at this moment. See, timing is everything. Even if Rain didn't spot it, he understands that there's a real danger of that happening. Holding two positions at once, Roki down here with the AWP, and he takes down some players. It's a good start, and the timing here for Diha, it could not have been better. Taking down Rain, still a 4-on-4.
Yeah, smokes fade, so Rain has to be very cautious of someone sliding in towards mini. He's protecting that position for his teammates in the upper bomb site, which just means his eyes are taken away. Dia's going to try and make his move towards heaven. Molotov to prevent any kind of a peek, so showing like he wants to apply some pressure and start wrapping around. Good kill from Nertz. That's in Hut. That's Kerrigan who pushes through. That means Twist is in the upper bomb site. Oh, so is Brokey. So is Rops up in the rafters, and ENCE is being lured into a trap.
Oh, this is all on Rops right now. 25 seconds. They're going down below instead. They do still have the bomb. Imagine if that would have dropped, but this is actually doable now. 2 versus 2. The bomb is at minimum going to get planted here. And let's see what they could do. Nobody's holding that one. Snappy, what a risk to take. And he's aware. He realizes the other one is coming from the ramp, but they don't know that yet. They're not quite ready to figure that out. And how are they going to be doing this? There is a kit on either player. A couple of flashbangs as well on Rob, so he could set it up for Twist to maybe try and go for it. Yep, there we go. Flashing in deep, but it does not matter. The crosshair placement defeating Twist at the end.
Dang. All right, Snappy. Nice shot, even though fully blind. That flashbang was set up perfectly for that kind of a play. A little bit of fortune going the way of ENCE, but a very nice round dropping down the vents. Yeah, that Snappy plant was so scary. I was even thinking at the time, like, it's a shame Snappy has the bomb, because otherwise he'd probably stick around in vents to stop that kind of a flank, but with no cover whatsoever, that was a bit risky. ENCE pull out a good round, all things considered. They're on the board. 1-3. And all of a sudden, right out of the gate, FaZe might stumble into some money issues. Rain, Kerrigan, and Twist with $0 to spend. Nothing built up whatsoever.
Yeah, that was a necessary start for ENCE. They're not quite done with the job yet if they win this next one, though. You're right. So things start to get real interesting. Rain hoping to catch somebody over the smoke, but he's not able to. That is the slightly deeper wall. If they throw the more shallow one that's all the way towards Mini and that container, he can look over like that really easily and just spot people. So not going to be quite possible in this round. So still up 5-on-5 here. Brokey back out to check it, but not going to find anyone. Look at how they're sneaking through. No warning, no flashbangs, no nothing. They go straight for it, and Brokey's good for the one. He's going to be pushing in. This is madness. He's down on the floor of the bomb site, picking up more kills, tries to get the lump of the loft, but he can't. Just not enough time. Robs will clean it up instead. Oh my god, Diha versus Robs in a 1 versus 1 just like that. It was all out mayhem at the floor of the A bomb site. But the bomb is with Robson. He goes to check. Diaz waiting down below. And ENCE will win another round.
Man, Madden is such a monster at the moment. I mean, and yeah, the Brokey play is a little bit crazy, but he notices Madden actually has a nade out, that he's not prepared for a fight, so he wants to get... I mean, again, this is Brokey. I mentioned at the start of the series that he's kind of the X factor. He's just a crazy, crazy guy, and he's making decisions one by one based off what's in front of him. There's no plan as he goes along. And he wanted to take advantage of Madden having a nade in his hand. So good job from Madden clearing everything out, and a big-time clutch. Diho was lurking in secret. Rops had no idea.
Oh, wow. That's real interesting. An early reset for FaZe, something they didn't really experience at the start of Overpass. Now it's walk close. Oh, it's a run through the smoke. Sunpias on the other side. 4 quick kills. Wow. This is looking very, very fresh at the moment.
Yeah, kind of a perfect flashbang as well to pop him through that smoke wall.
It was.
We love the idea, obviously. We've been on that hype train for years. Nertz is still going to challenge with the SMG. Diha should be able to get the kill. Nice dink from Brokey, but 3-3. We're all tied. And ENCE have avoided falling into that hole early on, which is great. This is a good first step.
Yeah, it is. You see some smiles back on their faces. Yeah. So many people running through. How is that?
Look at that. 2 people completely blind. That's not bad at all. I mean, if there's not 4 people there, that could have gone a little bit differently. So.
Yeah. One of them was a team kill as well.
Yeah.
Why not? We'll count it. Give Sunpias a break. He's had a rough game so far.
Yeah, Overpass wasn't the most fun in the world that he's had. He's got 5 kills starting out here on Nuke. See how much he can build upon it. Oppa is going to be outside aggressively, paired up with D-Hop. Brokey's coming through. Again, nade in the hand of Sunpias. He's able to turn, at least trade it off, at least go 1 for 1.
Yeah, he actually spotted him running through, but he couldn't call it out to D-Hop in time, or he just didn't react in time. Look at the grenades here on the FaZe side of things. They have almost nothing to work with. Might be part of the explanation why they wanted to go aggressive outside like that.
Yeah, it's still a little bit low economy as it builds back up from these 3 losses they've taken. Now, Sunpias is down in secret with the AWP, but obviously the AWP cannot be aggressive the same way an AK-47 can, so don't expect Sunpias to make too much of a play towards that lower bomb site. I imagine he's going to come back up to the stairs and look for any kind of a mistake, anyone kind of peeking a little bit too out in the open towards Yard, and he's got twists.
All right, he's up to 7 kills right now, so he's looking a lot better. The classic MP7 for Nertz. He does love it. We'll upgrade into the M4 instead. Carrigan and Rain, I mean, you just try and save the rifles at this point.
Yeah.
Not worth going for.
Find a way to save. You're way too far out of position. Kerrigan's going to head towards T-spawn. Rain's going to stick around towards Big Garage outside. Up on the roof.
And that's it. Slow end to the round, but really well constructed. For ENCE, obviously it's even more fun if you win the pistol round, but proving that you can win all these rifle rounds, that builds confidence pretty quickly. You're like, okay, the game plan on this T side is absolutely working.
And importantly, too, taking advantage of the fact that they have control of the economy and they have the advantage in that sense. So they're building a lead until FaZe start getting like the full losing bonus is going to be in their favor moving forward after this. Have a lot more money to play with when the gun rounds come along. So you're putting yourself in a nice position if you're ENCE. I imagine around these 2 M4s, a small buy on the other 3 players with pistol and armor, and the next round will be a full gun round. But these are rounds that ENCE can put on the board early so that they have a little bit of a buffer when they encounter resistance later in this half.
Oh, this is everything they could have hoped for here. The desk was talking about it, we were talking about it. A likely 2-0 in favor of FaZe, who won the opening map. Keyboards are getting punched now.
Yeah, oh boy. Be careful, that's your shooting hand.
Yeah, that's true. Although it's a keyboard, surely you don't break your hand on that.
The keyboard has got to be the least important of the equipment of a professional gamer, though, surely.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
So a lot more replaceable. Triple nade. Bombarding the A bomb site. And Carrigan also almost dead behind it. Going to be swapping out the pistol there. And it doesn't even matter. Twist is going to die anyway.
Keyboard shaking.
Yeah.
Keyboard shivering in its little boots.
Little booties. 3-on-3. Well, I said that, but Rain is dead. They're trying to keep that rifle alive. There's something another M4 in there, I think, but Rops is far away on a mission with the 5-7. He's probably going to get shot in the back instead. I'm assuming Snappy's going to be taking a look. Oh, there we go. He's like, oh, wait a minute. You're not on my team at all.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. Snappy handles business. Brokey, the last one remaining with an AK-47. Now, the attacking side from ENCE, everyone is split up. Snappy's back towards T-spawns. Sunpius is red box outside. Diha is wrapping around heaven. So if Brokey gets a little bit of a favorable timing, he can find a 1v1, but he's putting himself out of position to actually challenge for this round. And unfortunately for him, there's just no way for him to know it. 35 seconds. Everyone clearing the upper bomb site before Sunpius commits with the bomb, working together very, very well to get in. 5th round for ENCE. They're going to be up by 2.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they are careful in this 1 versus 3. Even if it's probably almost certainly 1, just why give a chance for someone like Brokey to step it up? Play it carefully, put down the smokes if you need to, and stay grouped up. Brokey not going to have any crack at this one, so 5-3. What a glorious beginning for ENCE.
Yeah, you got to be so pleased. 5 straight as well. It's starting to feel real good.
It is. You kind of wonder as well, what is the... I mean, obviously, part of the explanation here for FaZe is once they run out of money, obviously the defense is not as impressive as it could have been. But ENCE look like they are well in control. It's one of the snappy games again, where you just get a sense that he's calling sort of round to round is on point.
Yeah, this game plan looks nice at the moment. I mean, they've had a good time getting Sunpius set up in secret a couple rounds back. D has been down there as well to be able to handle business, but more than anything, solid trades. I mean, the one kind of real upper attack and execute that we saw at events, Madden had some great kills on his path in. He ran a great route to be able to trade all the frags as they're coming in. First time out taken from FaZe as they want to talk things over.
Curious what the road to recovery is for FaZe here. They've tried some yard aggression every once in a while. They've sort of tried to throw that in there a little bit. You can do lobby crunches. I mean, they're risky, but...
I think the answer is going to be having that outside presence without it being aggression, right?
Yeah.
Like kind of control outside. Remember, like a few rounds back, D is able to sneak into Big Garage and eventually find Rain as the round progresses. And then FaZe has to be worried about the wraparound through Heaven, which prompts Kerrigan to push into Hut, which is where Nertz is ready and waiting for another kill. So I think, you know, controlling outside without having to be just kind of balls to the wall aggression. There's plenty of different ways you can do that.
Here we go, Diha already moved up. New positions for those smokes out there, close to mini Robs. Easy couple of bullets, letting go of that one out of the AK. Repositions himself, ready for more. Double for him now as Madden tries to take on over, and Snappy could have easily been a third victim. Rain not going to get caught this time out in the garage. So there's a lot more of a solid defense here.
It's a really curious play call. I guess you're trying to maybe surprise the defender over in ramp room with just kind of that creepy, crawly walk out into the open with no utility, but it made it real simple for Rops to double up. Now just 2 attackers remaining for ENCE, and Brokey's already in position on control side window. Doors are blown open as well, so he's got a free line of sight. There's a smoke and a Molotov for Snappy to put into play, to put into position.
Yeah, and also change of pace in that round for ENCE, right? Going a lot quicker at that ramp position. So yeah, maybe that was the thinking, just trying to just offset their expectations. Snappy and Sunpius 2 versus 4, and about 40 seconds left. Getting some nades down, but getting caught by Brokey as well. Now it's all on Snappy. Some damage here would still be kind of nice, but not going to happen. Brokey will take him down. Okay. From losing a couple of rounds here, actually quite a few rounds, it's at least good to have 4 people live into the next round.
Yeah, convincing round on defense for FaZe to get back on track. I don't think they'll get an easy opening like that again, though. This is just very simple. Nertz not even clearing all the way to the right, just kind of walking out. I guess they might have thought with all the outside success that they've had that might be a little bit easier, that the encounter would take place somewhere else, but obviously a little bit wrong. Yeah, surprised when that engagement comes out from Rops. 5-4.
Brokey on 10 kills right now, so he's having himself a decent start to the map. Better than anyone else on the server at the moment. And ENCE slowing it down again. I'm trying to see if they can work outside position. Going to be setting up for a wall eventually.
Question becomes, how many people do they bring with the wall? At the moment, it's just Diha with an advanced position towards red box. Snappy's going to join up with him. Rain's playing over at the single box. Counter Molotov to slow down any kind of a cross that might be coming. Ooh, and almost finds Dia through the smoke, grabs the angle, great damage done. Dia's down to 20, and that's actually, I mean, unconfirmed victory in and of itself, because Dia's usually been aggressive in getting that lurk position in secret, and now with that kind of HP, probably not extremely motivated for it.
Yeah, I mean, he might just be controlling the rotations out there, but it kind of still, it only works if they can get this entry through secret. Once again, they're walking through the smoke, just straight out there, no warning. Twist is ready, gun out, and that's important. He's going to get a second one, can't spin around for it. And the AK on Sunpire's ring true this time. Good double kill to bring it back. Molotovs to heavens, ready for the setup here. They should be able to get the bomb plant down. And again, Diha now his position is a lot more valuable. Even if nobody shows up in this position, he's going to call it into his teammates saying there's no one retaking from outside. Sunpire's the third kill of the round. And this is almost a lock already. Rops and Brokey trying to get in there, but they're getting it denied. Really well done from ENCE. That sneak through secret was, or the squeaky door was great.
Yeah, I think they came right through the smoke. And Kerrigan's watching Hut. Twist is just playing at the Tetris boxes, so no chance to really put a stop to it whatsoever. A little bit of a benefit for ENCE in that call, kind of coming through the smoke, that nobody's on the other side for resistance. And even Brokey's in some trouble. Good first shot as Sunpias jumps out. He had a great round, and that was someone we kind of identified on Overpass was a little bit more quiet than we would have liked Sunpias. At the moment, he's got a triple kill here in this round, and he's top fragging for ENCE. 10 kills for him as well. So coming alive here on Nuke. Good double kill from Twist, but can't spin around in time to trade off Sunpias, who cracks open the upper bomb site and holds on to the retake as well.
Hut, coming up. Outside now, outside.
All right. So stress showing on the side of FaZe. You can hear it in their comms as well. They are definitely being put to the test right now. 6-4. ENCE really doing a lot of work. Brokey practically getting blown up at the start. That's a triple nade to nearly bring him down. They're running out, but he's still alive back there in the corner. Kerrigan's going to be going down, but the defense is actually holding for now. Almost 4 people on this bomb site, and there's an aggressive push up towards ramp. Robs is holding this. That's hard to check if you're running away from this bomb site. Oh, Diha. Yeah, if anyone would, it's going to be him. He goes for the look, but not ready. Robs will still take him down. And now a bit of an escape. This is a really tight defense phase. They absolutely had to stop that A rush from coming in.
Can Sunpias adjust quick enough? Oh, yeah, perfectly. Great crosshair placement. Rops peeks up. Madden, here's one dropping down vents, and that's going to activate his play, but Brokey can put a stop to Sunpias coming back. Oh, just the tag. Just the tag. Oh, and this is great. Madden, this is the most unexpected play. Rops will will never know it's coming, but Madden still has to clear out to the right. Hard right clear, and he's got it. Bomb site's open. Twist is the last one remaining, and he's way out of position. ENCE might have just cracked this round open. It's a 1v2 for Twist.
Yeah, and that is from a 2 versus 4. They brought it all the way back, kill by kill by kill. That's a really hard round to lose this one phase. Twist, how much magic do you have left at the moment? He certainly doesn't have a kit, so it'd be very tricky to try and win this one. Smoke, sure, but a 10-second defuse inside generally does not really happen. Gonna put it up, and I think he's already realizing, yeah, there's no way. Hoping for somebody to maybe peek in at the end, make it a little bit more expensive, but the round will go to end 7-4. Sunpias, what a round. Double kill for him. That first one of the ramp was great.
The play from Madden is unreal. And that's twice now, because Madden led the way, I believe, out of the smoke in the previous round through Squeak Door. He's just kind of really challenged that smoke, and it helps, obviously, when you get the information. Rain stomping his feet on the ladder and inside the vents to know that he's at the defense has actually shifted away from that position. But that's how it all began. As you mentioned, 2v4. Unfortunate for Brokey, he gets the tag through the corner of the wall, but Madden knows he's got a player down there to find. And that's a hard clear for Rain to deal with. 7-4 on Nuke.
You know, in CS2, it's going to take 6 seconds to defuse in smoke because you can't see what you're doing. I just made that up. But
yeah, I know. Jesus. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that one.
Don't worry about it, Jason. You can take a round to recover if you need.
Oh.
That's a lot of grenades falling into heaven.
It's a lot of fire up in heaven.
Rain. I wish they had another one just for the comedy of it. He's like, please. I just want to show up and throw a bit of a smoke. That is actually a 6 smoke.
Yeah, it is. That's actually really cool. I feel like you wasted it. I feel like that's too cool to use in that situation.
Yeah, it is. Okay, well, just Rob's left. 8-4. Our confidence in FaZe so far starting to look a little bit misplaced.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you have to say, I mean, what a great TF that ENCE is bringing out, and this is one of the strengths of the team. The in-game leadership of Snappy, the calling of Snappy, the game plan brought into it between him and Saw. Things are looking really, really good for them at the moment, and another timeout is called from FaZe. They're second as they finally get guns and utility back in their hands. Brokey's going to have the AWP, but still have yet to find the solution to this T side. 8-1 run.
Timeout being used, and pretty clear why they want to slow this one down. It might be one of the last chances really for FaZe to get a grip of this first half. If they can get out with like 6 or 7 rounds, I guess there's still something to fight for here. It's just looking increasingly unlikely the way that this is playing. So FaZe is right back into the swing of things. Snappy's playing well. Madden's having the openings. What else do you really want here? 8-4.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit more like designed compared to Overpass, where Snappy's kind of leading the way. You had Diha up there with him, but Senpais and Nerds were struggling to get involved early on. It seems like that first map warm-up has done very well for the ENCE offense. Wall of smokes, Diha crossing quickly. Rain's just going to miss the mark a little bit late. Another flashbang so Diha can come through the garage, but it's a little bit awkward. They both get blind. It gives them the freedom.
Yeah, they've already let them in pretty deep on the map. Rain gonna drop that smoke just to slow them down, and Brokey out here. If they get pushed this way, might be a chance for a shot. All the AKs are coming at him slowly but surely, and it doesn't matter. Senpais able to pick it up. Brokey gets blown up. That's a really tight shot, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no chance for a rebuttal. No chance for a response. He didn't even pull the trigger. Unreal. And now Nerds has got to be ready for the lobby crunch, and exactly, I think Diha was even spamming him from behind. Yep. Makes it an easy cleanup for Nerds. Another one for Diha, and FaZe's defense is just getting picked apart.
Yeah, they are really getting shut down, aren't they? They've set the phases to kill. Don't forget about it, Jason. Don't worry. Twist and Rob's left. What do you think about the game?
The game's great. I hate you so much. 9-4 is going to be the scoreline. This is crazy. I feel like, you know, I know like FaZe is not been at the highest level and the highest peaks that we've seen them at, but I feel like it's still been a while since we've seen them get worked in this fashion.
Twist just holding onto the rifle. They're not even trying to win the rounds anymore. They're just hoping not to
lose everything, yeah.
Please, can we just make it work?
Well, Twist is going to get one at the end of the rounds. They're going to try and hunt him down, but good positioning should be able to... Oh no!
Why did the round last an extra 3 seconds?
It did feel like it was lasting just a little bit longer than it should have.
There must have been an admin somewhere just saying like, add 1 second, add 1 second, add 1 second. Clicking the button. I can't believe it.
Twist probably felt the same way. That's a ridiculously fast shot. We saw it from Brokey's POV initially, just unreasonable. And I mean, just prepared for the follow-up as well. Nicely done from Diha and Nerds.
It really did last for a very long time. I want someone to investigate. I don't think that was a normal round.
Ooh, upper rush. Heads going for the uppercut, and they're gonna get it, it looks like. Good trades, and finally they swing firmly in the favor of ENCE.
That MP7 again. Nerds has made it his brand. Robs would love this 1 versus 3 victory, whatever it takes at this point to try and get the team back into it. Might be a chance for it, but now they're throwing grenades at him, making it increasingly difficult. He's actually pushed past. They didn't expect it. They didn't see it coming. Madden still able to hold on.
For the half they've had, that would have been an atrocious round to drop.
It would have been,
That would have been a really crummy round to just let slip out of your fingers right at the end. 10-4.
It's kind of an interesting example, though, of how information can really betray you. Because when you throw that Molotov and you feel like you've blocked him out of it, you just don't even think about it, right? You're on your mind that he could still be there. So almost miscomming it just because they thought he was blocked.
FaZe won the pistol in the second round force buy, and since then they've only won a single gun round. Round number 9.
Well, that's not good.
Like, once the guns have come out from ENCE, they've just ran away with this map. This is unbelievable. 10-1 run.
Brokey. Combat orping outside. It is what he does really well. Gonna get a couple of kills like that. Rob's M4 in hand, going to challenge all of them as they come through. If there's a third one for the smoke, he's probably ready for that one too. The bomb is dropped, a Molotov on top, and Madden just pushing through to take the fight. No fear approach to this one, and the spray on Brokey. If he wins the last round of the half like this, it's just too much, isn't it? He's got a minute and 15 seconds. It can be done. He's got the bomb. He's picked up the AWP. 2 shots, Jason.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember when I saw him last play with an AWP. So I'm wondering if he's got the chops for it. I figured he might just kind of park himself in ramp room and see if anyone's going to wander into the crosshair and switch back to the AK-47. But he's committed at this point. Bomb going down with the cover of the Molotov. He's going to stick around towards Silo. Knows one's in toxic.
Shoot him for the wall. Don't play around with it, Madden. This is already a 1 in 1,000 round, so you might as well go for it. From a 1 versus 4 into a 1 versus 2 pretty quick. There's a grenade set up, and time is running out for it. He's just ice cold. Picks up the first one, and now ready for it. Carrigan up and and he gets it. An unbelievable clutch coming out from Madden, and that's how they finished the half, Jason. That was beautiful and brutal all at the same time. Oh, we're going to need to take a deep breath, and so are the teams. We'll be back after this. Well, we're back into it in what might be one of the best clutches of the Challenger stage so far. A 1 versus 4. The bomb is inside of the fire when he has to run through the fire to pick it up. Swaps out for the AWP. No health at all in a 1 versus 2 at the end. And a shocking defeat to FaZe here as they are really far behind now on Nuke.
I didn't expect that out of Madden, I'm not going to lie. But he was tracking Kerrigan the whole way while his crosshairs focused on the choke point. He's tracking Kerrigan's movement up on the rafters, and it's just so perfect. My God, FaZe win the first 3 rounds of that half, 11-1 run for the rest of it. ENCE looking to take us to a 3rd map. That 3rd map would be Anubis to decide who goes through to Legend Stage 3-0.
What a delicious 3rd map to finish off on as well. Yeah, let's go there. ENCE already practically making sure that's going to be happening. Playing on the CT side now, smoke is up. They'd like to put some pressure on while it's still down. Dooley's on the other side. Madden, the hero of that last round. Still can't believe that happened. He's gonna keep it going here. Get a little bit of pressure onto him. Rain does go down, and he's got nowhere to go. Spins around and closes it. What has he done? Oh my God!
Madden is such a god. What a beast he's turned into these past few rounds. That's such a sick play.
It's like part of it is like a panicked escape, and part of it is just an absolutely brutal assault on whoever is waiting on the other side. Hello, good sir. Just
the close and reopen. It's so stylish.
Oh. Well, he's having himself a game. Nobody can keep up. He's up to 17. And 7 of those kills are in the last 2 rounds. That's so ridiculous.
It's just the fashion in which it's done. Oh, that late flashbang catches Nerds. There goes Madden. There goes Nerds. FaZe cracks into the upper bomb site, and Brokey finds one as well. And now if you're Snappy and Dia and Sunpai, it's time to save. Time to just bail out.
Yeah, that timing on the flashbang was really sick because they were already practically running into it, but it just worked perfectly.
Yeah, that last flashbang was pretty damn brutal. Pretty damn brutal.
Okay, well, that's all it took. Just do it again another 10 rounds and we're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's not act like FaZe can't come back into this. I'm always going to give FaZe a little bit of credit to see what they can kind of muster up on this T side, catch some fire, catch some momentum, and they can kind of have the same economic punishes repeatedly over ENCE if they can get into the swing of things. It's just a matter they have the added disadvantage of having to overcome just a disaster of a first half. And we saw all the frustration coming out. We saw the keyboard punches. We saw the size of exasperation.
Oh, that was personal, wasn't it? Stuck that Tech 9 right in his face. Okay.
Did it for Kerrigan.
He did it for Kerrigan, yeah.
Monkey on the desk.
Little idle to keep them company. You're a little monkey, Jason. You like bananas. I have photographic evidence.
You're such a child. But yes. Yes, indeed.
I can't deny it. 12-5 as we move into the 18th round. Yeah, that FaZe comeback, it looks like it's really far away, but I don't really disagree. Like, not a lot has to go wrong here. Robs is already kind of fired up. If they just get one more Brokey's there as well, that's 2 out of 5. One more player to join them, and suddenly FaZe could be a very, very different team to be playing.
Yeah, you have to be really careful if you're ENCE to not get like too overconfident, to not get swept up in how good things are going and how much of a lead you have at the moment.
Yeah.
Can disappear very quickly. Sunpias is committed to this position. There's no other options. He'd obviously love if FaZe were to come back towards Mini, and indeed they will. First kill is his, gets the second. Brokey swinging wide. Sunpias can't handle the third, but he's given his team an advantage. Into the Molotov, Brokey steps. Rops is coming towards Squeak Door as well. Kerrigan's found standing in ramp room, but can't do anything with it at the moment.
Yeah, Nerd's in a great position. He's making sure that any fight has to be close to that MP9. If they go into the A-bomb side, he can swing around on the other side, but Kerrigan putting pressure. That's interesting.
And that's going to make the defense move. That's going to allow kind of FaZe to see if they can take advantage of anything. Timing on his peak. Rops handles it. Handles Nerds. Now one coming up Vents as well. Brokey takes care of Madden. Deagle doesn't get the job done, and it's just on Diha. 1v3, but he's well out of position.
Yeah, he is. He rotated down below because of that kill that Kerrigan got earlier. They really thought that was going to be more of an attack down there. And now just looking for a bit of an upgrade. Going to be picking up the AK-47. Don't know if they spotted him yet. Doesn't really make a difference at this point in time. It's going to be a 6th round for FaZe. So climbing a little bit back into it.
Really good recovery. That's a 3v5.
True.
That turns into 3 players winning. These are the opening 2 kills. The opening salvo from Senpaius is great.
I guess sometimes this could be a bit of a downgrade, but have you noticed how that AWP just didn't work for him on Overpass? And on this map, he's almost exclusively been playing with the AK on the T side and now the M4 on this side. I sometimes think it's worth it to do it if you're having a really bad AWP day, and it's not strictly speaking necessary. Like, you're not playing against the Monte or somebody else where like you need to have that incredible stopping power with the AWP. And maybe sometimes if you keep buying it, it's just expensive and you're just losing rounds.
He's going to throw it into the mix surely at some point when ENCE gets a little bit more money under their belt. But yeah, I would agree with you if it's having that kind of a day and you obviously aren't feeling good with it. And surely the rifles are treating him very well at the moment on Nuke.
Yeah.
18 and 11 for Senpaius leading the server. Madden's at 17. Go over to FaZe. It's Brokey and Rops with 17 apiece to lead the way. Oh, here we go. Good luck, Twist. Oh, that's cheating. You're not allowed to fall back when you see a stack like that.
There should be like a gentleman's rule.
Yeah,
you know?
If you run into a stack, you got to commit.
You have to commit. They built a tiny little pyramid for him. Pyramid scheme, if you will, Jason. Wow.
That's kind of poetic.
In a way, yeah. At least they weren't alone.
At least they were there together.
Diha now just on his own. Trying to save that AK that he saved from the last round.
Yeah, and this is a long time to have to save the weapon. I don't necessarily think that FaZe is going to go for any kind of a crazy hunt, so I think Diha, his goal is just to find an escape route to somewhere with a little bit more safety. Although if someone spots him, if he gets in any kind of engagement, I think that will bring the rest of FaZe involved, but Rain just turns the corner to the left and Diha is able to slip away towards Silo. His goal being T-spawn. So 12-7, just 5 rounds away FaZe. Now 3 in a row after losing the pistol.
Yeah, well, I could see Saw calling for a timeout soon, because that risk that you said, like you're celebrating, you had an insane clutch at the end of it. You kind of, you started with a pistol round, that everything kind of seems to be working out really well.
Well, and also look at the money. They probably want to talk things over.
Yeah.
I mean, again, if your goal is to get Senpaius with the AWP in his hands as quick as possible, like a buy here isn't going to accomplish that, and they are going to go for it. So M4s across the board being picked up around that AK-47 saved by Diha. And you're exactly right. Here's the first time out called for ENCE. They didn't really need one in the first half, so early time for Saw to get involved and talk things over to get this defense set and planted.
Yeah, it's already been a tough game for ENCE in many ways. That first map did not treat them well, but if you lose this one, being up so far ahead, you're just going to feel really miserable. Even if your chances of making it through the Legend stage is still really good, these are the 2-0 games, so it's not like FaZe are in any real danger at the moment, but just you don't want to lose a map in this fashion, right? You want to keep it going. You want to have a feeling that this is looking just rock solid. So 12-7 here. But FaZe waking up.
And obviously some of the tactics, I mean, Mahone highlighted it before this map even began, and obviously one of the most characteristic plays from FaZe is winning the Antwerp Major. And once this T-side really gets going, the change of pace of dropping players down on towards Hut, so I think the outside portion of the map is going to be really important, not only to control, but just to have information and be able to identify what's coming, because we know FaZe is going to throw that in at some point during this half if they're able to keep this run going.
Yeah, Nerd's worried about someone hiding in the smoke, which is a play that could be done. Sometimes you'll see 3 Ts that are just all waiting inside of that smoke. Something that Heroic sometimes will do, which is, I like that play where you just, you're just actually in the open, but the smoke is covering you, and you can pop that flashbang through. But FaZe so far, you're right, outside is where the action is going to be. It looked like he was right on. He's actually so close, you might not know it. Rain gets dinked, and he goes down. Okay, I don't know how that works, but it does.
A lot of damage being done. Twist down to 25. This is great production through the wall of smokes. That's got to be really painful for FaZe. Losing a player as well, losing manpower, and losing HP on Twist. I don't think they're going to commit themselves towards Secret anymore. It seemed like they wanted to with 3 people, with 1 at low HP. They're coming down anyways. It's Snappy to defend in vents. Just want to clear the close angle. Kerrigan gets into a little bit battle at range. That might pull Senpaius back. He's pretty committed over towards ramp room. So Diha's kind of boxed in here in Big Garage, and that's exactly where FaZe want to attack. That's the closest and most realistic battle they have to find an advantage, to find an equalizing kill. But still so much damage being done. Oh, and they all go away from FaZe.
Yeah. Wow, Diha. 3 kills in about damn. And so much of it, like you said, pointed out, through the smoke before the round even really got underway. Even if some of the damage is unconfirmed, it's still great.
It's just a blind disruption of anything that FaZe wanted to do. They did not feel motivated to call the tactic that they had actually, pulled out of the playbook. They had to call the audible just due to all the damage that was dealt. It's a pretty uneventful round, all things considered. 13-7. ENCE back on the board, and importantly, surviving with all 5 players alive. Get a little bit of a money buffer now. Great round from Diha in Big Garage. Just silence on the FaZe side. Frustration.
No doubt. They had 3 in a row. Things were starting to look up. But they also know they're kind of near the edge. 3 rounds for ENCE, and they can walk onto that 3rd map on Anubis. Who knows what's going to happen there? Rain besting Diha outside the spray. It's almost good enough. 1 good grenade around that container, and it should be job done. But instead, Carrigan, still a good opening. It's still worth it for him to get that kill, even if Madden takes him down. 4 versus 3. They know where Madden is. They can guess. They should know that Nerds is probably anchoring the site here. So that's kind of 2 out of 3 players accounted for, and they should be no doubt about where the 3rd one is.
Or go to the other side if you're ENCE. What information do you have? You know they have outside. You know they can attack Heaven. You know they can wrap around ramp room. You know they can go to the lower bomb site as well. So if you're Nerds in Madden, especially in that upper bomb site, you have nowhere comfortable to position yourselves or to be. Nerds is going to push in towards Hut for a little bit of safety, but Rops realizes, and he knows what the next play is, so he's playing it so passively. Good find from Nerds. Plenty more to contend with. You have to be aware Rops is lurking, and Nerds backs up right into the crosshair.
Snappy in 1 versus 3. I'm surprised that he's still going for it. Just wanted to try and see if he could do a little bit more. Picking up the first shot against Rops, but getting dropped down to half health, and with the money that they have, probably better to save what they got here. FaZe, it's a great round. They get the opening that they wanted, and I think, yeah, like you said, Madden pushing into Mini like that probably is an attempt to get some of the information they were lacking there.
Yeah, he wanted something. He wanted to know if they were wrapping around outside or going down low, and I mean, he found out. 13-8. FaZe bring this back within 5.
Yeah, they are sticking in it. They're not giving up yet. It's still crazy because it's still Robs and Brokey that are doing almost all the work, still on the FaZe side.
Yeah, well, think about it in the bigger context as well. Like, not just this map in this series, but even just think about it in the context of the Challenger stage, too. Like, get through 3-0. Obviously, that's going to be the goal for every team in this position, but at the moment, they won't be thinking about it. But for us, we can say, look who there still is, in this event. We haven't, really seen not the eliminations yet, but we still have, Monte. We still have Apeks.
Yeah.
Who just lost to G2 in their 3-0 matchup. You still have Liquid, who's a dangerous team. Even if it's just for a 1 series, that's not a team you want to be playing on the verge of elimination, regardless of how they've looked to start things out. There are teams that can be very dangerous, and all of a sudden, your qualification is up in the air. Nerds tries to get aggressive out of the gate. Rops is ready for it, trying to go for some kind of a lobby pinch as Sun Pius slides into position.
I love this. 4 on 5, but a very aggressive stance. I wonder, did he walk up here scoped, or could they surely couldn't have heard it that far away? Robs might just be looking out of an abundance of caution out here, just making sure that no one's going to be coming through. 4 versus 5. Still plenty of time. 1 more kill going the way of FaZe, though, and this could be a really quick round. There's no bank on the end side. Obviously, they just don't have it either. Oh, Sunrise, and the aim punch there a little bit too much to overcome. Twist will take him down. Madden tucked up in the corner. He's going to be good for the 1, but he needed at least a double. Rops with a good return. Diha's down here, but he realizes 1 has already made its way through. Almost tries to pre-fire that one. He's really boxed in. He takes the fight to Rain. Oh, if he can slow this down, there's going to be a backstep coming in. He knows it. Look at how smart he is. Snappy going to come in for the perfect kill, and it's right back into a 2-1-2.
Yeah, but both positions are revealed from ENCE. FaZe know exactly where they are, both coming from secret. Don't have to worry about ramp room whatsoever. Brokey's up on point. Diha goes down, and once again, Snappy's got a decision to make in the 1v2.
It's probably tempting to try and go for this. You have the smoke, you have the kit. He tried to almost go for the last 1 versus 3, but he just can't find any of the kills. Would you want to risk it here, the rifle? Maybe you try and do it. Oh, he's walked right into it. I think he did want to try and go for the ninja inside, but not quite going to be working out. Rops will find him instead. And closing the gap now of FaZe. Slowly but surely, they're marching in the right direction. 9-13.
I think ENCE is gonna have to sit this round out with a low buy, upgraded pistols, a little bit of armor, and I think now is finally the time in this half. We're pretty deep into it, where the next gun round, get the op out in Sunpius' hands. See if that can change the nature of the defense, give you a little bit of production. 13-9.
Yeah, Roki, he's really been finding his groove on this map.
And this would be such a blow for ENCE if you let that first half lead, that incredible T-side on Nuke slip away. FaZe is doing it right back to you.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that'll take some confidence away. They've been playing really, really well, but surely it should be enough. That's what they got to be thinking. Just, we did so much work already. Snappy here with the deagle. Nice shot. Cool little trick. Twist is going to be going down, and Snappy doesn't even really escape. Just sticks around, hopes for another shot, but not going to be allowed for.
Might have been doable if Kerrigan actually jumps over the railing and there's a few extra seconds you get to take him down. Rain is just keeping track of Madden, going up and down. It's a dangerous game Madden is playing. FaZe is coming right back at him.
Yeah, they want to see if they can find him. You see when Madden's running back and forth like that, it also makes Rain suspicious that that time is being bought against him. That's why he goes back to check outside. He's like, I wonder if they're just toying with me because there's someone sneaking outside. Okay, 5-7. It's a good little start here. And Nerds could have had another one. Kerrigan all the way down to 10 health, but that's going to be the end of it. D-Hard trying to sneak up on out, but even if he got the kill, I don't think there's more that could be done in the round.
That's dangerous, though. Nerds probably should have got that extra kill. And then kind of, it's still up in the air from that position. But, ooh, that's a little bit scary for FaZe coming right back into a bit of a setup. Here we go. ENCE, 13-10. Another buy on the board. Sunpius is going to have the AWP. Timeouts called by FaZe to talk things over, to keep this momentum rolling. All the frustration and all the stress. Yet they're still in this position. They're still now within striking distance. That's what they fought back for, off the back of Rops, who's putting together an incredible series. 30 kills on Overpass, 24 here so far on Nuke. He has been a stud throughout this series, carrying FaZe through a really tough stretch.
Yeah, back-to-back maps. That's really, it's worth pointing out, right? Could be hard to sustain that kind of performance across multiple maps, but right now he is. 3-round gap. It shows as well. The ADR for Rops way up there. It's time for ENCE to put the brakes in. Finish this right now. Don't let FaZe keep doing this comeback. Oh, an attempted run boost. Would have been fun to see. Maybe for another round. Look at the grenades that are left here on ENCE. Even at 1 minute and 30 seconds, they have already spent some of them, and they don't have that many left. Orb going to be making its way downstairs. Sunpius going to be trying to see if he can relocate it. Yeah, I don't mind this.
And Diaz kept track of outside. I mean, he knows no one's really crossing whatsoever, so Sunpius has the confidence to kind of get in position all the way at the base of the stairs, but it's all a fake. This is all to set up an upper hit. Madden and Nerds are going to be the defenders. Sunpius and Diha very far away. Snappy over in ramp room. Upper bomb site is about to be encroached upon.
Did you see it? Did you see the shadow? I don't know. Diha wants to walk through. Maybe he didn't. Rops with the double rain will follow it up. And that is the bomb site fallen. Sunpius and Snappy, I don't think it's worth it to go for this. Just save these rifles. It's all you're going to have in the next one.
That felt 13-11. That felt so clean and easy for FaZe. Just the setup to that execute and just a great trade on the entrance. A nice little lurk in towards Mini from Rain. Never even felt like ENCE had a chance.
Yeah, this is starting to get really concerning, isn't it? Oh, he's jiggling it out on the ladder.
Doing his best.
Doing his best. It's not really that fast, is it?
And FaZe can hunt this down. They've got money. Rain's a little bit low, but if they wanted to be aggressive, they could go find these weapons. Rops with low HP probably not going to move, and Brokey with an op, not the best weapon, so they're just going to give it up and let these two weapons survive. But ENCE still not able to find the adjustment, still not able to find the winning recipe.
I'm not going to lie. Doing that on the ladder is a little bit like sticking your entire leg into the river to see if there are any crocodiles in there. It's like, if there are.
Oh, threw the Molotov as well. That might have caught Madden off guard. Nerds obviously not ready for anything. Second timeout called by ENCE. They're running out of opportunities and chances. And now they have a tough decision to make here. Do they want to let FaZe get a little bit closer? Because Pyjamas and Snappy can drop M4s.
The problem, though, is there are so many nades that you want on nuke. No, I mean, obviously, you want the first set of Molotovs for the slowdown so that there can't be those A rushes. But even later on, when it comes to retaking, let's say retaking the B bomb site, there's so many smokes that you want for CT side retakes that are just really important, right? There's like 3 different positions you need to smoke off. It's like the window, the double doors, the single door towards decon. And you probably even want to smoke eventually for a defuse, right? So if you don't have them and you just keep forcing up, it could be a real big deal. They've kind of compromised a little bit with the MP9.
Yeah, they've got all the nades they need on Madden and Nerds, who are the upper defenders. Snappy has a smoke over for ramp room. Pyjamas might be a little bit limited, but with that off, he's going to want to be gun out and scoped up. Brokey goes for a pick and ramp room finds nothing. Pressure starting to mount for ENCE. This lead has slipped away. It's been chipped into. It hasn't felt likely, but we've known it was possible. And FaZe is right here challenging.
Couple of kits in play as well for ENCE, real important. But this second half has been all FaZe so far.
And I like what they've done. Initially with the op, like Pyjamas couldn't really find anything in secret, so they've just parked him outside to just let him have the straight heads-up fight if he wants it. Oh, over the smoke, Rain. Oh, he's lucky to be alive. Goes for a follow-up challenge. Pyjamas under some pressure, but it does allow for Diha to be a little bit more mobile with an M4. He can join up with Snappy. If Snappy can hold on initially, just a little bit, damage is done. He's got to back away. There's Diha arriving at the perfect moment, stops Kerrigan from the hunt, and finds a 5-on-4 for ENCE.
Yeah, and that hunt was on, right? So they were all chasing down Snappy. They just weren't really ready for that flank in. 40 seconds now, and they're committed to this. They're all on the ramp, ready to go. Only one more player. That's Rain sneaking around on the outside. Could be shooting Snappy in the back, but he needs to be quick with it here. Snappy's done all of the work already. Another couple of kills. This is brilliant stuff. They're going to pick up the bomb once again, but Brokey's low on health. Rain, I don't even know. The bomb, it might even not be done. There we go with 1 second left. Madden, if he peeked initially, he would have got it. There we go on Rain, but they know where he is. It's a 1 versus 4 here for the Norwegian. Kit's not picked up right now, so they can obviously find one somewhere, I'm sure, but he's locked in here. He's boxed in, grenades at his feet. He spins around, gets that one, but that's not going to be enough. Diha will take him down, and even without the defuse kit picked up, they're going to have plenty of time for this one. 14-11, and ENCE. Finally, another round on the board.
Yeah, valiant effort from Rain to actually try and win that 1v4, trying to bait Pyjamas into the peak. But you got to say, this is all due to the fact the change up in the defense to put the op outside and allow Diha to be mobile. That 1 kill he gets on Kerrigan buys time for Snappy to retreat safely to get set up in this position for the double. That little swap up to allow and activate more of your resources to be active on the map is everything for ENCE. They're just 2 rounds away from taking us to Anubis, 14-11. Yet to string 2 rounds together in this half. If they can do it here, it'd be the first time.
Again, you need that closing instinct here if you're on the ENCE side. The longer this goes on, the worse it's going to get. Triple nade down. Not as bad as it could have been for Nerds, to be quite honest. There's one more. Oh my god, the spray, no way!
Nerds feels horrible on this round.
He didn't even see any enemies, Jason. He just got nuked from orbit.
Pyjamas taking a risk off the back of it, pushing up to red box.
Oh, that's devastating. Madden's here.
If they had gun out, he might have been able to actually win that fight. He was just jiggling for a timing for the smoke. Rain gonna walk right into the crosshair. Pyjamas just shifts, but is able to adjust back. 4-on-4 found. And the utility from Madden prevents any kind of a rebuttal from Rops.
Surely going to be a talking point on the desk as well. The individual comeback for Pyjamas from map 1 to map 2 here has been really impressive. Without that, ENCE probably don't stand a chance. So picked up the AWP. We talked about that earlier, how he kind of stepped off it a little bit, but definitely back into it.
Pyjamas with that deep angle outside is saying, all right, I got 1 pick very, very deep. You guys aren't coming here. Now they're both dropped into the bomb site. That can be a little bit sketchy. Op is going to take the first deep angle in towards Hut. Now going to be active. Now going to be mobile on the map. Oh, but Diha goes down, which means the Op collapses. Oh, twist. Triple kill into the upper bomb site. He answers when FaZe needs him. And that's a 12th round.
All 4 kills of the round on the FaZe side all go to Twist.
I think it's such a weird moment for that hit to come in if you're ENCE, because Pyjamas just shifts over into the bomb site and the defense is scrambling to get into a stronger position.
Yeah, you can tell they got almost caught in the middle of it. They probably wanted to relocate and just found out.
Yeah, when both players are in the bomb site, it probably feels really uncomfortable, and that's Pyjamas like wanting to get a different angle, and the execute just happens when he's in transition towards door. Painful loss.
14-12.
Because again, it puts him right back in the hole in terms of their money. They have not been able to settle this economy ever without stringing rounds together. They have never had a good economy, and FaZe has been riding that advantage this whole way.
The beginning of this round is so stupid, isn't it? How do you even get that kill? Twist locking this one.
Yeah, Diho is the linchpin to this defense. Once Twist gets this angle to be able to swing wide, he just racks him up. 14-12, and it's got to feel horrible that your defense has not been able to plant its feet throughout this whole half.
Yeah, but you got to keep the faith alive, don't you?
Third time out for ENCE.
They're so close, they can feel it. I don't think they've lost control of the match yet, but the problem is the economy, right? Once it gets tied up, if we get there, if it turns into a 14-14, it could be that ENCE won't have enough money to sort of keep the fight going. That's the nightmare that's on the back of their mind. This one, they actually force into it. What do you think about this? Well,
I'm fine with it. Not everything. Yeah, they're sticking around so that with the full losing bonus in their favor, they can have a full buy in the next round, regardless of how this round plays out. So I mean, I like this. At this point, if you're ENCE, just have as many rounds where you can challenge, where you have weaponry to put a stop to things. Maybe you get a little bit lucky. Nertz again naded down in that upper bomb site, spammed to 58 HP. He's been harassed these past 2 rounds. And FaZe have to know that regardless of what buy ENCE come up with in this round, FaZe have the advantage of utility, so play this one a little bit slower, let them use their nades, and exploit that later on in the middle and late stage of the round.
And the boost in the ramp room, it's almost always good for 1 round. Oh, again, you said it earlier, if you have the weapon out, I think it was Madden last time, this time it was Nertz, hoping to smoke it off, but he just gets completely caught with his pants down.
And this upper bomb site has been a weakness this entire half for ENCE. FaZe has been able to knock this defense down whenever they've wanted it. If there's been 3 players here, a 4th player rotating, just 2 players, whatever it's been, they've had no problems taking control of it. Preserve the armor for the next round. And the weapon on Snappy.
Yeah, they're just back in CT spawn, hoping to save whatever they can. 13-14. The problem is, Brokey and Robs were carrying this game for FaZe for such a long time, but now in the last couple of rounds, Twist has started to announce himself. That's a 3rd player that's going to be helping out. It could make all of the difference in the world here. And who's going to step it up on the ENCE side? Sunpaeus and Madden are, still playing a good game, but they probably need a 3rd player as well. Right here at the end, a couple of good rounds. All it's going to take here for ENCE. They can play a 3rd run. They can still try and qualify right now, right here today. That is what is on the line. Getting the Legend stage. You mentioned it earlier. If you go down now to the 2-1 bracket instead, who knows what's waiting for you down there? It could be such a nightmare run. Still plenty of competent teams left.
Yeah, dangerous teams. Nertz not having a good time. Trying to get himself focused. 3rd timeout used from ENCE. Excuse me, 4th timeout used from ENCE.
Yeah, well now is the time, right? You want to do it here. Close it out.
Best buy they've had in some time. Dia can still pick up a kit. They've only got 2 on the board. He's got $900.
You pointed it out earlier, they've won no consecutive rounds on their CT side. It's just all been single dots.
It's been a weird
timeline.
It's been a weird game of Nuke today, just heavily T-sided from both of these teams. Both defenses really struggling to get a hold of what's coming. Great in-game leaders on both sides, Kerrigan and Snappy. Round 28 is live. Perhaps the last gasp of ENCE.
You gotta hope not. I'd actually really like to see a 3rd map. Been some accelerating Counter-Strike, some amazing clutches that have come out left and right on this one, so I feel like we deserve to keep it going, but we might not have a chance here. FaZe obviously have a different opinion. Let's see how this will play out. 4 M4s, 1 AWP, and you pointed it out, one of the better buys that we've seen out of ENCE for a while. got the defuse kits, they got some nades still left. They are leaning to that yard side.
Well, look how worried ENCE is of the upper bomb site. They've been bruised and beaten up by so many challenges. They have so many bodies centralized to react to an upper bomb site hit that now that FaZe is setting up a wall and crossing, they're a little bit out of position. Broky's getting a lot of space with the op to work with. Nerds is dropping down the vent as we speak. He's the only defender here for the moment. He's got a lot of bodies heading in his direction.
And he's moving forward to the corner. This is so risky. He's all in on this defense. Oh, he actually does light up that one last bullet, connecting on Twist. I thought he was going to get traded, no question. That could change the outcome of everything. That could be what they need. 2-for-1 trade down there, and Dihas managed to sneak his way out. He was up in heaven spamming before, and now he's down out in the garage, going to be catching this kill. No problem on Brokey, and that's the bomb on the ground as well. He will get traded. Still a 2 versus 3 with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, but critically, Rain can't challenge in heaven. He's got to come back for the bomb because Rops' position over towards Squeakdoor. Madden out in the open. He's going to answer one more time. Good kill from Madden. Swinging in. Rain's got another. Set himself up, but Snappy's up in the rafters. There's that stack from earlier coming to fruition late in the round, and ENCE just barely getting to 15. They've got 2 chances to close this out.
I can't believe that was a double kill. It looked so awkward. He's just so exposed, but somehow the spray just connects. That last bullet just connecting. Twist going down. That's everything you would have wanted. 15 to 13. ENCE a step closer. They're almost home safe. They can almost look forward to that Anubis map.
No, not yet. So don't look forward at all. Focus on these last 2 rounds. Utility being spent. And back to the upper bomb site. It's worked so well for FaZe throughout this half.
There's a lot of people that could be nearby, right? It's almost going to be a 4-man setup. That's another player in yard. They could try and go for it. Here we go. Molotov's out. Oh, it's a slow start. They're not getting the entry they need right now. And a lockdown for Madden. He's trying to reload in the background. More reinforcements are coming in. Madden finishing what he started. A huge triple for him. And Carrigan is on his own. No chance to make it through this one. 16-13. ENCE, they complete the map. They get a 3rd one. And they're still in contention to qualify for the Legend stage here today.
It took the entire half to figure out how to stop those upper hits from FaZe, but they finally did it, and you're exactly right. Qualification on the line on Anubis, the 3rd and deciding map in this series between ENCE and FaZe. It's coming up next.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's start Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, right? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
That truly was the tale of the T sides, and ENCE finally managing to put FaZes to bed. It would only be fitting we go to 3 maps, as this is a decider series for a spot at the Legend stage. But ENCE, they had to put in some work there. Despite ending that first half 11-4, FaZe were fighting tooth and nail to bring this one to 2.
So many great entries from FaZe there in that second half made that really difficult. I think that Nertz was shot more through walls than he was shot face to face. That has got to be one of the most frustrating things. It's like you're playing 1.6, just getting wall banged at the beginning of every single round. I don't know if Nertz even played 1.6, but he definitely felt it in that one.
That was a rough one. That was a rough one for Nertz in that second half, but we got to turn it back to the first half.
Yeah.
We got to talk about how well ENCE were playing in that first half. We talked about that T side. We talked about some of the weaknesses as well that we could spot within FaZe Clan on their own CT side. Twist and Kerrigan towards the inner bomb side didn't really shut down ENCE. Whenever they were in there, they were finding successful entries. They were winning the rounds. They were converting the retake scenarios as well. So for ENCE, they kind of lured into FaZe's weaknesses, and I think they exposed it pretty well. It's not that Twist and Kerrigan played a bad game of Counter-Strike. They just never got more than 1 kill each, which made it relatively easy for ENCE to convert the rounds.
And particularly in that first half, some players woke up and smelt the coffee, particularly coming off a first map where he was basically absent for the duration. Great to see him rebounding in this one.
Definitely. Sun has actually had some really good rifle rounds. I think he had this 4K on this anti-eco here, but in terms of actually some of the gun rounds, I definitely remember some where just coming in late with the pack, with the rifle, and just able to close some of these rounds out. You see kind of these late stage rounds, late stage situations, just playing the post plans. Not obviously known for his rifling prowess, but he was actually able to put up quite a few frags on the board just in those types of situations.
Gotta give it to ENCE though. That T side was clinical. Yes, Sunpei has found a lot of impact, but the calling coming out from Snappy as well. Let's not forget the fact that FaZe were leading 3-0. Let's not forget the fact that FaZe only won 1 buy round on that entire CT side against ENCE. That gotta give some credit to Snappy, the way he was calling, the way he was setting up his team. They got FaZe's number from start to finish in the first half.
Yeah, that first half was simply abysmal coming out of FaZe, unfortunately. We've also got to give some props to Madden. We're going to dive into a particular moment that I think is going to be ingrained in our brains forever just shortly. But just in terms of the impact that you saw Madden bringing to this particular map, where was he most hurtful to the side of FaZe?
Well, that last clutch obviously hurt the mental for FaZe, but I think that in terms of what Madden has always been able to do, it's just that I've always found him to be a nuke specialist, where the way he procedurally clears angles on certain routes, just kind of coming out door especially, feels like he knows exactly when he needs to flick to the next one, how he needs to position himself to make sure he maximizes his chances in every further engagement. And so for him to have a pop-off like this, we were able to see what ENCE has wanted from this guy for so long, because yeah, he's been for a while just the 4th best player on ENCE. If he's able to deliver like this, and he did yesterday too, and continue like this, you have to start smelling a possible deep run for ENCE here at the entirety of the major.
I was just about to say he's arguably been the best performer so far in this tournament. Madden has been consistent, he's been delivering. He was great yesterday, he's been good today so far as well. Can he continue at this level? I agree with you. ENCE is slowly but surely ramping up to be a team that we have to take serious when we talk playoff contention as well.
Well, you talked about that incredible clutch coming out of Madden. Let's relive that bad boy one more time over in the MongolZ zone.
That's right, Madden's 1v3 was incredible, and what I want to do today is actually break down some of the decision-making and how some of this decision-making can actually lead to a little bit of luck, which is what ends up winning him this round. So first, what we're going to see right here initially is that Madden, he's in this 1v4, his teammates go down towards ramp, and the first decision he makes here is that as this Molotov comes down, first thing is that if he waits behind this Molotov, it simply just gives time for this rotation to come in, which will make it more difficult for him to isolate this one player, Robs, who's behind the box. So he takes a chance, he pushes through the Molotov. By doing so, he catches Brokey in the back, he catches Robs at the headshot angle, and with these 2 kills, he's able to cut this 4v1 down to a 2v1. Now, he has low HP here, so he ends up picking up an AWP. And the most important thing here is that after he gets this AWP, take a look at his positioning in the post plant. So I'm going to speed this up a little bit to this post plant right here. So now at this moment, what we're going to see is that as he plants the bomb, Twist, he opens the door. By opening the door, now he knows where Twist is coming from. He knows where one of the 2 players are coming from. With this information, he's actually going to isolate himself in a really particular way. What you'll see is that when he's there, he actually notices that Twist, he's actually baiting him. He's peeking in and out, he's shooting, he's spamming. He's not really committing to the fight, and Madden, he recognizes this. Because he recognizes this, he actually slots himself more on the inside towards the silo position. And by doing so, what he's doing is he's making sure that he has cover from anyone who could be peeking from ramp, as well as anyone from door, because if somebody's peeking from door, he's going to hear the door open, and as well, if somebody's here at ramp, he's not going to be shot because he has the cover of the pillar. The next thing that happens here is that Karrigan, he tosses a smoke. So as soon as he tosses this smoke, he now knows where both players are coming from. In this moment now, he also gets naded down to 8 HP. And despite this, he still locks in on Twist. Twist is still trying to bait him. He's still trying to bait him to take a shot. But Madden, he doesn't bite. And the reason why is because if he tries to take a shot here on either of these players, so if he takes a shot on Twist and he misses, he's obviously going down. If he tries to peek Karrigan, he doesn't exactly know where he's coming from. So right here, all Madden does is he sticks to his guns and thinks maybe Twist will eventually peek. That's what happens here. Madden, he holds the angle despite Karrigan closing in on him. Twist peeks, and then because of that, he stays a bit mobile, and he catches Karrigan off guard as well. But you might be wondering, why does Twist peek here exactly? The reason why is actually a little bit of luck on his side. It's because when Twist peeks, it's off of some information from Karrigan. When Karrigan throws this nade here, it lands at the back of Silo. Typically, you're expecting with a player at low HP, that nade is going to kill him. But because it doesn't kill him behind the Silo, they both think that he's actually behind this box right here. That leads to Twist. That leads to Twist peeking from this angle here where he's pre-aiming that box instead of the Silo. And that is why Madden was able to pull off this clutch, is because FaZe, they thought he was actually behind that triple box, and it's all really due to some luck. So even though some good decision making here from Madden to pull off this clutch, some luck was on the FaZe side where it just didn't work out for them, and that's why he pulled it off.
Excellent breakdown once again from Danny. I love how intricately he was looking at that incredible clutch from Madden. I'm a firm believer that you kind of make your own luck. And when we're talking about Madden in that certain situation, right, we're looking at a player with incredibly low HP. He's picked up the AWP and he doesn't go for that bait shot, as Danny was aptly pointing out, right? And it was the perfect way to be playing that situation.
And the fact that that nade just barely doesn't take him down, the way that actually Twist swings with such great crosshair placement, it's almost like Twist's great crosshair placement works against him there. The fact that he thought that he was going to be at that box. And yeah, I think we're going to be watching this all the way back in just full speed. But the first couple shots here, I mean, just great stuff for Madden altogether. I mean, I think that there's a lot of people that when they look at this guy, they know that there's such a high ceiling for him, especially with what he was doing even on the FPX roster before this one. He was one of their strongest players. Ever since he's been on ENCE, it's been a little bit rockier of a story for him. And so for him to have it coming out like this, once again, really raises ENCE's entire ceiling.
And then we move on to the second half. Obviously, FaZe trying to make a comeback attempt of their own. They weren't, you know, mentally scarred necessarily by that incredible moment from Madden. We wouldn't expect a team of FaZe's caliber to be. It didn't work out for them in the end, though. We thought maybe Karrigan, I don't know, who's going to pull off a masterclass, dare I say, on that C side. It wasn't to be.
No, it wasn't to be, right? The first half hurt too much, to be completely honest. Had it not been for that Madden clutch, then arguably it would have been a little bit closer. We could have talked about potentially standing in an overtime right now, but no, it's simply too much to do on that T side. I think ENCE was struggling massively on their own CT side. I think one of the casters said it during the game as well, that they weren't able to win 2 rounds in a row at any point in that game, and that's why it got close. Karrigan constantly kept under pressure on the ENCE money, but at the end of the day, with the money system, the way it works now, you have the loss bonus build up, you're on the CT side of Nuke, it would take a masterclass from Karrigan to turn it around, and this time around, it wasn't meant to be.
Now we await Anubis, third and final decider between these two teams. Who do you think is going to be taking this one, and why? Maui, explain.
Oof. I'll be going with FaZe in this one. Both of these teams don't have the best record when looking at Anubis. FaZe doesn't even have that many reps on this map. They did play it last year a little bit. They were one of the first teams that showed how to be really aggressive on the CT side, but the meta has shifted so much since then that you really end up having to gamble, have to turtle sometimes, and just kind of hope that your site anchors are doing their absolute best. I've seen FaZe improve in some ways, and I've seen them get worse in other ways on this map. And so it's really tough to read, but I'm just gonna go with the team that I think is overall better here, and that's why I am picking FaZe. But I honestly think that ENCE have a great Anubis too. They owned OG on this map yesterday.
Yeah, that's the one thing that makes me a bit confused, right? Because you look at the win percentage for both teams. Yes, FaZe have only won 33% of the games they played on Anubis the past 3 months. That's 3 games, by the way. 2 times they've lost it. Vitality, both of the times, one of the best teams in the world of Anubis right now. Outside of that, they haven't really played the map much. Only 4 times in the entire history of FaZe. Whereas for ENCE, they've played it an awful lot. The past 3 months, 8 times, and only won 2 of those. And they're playing against tier 2, tier 3 teams. So I'm not going to lie, when I'm looking at the results, when I look at the quality of opposition they're up against. ENCE is not necessarily looking that well driven right now on Anubis, where I think FaZe, they haven't really had a game against a team like ENCE. They only played the best of the best, and now they get a chance against ENCE.
Yeah, I guess the stats could be a little misleading when we're looking at both sides of the equation, really. You mentioned the game that we have seen ENCE, or the game that we saw ENCE playing OG on. Obviously, that was down on Anubis. Can you give me any words as to what you felt like was excelling for ENCE in that particular one?
I remember the B hits in particular being really strong, the conversions once they had that dark space and once they were able to take obviously long B too. I think D-Haw was one of the main components of that. His entry routes, especially coming up from the dark space, were pretty much just pristine. We haven't been able to say his name, I'd say, too many times in this series. He had a great pistol round on Overpass, but on Nuke, I would say he wasn't the star of the show. He did okay, but if they're going to win, if they're going to beat FaZe, I want to see him kind of roll it back to what we saw yesterday, where he was not only finding entries, but also reading the timings very well. And that's something that still, I think, a lot of the veteran players who can usually rely on their experience when it comes to maps like, say, Nuke or Mirage, Anubis is one that you really just had to put the reps in, then you get the better feel for clutching and everything else on the map.
Well, we do go the full distance, and we do end up on the grounds of Anubis. A Legend stage spot on the line between ENCE and FaZe. Jason and Anders, let's get this underway.
Yes, thank you, Freya. Anubis, and as the desk said, not a great map for either one of these teams. This is really weird. 33% win rate for FaZe, 25% win rate from ENCE, but we have that recency bias of seeing ENCE against OG just yesterday, which was a masterclass.
It was. They looked beautiful on that one. FaZe, obviously not to be underestimated. They almost made the comeback happen on Nuke in spite of a bad start. I'm enjoying this way too much already. I think one of these two teams are going to be legends. They're going to have to fight for it. That's why we have the qualification to begin with. So I want to see them go the full distance here. ENCE, they're going to be starting on the CT side from the looks of things, and look like FaZe on the T side. Yeah, and quite a difference from previous. Remember, ENCE got to start on that T side against OG and just ran out to such a huge lead and just kind of closed things out easily in the second half. So I mean, look, we know this map can be very T-sided. We've seen it, and let's see what FaZe has got to bring into this. This one feels very much like a coin flip, just out of uncertainty. But I don't know, with the way that Snappy called this map yesterday, I have a hard time picking against him. Even if my brain tells me FaZe, my body's telling me ENCE. Yeah, I feel very split about this. We'll see if they have the same level of prep against FaZe, if they actually understand the team just as well. We're getting into it, ladies and gentlemen. ENCE versus FaZe. A final map in this one to try and get a spot at the Legend stage already. Just avoid the nightmare of the Challenger stage. Move on from it. Madden's already low on health hits. Brokey to open it up, but the trades continue. Snappy with a double of his own before he goes down in a 3-on-3 actually. And importantly, Madden gets gushed early through the smoke in middle, so he can't actually challenge. He's moving over, but he can't actually put any resistance into his position. So D is going to slide in. Now we wanted to see a little bit more out of him. He was excellent against OG. Those dualies have got to sing. He's hoping for a peak shot on somebody there, but nobody responding to his jiggles. Bomb is planted, only just barely. They're running for it. No kit at the moment in play. D-Har is there. You wanted the dualies to really work for him, and he's already got 2 of them. Through the smoke, then not even able to stop the bomb. Oh my god. Does he have it? No kit? I think he's got it. Yeah, I think I do too. Just got it. That is so scary. When that bullet connects through the smoke and you don't have a diffuse kit, you might just run out of time, but they are going to be able to pick it up. ENCE will win the round, and a good start to Anubis. Dia having a good day with pistols, man. Overpass now here with the dualies. Absolutely perfect on the retake. These are great shots from Snappy as well, who's delivered a pretty damn good series himself in the leadership role. But Dia sliding in gets all the important frags to be able to make this work, and making sure he's aggressive through the smoke. That Twist can't get a second chance at taking down the diffuser. 1-0 for ENCE on the CT side. Unquestionably, a couple of ways that could have gone really badly for them. But they made up for it. It's not a problem. They buy 4 M4s. They're absolutely expecting ENCE that there's going to be pressure applied, and they're not wrong. Boost up. It's a classic on this map. Did he get spotted yet? Well, okay. Now they know. Molotov is going to force Rain to drop down towards Canals. Nowhere else to go. And that might force FaZe to readjust. They wanted to bring numbers in middle towards Madden's position, but didn't get what they wanted. Rop still waiting outside boats, looking for the A push. Twist and Brokey left to their own devices in middle to start getting Twist in position. Cool little boost in the corner. They are giving up on it just as Rain is starting to arrive, and he got so far into the bomb site. Think of what a risk it is to try and take that kind of a peek. Now he's going to be calling in some teammates saying, yeah, they're probably going to come for me here, so won't be able to make it out, unfortunately. It's the right idea.
Oh.
Madden pushing, though.
Yeah, he bit on that hard. Now that smoke, ooh, they're going to respect it. Diha's still here, deploys the defensive utility. FaZe wanted to take advantage of that push. They might have thought that was going to be the sole A defender. Madden running out to his death. So Snappy's got a decision make as the player between both bomb sites, and he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off in CT spawn.
This kind of play for Nerds and trying to help the A-bomb side by pushing out aggressively is something actually did against OG, and it kind of worked as well. Good trade in the middle. Carrigan will drop Snappy. And now just a two-man defense. Nerds and Diha quite far away from each other, but the clock is running against FaZe at the moment. Even if they have a man advantage here, they need the bomb plant. Carrigan is going to be going down, and they're planting on the other side. Diha does not want to swing it. 2-on-2.
Diha needs to keep as much attention as he possibly can to the bomb site. Oh, he's giving it up. Ropsauce just slides into an off angle. Nerds can't handle it, so Diha's going to take the opportunity, wants to find one. Now he's got an isolated fight against Rops at the pillar, and he catches Diha in a reload. FaZe back on the board in the round number 2.
That was so close. He probably could have tried to hug the wall instead of falling back behind that arch there, but yeah, it's all hindsight at that point in time.
I actually thought Snappy coming towards that B connector was going to join up with Diha at the A connector, and they were going to actually be able to double up and at least eliminate the mid portion of that round. But that's a really impressive T-sided round from FaZe, considering they had to go through like 3 different options, right? They got stopped in mid initially,
right.
Then they got stopped trying to go to the A bomb site to take advantage of Madden's push, then they turned it into a split, they turned it into a rain lurk and dark. They had a lot of different things that they had kind of had to improvise as that round went on.
Kind of a standard Molotov coming out, reloading that pistol right in front, and Carrigan, because he's got the MAC-10, he's got no worries about pushing through the smoke, and they're going to clear out this bomb site, no issue.
Counting bullets like cards as well, just realized the entire deagle was empty at that point by the time he's jumping through, so the spam doesn't work whatsoever, and FaZe have a free bomb site. Towards A, going to get things planted. And take a 2-1 lead moving forward as Snappy, Nerds, and Sunpias just save what they can. Fully invested into the round. They want to rinse and repeat, bring them forward, and try again in round 4.
Such a shame for ENCE not being able to capitalize on that pistol more than just winning the one round there. Would have been nice to build on top of it and just extend the lead a bit further on.
For those maybe joining us a little bit late in the series, qualification series between ENCE and FaZe. Winner of this moves on to the Legend stage 3-0 throughout the Challenger stage. The loser is going to have to play at least once more series for chances at qualifying. On the B stream at the moment, we have GamerLegion taking on Mouz. That is an elimination series. The loser goes home. And coming up later today on this stream, we have one more series left. Waiting for this to finish is going to be Liquid Fluxo. Losing team of that is eliminated from the Blast TV Paris Major.
Give me a quick
Liquid
percentage. All right.
100.
100%.
Okay, 99.
99, Jason. Okay. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. I know a few people who might lose their minds if that doesn't work out.
I know a lot of people.
Yeah.
The internet would.
Yeah, the internet. Well, they do that anyway. One way or another, that's going to happen. Round number 4 is here. We've got one flashbang on Madden. We've got a C-set 75 on Sunpias. And a pretty clean round. They've already got it. It's already been won.
Yeah, nice and easy. Single kill on Twist, and that's all she wrote. Be great if you could find this Galil at the end of the day. Not the most valuable weapon to keep into the next round, but anything helps. And obviously the money it provides you is great. That's just the MAC-10. Rops isn't going to let anything be recovered. Takes down Sunpias. And it's all FaZe across the board. Nerds just chilling in T-spawn. He's got the armor that he can save. So 3-1 moving forward into the gun rounds for ENCE.
Yeah, Nerds hoping to steal an AK at the end. If they get a bit close. Doesn't seem like anyone will at the moment. But it's worth a shot anyway, isn't it? 3-1 in favor of FaZe. It's a nice start. Wow.
We didn't really get to see too much of ENCE's CT side either in their first game against OG on this map. I mean, there were 7 rounds played, but when you think the amount of gun rounds, it's not a whole lot. It was a 12-3 half for ENCE at the end of their T side, so it was kind of an easy matter of closing things out. Timeout taken. Timeout taken from ENCE, talking things over as the guns come out making sure they get started on the right foot. We've seen these halves, as ENCE did to OG, snowball out of control if you can't get anything going early on the CT side, and it feels like the whole map is an issue.
Yeah, and for that particular matchup, right, we did kind of go through and talk about it a little bit. You have to sort of steel your mind a bit when you're on the CT side of this map and realize that there's a good chance that you won't have that many rounds to play around with. If you can get the first 5 rounds on the board, you're probably doing okay. You have a way of getting back into it. So obviously, even more so, then it sucks for ENCE not to be able to claim the first 3 rounds after winning the pistol, but still, you have to have some mental fortitude to keep it going, even if it's a rough beginning to the half here. Because you are going to have probably a pretty good crack at it once you get to the T side yourselves. Yeah, and you were able to work the map very well, so have some confidence in your own T side. Maybe that helps sustain some of the tough stretches of your defense. Already, FaZe is challenging into the B bomb site. Twist and Brokey peering in. Nert's close to the right behind the pillar. Snappy's going to be positioned in towards Dark. Defensive smoke is going to force Brokey and Twist back. But there was a little element of danger there. And that's a mini victory for FaZe as well, forcing out utility that ENCE just don't have a lot of this early in the half. Yeah, that's true. They actually have almost nothing left. I didn't even notice. Over a minute. Madden thinking about it. They do have the double setup in the middle. Quick trade. Madden comes in with a shot. That's the bomb on the ground, but I don't think you really do anything to hold it here. Just take the W right now and walk away with it. More people are starting to show up, and Madden actually gets one more. The reinforcements, though, there was Dha coming in. He's going to go down as well. 2 versus 3, but they do pick up the bomb. And now Rops is clearing out that A side.
Yeah, perfectly smart play. He realizes all the attention in middle. Someone's shifted off of the A bomb site, and he finds the gap in the defense. He's opened up the option for Brokey to rotate around. Now, Madden has done the exact same thing. Madden is actually flanking Brokey, who's coming late. This is a phenomenal timing. As long as Snappy and Nertz don't get picked off, Madden, be patient for this play to come to fruition.
Oh, yeah, he should be. And now he's very patient, waiting. Nuts with the 1 kill, and he's got no idea. Rops had no clue that he was coming in from that side. So yeah, good flank. A good round. 2-3. It's an expensive one, and that's really worth keeping an eye on. ENCE are not going to have any money really going forward, but they managed to win it anyway. Of course, on the FaZe side of things, they're still going to be able to buy.
Picked up a free op, though, which is very nice for ENCE. It took a long time on Nuke for Sunpius to pick that weapon up. Took him like 9-10 rounds into the half before he grabbed it for the first time. So here on Anubis, he's got it out pretty quickly going into round number 6 by virtue of prying it out of Brokey's cold, dead hands. Still light on nades, still light on utility, still not comfortable position for ENCE to be in.
Oh, it definitely isn't, is it? It's so early on that still don't have a strong feeling for this one. We saw OG with some really aggressive plays, you remember, from the A-bomb side, how they sort of pushed their way out, and ENCE actually managed to counter it really, really well. ENCE now on their CT side, they're not really doing that at the moment. They're really far back. They're being a little bit more conservative towards the A side. Shuffling around the defense in the middle of the map while keeping 2 people on the B-bomb side. Try and see if they can join over here. And they're actually quite heavily leaned. Even that mid defense right now, it's a step away from being a 3rd man on the A-bomb side.
Yeah, with the aggressive defense as well. Madden's going to tuck himself into a corner. There's the flashbangs. Oh, he gets blinded by an extra one coming out. Dha able to spray down 1. And as you mentioned, there's the 1 step Sunpius took with the op. Grabs the angle, grabs the first kill. They try and keep him pinned down, and he delivers another. 3 on 2. Sunpius has arrived.
Oh, it doesn't get any better than that, does it? The last one was a really cheeky shot. He maybe didn't need to peek that. He probably could have stayed a little bit safe, but my God, did he look good. Twist with 37 seconds here. If they made a mistake, if somebody walked into his crosshair here, then maybe he could be sprung into action to go for it. But he realizes the bomb is on the ground. I'm not going to be able to fight my way in there. And he's going to try and back out, save the AK. They're going to tie up the scoreline. 3-3. And moving into the 7th round.
Yeah, that's a great defense from ENCE. That is just keeping Sunpius in that position to be able to support the bomb site and obviously delivering the 3 kills. This is the opening from Kerrigan, jumping around, jumping just through the end of the smoke, but then it's all Sunpius from there. 2nd kill is his, and this one's great. Peeking out a little bit wider, catches Brokey throwing a Molotov, just barely takes his head off. And we're all tied up at 3.
Yeah, we are. And again, this is the less favorite side of the map here, the CT side for ENCE. They won the pistol, but then immediately got knocked out in the second round. So the fact that they're back up and tying up the game is probably actually a pretty impressive feat. This could be so much more one-sided at the moment. First time out being called now for FaZe as they want to discuss what is going on and how do we find a way back?
Discussing their buy mostly, I think, trying to decide if they want to fully invest here because they were right on the edge. But a couple players picking up AK-47s, but not buying too much behind it. And now, right at the end, they decide to go all the way in. So kind of dipped their toes in the water and then decided to take the plunge. 2 AKs, a Galil, and 2 Tech-9s. Plenty of nades.
Yeah, that buy. The 2 Tech-9s kind of suggest, okay, you could justify putting some speed behind this one. You could try and rush a position. Nice smoke to build a wall and just go straight for the kill on Karrigan.
Pyjamas loves that peek as well with the AWP, so we'll keep our eyes peeled for that one as well. That's going to come out frequently with that deep smoke and that peek down towards canals. Here it's Madden with the opening kill in that position. Nerds over in dark is going to find one right through the smoke, knew what was coming. There's another lurker there. It's Rops, but Twist and Brokey are completely blocked out. FaZe is completely blocked out. Rops has gone down, and there's way too much resistance for this hit to work. Twist and Brokey back off to find a new avenue of attack.
And even Madden just jumping out of the window there in the middle, straight down into the river and backstabbing them as they were trying to execute something onto that. Twist and Brokey, yeah, they're just wandering around the map. It's a minute left. It's a long time to be lost.
They fell back to look for this push. They just looked in the wrong area. They didn't expect Madden to already be in T-spawn, so the timing of his flank is going to be awesome. They have no idea it's coming. Or do they?
You're right, it was on their mind, but I mean, how long can you really spend time looking for that one?
He's actually not, hold the phone, doubled up, and you do not want to give a 1v1 over to Brokey considering Madden has no HP. I was gonna say, Twist actually wasn't looking for it. He's playing anti-flash. He's playing for a flash if someone wants to aggressively kind of peek from the CT side. He's looking in the direction, but not prepared for anything. And Brokey's gonna head right at Madden's position. Footsteps being heard.
Yeah, they know. And he's already moved so far back. It's very hard for Brokey to read this at the moment. Only 10 seconds left, so he practically has to run on there and just pick up the bomb and just try and plant it. Oh, he's right on the other side. He could knife him. He could if he wanted to, but he's not that crazy yet.
Not config levels of crazy.
No, which is probably good news.
Yeah, stay off that one. 4-3. Here's the opening from Madden. Good find.
Oh, then he makes the jump down after this kill. He's like, all right, here we go. That's so sick.
Madden had some banging rounds as well on Nuke. He was a huge impact player, so delivering some impact himself early on Anubis. He's given ENCE a 1-round lead. 4-3.
Round number 8. Money's starting to look very questionable on the FaZe side. As you could tell, a scout in play and 3 deagles and a Tech-9. Man, ENCE are actually cementing really good first half. I'm really impressed in if I put on the FaZe glasses for a second, you got to be a bit worried now. This is starting to look quite impressive, I've got to say. Madden still the tip of the spear right now, but Dihar is there. Pyjamas is there. If they don't turn it around pretty soon, FaZe, then the money is going to start to swell on the ENCE side of things. And they could have a real uphill battle on their hands for the second half. Leaning towards that A side again. A bomb plant right now would be really helpful. Going to be difficult. Smoke's up. Now it's just... Yeah, they're going to walk out. They're like, all right, what's even left here? 40 seconds? Can try and throw some flashes through the windows. This... Maybe they get the bomb plant down here, but they should be knocked out when they get in there.
Should be. Here we go at range, Diha. The initial contact, Pyjamas can add a kill in, and now the spray down happens. Now it's nice and easy. Brokey scout falls, so does Rop's pistol, and 2-round lead for ENCE.
And this is where the money starts to build, right? No casualties, CT side. They get to keep everything alive. No bomb plant either for the FaZe side, so they'll get a little bonus, a little $800 extra, just to make it a little bit sweeter.
And I want to go back to something that Des kind of talked about. I mean, just leading into this matchup of, you know, Anubis not being a map that either of them are particularly great on, but I mean, more than anything, just the last time, like FaZe only has three maps played on Anubis in the last 3 months, and the last time they played it was a month ago. So, I mean, it's been a while since they've had, like, you know, a match scenario on this map. And you can practice it all you want, and you can put things into the theory and put things into ideation, but actually applying them inside of a game time server, a live server, is a completely different environment. So FaZe, a lot of the things that they discussed throughout the boot camp leading into the major on this map, it's all being kind of put to the test live here.
Yeah, that's a good point too. I mean, the fact that it's such a new map, presumably the meta changes quicker than you might expect on this one. Somebody found out a little trick, and that could bring them a lot of rounds through. Madden's going to get tested again and traded as well against Kerrigan. Diha's a little bit of a scary position there. Maybe could have got shot in the back, but it's a 4-on-4 2-and-2. Under a minute left here. Snappy, Kerrigan just crouching down on the other side. He hears the jumping. He knows that there's someone back there.
This is a big win for one of these guys. Whoever wins it, Snappy, it's going to come out. That's a huge, massive win because that keeps the rotations between the bomb site. Nerds is going to hear tons of footsteps. He's calling it out for Sunpias to be ready. First kill, but not expecting Brokey's swing.
Did they hear the drop down? I don't know. They're going to check anyway. Now they definitely know. Rops is going to be getting the kill, spins around and drops down Snappy. And then quickly throwing that Molotov on there just to maybe try and buy a little bit of space. Dihar is a little bit further away. Coming into it with no grenades in his back pocket either. Right now, if he had a Molotov of his own, that would have been everything. And he's holding it. Rops, he's got the right idea. Dihar, he has to be quick with it, and he can't. Rops with a beautiful round right here. 3 kills in total. Putting another round on the board for FaZe, one day badly needed.
Yeah, 1v3 as well from Rops. That's huge to keep them on the board. And he's been, as we mentioned, the last map, he's been so good all day long. 30 kills on Overpass, the opening map, high 20s on Nuke. He's delivered a stellar performance and a huge clutch here on Anubis to keep them fighting back. So all that money that was built up by ENCE in that 4-round streak, it's pretty much depleted after this buy. Sunpias back on the AWP, but it disappeared oh so quickly.
Okay, this is a quick setup outside of the B-bomb site. Much faster than we're used to seeing. Last time I think they got slowed down, but this time they got 2 MAC-10s. And they're just going to go for it. There are 2 people who need head armor on the other side, so the MAC-10 could be lethal if they find one of those. Flashes are everywhere, but the first kill, the opening kill, it goes the way of Sunpias, and that's not bad. That'll slow them down right at the edge of the flames. Ready and waiting. Sunpias going to get one more kill, and Nerds following it up. It's beautiful. They wanted the Molotov him out of there, but he stayed around. They only lose 1 player on that defense. ENCE answering back in style, 6-4. And the money once again disappeared for FaZe.
Yeah, a nice double kill from Nerds, but also Sunpias with his own double kill, including this first one. And this takes a lot of the danger away from the hit. There's no one aggressive after that. That first kill from Sunpias, that's the initial thrust from FaZe that's blunted by his AWP. And they don't have access to anything after that. There's no ability for them to swarm around the bomb site. This is an issue now for FaZe. Down 2 rounds, as you mentioned, out of money. And things, when they have the weapons, are not looking clean at the moment.
I'm definitely getting a bit worried. You getting worried, Jason, yet for FaZe?
Not worried yet, but I'm getting, you know, suspicious. Does that work? Probably.
Yeah, I'll buy suspicious. That's okay. Rops just banging them out in the middle. 2 headshots as they try to rush it down. They wanted to put the aggression on. Sunpias now is the time. He's going to be picking up the shot, and Madden's out hunting. He's just been let loose on this map. He's everywhere. So in spite of Rops doing a lot of work here, they're still kind of stuck. They're all boxed into this tiny position. Diha's there as well. The spray is excellent, and he just mows them all down.
Oh, you got everything you wanted that round if you're FaZe, too. Remember, that was a 5-on-3 if you're FaZe, and it all slips out of control. Sunpias again. Called him out on Overpass for a quiet game. Nuke was a little bit better. A lot better, I should say. But here, he's having direct impact in terms of turning the fortunes in these rounds.
Yeah. Well, they can feel it. Imagine the headline. ENCE qualify for the Legend stage over FaZe. them qualifying in itself, I'm not sure is that shocking. ENCE, I think, have proven themselves for a while now.
They've been on the rise.
Over FaZe is interesting, right?
Yeah, certainly. That calls, I mean, not just a great thing for ENCE, but also maybe perhaps a worrying sign a little bit for FaZe. You start to have a little bit more doubt in that team. And that's just what happens when you're expected to be the best team in the world.
True.
Expectations are high for FaZe. Down 3 on this third and deciding map.
Madden, I feel like he's such an X factor right now in that mid position because sometimes they go and fight him, but when they don't, he just lets loose. He's just immediately, he's like, all right, I'm going to go and fight on your side then.
Also, it's nice he had the little peek out windows in the canal early to get an opening pick because he's thrown that smoke pretty much every single time. So it's really kind of, oh, this time he gets caught. But he's been able to kind of mask it and he's been able to throw a couple different looks, and FaZe is being kept a little honest by that smoke when they see it deployed.
Yeah, they have to respect it now. They have to think, okay, well, there could be some sort of weird play happening behind it. Broky's still worried that there's a second player in the middle that they don't know about that snuck through. And NERDS is going to go to TV to find one of these fights. Is he not seeing the gun barrel? I guess he isn't. Rain, I thought maybe that was going to be obvious. They lined up for him. And they will get the kill from Robs at the very least. Still a 4 versus 3 here. ENCE. Hard round to win now. Almost the point where you say you could try and gamble it and put all 3 in one bomb site just to go for it.
Sunpie is starting to shift as you say that. Op being brought towards middle.
Here we go. The lineup. They lose Snappy. It's all on Diha. He's alone at the bomb site. There's no backup here and almost out of bullets as well. Robs is doing all of the work. It's another triple for him. Jay said he's up to 15 kills. And it's just the Spanish sniper left. 1 versus 3. And unless they give him a chance here, I think saving the AWP is the better choice.
Absolutely. Money's not the prettiest thing in the world. Look at Nerds, look at Snappy. Keep this weapon in your hand. Don't want to rebuy the AWP. He's looking for one parting gift on the exit from FaZe, who's going to be up to 5 rounds. You're exactly right. Rops does all the work, but not as like any kind of aggressor whatsoever, playing passively, trading the exchange and canals, lurking things out, keeping a player trapped in dark, not letting him feel comfortable, forcing him to take fights that he wants at range with the AK-47. Just 2 rounds back now. Anubis is a very close affair. While Nuke was heavily T-sided, massive runs from both teams on their offense. This has been a little back and forth.
Yeah, but I've got to say, the fact that ENCE already have 7 rounds is a real sign of trouble in my book. Means they probably have set themselves up very, very nicely. We know they could do a lot of work on their T side. They proved that last time. Snappy's calling was really impressive. They had such a good read. So yeah, I'd definitely be a little bit scared if I was FaZe at the moment. They also need somebody else outside of Robs, right? Nobody else is even really... I mean, I guess Broky's kind of close to double digits, but they need somebody else to step it up. Rain or Twist, preferably, would be nice to catch the other 2 there.
Superficial damage to Kerrigan with that nade. Coming at Sunpias, who's had a hot hand with the AWP, sees the Molotov stream in, steps into the fight, spam down through smoke. All perfect utility. This is a beautiful execute from FaZe. Dia's gonna do his best to try and bring this back. He's got the support of Nerds, but Rain jumps up. Nerds, he's ignoring it for the moment. He's stepping forward, and Rain's gonna grab an easy one. He hunted him down, never lost track of Nerds' position.
Yeah, and good communication for nobody else to fight Nerds while this is happening, right? Probably just calling a little bit of a freeze then. And the bomb is going to get planted. A very aggressive style, but it absolutely worked out. They ran through that smoke that was down. So that's also kind of something to maybe write down is, yeah, you can throw that smoke. You can sort of toss it down right in front, but if the T's really want to come through, they probably can.
And Rops even spamming through the smoke to cover for the repeat behind the pillar from Sunpias is able to get the kill. He's the one providing the opening space, even on the other side of the smoke. FaZe within 1, and money gone from ENCE.
6 on the side of them, yeah. They need everything right here. I would say try the best you can to make this an 8-7 round. Makes it feel a little bit better at the end, I'm sure, as well. And they could. Again, the money's been in a really weird position for ENCE for a while. Even if they've been winning the rounds, it's been a lot of really close ones. So it's not like they have a ton of cash on that side.
Rob's had 57 kills in this series coming into map number 3.
My God.
He's been lights out. 10 above Brokey, who's second place on his team, and 16 above Madden, who's the top fragger for ENCE across the first 2 maps. He's in a carry mode for FaZe.
Doesn't look like he's stopping here. He's got himself a real day. Just need somebody else to step it up, right? Him and Brokey.
I don't know. At the moment, it feels like it's kind of enough to claw them back into Anubis at the very least, right? Like yeah, I mean, certainly you would like another one. But I mean, his kind of crazy performance helped to win them overpass and obviously helped keep Nuke close. Doing a good job here for FaZe. 73 kills so far in this series. Timeout comes to a close. And Oppen Sunpias, he forces it up. Glass Cannon. That's a risky investment, but with 2 rounds left, there's not any kind of crazy consequences to it.
No, there isn't. And I mean, if, you know what, I'll give him the shot here. He's been playing really well on the last couple, or this map and the last one. See if he can change the course of this round with just the 1 AWP, why not? Snappy's got an M4, hasn't found anything in the middle yet. They're patiently waiting FaZe. They would love to see if there's going to be some sort of a tell about what's coming. They already can guess the economy's low on ENCE, so it's a classic scenario where you could see the CT side go a little bit aggressive and try and do something. Careful now. Sunpias is on the other side. He's not actually going to get the flick. Good flashbang to go over. Pushes him a little bit further back.
Also gives away the game. Kerrigan calls it out. Op on the field of play. Op over in middle, which gives Rain confidence to start swinging and checking into the B bomb set. He's got Brokey and Twist joining up with him. It's just Nerds. Madden is rotating back. Oh, the double dink with the USP. That's an important prong of this attack taken out.
Yeah, it definitely is. Also picking up that AK right off the bat. That's a big problem here. Twist isolating one of the USPs, and actually, Madden goes down anyway. Brokey and Twist just opening up this whole bomb site. So in spite of some early success here on the side of ENCE, it will not make a difference in the end. Rain will get another shot off, and now the AWP is going to be hunted.
It's not going to survive, surely.
No.
Rops is already coming in from behind, and yeah, that's way too early for Sunpias to expect. They lose everything. The op that was forced up, and also, I mean, Snappy sticking around and actually going for things. That's an M4. If he had saved, he could have dropped over to Sunpias. So ENCE losing a lot of resources right at the end of this round. Might be a little too costly. 7-7. 15th round is for the lead.
Fine. Let's get the last one.
I think showing up with that AK at the bomb site, that needed to be an instant kill, right? As soon as that doesn't work out, it's just most of the USPs left, and there's nothing they can really do. 7-7, all tied up. A chance for either team to walk away with a little bit of a lead. Tiny lead. Rain in the middle. Gonna get out-dueled by Snappy when he just makes it back. That is scarily close.
Yeah, actually, Rain does a fantastic job there. 1 kill and 93 damage to Snappy, who's going to have to be really, really picky about which fights he takes and which position he holds. It gives a lot of room over to Rops to start lurking towards dark. 1 minute and 20 seconds left to play with no presence for ENCE in middle at the moment. Madden's aggressive style that he opened this map up with has been largely negated. Yeah, that's a little awkward.
They have another grenade. They could try and really burn it out if they want to make absolutely sure that no one's here, but 3 people at the bomb site, Jason. They're ready to defend this one. They have a really good locked triangle. Going to be tricky to push them out of it. Sunpias up close. They line up, but it's a double spray down. That's everything you could have wanted, and now Madden's trying to take on over. Are you expecting a third player to be here? Brokey, 1 versus 2, and he is expecting. He kind of is checking for it already. And Snappy, or actually D-Hard going to come in for the kill. All right, a lead at the end for ENCE. Brilliant play. First half is done. The second half is coming up right after this.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against Nav?
Okay,
it was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually
all
funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada. Nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing Twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
Oh, and in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken
yeah.
from either opponent.
Okay.
One mid. Nice. C4.
Oh, I
I'm
smoke
nading
up B.
One more mid.
I can flash. I smoke fully.
One flash.
I leave. They molly camera.
One mid at least.
Maybe I said. You have bomb.
One more mid. One more mid. And
One side. Heaven. Heaven
Side.
1 HP inside. Searching camera.
Dead up.
Heaven 1 HP.
Heaven. No! I have the up.
Nice
No! You make Heaven.
Well, there we go, Jason. A bit of a tug of war in that first half. A lot of back and forth going on. It's cut direct down the middle. It's an 8-7 finish in favor of ENCE. And the third map to decide who gets to qualify for the Legends stage. You want to be done with it here today. You don't want to be playing on.
And I'm excited that this is the deciding half, ENCE on the T side, because we saw them absolutely work OG around this map yesterday. But OG gave up mid a lot. OG did not have a lot of presence in the middle of the map, and ENCE used that primarily to exploit everything. You're not going to get that same luxury versus FaZe. They're going to challenge you for map control and space. Rain's got the first kill. He's the only defender, and he's fighting a retreating battle. Can't get away into safety, and all of a sudden, Plant going down 4-on-4.
There's a good headshot to begin with, but he just got stuck in that corner. It's very awkward. So is this one for Karrigan. A headshot there would have made nice to set up the retake with. No kit in play at the moment. Don't think there's one on the ground either. This is going to be a very, very hard bomb site to retake. Karrigan, he's... Oh my god, what a flick. He just deleted Nerds out of the map. Karrigan, he's going to keep it going. He wants the round. Some Pyjamas on his own, trying to fight it back with Karrigan. He slaughtered every single one of them. And they are straight on that defuse. That is a miracle shot, that first one.
Yeah, and it's such an important miracle to get as well, because Twist is waiting to lurk in towards Dark, but he knows someone's going to be watching it. He can only make his move when kills happen inside the bomb site. So yeah, you get this kill if you're Karrigan. You get this follow-up kill, and all of a sudden, Madden has to turn his gaze. All due to Karrigan, which allows Twist to activate and really seal that round. Yeah, all you can really do is raise your eyebrows and wonder. 8-8, we're all tied up.
Something like that really had to happen for the round to even be possible at that stage. You know, even at the end, you saw without the kit, it gets kind of close, right? So if they're not fast kills with the USP, they're not even going to be in contention for it.
Yeah, if they're a little bit labored, take a little bit too long. Aggression with the MAC-10, Twist a little bit late to swing out the door. Madden had the advantage, now swaps out to the rifle, but not going to press the issue. Content with the control gotten at double doors.
Yeah, I think they just want to wait and see, right? They want to wait and see if there's an over-aggression on the CT side.
There it is. That's exactly what they wanted. And you're right. Hit the pause button. See what the reaction is going to be. See what the next move is going to be from FaZe. And it's Rain to go down. And now you can work the map. Now Snappy's living the dream.
3 versus 5. And it's almost silly as it seems because you just lost a player trying to find more information. You almost need to do something again. Like either that or you stack a bomb site with all 3 players.
That's exactly what they're doing is stacking the bomb site. Rops is quietly making his way over towards B. They're going to have 3 players at the point of attack. Kerrigan's got to do something in the initial salvo. He forces a TK.
Yes, he does. Brokey trying to fight it back as well. The bomb is on the ground here, but they've isolated him, and Robs is out in the open. He should be dead, and he will be. Nerds to pick up a double right at the end of the round. They did walk into the stack, and Snappy is fired up. He's feeling it right now. He knows that round was a huge one to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an early point to get an opening advantage, and I like the call from Madden just to back away. Rain swings out a little bit too wide and can't get back into safety. A nice hit from there, even with 3 defenders. ENCE manage it so well. The numbers is 5 on 3. They can play the trade game.
Sometimes is he the one yelling out horror?
I think so.
Okay. Great. I love it. Some damage. A nade. Is it going to be a touchdown? It will be. Finding Brokey in the back. That's great.
This is a huge play. The fact that Nerds gets 1 more before Kerrigan can make this play is really painful. Might not be able to escape, but Madden lets him go. Stops the spray. 3 on 3, but Snappy and Diha are working their way into the A bomb site, and Rops is playing it passively. Hidden for the moment. Wants to go for the element of surprise.
Oh, finally, there's the kill on Kerrigan. Molotov, in case you wanted to peek, he's going to try and make a run for it anyway. That actually almost works. Oh no, Rops, what a stunning headshot. The flames will finally consume him, but...
Twist is a 1-on-1 here.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to speed it up because he knows the Molotov is in place, but if he can find this kill quickly, it puts a lot of pressure onto Madden.
That smoke really slowed down. It's actually a brilliant smoke. He's still going to find it right on top. If he had a kit, he might be able to win the round right away, but he has no idea how close Madden is. And Madden is a little bit worried. He should realize there's no kit in play. He's just going to try and jiggle it out. Twist goes down anyway. That's close. I think if he had the defuse kit, he might have straight up won the round, but there's just no way for them to have it in the round.
Nope, not at all. That's a very nice win for ENCE, but it got close. This is a good swing from Rops. Even the follow-up after the aggression plays it very passively, and Rops almost wins this round single-handedly. That kill I thought would do it. The extra Molotov really ruins his day.
It's wild. This is my favorite part of the major, is that the level of emotion is just so high. And I guarantee you, if you're new, if it's your first time watching a Counter-Strike major, just wait until we get the elimination games, and you're going to see all the tears coming out, all the heartbreak. But at the same time, it kind of shows you the level of investment these teams had for some of them. It's just what the whole year has been about.
Opening kill for Sunpias, and Snappy's immediately going to pull the team over to the B bomb site, exploiting Dark. He's going to lead the way into the bomb site. They're going to find it clear as FaZe is shifted to the other side of the map. Another free plant, 11th round for ENCE. They're going to take a 3-round lead before FaZe is able to get the guns in hand.
Little burst from Snappy. The round is already won, so there's no problem here. 5 versus 3.
Swap it out. Go get you some money. Get you some cash flow, young man. Nert's going to turn the corner. And that's a little bit awkward. Sent to his death by Snappy.
By you, Jason.
By me. Yeah, that too.
Encouraging him. Leading him astray. Leading him from the righteous path.
I like the idea, though. Go make some bank. I got dinked. Take it away.
Oh, they're putting pressure on. They want to try and see if they can suck people into the blast.
No, no one's going to be caught off by this. There's no time for any kind of defuse whatsoever. So a couple extra stat padding kills, maybe not. That's actually not a bad frag to get at the end. Diha loses an AK-47, forces a rebuy. Not the biggest punish in the world, but every little bit counts.
Yeah, it does, especially now that the game is still as tight as it is. 11-8, 3-round gap, and absolutely anything could happen at this point in time. The money is going to be heavily in favor of ENCE at the moment, but FaZe are able to force up. They do not have the AWP and Brokey, which is a pretty significant downgrade, but they have 3 M4A1s and 2 M4A4s. And no kit either. Still not a defuse kit in sight. And actually only, okay, 2 people that head armor against the MAC-10.
quiet round from ENCE. They start slow and calculated.
Yeah, they really want to see if there's some movement on the FaZe side, which so far not really the case. Burning out the front of it, it's just the lentils that are going up so far.
Okay, they're showing presence towards A. They're taking control of A halls, forcing out some utility there. They're showing a mid-take with Molotov and Smoke as well. 3 defenders lured over towards the A bomb site off the initial utility. And ENCE is going elsewhere. Snappy, Sunpias, and Dia going to start working their way up canals. Meanwhile, FaZe getting aggressive in the A halls. Twist is starting to clear things out and see nobody's home, so Brokey's going to shift over, but he's not going to be there in time.
Oh, what a jump shot. Snappy, how do you win that fight? He had to push for the Molotov to try and do it as well. Karrigan, he saw just a shadow through the smoke, but he can't get the job done. Sunpias instead to get that shot, and a 3 versus 5, and they're already backing out. They know this is not worth it.
Yeah, you can't account for Snappy's Mac 10 jumping in to get a dink and cleaning up the initial kill. That's on Rain as well, no slouch. But once again, just good calling from Snappy. Pulling 3 players, pulling a 3rd defender to the A bomb site with utility and immediately transitioning into the canal sit. You have complete map control. You feel safe to move around the map. And he finds a gap in the defense. Creates it, really, with that Mac 10.
Yeah, he really did. This is... Oh, the first dink there and then the follow-up. Absolutely sickening. This smoke did not look like that from Karrigan's point of view, did it? It was way, a little bit wider and maybe a little bit thicker too.
Pressure starting to mount for FaZe in this qualification series. Not the same pressure as being sent home, but just wanting to make it through this challenger stage without any issues. But ENCE has certainly proven to be a problem. Gutsy win on Nuke. It took them a while to close it out, but here on Anubis, they're looking superior at the start.
4-round gap. Yeah, you're right. It isn't the same amount of pressure, but I guarantee you, if you're FaZe right now, you just want to be done with it. You want the luxury of having a bit of a timeout, polish what you learned so far. And especially right now, if you're Rops, you don't want to lose this. He has 21 kills. He's absolutely off the rails, Jason. And yet, they're 4 rounds behind. He's had one of the most impressive best of 3s I've seen in a while out of a single player. And it doesn't seem like it's enough.
Up to 78 kills in the series.
Come on, man. This is outrageous. Yeah, he's really dropped it on them, but he needs somebody else. A couple of more people.
Well, at least this time he's going to be the initial defense. It's Diha's turn to get flashed in towards A main and clear things out. Counter flash to activate. Rops almost works perfectly. He's going to press the issue, but doesn't take the deep angle. Just sits and waits right by the table. Oh, counter flash again. The exchange of utility, and it's Rops who gets caught out. Brokey was already shifting over to the B bomb site because this is what the previous round looked like, and now Rain is once again pulled into action and once again exploited.
Yeah, Snappy just... Oh, they're actually coming back for it. I thought they were just going to use it as a distraction, but they really want to go for this bomb site. 30 seconds, Karrigan making up for the last round. Big double kill. He's got to stay alive as well, and here only 25 seconds. Again, that smoke, they can see so much behind it, and they're going to get the headshot. Man, that is something you have to learn on the CT side. You can't just ignore that smoke. It looks different from the T side. The bomb still planted right in front of Sprogy. He's trying to clutch the round. He cannot. Nuts will take him down. And it ends now, taking heavy steps towards Legends qualification.
Snappy is once again working this map, and he's showing a lot of danger when ENCE have map control. There's no one on FaZe playing like Madden did, remember? Like pushing up, finding information, clearing things out, trying to get flanks out whatsoever. ENCE have complete control of transitioning through canals at all times. ENCE is not afraid of anything.
Timeout used. FaZe getting a chance to talk things through. Raban being put into play. They really need it now. 13-8. And they are so poor on the FaZe side. They really don't have the cash to keep up the fight with. If you had to take a guess, who is the most likely player right now to try and join Rops at that level? Like, who's the next player that they can really put into play at the moment?
I feel like Rain's in a position to do it as the player who's kind of been sliding into dark when they've been transitioning. He's been caught out twice now, but it's obviously going to be a critical point of the map as it's the way ENCE is moving between the bomb sites and throwing these fakes. Rops goes down, this time no utility. They just swing wide and take control. Deep flashbangs are out, Twist is blind. He's gone down. Nertz is gonna fall. One deke from Brokey, but traded off. And again, ENCE in complete control, and again, ENCE gonna build on this lead. It's now gonna be up to 6, and they're 2 rounds away from the Legend stage.
That's a very decisive round. No question in their mind that they were gonna be able to run through that part of the map. And you're right, 2 rounds away, just 2 single rounds. Kerrigan and Rain. The Deagle, sure, you could save it. I mean, it's better than nothing. The M4, obviously the real deal. They love to pick something up here. The smoke as well. Sunpias actually does go down, but they're throwing more people. They really don't want to let anyone get away with another rifle here. So they steal that back. 14-8. ENCE have really shown up today. But how badly they got punished at the opening of that first map, it just looked like, all right, this is going to be real easy for FaZe.
I mean, it's also the X factor of Anubis being the 3rd and deciding map,
Yeah,
right? With the inexperience, as we kind of highlighted, FaZe haven't played this game, this map in an official in about a month. ENCE having just played it the other day, and Snappy just doing a great job of calling at the moment. Back-to-back Anubis games where he's just been a masterclass on the T side.
Yeah, it's been impressive. They're doing it again right now. Twist jiggles into it, behind the flashbang. That was Kerrigan setting it up, and it's really wonderful work. Nertz on the other side, though, keeping ENCE in the round with a quick shot, making it a 3 versus 4. And Rain's got to be real careful. He's got some backup here. You don't want to take the fight right now. You don't really have to.
Rops and Twist are both just parked in middle at the moment, very aggressive in that position. Sunpias is going to investigate into the A bomb site. As long as Snappy doesn't go down here, it looks like he wants to drop the bomb so he can be more aggressive with a little bit of safety. Nertz is in covering him as well. What a heads-up play. Sunpias is creeping closer to the A bomb site. However, it's a little bit interesting considering Twist and Rops have aggressive control of middle. Twist can have all the information of the fallback, so can Rops. A minute left and Sunpias is calling them over.
Oh, Rops, he just missed the timing. They've walked past the middle. He's going to go check again and find nobody. I can't believe it. He was looking there. You're absolutely right. He should have been able to spot a shoulder of somebody.
It's going to be on Twist, I think. With his timing peeking dark, he's peering into the B bomb site now when he slides back. And, ooh, Nertz and Snappy might just walk the long way around him.
Yeah, they will, but when you get back to the A-bomb site, will you ever check this corner? They are a little bit weary about it. Oh my god, a missed shot! He might have a chance. Rops will find the headshot in return. Out in the open, though, when Snappy takes him down, Nertz will drop Twist, and now it's Rain. Late for the bomb plant. He can't stop that from happening, but he can try and clutch the 1 versus 2. He's going to get the first kill. Jumps down, a heroic play out in the open, and Nertz will find his face right away. And it's almost done. 15-8. FaZe needs 7 rounds in a row to get into overtime right now. I don't think anyone believes that can happen at the moment.
Quad kill from Nertz. This has been his map to pop off for ENCE to bring them forward. It feels like it's been a different player on every map. Overpass was Snappy at 23 kills. Nuke was Madden, and Sunpias had good games. This one is all Nertz leading the way and having some critical frags.
Again, you've got to say, for all the ENCE organization's been through, they found another team that works. It's so magnificent. They are really proven over the ages that they know how to build Counter-Strike teams from the ground up. Over and over again, and even losing some heavy-hitting players in the past, and they still just carry on forward. Rops with a spray, but Dihan a good return. 4 versus 3. And now Twist put into play finally here. He's got 9 kills behind that one, and a 3-on-3 to ensue. But again, just like in the previous round, it's Sunpias to move into the A-bomb site.
It's the exact same round. Same 3 players for ENCE are alive as well. Sunpias has already slid in towards the pillar. It's Twist who's got to come over and investigate.
Yeah, he wants to take a look, but last time at least they found him in the bomb site with the AWP and they got a headshot on him. It's so hard to clear this out. Now Twist is on the other side. They're almost back-to-back against each other. 50 seconds on the clock. The bomb's still lingering. Oh, they might just take the middle round. Oh, yep. Dear Jason. This is a sick play.
The question is Twist just going to stay parked in this corner? Can he hold his nerve long enough? Rain is shifting over. There's an awkward timing that might come into play. And oh, this is everything. Snappy with the hard clear. Nertz is left to lurk in middle. There goes Rain. ENCE are going to be legends. It's only Kerrigan to put a stop to it here.
1 versus 3. They've outplayed him so badly on this map. ENCE are to be respected. I'm sure everyone will remember. There's the kill. Snappy to take down the captain of the opposing team. And you're right, ENCE are at the Legends stage.
That's a magnificent statement victory, especially on Anubis, and establishing that they can play the map at the major is all important as well. FaZe never had a chance in the second half. ENCE worked them, and they seem a little bit stunned, down. We've seen frustration the whole time. We've got the desk ready and waiting to talk us through this.
ENCE locked and loaded in the Legends stage. It comes down to some great individual form and some great cooling and game strategy from the man on your screen. Snappy makes it through to that Legends stage, pulling off a reverse sweep. Great resilience from ENCE coming into this one. Let's not forget, FaZe managed to pull the first map, and then we come onto that T side of ENCE on Anubis. Basically flawless, only 1 round dropped.
Yeah, I also think that this game was actually won in the first half, though. I really think that the defense that they put together is not what you're generally supposed to see in a tier 1 side of Anubis. If you're going to have any chance of winning, you basically need to be winning 9, 10 rounds on the T side. FaZe came up short there. I think that the reps that we were looking at, Jacob, in terms of what ENCE were doing, wasn't the best win rate, but a lot of close games for ENCE. They were almost beating a lot of these tier 2 teams, and we've seen that it actually seems to be a lot of these teams coming up right now. I'm thinking teams like 9 as well, where you just get all these games, all these officials in on any map, you try everything out, you learn by that experience, and then you get better. And I think that that was embodied in the play from ENCE on that CT side. They were more active than FaZe were. They weren't just playing back. They were frequently even flanking FaZe when FaZe were the ones that were supposed to be on the offense.
I think that's the key word for me after having watched ENCE in this tournament so far, after having watched ENCE beat FaZe Clan as well. They are a better team now than they were a couple of months ago. ENCE is getting better and better, game by game, series by series, and tournament by tournament. They fully deserve beat FaZe Clan right here by being the better team.
Yeah, and it's a well-deserved spot at the Legend stage, locked in for them. But let's get some words from Snappy after that incredible victory.
Snappy, what a way to get this done. Not only is it 3-0 for you guys here and marching your way forward to Legend stage, but that was dominance there, especially in that second half. How are you feeling overall? You must be just feeling like impressed, happy you took down the FaZe Clan?
Yeah, we feel good, but we also felt good coming into the tournament, to be honest. I think we did good preparation. We had the Brazzy tournament, which we played to practice. We knew we had handicap on both Sunpias and Nerds with the ping, but we played it to kind of find the existing problems in our old style, our old strats, and then we added on top of it something we obviously didn't show, and we had a very good week leading up to the major, and it feels good.
I want to come back to Nuke a little bit, though, because 11-4 first half, things looking really good. You get the pistol, then upset, and then FaZe start to show some fight to come back into it. You did change some things up on your defense, though, to kind of adjust to that, but were you starting to worry and panic that it could have gone the opposite way?
I don't know if I was panicking. I was just holding a ramp, you know, I was chilling. But I think it was a tough match because on CT they won all of the second rounds. I think they had 5 good half starts. We had 1, and I think that's also underlying why we were playing so good today. It obviously feels good. We are here at the Blast tournament, taking out free Blast partner teams, and I hope that they will obviously consider changing their format for 2024, because I think that a lot of teams are showing that we need to be a part of the circuit.
And then one thing I want to quickly question you on is just the fact that you had a player like Nerds in, you're working with new players coming in, inexperienced players, but you still being able to get the best out of them. You do a lot of great work in this. What is your secret?
There's no secret. Just be smart.
I like it, mate. Just be smart. Now, last question. This one's coming from the Blast TV viewers at home. They've been able to have a vote on this. Bit of a strange one. I'm sure you're going to like it. Who has the best haircut at the major?
I don't know. Maybe some Pyjamas or Nerds.
There you go. Just choose his own teammates. Why not?
Thank you so much for that one, Banks. I mean, Snappy's saying, 200 IQ, just play big brain, and you'll win. I mean, it makes sense in theory, but the fact that he's able to put that up in the server, impressive from ENCE from beginning to end.
Yeah, Snappy was given a lot of haircuts himself, a lot of great headshots from him, actually doing a good job as a fragging player. But actually, I think that on top of them having a good game plan, I would say that a few of the individuals were really spurred by the fact that they felt like they were the ones in control. First half there, Sunpias delivered, Modern had a good series overall, and in some ways for FaZe, this feels like a bit of a wasted effort. We saw some of the individuals do pretty well for them, Rops in particular, and so props to ENCE. Props to ENCE for making it 3-0. We all knew they were good. We didn't know how good necessarily. I don't think a single of us picked ENCE over FaZe.
None of us, yeah.
But I think that we're all pretty happy to see them doing this well.
Oh, certainly, especially in the fashion they did it. I love that question that Banks posed to Snappy as well. You know, were you feeling stressed upon that map of Nuke? I don't think I've ever seen Snappy really breaking a sweat. He's one of those in-game leaders that really is cool, calm, collected throughout entire duration of a series.
Very calm, very collected. And I think playing next to Snappy is also giving the confidence to the teammates, knowing that they don't need to panic. They don't need to stress at any point whatsoever. We got to see ENCE now coming into the Legend stage. We obviously have G2 qualifying already earlier today. Now ENCE joining up with these teams right here, and I think it's fully deserved. I'm not worried for FaZe Clan. I'm sure they'll find a way to be part of the Legend stage. Tonight, they played a better team, and ENCE really played them into contention, not only going into the Legend stage as a 3-0 team, but for my money as well, a team that I have to take very seriously next time I do my pick'ems, because I think they have enough right now to be a playoff contender.
Okay, Maui, I'm going to spin this question one more time to you. You said, if FaZe don't go through 3-0, there's a little red flag you're going to be waving. Is that happening right now, or do you feel like it was just a case of ENCE being the better team and they were going to take this down?
That's already a red flag in itself, though. That ENCE were the better team, that their map pool was deeper in this BO3 matchup. That's something where, for FaZe, you would have hoped that they would have cleaned up Anubis a little bit more. They would have had more to show on the defense there, and that they would have been better on Nuke 2, a map that they used to consider one of their home maps. And so for them, seeing a deep playoff run, you'd be foolish to just count them out entirely, but you have seen some weaknesses exposed by ENCE. That is a worrying sign. That's what I'm really waving a little red flag for
Maybe like
FaZe.
a slightly orange colored flag. I don't know, a traffic light. We're on amber right now.
I would agree. You know, again, you're losing to a well-playing ENCE, so in itself, you know, this result, you look at it isolated, not too bad for FaZe. There was plenty of good moments, plenty of opportunities for these guys as well to win. Robs had a fantastic series. He wasn't backed up by anyone else. Brokey wasn't there. Twist wasn't there. So individually speaking, they were lacking a little bit, but I haven't lost faith in FaZe Clan yet. No. But yes, if you're talking in terms of is FaZe a contender to win the entire tournament, yes, they are, but they're not the favorite right now.
No, and not in a decisive fashion at the very least either. When we talk about decisive, though, a team that does spring to mind is G2. Obviously, we alluded to it earlier. They have moved through to the Legend stage. Jacob, I'm going to give you a minute to take a look at the updated T-side win percentage for G2, because earlier, it was 82?
Yeah, it's 83.7 now.
That's disgusting.
That is ridiculous. I have never in my entire life, and we've been doing this for what, 5, 6, 7 years, I've never in my entire life seen a team over the course of 4 maps win 83.7 of their T-side rounds. That is absurd. Yes, it come on Inferno. They played Inferno 3 times. They played Anubis once. Again, T-sided maps. But to win 83.7 of your T-sided rounds, never seen it before, let alone in a major.
Yeah, that's brilliant stuff. And I think that we saw pretty much everybody chiming in. Now, I think Nico actually had a pretty good day today. And so that's something that was just a little bit of a worrying sign yesterday. But now the whole team is here. G2 looks like that month or so off that they had skipping out on IEM Rio, that seemed to pay off. They seem to be in major form. That's exactly what we wanted to see, and you would definitely consider them one of the contenders to win it all.
And Young Manasi standing head and shoulders above basically every single player here in attendance at the Challengers stage. We can take a look at what else is going to be on the cards, as there is one more best of 3 awaiting. Gentlemen, on the A-Stream side of things, we have Team Liquid taking on Fluxo. I just want to get your thoughts, though, on GamerLegion versus Mouz. We were kind of keeping an eye on that in the green room as well. That's looking ugly if you put Mouz in your pick'ems, which basically everybody has.
We were talking about Mouz and how they were on a bit of a decline. I don't think we knew how sharp that decline was. The 2 losses at Rio, to me, actually now indicate that that was the canary in the coal mine passing out. That I was actually Mouz starting to say, we are behind the meta. We are losing to teams like Big. We're losing to teams like 9. And for GamerLegion, a lot of people thought this team barely squeaked in to the Challenger stage. A lot of people had them as just one of those teams that was surely not going to qualify. I don't think many people thought they were necessarily 0-3, but like 1-3 would not have been surprising for GamerLegion. And Mouz, to be losing in this fashion, they're down 8-3.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They're losing right now.
Oh my God. It's not happening for Mouz at all.
No. If we were raising an orange flag for FaZe in behalf of how worried we are, I think we're hitting the button. We're hitting the panic button right now for Mouz. I think that could be roster changes. That could be, you know, them looking at the lineup thinking, okay, we're moving into Dallas. That will be the last tournament for us for this part of the year. And then coming into Counter-Strike 2, probably a new iteration of Mouz will appear, because there's a couple of those players within that lineup who simply haven't performed as of late.
Save Frozen. Save Frozen. Save Exertion. Save both of them.
They're too good.
Say one more word for me, gentlemen. Fluxo, Liquid, who's going out on the next one?
Come on. Fluxo
Yeah?
is out. 0-3. Pick'ems will be saved.
Jacob, I expect some spice from you, or maybe not.
No.
No.
Just can't do that.
Well, we're going to see how it goes down, but not before we head to a quick break. When we're back, it's going to be the wonderful Tech Girl, Maniac, and Prof to guide you through all the evening's action and see if Liquid can keep their heads above water.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cool, Sarah. Let's go continue and get this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 meters?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Muscles.
Beautiful scenes of Paris on your screens right now as we move into the first elimination game here on Stream A for the Challenges stage of the Blast TV Paris Major. Those beautiful scenes, you're not going to see them here. You're going to see tears. You're going to see disappointment because one of the teams we're about to watch play is going home. Liquid is taking on Fluxo. The North American hopes and dreams are resting on their shoulders. Fluxo, their South American brothers, could possibly just come in and pop that balloon. This is a scary time for Liquid, Maniac.
Yes, and you addressed it. Both teams are in a very different situations when it comes to expectations, consequences of a win or a loss. If you're Fluxo and you bow out 0-3, well, it turns out the majority of people out there in the community kind of saw it coming, and that's okay. But if you're Liquid, and this is your 0-3 and your ticket goodbye from Paris, that would be a catastrophe.
This is where you want to be the underdog, Prof, because there's no pressure on your back. If you mess this up, everyone goes, oh, well, we kind of expected that. Liquid was messing up yesterday, and people were outraged online, and they're going to be outraged today if Liquid is out of the major.
Yeah, I mean, even a close game from Liquid, a close win, I feel like would be a disappointment for everyone watching from home, because Liquid is a team that we see them in the playoffs maybe like contenders to make a deep run, very deep run. They have players like Elige, Naf. These are on the list for players, the best players to never win a major. And they're here in an 0-3 potential against Fluxo. This is not what we expected.
How did they get you, other than losing 2 games? I mean, what was going wrong with Liquid?
Listen, I didn't have the chance to watch the Apeks game on Ancient. Some would already argue that there was a misconception, an error, a mistake in the veto to allow Ancient to go against Apeks. They paid the price immediately. Then we watched the game against Forze on Nuke, and I thought that they were very much in control, 13-10 scoreline. They lose an anti-eco, but still, they should have been able to close. But somehow they let themselves fall into this pit of second-guessing and kind of overthinking a little bit, and they got played out. Zorte had an immense turnaround situation in 2v4, and that's how it ended up here. But as far as I'm concerned, there is a topic that I think we should address for Liquid. It's the kind of messages that they've put out there in the world, in terms of interviews. This whole idea of an incredible bootcamp that reworks your entire game plan 2 weeks before a major. Is that just bothering me?
It's a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky, right? You want to have a big boot camp. They haven't had a big boot camp from the start of the year. And when do you have the opportunity to do it? You do it now. But changing a lot of things, like changing a lot of positions, changing roles, that is a tricky thing to not test essentially anywhere before the major.
Is this not a situation of, okay, you know what, we're not doing as well as we want. People clearly have our number. We have to change things up. We're going to have this big boot camp. We're going to change everything, and this is what is going to work for us. Because they were very positive coming into this. Lots of comments about how fantastic it was going to be. No one's going to see them coming. Well, there was so much of that, and then, meh.
Listen, I acknowledge that the calendar in Counter-Strike is very packed, and I know they've been traveling here and here like any elite team. The issue that I have is when you have this crazy bootcamp, when you're figuring out all these new things, where you are actually testing them is nowhere near the context that we're here now. So you might just leave your bootcamp with the feeling like, God damn, like our strats are amazing. Like some of these moves we have, it's so great. But then you still have to actually trial it by fire, and turns out you're doing it at the major, and that's my problem. You have this bootcamp, you give yourself a few weeks after to stress test. Not here.
This is also kind of crazy. Like the comment couldn't be worse, right? I don't see a world where we're gonna start slow here with how we're feeling going into the tournament. They did.
What about
slow.
today?
Exactly, they did start slow, and especially if you're changing a lot of things. But I don't think it should be a surprise that they start slow, right? On Ancient, they changed.
They almost went backwards yesterday.
On CT side, they changed 4 positions out of 5. Like that is a very tricky thing to do.
What does it say about North American Counter-Strike if Liquid goes 0-3?
Well, you know what? Personally, I don't think Liquid represents the state of North America. I think we shouldn't say that one team and their destiny sends a message. I mean, it's bad in terms of the quotas for teams that will be then qualifying for majors. That's an issue in itself. But I don't think we should take them as a testament for the rest.
Because America's already lost 1 spot from Rio to here. So if they do poorly here, they're going to have less spots in the next major. That is very bad. That's very bad, not just for everyone that's here, but the teams that are coming in the future.
That's what I'm saying, though. They do carry a lot of that North American weight, because there is that as well. Their scene requires them to not bomb out today.
I mean, listen, not that I disagree with you. I think there is a grand scheme of things to keep in mind, but I'm just wondering about the Liquid project. Like, how do we think this roster fares into the future, into CS2? If there was a world in which they bow out in the challenger stage. And I'm not even going to consider that game. Like, I'm not going to lie and pretend to you people like, this is a very tense 50-50 games. Oh my God, on a very good day. No, none of that. Like, this should be done deal for Liquid. But the idea of bowing out in the challenger stage of that tournament for that team, I think it's changers right around the corner.
Off the back of what Maniac just said, Prof, does this lineup stay if they go out, or is this whole Liquid lineup out of the window?
I mean, there's definitely something has to change for sure. Like it's a big disappointment, but I don't think it's realistic. I still believe that they can bounce back, especially in this game. Like, this is the best matchup they could have gotten. Both teams are 0-2, but they got there in different ways. Like, Fluxo doesn't have a double digit in any of the maps that they played. Liquid played very decent European oppositions, double digits. The Forze game they had in their hands. The Apeks one was kind of a weird pick, so it doesn't surprise us that they lost, right? Apeks also very comfortable on Ancient. So even though they're both 0-2, Liquid is a huge favorite. Huge favorite.
I mean, but what do we know, though, right? We're just analysts. We just stand here talking on the desk. Banks has Naf with him right now, so let's find out what's going through the players' heads before the game starts.
Okay, so now things are not looking great in the Liquid camp right now. And Elise told me yesterday the first game against Apeks was a speed bump. Then you go from being 14-12 up against Forze. We feel like you've got it. It starts to slip away. When you've reviewed this, when you've looked at it, what is missing for you guys right now? Because I know you've added Nuke towards the beginning of the year, but we all expect you to be able to walk out over the line.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, with the first game on Ancient, I played like one of my worst games probably in my career. It's obviously not a great way to start a major in my shoes, for sure. And coming to the Forze game, I think like we definitely had it in our hands to take it over the line. It was just in the end, Forze was able to just squeak out those like last 3 like important rounds. Like maybe there was some mistakes that we made that if we just stepped backwards instead of stepping forwards, would have just been the right play. And it was just like small margins of error that that cost us versus Forze. So. I don't know. We just have to keep playing. We're back in the best of 3s again. So who knows? Maybe that's where we feel a little bit more comfortable.
You say who knows? Maybe. I would hope so, right? When it comes to it for you guys. But I will say, is there any pressure added for you guys even when you are facing elimination? Because you're a very experienced team. You've been here before.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us have obviously been playing for like a long time. Like you said, we've been in these situations before. Pressure and all that, I don't know. I don't really care. I don't really feel any pressure. Just gotta play and get the win at the end of the day. And yeah, you can only try your best and just in the end just see what happens, right?
Now, when it comes against Fluxo, even if you hit the same level you had yesterday, the same levels you had overall, do you still think they can be a challenge? Do you think they are a threatening team in that sense? Because they've not beaten a team outside of South America in a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have like a lot of like decent players. Like they have Phelps. History seems to be like a pretty decent operator out of Brazil as well. Lukowski's been a player that's been talked about a decent amount. So I don't know. On paper, it looks like they have like a decent team. Maybe they're just lack of experience together, just as a team and playing on the big stages and the big events. So. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're not going to underestimate them. We just need to play our game, see how it goes, just do our thing, Hopefully everything just goes our way because right now it doesn't seem to be that way, but who knows? Like I said, best of 3s, I think we might feel a little bit more comfortable, so we'll just have to see.
Would you call this your confidence-boosting game?
I hope so.
You don't seem too hopeful on this, Nav. Where's your confidence?
I mean, I got my confidence. I just save it until the server starts, so.
They are so incredibly laid back, Liquid, the whole major. And this is, I mean, I know this is a little bit unfair. I'm asking you as analysts to jump into the heads of players, not necessarily something you can do, but these comments that they're making on social media, that interview there, where, it's chill, like, well, this is all good. Where is the passion and the drive? It's the major, the last ever CSGO major. What is going on, Liquid? What is going on?
You can't have a feel that, right? I mean, we know who Naf is. We know his persona. We know how he presents himself. That's okay. He's laid out, he's chill, he's having a good time. But as a fan of Counter-Strike and looking at that team, you would wish for a little bit more anger. You would wish to be a bit more dissatisfied with the situation and be like, listen, this is unacceptable where we are. Like, I don't understand what the hell is going on. I don't know, it's a bit too accepting, maybe, of that situation. Just be like, just try your best.
It's also good to not put too much pressure on yourself.
Oh, there's no pressure here.
Yeah, but it's unavoidable. The pressure is there, right? And maybe not on Naf individually because he has who he is, but there is pressure on the team, and we saw it in the Forze game, how they crumbled when the things started not going their way, losing 1 eco round, and yeah, just the role from Forze coming in. I don't know, I think when you flip it on the other side, they do have a great team, like a great opportunity to bounce back here, so that's why they can be a bit more relaxed.
Talking about anger, Fluxo, most people have them as their 0-3 in their pick'ems, but yesterday we saw their coach Zeus get so mad when they had that second loss. He was shouting at the players, all that passion and that anger you were talking about, Maniac, it was there. He was ready to, I thought he was going to start bashing keyboards, Prof. I mean, is that what this team needs, or should we just speak frankly and say they're just not at the level they need to be to win this game?
Realistically, the players there, I feel like they should be better, just based on the players. Like, Phelps, whatever you want to say to him, 6 months ago, he was a decent player. We saw him at the RMRs. He could pull off big plays. Lukowski, one of the really exciting new signings. We saw him at the showdown not that long ago, like destroying everyone. History, like up-and-coming upper. VSM was also one of the players that was like, this is the promising Brazilian talent, the new Coldzera, but that has been like 4 years ago.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And but still, doesn't matter, all of this team doesn't really fit together, and that has to be like on the IGL/coaching side to make it a cohesive unit.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there are many different problems that need to be addressed, at least if you want to compete at the level that we are in here in Paris. We had Lucauzi, we had his profile, and he's probably the one player that you look towards if you want to be excited about that team, and if you're looking for someone who's actually holding his own weight in these matches. The rest has been very quiet. Phelps, he was my safe bet. Phelps was my safe bet.
Yeah.
You talk about VSM, I feel like it's already long gone and he hasn't delivered on any of the promises of 2 or 3 years ago. The rest is very quiet. Woody, exceptionally low in terms of numbers. So where do we look for to find strength in Fluxo?
I think that you need to look at their coach, Zeus. He has all of this experience that he can bring to the table. I know Banks caught up with him a little bit earlier, so let's find out what he thinks about his team's chances.
All right, Zeus, it's certainly been tough looking at what you guys have been able to show here. It's been a rough start, but you also haven't really beaten a team outside of South American teams since October 2022, right? That was the last time was the EG roster, which I would say you'd be able to beat a team like that. Now you're going up against a Liquid as well. What is going on with the team right now? Where are you guys at mentally? What's the struggles?
A lot going on behind the scenes, man. That's the truth, and we're getting in our own way. It's a mental thing. I can go on and on about how it's not tactics, it's not something else, but we're not showing up inside the server. That's the result, and we have to get out of our own heads. It's not about who we're facing. It's us against ourselves right now. It's choke, it's emotion, it's other, not priorities, but other things going on, and we really just got to focus here. It's our last shot, so hopefully we can have a Cloud9 winning run in that sense.
And what's the mentality going into this matchup? What have you told the team in order to get out of your own heads and play the way you want to play?
It's that these boys, these are a bunch of renegades, if you were to think, right? We all have retirement history from Phelps with SK and wanting to show himself. Lucauzi with his buyout in Brazil, VSM with the ban, and 2 new guys like Woody from the past who got released from the team and history with his first. So they should be happy just being here, and they're putting so much pressure on their own heads, and we're just not living up to the expectation. But whose expectation? Their own in the end. So they just got to get that weight off their shoulders, and that's the mentality going into this. That's what we're trying to fix. It's celebrate the good part. You are here. Make it worth it. Don't leave here thinking like, we did a bad job. Even if you go out 3-0 or 0-2 or whatever it is, you should be doing your best, or at least practice putting into play what you practice. And if you get in your own way, it's never going to happen. So hopefully the message got through.
I like that because you mentioned about the pressure, and I think I want to touch on there is, are they now less pressured because it's up against a team like Liquid where they are supposed to not win this game? You know, and if you're looking on paper, if you're looking statistically, does that help with alleviating the pressure and maybe being able to play the way you want them?
Maybe. I think what will help is just having a few more rounds to play, because best of ones, both time we start T and we're the pressure to make the decisions and acting. And so I think having a little bit more rounds and starting to play a bit of CT side helps. As for Liquid, I know that they didn't want to be here either. They're not in their best form, but at the same time we could make the argument. But it's a domestic matchup, but it's Monte and they run around. You can say that about anyone. Like, that's all narrative. It's whoever's in front of us, we just have to go out and do our best.
And what have you seen in Liquid right now that's a weakness you can exploit? When I'm looking at the Vito especially, I saw Nuke could be a good one for you guys, considering it's still a map that they're kind of toying with. But where do you see your current advantages?
Vito's, I think, we actually would have preferred to gotten Mouz from what we see in terms of what we think would fit, but they're not in a good moment right now, so I think that we can use to an advantage. If I could yell, I'd yell something at them, try to tell them, but I can't move back there. So right now, I think that the best advantage that we can is that we're both kind of facing our own demons right now. I don't know what's going on with them, but may the best one win, and I hope regardless, everyone solves their own demons.
I love what Zeus just said there, where he said we're both facing our own demons, and what a good way to sort of define both of these teams and what we've seen here at the major. The Vito's on your screens right now, so I think, it's a straightforward question. Is this a 2-0 victory for Liquid? Is it going to be the easy win everyone thinks it will?
Yeah, I think it will. I believe it will. I see no reason why I should give Fluxo the time of day so far. I think it's up to Fluxo.
They haven't proved it yet.
Exactly.
They haven't earned it.
It's their job, it's their mission to make us believe that there might be a game, there might be a competition, because we have seen Liquid be fragile in a couple of situations. My fear is that we'll never get to that state. We'll never get to that point where Liquid is actually under any kind of pressure, might just absolutely cruise through that game. That's my scenario. That's why I'm going to come in. So we'll see if Fluxo can actually just push them a little bit in the ropes.
It's time to get into the game. Sponge and Machine are waiting to take you through all the action. So, gents, I have to ask, is it going to be an easy 2-0 for Liquid?
Oh, you know what? I'm really good at asking Chad the same question you've asked me. So, Chad, do you think it's going to be an easy one for Liquid?
I've never seen Maniac not be romantic about anything in his life. So the fact that he isn't even, bringing us something for Fluxo, this is the last chance, the pressure's off now, they've got... No, I think it's going to be a 2-0.
I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah?
Zeus's interview gave me just an ounce of hope.
But that's because we like when Zeus talks.
We do, we do. But I felt like his philosophical framing, saying they're putting all this weight and pressure on themselves and
whose expectations?
Exactly.
Well, maybe Unicorn's expectations.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But okay. In the way he was framing it, he was saying you're only, they're meeting their own expectations, but they're expecting to lose. So just trying to get that, shake it off. Right now, you're supposed to lose this game. The desk has highlighted it and talked about it perfectly. Statistically, we see the bookmakers, of course, all leaning towards Liquid. But Liquid are a bit of an unknown quantity right now, so if ever there was a time to strike, it would be here.
Well, let's wait and see, because maybe Liquid can be their own worst enemy. Sometimes they look like they hate each other when they're playing Counter-Strike. So if that's the case today, fantastic news for Fluxo, as we can, I'm sure, get this one underway ASAP. We do have Nuke as our first map, as the desk have outlined. As part of the veto process, Fluxo will be starting on the T side, Team Liquid on the defense. And that music means we are about to get things underway as Zeus making his final prayers here.
And Fluxo's saying on the back of their jerseys is go with the flow. Well, we're going to see which way the Counter-Strike flows as we go into map 1. Nuke, as Fluxo will be starting over on the attack. T start. And in terms of expectations, Chad, we'll get into it as the door is naded off and Woody starting as he means to go on. Util in, connecting nicely. Yakinda responsible for this yard jump straight over towards the config box, and Yakinda handles business on the first two. Mouz gets nothing done, but VSM has slipped down.
Nitro in a fight. That's the bomb spotted now, and loose over towards the double doors. Pressure as History can't get anything done. OC will deal with him, and now it's just Woody. Made in Brazil, but now wanting to go with that flow in a 1-on-3 situation.
Winnable.
Scooped up.
If you'd have hit just that healthier member of the two towards this control room. Yeah, maybe this 1v3 could have become a 1v1. Fortunately, Yakinda's there to make sure it wasn't going to get out of hand, but a triple kill from the Latvian to start, and Liquid taking the pistol.
All right, well, that's what you need if you're Liquid here. I think this being a confidence-boosting win, as James was trying to see if he could crack NAF. Really trying, really giving it a go. So NAF, what's going? No, it's all good. Yeah. Maybe. But that's NAF, right?
Maybe we're more comfortable in best of 3.
Yeah, maybe. Whereas I imagine if you had Liege on the mic, he could have given you something a little bit more, but NAF's that type of guy, right? So
what do you make of this one? This is like a kind of an alternative between the two. A bit of utility, but it is just Glocks and a Deeg.
Yeah, normally when you buy like this, it's just to try and get yourself a bit of a plant situation, but they haven't used the utility to try and lob down the vent, which once upon a time was a very common approach, especially back in the Source days. And as this one starts to fade, another will be deployed. First fight one from Yakinda towards Yard. A redeploy. Yeah, Nitro's locking this down. You want to drop down Ven and plant that bomb? You got to get through me.
Oh, that's lovely. And while Nitro's holding that door, I want to give you an update. So cover your ears. Cover your ears.
It's a spoiler update.
Spoiler update. The other stream you may not be wanting to hear in 3, 2, 1.
That's enough time.
Mouz. Eliminated.
Okay, fair enough. I'm glad you followed that with eliminated.
Yeah.
Could have gone anywhere if you just said Mouz.
Could have just said Mouz.
Could have just said Mouz.
Yeah, I could just say random words. Furby.
Okay,
that's a word.
That works too.
Tamagotchi.
Oh, and a loser interview with Dexter.
It's going to be tough. And, well, of course, you want to check that out. There are 2 streams running simultaneously. All of the information over at Blast TV, so real easy.
Lots of good stuff over there. Fun little games, 4K, highlights, all the goodies, and much more to come.
You can do your pick'ems without having to open the game, which is great for people like us, live from Paris, of course. Don't have my laptop with me.
Yeah, okay. You left it at home, did you?
I did, like a pillock.
Well, we're into the gunnies, and this is quite clearly a bit of a ramp pressure early here, and they want to tackle NAF, who, holding the smoke in hand, will deploy that, blocking MP9. If they run through this, it's perfect for NAF. He doesn't want to hang around for the fight, though. More than happy to give up the ramp room. Helps to apply a little bit of pressure towards Hell.
That smoke, it doesn't really serve its purpose. If they wanted to have the potential for slipping to and testing OC on that heaven position. So instead, they'll smoke to obscure the reclaim and actually returning to lobby. So maybe Woody's going to be part of this package deal into the top site.
This is the problem going top against 2 MP9s. I know it's the bonus round, but release top heart and Nitro on the jiggles here with an incendiary in hand. That's going to delay a little bit more time off the clock.
Yeah, he's still got smokes as well. So Squeak's going to be out of access for the next 20.
And we know how many teams like to just aim map out Squeaky Door late and towards top side. So they'll need to respect that until about the 40-second mark now.
Phelps, more tenured member of Fluxo, going to try to make some damage happen in this round. Galil's AKs galore, light on nades. So getting into this site, still at that 5v5. It really requires some heroics. And there's something. We've lost NAF. Taken down by VSM. ENCE not moving a muscle.
Oh, they're going back to ramp now.
Yeah, it's a good tag, but he's not going to get the frag. It's OC down as well. VSM a double. Woody builds upon it. This bonus round's going nowhere fast for Liquid. Nice one back. Nitro will be traded by History, and that bomb will go down. Should be the round. Yakinda completely disconnected.
And they just waited for the regress ramp there. So massive stuff from VSM to find Naf, and everything tumbles apart here as so will Yakinda. Phelps in the side, and Zeus keeping his...
Man, I'm cheering for him, you know, just because, I mean, he really can't hide how invested he is into his boys. And for Liquid as well, I mean, there is a lot of pressure on their shoulders. The guys talking about on the desk, the idea of, you know, being the underdog in this one. Sure, they'll put pressure on themselves, Fluxo, but for Liquid, like, right now, you're not meeting your baseline expectation. And I think that can do one thing or the other. You can either be, you know, swallowed by that and consumed by that, or you can rise to it.
We've just seen Mouz get eliminated, right? This is a team that's come in as one that could have potentially made it to the next stage of play. You know, there's always been a lot of hype around them, but that's fizzled out here, and I think that same conversation can be said for Liquid. As if they lose here to Fluxo, a team that's been, I think they have a total of, what, 10 rounds over the 2 maps that they've played so far? I know it's only best of ones, but still, that's not a whole lot of rounds.
No, and that's the kind of loss. You know, and your last opportunity to do damage at a CSGO major. ENCE, the best in North America, pumping. At least one full of lead. Very good flash, and no vision. Deleted, fades to black for Nitro. Good up the vent to OC. Needed a second and provides it into the 2-on-2. Behind the smoke they linger. History to contain. And a big duel. One out against Nafly. Will we see a response? Yakinda hides in plain sight, hoping History's not going to consider this one. VSM has the bomb through hut. Doesn't have to rush this. Nor does Yakinda. History seems aware.
Yeah, it feels like a pin could drop right now. I think History's waiting for the walk in. Otherwise, if they knew that he was deep in main, because VSM's still worried about the lobby push, so they're hoping the reaggress from Yakinda. His patience here, an absolute virtue. The first looked like it's about to be on a silver platter.
Oh yeah, this is an opportunity for the double, but VSM, another time we see that name in the feed. He not only opened up their first, he's the one to close their second.
And we're talking about confidence here, you know, how this could be a confidence-building series for Liquid. I think as Fluxo build a few more rounds, and if they can make this somewhat competitive in the first half, they're the ones whose individuals might be slowly relaxing and starting to play a bit more of, quote-unquote, the cliche, their own game. So this is the thing, right? The individuals in this server, we know, Zeus did it for us. Zeus was out there doing a death segment throughout his interview, talking about the history of the players, talking about where they've come from, and we know that the Brazilians are very passionate, whereas, as I mentioned, Liquid are the type of team that walk around like they hate each other from time to time. As OC going to find it open towards Yard. Lukowski goes down to the P2 Fiddy.
Couldn't have asked for more from OC. Nice to see the touch of aggression and a frag no less. And actually, ENCE, upon his glance up lobby, finds nothing. Yakinda could catch a timing, but History's going to be up on that elevated angle. A very tough clear.
Yeah, no rush about this one for Fluxo.
Oh, definitely. Already the fact that they've got they've got control of the economy and have managed to keep things level on a T-start and nuke. We are, you know, we're cooking with something. There is a flammable presence here.
Maybe it's liquid.
Yeah, depends what kind of liquid it is.
It could be gasoline.
Petroleum.
It is a type of liquid.
Yeah, nice.
Well, go with the flow. Liquid. There's something that could have been done here.
Oh, yeah.
He does have the bomb here, Mr. History. Oh, and he might be History in a moment's time.
Hello. Oh, nerve-wracking. Bomb lost. Molly, however, stops them going for the weapon immediately. There is a beautiful package of utility, and now an AK falls into enemy hands. Or not. VSM actually gets away with the retrieval.
They should be able to get it.
It's fine. I mean, the AK, yeah, certainly going to be on NAF now. But it's not going to be an easy way back in. Look at the health on Legion Nitro.
And it might be just a save, right? You point out the HP, but let's also consider the cash situation here, right? Nitro with 1900, lost bonus coming into the next. That AK should be worth its weight in gold. So it looks like NAF wants to hold on to that bad boy. Even picked up a Molotov for good measure. So quite a little booty. I'm talking about the treasure.
Yes.
Yeah. But some of you may think that about NAF.
I've been crunching the numbers as well, Chad, and it's interesting that 4 members of Liquid are using music kits.
Okay. What does that mean to your analysis here?
Well, you see, Fluxo aren't using one at all.
I see.
And I think that already is an indication that Fluxo are more real. They're keeping it real.
All right. I did read today that someone was using an agent skin, which is not illegal. It's not illegal.
Yes, but it's ungentlemanly, is it not?
Well, you know, but winning. I think winning comes first, Alex.
Well, every man and his dog is using that Daryl with the white mask because it's slightly weirder to see a white face.
Yeah, and on Ancient, if you can... Oh, look at it. OC's got a tennis ball.
Oh.
I have a ball.
You do, but yours is cooler than his.
Yeah, maybe we should see if we can get OC one of my balls.
Tennis balls are... they smell nice.
But this is a squid. There's the ball.
Yeah.
Maybe it's for myofascial relief. You know, maybe it's a rough back, puts it between the chair. Yeah. And it's pretty stressful. So I imagine there's some knots in the muscles.
Look at this.
Pop and top, squeaky open. Out comes Phelps, the flash. Moments away.
Yeah, he's out and about. Looking to shake it, but it's nice. Shut down OC. Catches Phelps, and it's a Nitro double for good measure. That's the top side test, and it looks like Liquid have passed with flying colors. Naf looking for his first frag. Again, warded off, this time a bit more stubborn by virtue of the AK. He gets one in. It's OC who builds a third out of that one. Very nice, excuse me, a second, but it puts him up to 6, so he's keeping up.
All 5 staying alive right there. That's fantastic work for Liquid in round number 6 here.
Right, they got 5 AK-47s as well.
Oh, what was that, the Royal Flush?
Yes, indeed, the Royal Flush, and early. That one-shot headshot advantage to the attacking side, now completely nullified. Love him hunting for the second as well, but OC, the thief, steals it away.
And it'd be really good for a redemption arc for OC. Obviously, someone who finds himself under a fair bit of scrutiny throughout his time in this Liquid roster.
That's like sick replay.
It's difficult to think about like great North American AWPers. The list is very short, right? Ooh, Kinder, aggressive, has to dip on down secret here. So is the buy back from Fluxo? They have a Tech 9 for Woody, everybody else with a rifle at least, and they're already starting to work on some map control here. So no aggressive plays towards Yard as Phelps is going to clear that out. But limited utility here. So we have a bunch of smokes. They haven't thrown out the early wall. You could opt for something a little bit later as we are at the minute 20 mark. But nothing to really report. So OC's going to call out the secret cross from top heaven. That means Elysian Nitro will have to potentially worry about a main sneak. Kinder in the lower deck has the option to make his way back up the vents.
So when these smokes come through, assuming there's more than one, what's OC's first response as the person that was supposed to be holding Yard?
So he should be heading over towards ramp to allow Naf to drop lower.
Now Yakinda actually already down that vent, right? So he sprays, he's got Yakinda to count upon. And wait for the call for more pressure through the flames. Lukowski's coming and loses his head to Yakinda, a double. The guillotine in the lower sight.
But you see that rotation starting to happen right now. Naf dropped down towards B. OC made his way over towards elbow at ramp. And they fortify that position. Now it's up to Nitro and Leash towards the top side.
Good volley. Forces Woody back and has to just be essentially in limbo in lobby. 2 towards the Yard side still.
Difficult round. Yeah. Already was, considering the lack of weaponry and utility, and it should just be lopping a few more heads. Alicia's chance didn't clear down and goes down. But the cleanup crew is here, and OC with a couple more. So keeping hold of 4 of those AKs. Another relatively clean round for Team Liquid. And what that means is now an eco for Fluxo, as we should be looking at the 5th, a certainty for the North Americans. Oh, this is great from Yakinda here. Absolutely perfect. If you can handle this on your own as well. And I think one of the not a whole lot to say right there.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be sitting there thinking, well, the second person feels like he wanted to get the trade. Yakinda just hit the shot. It's going to happen against this quality and caliber of opposition. Down the vent with the bomb.
He should be able to plant. Naf's too far away.
Right?
Yeah, so the bomb may go down.
Oh, just about. Nice. Well, there's some extra cash, extra funds.
And Naf was playing an anti-eco setup. He was playing from where OC is right now. So if he was playing a traditional ramp position, which he would against a gun round, then he likely denies that. But a really good plant there, considering this was a full eco. The defuse will come in. The mop and bucket of OC will grab one more. And there you have it. So that's the 5. And now maybe, just maybe, we'll see an AWP come out into the hands of history here. Let's take a look. 5.2 means there'll be a lack of either util or conversations with armor. But now they're going to keep it with the AK-47s aplenty. Just 1 HE on Woody, so we won't see any nade stacks towards the top side. This is traditionally used towards Squeaky Door. The rest with a whole boatload of flashes. Just to think Liquid are on elimination of the Challenger stage on day number 2. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, beyond many people's expectations. I mean, sure, maybe a slow start, but a very damning push from Elige, and it's rewarded. He's got help, should be more from Nitro. Doesn't commit, doesn't want to overcook it. Drops the util to make it clear. It does recede. Yakinda's got a lot on his plate on Yard. Now that gap might not be an expectation. Yeah. Oh, it's tested. Phelps was aware. And now an advantage. They get away from the spray of OC. Woody down elsewhere. Nitro provides on the top side.
And Naf is already down towards B here. So this is coming down to the mid-round for Fluxo on how they want to attempt things. Now, they can sit and pause and wait for a re-aggress because Liquid know that they've lost Secret.
Did they see the bomb on VSM? I think during that engagement, Phelps got him before. Oh. Now they know. Well, OC loses his life, did some damage.
A lot of damage.
Take a look at what they can do with the rest of the time given to them. Lukowski has Nitro's push. This is the round in itself. Unless Naf's feeling heroic, you got a 1v3 right now.
Should go A here.
You can send the feelers out, right? Lukowski,
exactly.
Go have a look. See if there's too much going on. You've got those players in Yard desperate for info top. It's very unlikely that Naf gets anything done with this one.
And he's hearing it as well, knowing that he has to make a sound cue just to try and get here, right? He'd have to drop off the railing if he wants to do it quickly. And that's not going to happen. So as the bomb gets punched on in, that sinking feeling for poor Naf. He's just going to cool his beans down towards the B site. Here's that shot. Yeah, I love this camera angle. Isn't it great?
Yeah, I almost want to just... Yeah, I know I can't, but I always want to watch that as all the time.
Yeah, he's going to feel real frustrated about that poor OC because it feels like he should have got one of the two there and it could have been a different conversation. Nitro probably not feeling the need to push in towards lobby like that. It's a little bit unlucky for poor OC. Now just going to move himself out of that bomb radius there. Make sure that he doesn't take too much damage. That's a decent start from Fluxo, all things
Has to be
considered.
said.
Right? This is 4 rounds
And they
already.
lost the pistol, bro. I mean, like...
Doing a good job.
This is a competitive scoreline. There's no doubt about it. And I think Zeus is feeling the same with a face of concentration on his head.
Yeah, just give yourself 1 or 2 more, right? And that would be great. That would be more than happy with that. And then you get a buffer. So at least you get to play some CT rounds, even if you lose that pistol. 4's good. 5 would be better. 6 would be great. Shout out to Chev, who got on the 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and all the way to 0s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real G. Giving us all of that observing goodness. We do see an AWP in OC's hands. Wonder if he's going to be getting any action out towards Yard. Phelps has been tasked with taking some space. And looking actually, towards that silo position. He's been brought down low. He's surely a dead man now. Condemned by the initial tag. Lukowski and Phelps combine out the squeaky door. Spots one, the toes of VSM.
In the bomb here.
And now the bomb's in his grasp. He will dump util. Elysian support has to maintain control of Hut. And that wrap main not going to be easy either. It's, wow, Woody, great shot, but now caught by Nitro. A double kill with a whole lot of impact. That bomb still loose and under control. History's caught Naf sleeping on the walkthrough. And so that advantage Liquid had. You'd think Nitro's done a lot here, but now they're really limping towards the finish line.
Kenny could help him here from outside main. They could fight this together. Well, they could have.
It's all falling apart. Beautiful handling. Fluxo up to 5. Despite a couple of awkward deaths there.
It was awkward for OC because they took that left side lurk smoke and they also went silo at the same time. You saw the issue he had. Have a look up and down. And he was considering the down initially. Gets caught off guard by that silo peak and then just gets mauled. And this is it. After Nitro grabs the first, I don't think he's aware that a second slipped on out that squeaky door, which is how Woody is able to find a leash. That's, they're really taking care of business against Liquid so far in a few of these gun rounds here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
see,
yeah.
you can see how surprised he was by it. But of course it had to be possible. The squeaky door was smoked.
Yeah, no, but I mean, consider it from Nitro's POV. He saw the leg cross. He actually saw the first person cross and then saw VSM do the same. It's almost like in his mind he'd killed him. It's, yeah, a misjudgment, but it does cost them. And it's actually Daps who calling the timeout to get the boys' heads screwed on tightly. I think, you know, you've really talked about 5 being good, 6 being great. Well, for Liquid, they do need to kind of close out this half strong.
And they do have another option on a gun round here. Right, they have an AWP in the hands of OC once more. Rifles are plenty. The utils there. Diffuse kits in place. So there's no issues. But if they lose this one, oh, then it's going to be a whole different conversation. There's been different faces shown from Fluxo as well. Standard secret cross smokes. They've been just finding picks on pushes. It's been pretty straightforward for them. It hasn't had to be too tricky, all things considered, as we see them line up some top util here, even getting some extra flashes dumped on over, and the at least posturing of these players on the radar is somewhat telling of a top hit. Right, there's no presence towards Yard. They haven't really done a whole lot out there, and they're just, as you can see here, setting up on the roof. J-Raz on the context, as here we go.
Yeah, good extinguish, but it does surely imply Legion's position. They haven't committed through that.
fake? Do they want to go ramp?
I don't know whether it was a fake or a cancel.
But you can't double pump this.
No.
You don't have the mollies to do so, so it might just have to be that squeaky walkout with maybe a main smoke.
When you can. I mean, squeaky, optimal. To get the main body of your assault out. There's the
Vent
smoke.
dive, potentially here.
Nitro to investigate. He's not hearing anything. They can, of course, silently descend the vent. And the main smoke for good measure. Down they go. Loudly. The whole team. 4-man vent drop. Naf has got himself a pretty appetizing menu ahead of him. Nice timing. Needs both. Gets both. Naf repels the invaders. Oh, OC. Bit windy. Letting a couple go. Now the round plays ult. I thought this was done. Perhaps it should have been. Nitro has got a pretty quick flank on decon. A man advantage for Liquid. Should have the element of surprise on this if he was to check Astralis.
But History can flank him right here, and he is.
Oh yeah, you're right, Nitro. He gets one. Quick trade! No! Nitro does secure it all on his own. Massive work from the in-game leader.
Massive round from him, yeah, for sure. Him and Naf combined, they could lock that round down. Woody didn't have a gun. We've seen a bit of that going on here. Woody only had a poor little Glock right there.
Man.
So that has happened a couple of times. We had the whole JK situation yesterday. Nico leaving his at spawn. But I like this from Fluxo. I know that they don't convert the round here, but you can see the way that they're toying with the rotations. Do a double pop top, then they throw that lurk smoke, then they wait. They don't even initially go off of it, so they're allowing like Liquid to stew and maybe over-rotate or maybe over-aggress. They find the way down, but really good positioning there from Naf. But enough money here, and that plant will facilitate more than another buy. They should even maybe, just maybe, have another one in the next round if they can plant yet again here, Fluxo. They will break that streak of 2, so Liquid back into the winning ways, and ready and raring. Elise on the heart will take the first, and, well, just wards away the rest with an incendiary.
Yeah, he's handled that very well. Strong angle for that kind of engagement. Phelps, however, does take down Yakinda. Aggressive up secret. Wasn't expecting so much presence. OC called upon, but he's already missed his window. I say that as Naf does lose his life through the window. 1 HP. He's screaming it, and does get it closed out by OC's USP.
Elise should be dead here. He's going to get swarmed. Ooh,
actually,
that's a smart move.
Yeah, that's naughty.
It's left Nitro, though, hasn't it?
Oh, we didn't see him. Lukowski, he had his head just a tip of it. So, still doesn't know. What is going on here?
4x3.
Oh my God, that is awkward. Okay, VSM tries to make a round all the same. They're out. Heaven the threat. OC, not a comfortable fight for the AWPer here.
Especially not now.
With the Molotov down, he throws out the one way. Who's taking first contact? It was Elige. Oh, and mismanaged 2v2 here, and yeah, OC gets nothing done, a recovery, and a huge one for the boys of Fluxo.
I would love to see that from the over-the-shoulder cam, just to see the resolution and see just how long it was before he appeared on the screen right there. But bang on with the mismanage. Why is Elige going up the vent when OC can't even peek in that
He's just got the smoke down.
So this is from Nitro, like, oh, okay, hello. Thank you very much. So that's a tidy one. But yeah, it's very difficult. Like, OC can't be fighting in that moment. So Elige just slightly ahead of the timing there. Another round.
If that one way's up, because that extinguish draws attention, then there's an AWP shot fired, then you silent come up the vent. It's a different round, potentially.
Well, they have to consider heart. They have to worry about the squeaky flank.
Here we go. Lukowski. Oh, very aggressive. Caught on the jump. Just looking for info. Gets a whole lot more than that. A face full of lead from M4. And more from Elige. Takes down one. OC puts VSM down, and this one really does fall flat very quickly.
I think they know where Woody is.
Yeah, down and sinking like a lead balloon. Fluxo's round already, I would say, over, but look at Phelps. Yeah, Chev is also feeling the same thing. It's like it should be over. But Phelps is down in the depths without the bomb.
Yeah, his biggest issue, again, from this lower side is the sound cues, right?
Yeah.
So hoping somebody drops down the vent is probably the best he could hope for here. We do have, at the top of the screen, for everybody want to take a bit of a look, you can see what maps are coming up next. Inferno, Liquid's pick, and Ancient as the third and decider if we do need to get there. And this is a 0-2 matchup. Maybe you're new to the Swiss format. I've seen some posts, I've seen some comments, people asking how everything needs to unfold. Well, win 3 and you're through, lose 3 and you're out. It's as simple as that. We can, we talk about it, all the best of ones and the best of threes, but regardless, win 3 series and you're going to make your way through to that legend stage.
And it's always a best of 3 for qualification or exits.
Yeah, that's the bar we've set, which is quite nice, right? You're sifting through and then you raise that skill level, which, look, it is very clear that the better teams are better in the best of 3. So that's just the way it is, right? The best of ones, it gives more opportunity to some of these underdog teams to find an upset, and we've had a couple of those so far, but realistically, not too many.
I mean, I feel like I've seen, and I know that there are number crunchers far more attuned than I, that have bothered to take the look at, how often.
Yeah, I think Nero did an article.
Right.
Yeah,
how
on
often best of
HLTV.
one upsets occur, and it seemed like the stats were pointing that, well, more often than not, the better team wins regardless.
But
there is still there is a difference, no doubt.
And that's as the conversation we're having yesterday in some of the matches was winning both pistols and a couple of clutches and you win the game.
Because of the way the Counter-Strike works.
And those are the difference makers. Over the course of a best of 3 series, if you win every pistol on all the maps that you play and you win a couple of the same conversation could be had there. But in a best of 1, it's that smaller sample size.
Precisely. As the sample gets bigger, that becomes less of a fluke.
Yes. And a timeout called here, the first. You can see Zeus getting on the mic, animated about this, a lot to say, delivering orders. And this guy right here, maybe you're not familiar with him. You haven't probably seen him on your screens for the last couple of years. Legendary coach from the Brazilian scene. Ties back with the Luminosity SK days.
Yeah, I mean, when Brazil was on top of the Counter-Strike world, Zeus was right there with them.
He goes in the conversation as one of the best Counter-Strike coaches.
And most accomplished, in terms of the amount of major finals he's coached his teams through. We have got, a legendary name in attendance. And behind Fluxo, who are just looking to get their first W. It doesn't really get much harder than this. Liquid standing in their way for survival. And it's their map pick. 6 is great. Can they build anything more out of this first half? Yukinda, responsible for an aggressive yard push, playing around the smoke, and he has got Phelps charging with that Tech 9, a hard clear, and handled. Kept level by a pick elsewhere. Ramp has opened up. Naf has given that up, and it forces Elige down the vent. He's actually gone for the sound cue. I wonder how quickly Elige works that out. He might be hesitant on the clears.
Yukinda's down here as well, so a heavy rotation for this.
Yeah, but the OC might catch them. 2 to clear this out. Now, already saying, guys, it's not what we thought. But with 2 members of your 4-man unit, does leave OC rather vulnerable. Can't do it dry. VSM does have a flash.
It's even hard for them to go B if they wanted to finish towards lower sight, right? You'd love to have at least one smoke for that single door, but the mollies, maybe that'll work. Molly off over towards the window side, but look at this forward position from Elige.
Kowzi versus Elige. On the head-to-head here. Oh, that goes very quickly south for Elige. Woody has the rotate. OC is going to try his luck. It's a very uncomfortable duel for him, but with the bomb going down lower, his options are minimal. He's considered it. How hard of a clear does he go for? Could be a no-scope. Lovely work. OC keeps Liquid in gear. Yukinda beheaded. Kowzi's demand. Now Nitro from that single door has got his options really limited. He needs some assistance. Good tagging. He's got VSM jumping, and OC should be able to provide something with that info. Trying to force him out wide into the angle on ramp, but yeah, it just leads to the demise of OC in the end of a round. We're looking at 7, folks. This is a very competitive haul. Fluxo boasting 7 without the pistol on T-side nuke. This is their pick for a reason. And 8 still up for debate, given the finances you've been talking about.
Yeah, ill-advised from Liquid to even consider going to this. Like, once Yukinda goes down, maybe that was enough. Maybe that death right there means, hey, guys, nice shot there from VSM. Tidy stuff. Because you could have at least held on to that AWP and a rifle. Look at this hodgepodge buy that you've got going into round 15. A shotgun, an MP9, a deagle, and 2 M4s. 1 defuse kit, sure, so that's at least an option. Slight util, but Fluxo, they could even win the half here.
Yeah, this is mad. Let's see how they go for it. What's the final call here? It seems has pace. It's not as investigative. Could go horribly wrong very quickly. VSM holding on by a thread down the vent, though. OC onto Kowzi. And yeah, the bomb's not with VSM. He's going to try and get the rotate forced. Naf on ramp can't... Oh, yeah, will drop off. A nice catch from history. Catches OC in transition.
Okay.
This is a fruity one, Chad.
It does get interesting, this flank.
Right.
It's one of the biggest keys here. And Yukinda has a great weapon for the job. Are you serious?
What a G!
All right. Well, now we have a 3-on-3. VSM low, sure. He's at least drawn 1 player down lower to investigate this, and that's Elige. It's a difficult position to clear for Elige as well, and they might just push into the 2 lobby players.
To them.
Yeah.
Like every time Fluxo just say, maybe we'll get a fight, and this time they did again.
Oh, I think they wanted to reroute and go back yard and cross because Yukinda was dead, but now that's changed.
They know where Elige is, so Elige lower, Woody going yard. This could be a secret fight. I wonder if Woody's even considering Elige's investigations. He is. Headshot angle, not an easy shot to hit. The molly will lock him in. Nitro opting for Hut. Makes it harder for history on his clears. He's loud about it. Nitro relaying the information. And Woody catching Nitro puts Naf on notice as well. He doesn't want to do this alone. Has to wait for Elige. They know he was lower. Up the vent now. Damage, distraction, destruction from Naflight. Double spray to secure it. That was hanging on by a thread. But the final round comes through and Elige will, Liquid will at least leave with an 8th. My God, that was right up for debate right until the final moment. We're back in business, and we're waiting to see if Liquid are too. They are on the ropes, folks. Yes, indeed. North America's favorites, Team Liquid, starting slow in the best of ones. They found themselves here in the best of three, but this is an elimination best of three, and on your screens up against them is Fluxo, who haven't necessarily been having a great time in the office, but they've been riddled with self-doubt, in the words of Zeus, trying to meet their own expectations of failure, and now just trying to let it all go up against a big top dog for elimination day 2 of the Blast TV major here in Paris.
Yeah, there's obviously tension, right? When you're in this type of position here and you're a newer name and you've got some newer players in the roster, and for VSM, someone who obviously we know we had the whole band situation, they get here, history, one of the newer boys, right? You can go through all the names, right? They've all got a bit of a story to them over there with Fluxo, but as you can see, you want to grab one of those, well, get yourself the pass. Get a game. You can do your you can't do the pick'ems anymore for challenges, guys.
You'd have missed that one.
You could do it for legends. You know, you can you can get your sprays. You get all the team sprays. You get all that good stuff.
The fancy stickers. They're very pretty.
Only happens once this year. It's a bit like Christmas.
Basically, Counter-Strike Christmas. Here we go. Luke Housing, Julie's, and dead. Lige quickly puts him on the floor. History doing a lot with the USP, but still Nitro and Liquid successful and looking for 2 out of 2 here in the pistol rounds.
Yeah, taking a lot of headies right there, aren't they? Just one more to find. VSM from the heavens will just chime in for one, but that is all. Naf will sweep on out, get the trade, and, well, that is going to be the 2 from 2. Let's see how many more they can stack on top here. CT side of Fluxo, are we going to be seeing a force, or are they going to concede? That's the biggest question, as I see Kevlar and Deagle. So that means one option. But this was some good shooting from History, right? Obviously, they're not looking his way, but you still got to connect the dots right there. Better shooting from Liquid. No two ways to put it against you. And OC trying to get the team fired up. This is the thing. When you look at Liquid, it's a quiet team. Nitro, Elige, Naf. Not known for getting over the top about things. Yakinda tries, but it looks like he's a beaten down man at the moment. And OC's given it his best crack. We head out ramp.
Yeah, I mean, and I completely understand the decision-making of VSM. He's just going to turn tail immediately. Tries to delay with util. And it's successful. It has caused Liquid to second-guess their full descent. They've got full ramp. And it still looks like they're coming. Just making sure they've got everything set up, wait for the smoke to fade, no funny business in it. They want to run past someone.
And you definitely don't want to get channeled into one choke point. Right. So the patience with all the util is perfect. Right now that you're able to set up into this site.
And he still doesn't have much help, right?
Well, Woody dropped lower for a moment, and then they saw nothing. So I think he thought he'd leave VSM to his own devices.
Poor guy. He is really in jeopardy here. I mean, admittedly, Deagle at this range, better than that Mac 10, but there is a scout, there is a Galil. Decision-making, shots, hits, great one from VSM, a double D, gorgeous play. He did it with the AK before, but this is even more gorgeous.
And how many spots were even possible for him to be on the site? So the dark molly, the smokes everywhere, right? There was not too many positions he could be and still gets 2.
I mean, maybe they could get something more out of this. The CZ against Yakinda is not an easy duel. The nade might soften him up further. Gets away from that one. No kit present.
Gotta go now, or save would be a better option here.
Seems like they're going that way. Oh, well, Yakinda down. That's a Galil. You might want to save that through. Woody down, and yeah, that's surely going to make their decision for them.
I understand they're looking for damage here, but trying to hold on to this would be nice, and they both will survive, right? That scout over towards window and Phelps getting away. Now, this is where we talk about this an awful lot. And on the CT side, you rarely, if ever, see this happen, right? You have a really close round like that and you get tempted. You'd love to go for another force, why wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
Well, most definitely, especially with that Galil. Look at it.
But it's ill-advised on the CT side, right? On the T side, sure, you could definitely make a conversation. Here's these juicy Deagle shots again from VSM. Bang, the first is nice. The second is beautiful. There's some intensity about OC. There is some really intense, and somebody needs to bring it. So it's great that it's OC. Definitely the least experienced of this Liquid roster. So the Galil and the Scout, that's the headlines, but the pistols, you're here to see them as well. So a couple of upgrades yet again for Fluxo, but out ramp once more. Yakinda leading the charge. Hell Smoke avoids any swings coming forward, and this time they can actually pressure this quicker. Phelps is down here, ready and raring to go. A defensive smoke for him to play around. And he cancels, calls it off. Well, now just have to sit back and wait. He can't contribute anything from here, but VSM Deagle again.
Unstoppable, insatiable. The man's got hunger. And Phelps, oh, he had the angle. Revealed now and executed now. Keeping it stable. 4-team Liquid already with that bomb ticking.
Damage this time makes more sense going into the first gun round. So try and take as many Liquid members down here as you can. They don't have an economy.
Like if you're a Lakowzi.
Yeah, hang around. You don't need this pistol. So do damage. The only one who needs to be saving here is History. Everyone else fights. Take what you can, remove as many guns.
And you know that when you save it towards window, it's a very common save spot. I think Pit might be able to get something done. Yeah, they're actually exiting quite aggressively here. So VSM does lose his life and his weapon. And Woody not able to find OC. So good hold from Liquid. They leave with 4 alive and an 11th round.
OC's having a good game. He is playing very well here. What was that? Up to 17 kills now, I think, for OC. 17 for Nitro, 15 for Yakinda, 12 for Naf, and 7 for Elige. On the other side of the server, 13 apiece for the likes of History and VSM. 10 for Phelps, who was having a field day over towards Yard in certain rounds on that T side. Woody on 7 and Lakowzi on 5. If Woody, the in-game leader, and Lakowzi can start to get a bit more traction here, and everybody locks things down for Fluxo. This first half bag that they were able to accrue, it's pretty handy.
Yeah.
So we have a game here.
That we do. Certainly a stark contrast in terms of tenure and history, not the player. But when you contrast Nitro and Elige at their 12th major, and the highest for Fluxo, Phelps on his 5th. Certainly there's a apparent difference in the history department, but maybe not in the present day. It's a good start, of course, with both pistols. Liquid already ascend to 11 and 12 looms, but this time up against full rifles. down secret behind the smokes, hoping that History can report back. Pre-aiming the boost, no less. That molly will force him away. And they got a lot of space to stretch their legs now, Chad.
And the question is, they want to go window side or they want to go decon. Now, there's plenty of ways that you can approach around like this. The bomb is down towards the lower side with them. Naf lurking it into the AWP. The bomb spotted. The rotation should be coming.
Can they lock the door? Phelps can eventually end up secret from that warehouse position. Nitro's got the bomb.
Threading the needle.
Beautiful. Okay, Lukowski, he's got him locked. And he's looking for more. Yakinda aggressive to regain control. And Naf's not going to be clearing that one. Oh, no! Phelps has got a problem. Liquid still, everything should be falling apart for them. Despite Nafly getting away. I mean, that would have ended the round. Instead, there's a little bit more of a debate to be had. 30 seconds. It's already History's opening frag that's got them locked in. And
They're
Phelps
really coming back up.
Yeah, Yakinda wants him. And he gets it. Oh, Phelps has had a bit of a mare there.
I feel like if they wanted to, yeah, okay, they're going to save. I was going to say, if they wanted to go for this round, it would be probably a better option to go lower. But regardless, it's not going to matter here. 10 seconds left on the clock. They will get 2 scalps, with 2 staying alive. Or maybe they go down after time. Look at this push coming in. They might try and clamp them down here. Woody, it's clocked off. They're low. Just a bullet. That's all it's going to need. He wasn't ready for it, but VSM, could he find any damage time? No. Okay.
He was considering that, you know, the corner up top. We still don't have a name for it.
They're very fortunate that they stayed alive right there, because that could have been a huge punishment. And you remember how the early game has gone on with so much damage being done on those anti-eco or force buy rounds from Fluxo. So real problematic, potentially.
Yeah, the loss bonus is not juicy whatsoever, but an 8th accrued. That's the first defensive round we've seen out of Fluxo. Liquid already kicking up a fuss everywhere at the same time, simultaneously. Got a Legion, Yakinda working yard. History holding on for Squeak and actually going for a very aggressive clear. Are they going in? Lukowski and History take control of this, and it's Naf's responsibility to keep hold of it. Not ready. Caught out, and a massive opening frag through main in response, and Lukowski, he builds a whole round out of it. Elige gone. Triple kill for the Brazilians.
Not ready for this.
He was looking for the rifler. Didn't even see him in the first one.
That was just so early. There's no way that Naf was going to be ready for that. It's just OC, the man who's been at least finding a bit of success here. Grabs one, and this would be a 1-on-5 as History will deny that. So 9 now, just a 2-round gap. And the financial woes will come home to roost here for Liquid. Yakinda at the high end with 4K, the low end 2.2 for Nitro. And look at this, a minute 30 on the clock. They've silently pushed into the squeaky door, and he turns around and even catches them as they're going for this top split. So yeah, you can see, you can tell from the tone of Naf's voice there that he is surprised, right?
Yeah, that is out of character for Naf to be having to kind of be caught out like that. Typically, not surprised.
But it's because their round was meant to be a spawn call. Right. It was a quick call. It was a top split. Do the main smoke, lurk through it, hit top. Because the position Phelps played, they were going to use it against him. They thought maybe he'd play back to back.
Actually, by throwing out that incendiary, they have to brave it. Or not. Lukowski. He is a detected pace, and he's found Bloodshed, the first down, and doesn't have to be too aggressive with it. He's got Phelps in support. And so Liquid, these Tech 9s, get them nowhere.
Absolutely nowhere. All 5 staying alive is fantastic now. And the smiles back on the faces here of the likes of VSM. The cash being accrued, more than enough for a buy into the next round of play if they are to lose this one. And they're responding to things now. The individuals looking a little bit cleaner on some of their shots. History really showing what he's got at this point, up to 17 frags.
Oh, they're having fun, and this is important. I mean, this is the kind of attitude that I think Zeus was trying to nurture and encourage. Not easy when you're getting blown out of the server, but right now it's chugging along nicely.
This is a full-on default spread here from Liquid on this T side, so just allowing any opening gambits of Fluxo to come through. Right, we just saw that push, so maybe they want to continue with some of these hijinks. So Liquid want to try and fortify lobby a little bit more. Make sure that it's not just Naf, the only man to be found. OC and Hut right now, Naf over towards Squeaky, Util being lobbed out towards top. Little licks of damage done as Util is exchanged both ways, but this is just a feeling out process. History's AWP has just transitioned over towards ramp, so this could be to free up VSM's rotation. You can see the yard smokes now. Yeah, VSM has definitely been freed up here for a rotation as Phelps does take a little bit of contact yard. They can get across. If Yakinda goes now unscathed, that spam not going to find him. and the tail of this somewhat disconnected.
Okay, well, that's the first step in the flowchart for Liquid successes here. Three-round run from Fluxo, looking for their 4th here on the CT side.
Now, a bit of a question. Nobody's rotated down towards B just yet for Fluxo. That rotation will have to come in, and it's Phelps, the yard player, to be down here first. Window's not broken. We saw success that Naf was able to have from a similar position to this in the first half.
He's got history with him. Into the dark for Decon. Has to go soon. History and Phelps to receive him. Elige will get the info on dark side. Forces the AWP off with a flash. Still goes down. They have to plant. Liquid ripped apart piece by piece. It's VSM and History with a round that they can boast exclusively due to their handiwork.
I don't know what Liquid are doing. I'm having a tough time. Like, they left no time on the clock. That was a very easy crossfire that was established. It felt like Flux had a very good idea of the round and what was happening. They just took care of business here, didn't they? And that was, they didn't even really need Phelps. And yeah, it makes sense that Team Liquid are taking a timeout now. You can all hear that music. They're in deep water. We're all tied up 11-11. Naf?
It's not even deep water, Chad. It's boiling at this point. I mean, just given the fact that, like, it has to be, I would argue, that it has to be Nuke, Fluxo's pick. I even spoke to their community, or whatever you'd call it, their content team. They act as a translation for me to talk to Fluxo.
Yeah, sure.
And I was just saying how are they feeling, and the confidence was not there on Inferno, is what I would say.
Well, that's our next map.
Precisely. They weren't particularly boasting about their Inferno. So if it gets Nuke under your belt, you know, Ancient certainly could be up for debate. Maniac will have some things to tell us if we get there.
I think if Elige stays struggling here a little bit individually, Liquid are going to continue to have a rough time. I don't just put it on Elige, but this team, I feel they have to win as a team. I don't think there's just a hard carry on Liquid who can get them across the line.
Yeah, and it is kind of sticking out like a sore thumb at this point in terms of team effort and contribution. Everyone in the teens, bar Elige.
History again.
Whoa, Nitro, first scalp, perhaps of many. History's AWP doesn't seem to be missing much of a beat here. Now forced off by the Flame, and they will descend.
I love already he didn't overcommit, he didn't re-peek, he took that first fight and he dropped on back, sets up his teammates here for success.
Yeah, and that smoke's very well placed. VSM's actually going to take a bit of a brave peek, and it's been held and executed. Naf, an impactful frag with the only rifle in play.
He's coming through, watch this.
Sound cue. Elige, going to be pantsed in public. Can't build anything more out of it. Likowski onto Elige. It's all Naf light. And he's got now the round. Oh dear, they are heating up. Fluxo first to 12, and this is quite the run now. 5 rounds in consecutive fashion. Liquid scratching their head. This is what you like.
Yeah, I like this. Because you know it's against a lower buy. You didn't take any risks. I understand the molly limits the amount of options, but in that moment, and especially because he's having a good game, I love it. How can you not?
No, I'm just laughing. He can't take his eyes off the screen, and so they're both just, I don't know, stabbing in the dark. Stabbing in the dark. That's funny. Well, let's hope their in-game synergy's better than their out-of-game.
Seems to be now. Can they turn 5 into 6 here? This is insta-yard smoke wall, but whoa, we missed one, lads. We missed one here indeed, and that's quite the shot from Phelps.
Absolutely, Elige. Icarus tapped out of the sky. And now 3 remain for Liquid. They are getting absolute gag ordered here. Yakinda, thank God he's hold on to that one. Had it been an AK, that's a dead Yakinda. Likowski loses out with just a scrap of health. 10 HP in it, not clearing their corners. VSM farming. He's playing Stardew Valley right now. Just another double, just like that, comfortable. And Yakinda's not supposed to be alive anyway. What's he supposed to do with 10 HP?
Well, at least this time it was earlier. You know, the time wasn't an issue for Liquid, but just running in, not ready. They get the rotator, Likowski coming down vents, but thinking that it's an open runway in towards the site here. 50 seconds. I think we're just going to stare at Yakinda's screen for some time. The bomb is down. They're all over it like a bad rash.
What is he supposed to do with this? Yakinda top of the scoreboard as well.
I think save. Unfortunately, I really do think save. The loss bonus is maxed out, sure, but without a plant, means that they probably have to take a partial buy into the next, so this AK will likely be the only thing that they have to work with. And Nuke has just been troublesome for Liquid ever since they tried to start bringing it into their map pool. A lot of questions about it. I think people were curious about the 7 map pool conversation. Turned out that was you know, a bit of a meme, but regardless, Nuke has just not been their friend.
Yeah, no, not at all. And talking of Yakinda, just while we have him on our screens and a conversation to be had, his opening attempts are on par with Phelps. Both of them it's a very high number. I'm talking about T-side opening attempts, 35% from Phelps, which is actually higher than Yakinda, 34.6 in terms of T-side openers.
Well, we know Phelps is aggressive, mate. Remember the Phelps days with the 2 of them holding B on Inferno? Where they would both just run down B and then I think Fallen hit them over the nose with a newspaper, and then the next game on Inferno, they both just held in B. Neither option good.
I don't know where. Oh, he actually wasn't sure. It was such a perfect one-tap, he didn't have time to process the information. But Yakinda, as he was a topic of discussion, still, in spite of a bit of a slow one here in the second half, he's actually 5-1 in opening duels, only conceding an opening death a single time as the 3rd time out comes out from Liquid.
I think some of the things I'm noticing on this T-side with the calling is it's direct to get them control, but you have to win the fights. Right? So it looks like a lot of it is, hey, let's do this to take this space. But on the way, they're losing those fights. You need to make sure that you're aware of that, ready for some of these positions. And also, Fluxo have been rotating quite heavily towards lower once they've lost that secret control. It's multiple bodies. It's not just one player responding to smoke off and hold it. It's multiple members, and it's making a little bit peskier for Liquid to be able to piece it together. LucasZ goes down and run to the side. VSM's there. They go in towards B. The AWP's here. There's another one, right? So they're having issues with just the personnel that Fluxo have available. This is looking quite top-poppy here, and well, Yakinda already popped. We were just talking about that saved AK being the best thing they had to boast. He goes down first. OC will grab it. They still could attempt to operate the same type of round, but it appears to be called off. You can see some glances. He's taking a gander at his teammates' screens, and they've stalled them out here indeed. A comes forward. OC lowered, unconfirmed damage, but Phelps gets aggro. Drops that AK once more.
Alrighty then, this one just feels like a very slow death, just bleeding out, you know? Like you can kind of feel the slow clutches.
I wonder if this will give them any confidence for Inferno.
I mean,
a map win. Dude, map win is huge.
It is huge, and that's not to be condescending. It is
no, not at all.
Straight up.
And you come into this, right? You take a look at the conversation being had about this team not beating, you know, any opponents outside of South America in some time. I think it was last year they were talking about, right? So to take a map off of Liquid, even if it doesn't mean the series win, that's great. That's good guns. This is more the Fluxo that we expect.
Taking a map off of the Americas is something they've been doing an awful lot of. It's just heading north for this one. Oh, hello, Nitro. Goodbye. And hello to round 14. This is getting out of hand.
Imagine now if you were to mount this comeback as Team Liquid. You have like 10K roughly on every single player of Fluxo here. So you know that there's multiple buys available. So even if you win a gun round, you've got to win a couple more to even start having that conversation of breaking them. And it's too deep in the game here for that to even really be too much of a worry.
Yeah.
What's the call going to be? Team Liquid lacking an AK for Yakinda and a little bit of U2, but that's because he saved, right? So was always going to be a little bit lighter on. Aggressive AWP play here.
Wow.
Not spotted.
History. This is aggressive. He's looking to end it right here. Oh no, the flash. It lost him out. Caught him out. Yakinda does build upon it, but maybe they don't check Phelps. Yeah, no, not on Yakinda's watch. He's far too aware of who's supposed to be there, and it wasn't history.
But look at this. Remember the bodies I'm talking about? They're dropping down towards B. LucasZ here and aggressive. They just took 2 players aggro yard. Why is there now a guy pushing up secret?
Good question, Chadney. Good question. And yet it has actually been profitable.
Well, because the traditional response when you lose yard is to start going into lobby and finding that lurker and isolating, which would be NAF in this situation.
And this is a power position from VSM because he can control.
Saw that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that needed to be a kill. Elise just let it go and VSM slaps him down. Straight to the dome. AK on the CT side. It's in the right hands, it seems.
And that 2-man advantage already gone. We still have just under 50 seconds to work with here. Plenty of time for Fluxo to 5-15.
You'd think after the double from Yakinda, he's done enough, right? He's watching after finding a 5v3 for the boys, trying to break what has been a 7-round silence. You get a double and now find yourself in an unfavorable 3v3. Every second that passes, it's less and less favorable. OC might have this. He has to. Up against history, or excuse me, LucasZ. And it's perfect. Oh, it was.
Oh, dear.
He didn't go for the full clear. OC now both aware. Barrel spotted. Lukowski's coming. And yeah, not an easy fight for the AWPer with 13 seconds. What is going on? Time, their worst enemy. Lukowski takes down Nitro. This round's gone. 15 is locked in, folks. This is Fluxo looking to take the first map of their visit to Paris.
Okay, I just think you can't believe what's happening. Yeah, I would be frustrated if I'm Yakinda as well. You get 2 opening picks, then you just completely disjointed across the rest of the round. You're just walking around as 3 headless chooks. You get peeled apart. There's no trade potential. Leash had a couple of chances there, and VSN just absolutely bops him. A massive shot, a round-defining shot there. He can't catch a break.
Bro, he was the same death of the...
Yeah.
But that same death of, you know, Elijah's jump main, same again, that headshot immediate onto him.
Ramp rush.
Okay, that's cheeky. I mean, you've got 4 opportunities, right? Let's try something pacey. What? Sorry?
The double up.
Keota? VSM? He's ended it right here. Liquid to fall. And Fluxo's pick is theirs. Just 1 frag and Yakinda. He's ever so stubborn as Yakinda. Hoping he can make a 1v5 reality, and VSM gone. It's Lukowski to close, and Fluxo, a map to the good. They find their first at the Blast TV Major. That is going to sting. Liquid, they need Inferno. A battle for survival, imminent.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Zero. No, it cannot be Cold Zero because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold Zero was, I didn't check.
It's AWPer. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Remember that time we stood at this desk just in front of the players that you're seeing celebrating now, and Prof was wrong, and the Maniac was wrong,
Yeah.
And then we chatted to the casters and Sponge was wrong and Machine was wrong. This was not a 2-0, lol. And no disrespect to Fluxo. I don't want to take...
I mean, it might be a 2-0.
So Fluxo, can you imagine if the world is on fire? That is what is happening. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from Fluxo. I'm glad that they were able to get that map win. I'm sure they're very happy. But the truth of the matter is, what the hell is going on with Liquid?
It was fun to watch. It was fun to watch from a very sadistic point of view because we all expect this Liquid to be a great team, but they weren't. They definitely weren't. They started the game kind of okay. They were 5-3 up at one point. They go for a quick lobby push. Things kind of get out of hand, and you just see Fluxo just start rolling back. They didn't look out of depth. Even from the beginning of the game, they looked more confident than they were previously. And I know this is a very weird term to quantify confidence, but you could see it in the server. It wasn't the same team.
No, exactly. You can see in how they play that second half. I think to me that's the best indicator you could have of Fluxo's mentality moving into this game. They moved on to the CT side. They lost the pistol round, but from that point on, they decided to play aggressive. No matter if they were behind in the scoreline, no matter how complicated things would be, if there was one way they would come back into this game, it was going to be the Fluxo way. Crossing smokes, having plays, history with the AWP, into door, into hut, pressing always the envelope. That's how they got there. And you talk about Liquid. Watching this game is just like morbid curiosity. The same way I watch the news. I know it's going to be all bad, but I kind of want to know what's happening over there.
I just don't understand, because when we talk about Brazilian teams, aggressive Counter-Strike kind of goes hand in hand. How is Liquid not able to shut this down? They've got all this experience on this team. They've got these players, and it just feels like...
I mean, it's a lack of cohesion, right? Nuke, especially when you look at Fluxo's T side, 7 rounds is a great result, right? And they only had 3 opening kills. So it wasn't like things were just rolling into their hands and they were overrunning them. They had to work with it, work for this, and had to have these mid-round calls and like adaptations be good. And Liquid in the rotations just wasn't matching up. You can see this like this awareness from history here to expect the flank in the like 40 seconds is crazy. Just an insane first half to set it up for the second that was even better.
It feels like somehow Fluxo managed to force Liquid to play the Counter-Strike they wanted, which is kind of a crazy concept to think about. You always go from the assumption that, hey, the best team, the favorite, is going to be the one dictating the pace. Is it going to be a messy Counter-Strike, or is it going to be a slow-paced, methodical? And Fluxo wanted to fight. They wanted chaos. They wanted strange situations where communications get out of hand. And Liquid, I feel like, kind of allowed that to happen. Either by playing too fast, straight into the punch when they were ready to box, or by giving themselves only 15, 20 seconds to play with, and then of course it's going to be chaotic, and that's what happened.
They are our map winners, so I think we need to give them a little bit of focus, and the Mahone zone is going to break down why Fluxo was able to get the better of Liquid.
That's correct. So Fluxo were able to convert this map off a great T side, and it's really because they're able to put Liquid in unfamiliar situations, and they were able to capitalize on it perfectly. So first thing we're going to see here, round 9. So it starts off with the lead. He's pushing towards lobby. He gets this initial kill. He gets traded by Woody. But what happens here is that at the same time, towards outside, they have the wall of smokes outside. Phelps right here. He's going to move in towards this outside position, and he's able to find Yakinder trying to peek the edge of the smoke. Now, once he gets this kill, notice that he doesn't push down towards Secret immediately. And the reason why is because they're actually going to get a bunch of information. There's going to be key pieces of information they're going to get that make this move possible. So first, you'll see that Nitro, he takes down Woody, but at the same time, as they're crossing, they actually get information that OC was spamming this outside area. So they have information on 2 people. Once they have information on these 2 people where they know that one player is heaven, one player is upper, they can also assume that Naf, there's a good chance that because he's the ramp player and because they had the wall of smokes, that he's going to be down towards that lower position. Understanding where all the players' locations are and just the fact that they have so much space, despite it being a 3v3 situation, Fluxo have clear map advantage. They have all the map control. So what do they do instead? They're actually going to freeze. They're going to freeze and wait for Liquid to make the next move. You'll see that Lucalzi, he simply goes on top of the lobby. He takes this long-range angle from up top, where if anyone decides to push up towards Hut, he's going to be able to catch him for sure. At the same time, these 2 people here, they don't go towards Secret. Instead, they float back towards outside, because by coming outside, there might be a chance that they catch somebody who's looking for information, looking for a way back into the round. And that is what happens. When OC goes searching for information here in this 3v3, he runs into both of these players. Phelps is able to catch him. It's a double peek, so even if one of them goes down, the other one will be able to trade. And this forces Nitro now off that kill to now push into Hut because he's also looking for information. When he comes in, Lucalzi, he's way up top. There's no way Nitro's going to be able to clear something like that. And just off of those 2 kills, they know that Naf, he's probably down towards this lower position. That allows him to then crunch in towards the upper site and eventually convert the round. So Fluxo, they were able to put Liquid in uncomfortable positions, and they were able to capitalize on it perfectly.
They were able to capitalize on it. And of course, everyone, and I say everyone, but we were all proven wrong. I know a lot of people at home as well never saw this coming, but I wonder, is this a matter of just underestimating Fluxo? Watching them through the major, they've looked quite timid. They haven't really performed. Maybe Liquid's thinking, you know what, this exactly like all of us were thinking, this will be an easy 2-0 to get us back into the swing of the major, and then coming in and just not expecting Fluxo to be this hungry.
Look, we can only react to what we have seen here in Paris. Prior to this game, Fluxo had won 10 rounds. So are we supposed to stand here and say, listen, no, actually there's been so many great things going on for them? No, it wasn't the case. It looked to be like a complete chaos.
They haven't had these kinds of rounds. Like this is not what we've seen from them so far. They are kind of just YOLO, go fast. If it works, it works. If not, it's the end of the round. But this round, I'm home just. This is amazing. This is amazing Counter-Strike.
And it's not supposed to happen. It's not supposed to happen. If you go down to a 3v3 where you freeze, this is where the most experienced team is supposed to win. This is what Liquid wants to. They want to be in a 3v3 slowdown. Because we can have another example, or rather a counter example, or round 22, where Liquid are not comfortable playing this mid-round. So what they do, they play the slowest game of Counter-Strike with no impact, no vision whatsoever on the map. And for the CT's prof, this is basically paradise.
Explain to me what the game plan is.
No, I won't. I won't.
Can you try?
No.
It's impossible. There is no 8 seconds. They're entering the site. The bomb's entering the site. On 7 seconds, no smoke on the site. There's like 2 utilities, but like not enough time, not enough time to trade anything.
The issue is if you want to play that style, there are so many more things on your kind of to-do list that you have had to check prior to do that, and they haven't. They hadn't.
Yakindar said they're changing their style. Who Yakindar played with before?
You're telling me it's
James.
It's James.
This is a James finish of a round, except they're not Virtus Pro.
I know
you
that
sold it.
During this game, I sat in the green room and I said to both of you, I'm going in hard after Liquid. This is embarrassing. I'm disgusted that this is terrible. And they walked past now to get on the stage. And I saw their faces and my heart is breaking because for the first time that there's a little bit of, I mean, it's sadness. It's not really the passion or the anger. There was sadness. And I tried to throw them a bone. You both picked up that bone and threw it right on out of the studio. But is the next map that bone? Is this the opportunity for Liquid to maybe clutch it back? I mean, I'm going to say no, but Prof, you can answer this one.
I mean, you'd hope so, right? They picked Inferno, but then you look at their record, and it's not that great. It's 3 wins, 5 losses, and 2 of those wins are against Nouns. Who are Nouns? Most people watching have no idea. So you can't really look at their record on Inferno and be like, yeah, this is a comfortable map for Liquid. Obviously, they're going to win. I'm not really so sure, especially with all of these position changes. Who knows else what happened on Inferno? I'm expecting that something happened on Inferno if this is their record, right? There are probably some position changes here as well. And after losing this first map, the way they lost it, there is no confidence in Liquid right now. They have to build it up on Inferno.
Maybe at their super fancy boot camp where they changed everything, they came up with a whole new way of doing this map, and it's going to surprise all of us.
Well, I guess if you are on 20 milligrams of Hopium weekly, that's probably what you would be, getting.
As all Liquid fans are permanently.
I mean, there is very clear signs and evidence to be worried right now for Liquid. Right, this was supposed to be a quick 2-0 that is going to refill them with a little bit of confidence, and then we can move on to the later stages of this tournament. Hopefully, they pick up some win, and it's going to be fine. Now, the whole narrative just completely changed. The last few rounds of Map 1 were decisive. They were unilateral, no question. It was Fluxo all the way head.
They didn't get anything on the T side. They had the first 3 rounds and then 0.
It's not like we've just witnessed like a 30th round crazy smoke in a diffuse type situation where you can be Liquid. Give yourself a pat on the back, say, listen, we did a good job. It's all right. We're going to bounce back. You have left your table with a sense of learned helplessness. That's what you have. You felt like you couldn't do anything in the last 5, 6, or 7 rounds of that game. And now I am supposed to stand here and tell you that they have the cohesion as a team to bounce back and digest what just happened.
If anything, we're certain of the
opposite.
Yes, exactly.
And that's an issue. So where is our way out? Where is our way out? I think if I just maybe look in my pockets of stupid things I can say at the desk. Oh, I found it. Backs against the wall. Backs against the wall. That's what this is the only thing I can tell you. I can tell you that there are some great champions in that team. They have a lot of experience. And now their backs against the wall. Elimination is right across the corner. I see the door
where were those
from here.
Champions on the last map, right? It was OC was towards the top of the scoreboard. He was like bringing even the energy, it seemed like. Elige, one of the best players to never win a major, on the bottom, barely visible on the server.
I don't have anything to add to this because that is you've summed it up really well. And normally our job is to jump from both sides, but I don't think that there is another side. I don't think that there is another space, or maybe it's somewhere far off in the multiverse where Liquid comes out of this and comes out of it. Full stop. Never mind moving forward.
Let's take the other side of the equation, the other side of the coin, right? We had a great interview with Zeus about Fluxo. That was after their loss on day 1, and he said, listen, the guys get into their own minds. They overthink the situation. They have too high expectations of themselves. They've come into this game with nothing to lose, no pressure. It's Liquid. Hell, we're not supposed to win. It's you. Who cares? We're going to do our best. Now they've won map 1, and the possibility of beating Liquid comes kind of concrete, and it becomes a thing that could scare you.
If anyone knows about the mental issues of Liquid, that is Zeus, who used to coach both Nitro and Elige.
Yes.
And he helped them elevate their level back in 2017, 18. I'm sure he had some stories to tell the guys, like, don't worry, we just need to get a few rounds here and there, and then
he probably looked at Elige at the bottom of the scoreboard and said, that's a check mark.
I'm sure they're very motivated, but still, it's a map. They need to get 16 rounds to go through.
It is an elimination match here at the Blast TV Major. One of these teams is going to be going home, and it could very well be Liquid. Sponge and Machine are ready. I normally have a question for you. I don't, because Liquid's world's on fire, and I want to run and go watch it burn.
Yeah, well, fortunately...
What the hell?
Fortunately, Liquid, great with fire.
Yeah, well, something they can deal with.
Yeah.
Quite normal.
No worries.
Yeah.
No worries.
But jeez.
I know.
I'm depressed after that death segment.
I mean, yeah, there is all doom and gloom over there. It really is.
Well, the bookmakers still believe Unicorns still have Liquid as the favourites. There you go. There's a positive.
Yeah.
Should we be the contrast?
Well, there's been plenty of that. So yeah, let's be the contrast.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's negativity. We're being the positive.
We're going to be the positive.
Team Liquid bouncing back on Inferno. Their map choice.
Wow.
There you go. You like that?
I do. And actually, it is very much probably in the realms of reality. I will admit that taking a contrast, from my read of the player cams when we were looking at the chat outside.
Ginder was mad.
He was.
Yep.
Like, undeniably on his, antagonist arc. Like, he's about to become an anime villain if he's not careful. And on the other side of things, it feels like they couldn't be happier. Like, if anything, just reminding them, like, hey, boys, breathe it in. You just won a map at a major. You're here in Les Paris.
It's not Paris Disneyland.
No.
But it's Paris Blast TV.
Yeah.
Which is, I would say, for Counter-Strike players, probably better than Disneyland. So they're really happy to be here.
Of course it is, especially because Blast TV, you can do your Valve pick'ems, there's live stats, you can even see the highlights. You can go back and look at all the highlights.
Well, it'll be the lowlights for Liquid if they lose the series to it. But there's a 50% chance they win this map. They either do or they don't.
Yeah, I heard about that.
That's how odds work, right?
I heard about that, yeah. So you have to actually win this map, otherwise you're eliminated from the major.
Yeah, and to all the North Americans who are watching this one right here, I think they'd be quite devastated because Complexity as well have been having a little bit of a rough go of things. Had a couple of blowouts go against them, but looks like we are ready to get this one underway. Fluxo on the CT side, Team Liquid on the attack of their map choice. And as mentioned, well, backs against the wall. I didn't know Matthew had things in his pockets.
Backs. That's Liquid's backs are indeed against the ropes. Or a boxing one here as it's Fluxo to throw the knockout blow. And round starts in the purple corner. Fluxo in the yellow corner. It's Liquid. Survival integral for the North American hopeful. And look how he's coming a-hunting, coming a-looking. Fires off a couple of warning shots, but that'll be it.
Looks like it is pretty set on an A play here, but Phelps is the man you have to keep your eyes on. Look at this, just quick, coming down banana. It's silent, but deadly.
We know all about that, don't we? Hang out with Anders. Oh, your Kinder beheads Phelps now. His next duel and successful onto history. Makes mincemeat of him. Likowski trying to play the graveyard position, trying to catch a timing. The sound cues are Do draw him out into the fight. They're coming up short as well. He's running out of help. He needs VSM and only the one. Looks clean for Liquid to get this started with a bang. But of course, didn't they win both pistols on that nuke? So this will be their third.
Wonder if Woody just wants to save this kit. Obviously, he'd prefer it to be Kevlar, but as the in-game leader, you take these sacrifices for the team and really giving it a go here. That is surprising.
Just having a little look-see.
Yeah, but he has absolutely no chance in winning this round. Like,
put a percentage on it.
I'll go Jason, Moses, O'Toole, 0% chance Woody will win this round.
What have you done? All right, Liquid's monitors are all off. Let's go, Woody, defuse. And there it is. Liquid will take themselves one step closer to taking it to 3.
15 more of those,
15 more of those, mate, and we got ourselves an Ancient.
And then we just do it all again.
Yeah.
So this was very important kill from Yakinda because Phelps could have had a couple of backs turn there, and at that point in the round, it becomes a completely different conversation. VSM does his best from the side, but this crossfire just gets dismantled, and a good execution from Liquid on the pistol. 4 MAC-10s and an AK up against the Force by here. Actually quite incendiary heavy from Fluxo. They've brought out 3 with a boatload of smokes as well, so delay name of the game.
And actually, yeah, going to be leaving a little extra cachet for VSM.
I think it's pronounced cache.
Excuse me. We've got to cater to our Australian viewers. The smokes are out.
Looking to at least apply a bit of pressure through Apps. Now, you can understand a decision like this with the MAC-10s to like springbok out and try and take some of those fights, but they have so much U2. I think it would be very ill-advised to do something poppy. You'd be better off taking map control and then having a second wave.
No, this is a good smoke. You can see it's going to be landing in pit. And running.
Oh,
yeah, running them down with the MAC-10. Suddenly, chaos. Oh, God, Lukowski and History have made it a little bit more disruptive than they expected. And Yakinda's gone. Real awkward now for Liquid. Elige needs to save him. OC, the highest flyer of that first map. He's got Elige side by side. Didn't clear his corners, and OC's gone. Phelps down a one-on-one, but VSM, he has been an absolute threat throughout that first map. Can he really bring home the second round? He can! Over the top of the smoke! And Liquid's celebrations cut short.
Oh, that short-lived pistol victory. That's the first time in, I think, 9 rounds that they have felt what it's like to win one, right? That just truckload that Fluxo patted on to close it down and up and over. Look how much vision he has. Easy as you like for VSM, and they're happy with that.
My goodness, my goodness. Bora indeed. Fluxo looking to disrupt, and Liquid, they've put all their chips to the center of the table. They say, all in.
They're all dead.
And oh, they're all gone. Just like that, deleted. A full investment back, and they've only got 2 players left in the opening 10 seconds. Make it 1 as Elige catches lead from Phelps. Aggressive in the bedroom. Some people like that. And there's Woody to finish it all off, 2-1.
And now it's the full eco from Liquid. So let's call it 3-1, shall we? Liquid wanted to bounce back and force buy, but the fight came their way. And this is one of the keys, right? You saw there some of the things the desk were talking about, some of the things they were highlighting, the mid-round, the map control. Liquid are just getting blown out across the server here. I think individually as well, I think Fluxo have been looking better as the game gone on Nuke.
Just thinking about all the North Americans watching right now through their fingers. Like, I mean,
are they even watching anymore?
Well, judging by the Twitter sphere, there's a lot of North Americans who, you know, I mean, when they can't play, you know, you tweet. That's how the saying goes.
It's true.
And right now, it's not going swimmingly. Phelps, he has given him up an MP9 and a kill. That should be the end of this. I say as Woody's pushing the issue. Oh, God. He's making sausages out of Liquid. Just absolute minced. 4 out of that MP9 spray.
8K already.
Yep.
So this early game has gone gangbusters for Fluxo here.
Bloody hell.
How lucky is he here? That flash so blind.
No problem. And a finish as well. Like, it feels extra special when you get away with the weapon you started with after a 4K. Okay, 3-1. Liquid won the pistol, folks, and now it's time to see if they can win themselves a first gunny.
Ooh, okay. Yakinda to work on this banana control. Look, how's he again? I think this aggression is going to be a constant theme.
Because you want to trigger him. You want to get under their skin. It's Elige as well.
He was spamming the mid-smoke.
Optimal. Disruptive. Like, it's kind of, it's turned on its head. You know, we talk about battling for respect. Fluxo have said, okay, maybe we give him nothing. We give him nothing. We're winning every Angel. We're winning every Angel right now. He should be dead. And nice work in the war of attrition. Nat finds him. Yakinda warded away from the spray. VSM forces him back.
Again with the aggression. Look, this is a conversation. They've gone outside. They've said, listen, boys, we've taken their map. This is their map choice. This is a free swing right here, right now in a map. We're not comfortable. Do whatever the hell you want. Be as prickly as possible. And Phelps in the window grabs another.
God. How has he gotten away with this? You're right, Chad. This is exactly what the memo was reading. Zeus has spoken to the soldiers, whoever it was. Could have been Woody, could have been anyone. But talking about the fact that they're uncomfortable on Inferno. I heard that from the horse's mouth. Well, never look a good gift horse in the mouth. They have got themselves a fantastic second round force by win, and now you just want to run with it. Quite literally.
If they can grab this as well, Woody's still running the MP9. There's a Galil for history. Like, look at all the residual cash they have. If they grab this one as well, Liquid have to take another partial. Number disadvantage, time, a problem. We've seen this on Nuke. They're going to walk straight into this.
Watch this. VSM's going to hit.
His aim is banger.
Premium tapo. Oof, just like that. I swear his headshot percentage. Deagle, AK, doesn't matter. He deletes another. Anaf trying to claw them back into the round, but it's short-lived. History's got him. OC would love a little bit more than one. And he's gotten a nice opportunity for a plant. No one can touch him. VSM's going to try. Bombs down just in time. OC coming up for the clutch, but VSM stubborn. And now Fluxo ascend to 4. A more competitive round, sure, but Liquid, they are going to be, their ears are ringing right now.
But look at the confidence from VSM. His teammate, Woody, was still coming up middle.
He's coming.
And he had an MP9. So VSM was the only one with a real gun to take that fight, and they're just so confident backing themselves. You saw 3 different moments over towards A. They didn't play, short, they didn't play long. They're just jarring in your face, taking the fight. And look at the frustrations continuing to build. We saw them outside having a meltdown. And we know Liquid are a team that tilt, it's their worst enemy. But most of the days, you see it as their best friend. They take it everywhere. It's the cloud that follows them.
Oh, yeah, this is where Dabs... I mean, it's no longer about strats.
I love what Prof brought up about Zeus.
Yes.
Being behind Legion, cool. Nitro in the past and knowing how to deal with some of those personalities. It's something that nobody else has been able to master with Liquid. Right?
Yeah.
It's something here that's... well, look, sure, they had a Dren. And they were able to get that Intel Grand Slam, but this is when they were hot.
That was the power of friendship, Chad.
Exactly. Earth, fire, wind, water, and heart. As they were Captain Planet.
Yeah, well, looks like Liquid's planet feeling very small, dark, and gloomy right now. The first best of ones, you can perhaps dismiss it.
Alex, this is 4 going B. Are they going to push, or are they just dropping nades? If they were to just go crazy here and just launch down Banana, this is a crash.
This is crazy. They're
coming.
It's going to be a straight drag race.
Here.
Head-to-head collision.
Come on in.
Yeah, they welcome them with open arms, and it's already a lead. Taking down a teammate. Yakinda burnt to a Chris, burnt to a Cinder. And look, Howsey and Phelps working on the rest.
You will not believe it. 4 players B to start the round, as we've done a half by B rush into our demise.
I'm not even playing and I'm tilted. There's 4B, they say.
Do whatever you want right now, Fluxo, because this is great. Going with the flow indeed. That water of Liquid going down the drain. No bomb, no hope. Yeah, walking to A. They didn't even start A.
You just had a timeout as well, and you've just immediately been flatlined. Oh, yeah. This Liquid heartbeat. It is running low on energy. This is their map pick. This is the best thing they can muster, and this is Fluxo, who've, well, I mean, in their first affairs, have not been able to make much of an impact. History will close it out. Nafly's gone. But yeah, if you compare it, I think you said it best, 10 rounds in their first 2 games.
Yeah.
2 best of ones, they got 10 rounds to boast total against Payne and Monte.
No one's happy about that. Even a TK in this here, Yakinda trying to brave the flames. Multiple reasons to be getting a little bit upsetty.
Yeah, well now Liquid's pockets full of spaghetti.
Or maybe this is one they want to forgetty.
Bloody hell. This is awkward, and you can see it on their faces. I mean, we've all played Counter-Strike games like this where you just feel like completely absent.
We've all played Counter-Strike games as well where you don't like your teammates. So, lots of things could be played into this. You got the last poll vote on Blast.tv. Can Liquid redeem themselves? Have your say. Well, so far, not so good.
Okay, Yakinda, we know and we discussed his opening attempts. It's about 35% on the T side. He's finding a way in, or at least attempting to find one. Here it comes again. He's got a lot to be dealing with, though. There's a lot of parties on Banana.
Don't need to brave this here, Fluxo. They've jousted. They didn't get the control that they were looking for, but also they saw that it was so risky to go for that push. And this is the first standard round we've seen them play so far. So history with that AWP. See if he can do his best Monte cosplay right now. 4 players just on the other side. Mollied off. Anti-flash. Ready to go. They didn't get mid control. They didn't get mid control. They threw mid control nades. They have no mid control.
Yeah.
They're not even going through the basic protocols of the follow through. You don't throw that and they haven't cleared anything. They don't know what resides, but they're coming back.
Yeah, and it's Nafly's responsibility from Boiler. It's held by the Orb right now. You'd need a good flash, a good molly.
He's calling mid clear. This might make Phelps rotate.
Yeah, potentially.
He has.
Okay, so like Kalakowski in history. And already successful on the first. How do they hold him at bay? More Liquid coming in history. Making it as he's knocking down Liquid one shot at a time. ENCE and OC combine for an open A site. And Phelps, forced away, now finds himself on long and just going to play for the retake. VSM and Woody are scampering over to have a look.
It's important that Phelps has braved the smoke, which has just faded over towards that long corner, because he's quickly going to be behind them here, so might have an accelerated timing on this. That motor smoke has been deployed. Now take a look at Woody's flash. He can use that to set up Phelps if they want to go for it.
Do they kick up a fuss first and then balcony hits?
Yeah, doesn't he? I'm questioning now if they're even going to go for it. They have money. They should.
That smoke is deterring them. But now the util's coming in, so that's enough from VSM to have attention drawn.
Need that Woody flash. Are they going for this?
They're not. Where's the time?
Yeah, they have to just be opting. They're just denying rifles here.
Yeah.
Okay, they could have given this one a real crack. They're just taking everything away.
Take the orb. He's coming in off the flash, and this is going to be death, destruction, demise. All three for Phelps. They lose it all. And that does put a smile on their face. Not only do we see an uninterested attempt, Liquid were given a second round, but is it a gift? Is it successful when you take a look at what it's done to their finances?
Yeah, the ramifications here, Yakinda and that of Nitro both have below 4K. That means that it's likely Galil's or maybe even Mac 10's for them to purchase on in with here. So really good financial damage, but if Fluxo can't back that up with a follow-up round, then maybe, just maybe, it wasn't worth its weight in gold. Now, they've prioritized AKs here. OC's actually finding himself on a Deagle. Nitro into a Mac 10. Do we come back to the aggression? Apparently so.
This is an alternative version. It's risky, and they're alive. They get away.
Fortunate. I was surprised there wasn't the follow-through on the spam there, especially when bullets came back. This is about to be a biff. There's 5 in Banana.
Get the timing on this nade right. Nitro, yeah. Chunked. Working with half health. Woody, made a step. They'll be looking for him, hiding in the smoke. They know, but still manages to mow down one. It could have been 2. ENCE, though, delivers in a double. And on the double into B. Oh, wow. Finished the job nicely. It's Phelps with the bowling.
That's just changed the whole conversation here. A number disadvantaged situation for a retake for Fluxo. No. Especially in towards B on a map like Inferno. But now with the util, now it's a 3-on-3. There's a real chance for this. Liquid have a bunch of smokes they can redeploy. 3 in total. You see those get limped out over time.
They're hanging on by a thread here, Chad. Liquid need this round. Don't forget, Fluxo. They took everything away in the previous. This is Liquid to stabilize.
They can't be patient behind the util, right? And as they hear these smokes deploy, I think they've called it off. You can see them lining it up, but you're going to be gray screen no matter what. One more smoke towards CT, surely.
That's it. Oh, they do it again? I mean, yeah.
Look at how guys.
Molly back emo, Molly new box.
You can't win this round.
They're not going. They're going to try and keep hold and once again take weapons away. And there it is. Nafly goes down. Another would be nice. Good shooting out of ENCE. He seems to have awoken from his slumber. Finally taken down. Lakowski down with him. And so Liquid will find themselves a third.
Yeah,
a must-win round.
I understand why they opted not to go for that because of the redeploys of those smokes. It just would have been almost impossible here to get back in. You could have tried to go for boost. I think the incendiaries were nice.
Yeah.
Like there's obviously different ways you could have tried to solve that puzzle here. And this was the nade that made me think it could have been possible. Yakinda going down to well-placed $300 HE. Now, Fluxo can buy again, and they've still kept Liquid on the ropes. But as I mentioned once, and I'll mention again, they need to convert one of these here. It's great to keep them in this position.
Whoa, he's peeking through the flames. History, yeah, flashed off and gets away with it. Yakinda did have a pot shot. Have to respect the smoke as they are going for a bit of an apps crawl early.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because they saw the AWP. So accelerating on A. If they do an apps pot right now, it's just 2 on the site.
Yeah, you've got to get through Lakowski and Phelps, though. Both gamers.
Out of position.
Yeah, not ready.
Saw the barrel, saw the barrel.
And here they come. Nitro does have an opportunity trying to get into Lakowski. ENCE needs both. Phelps trying to delay. Smoke's not bad, but the better shot from ENCE. He is starting to put his name in the feed religiously.
I think he's got more kills so far than he did on map number 1. Yeah, so ENCE is awoken here.
Which is exactly what Liquid needed. I mean, I don't know how you have to speak to ENCE, but that's kind of messaging you have to say at this point.
I don't think anyone knows how to speak to ENCE.
But when you're on the ropes, just saying, hey, mate, you know, like the Zywoo conversation. It has to be now.
We need you to perform.
It has to be now.
Yeah, for sure. Well, here it is. Jumps out. MongolZ in the back here. The follow-up is the most important, right? If this smoke goes down and they can delay a bit more time to allow that rotation, maybe Phelps grabs a kill. It's a really handy double there from Elige, and that is going to be Liquid drawing this to a one-round game. Now, if this does go to map number 3, we basically clean the sheet. It's a best of 1. The pressure is going to be on both teams, but I think the pressure still will be with Liquid a little bit more so in terms of the expectation of them winning. But Fluxo probably going to feel that they're in a good position to get something done, and then that's when their nerves will start to mount, and maybe we see them return to form, which came earlier in the tournament, right? That conversation still to come, but a timeout has been called. You can see the referee making the signal, letting Woody know. And here he is, Zeus on the mic. First timeout for Fluxo in map number 2. What is the conversation to be had? What is the change up? Because it was working not that long ago. 5 on the trot, 4 spy win, aggressive counter-strike, constantly poking, prodding, making Liquid squirm. Now they've managed to get 3 back on the trot, and they haven't been easy rounds. They've been rounds where Liquid have been losing a lot of casualties here, but now they do have a very solid looking buy without any emissions.
Yeah, just super interesting to see how quickly and how much Zeus had to say. Like that 30 seconds, he used every second of it, and super rapid in his delivery. So there's a lot he wants to get across. And I think it's also because he's aware of what they've got. You know, they've got something in front of them they can work with.
And they've got a pretty good spawn on the AWPer history here. So maybe they want to try run boost over mid, or we've seen them go for like boost over the mid smoke. You can do that in a couple of different variations. He might just want to go for a standard mid pick. So the AWP might get activated early here.
You're looking like it. Gonna get some util down at least.
Does he want to pick second mid? Yes, he does.
Oh, no way! No vision, no problem.
You'll take that one. Every day of the week, and the bomb would have been spotted there in second. It doesn't mean an awful lot this early in the round, but that's a nice one for history to find there. You could see his intention as well. So casual about it.
And they even considered it. Like, the flash was perfect. He's just hit it. Nitro watching from the sidelines. Disadvantage Liquid. Can Yakinda tip the scales back in their favor? Ooh, warded off. Good one back. OC delivers.
But now you know it's Woody. You'd want to pressure B here against Woody. One of the issues with him over there on the MIBR roster was, it wasn't questions about the way that he would lead the team, but he definitely wasn't offering up too much in the fragging department here. So if you want to try and bully that B bomb site, maybe that could be one of the endings for round number 10.
Yeah, so Phelps donates his smoke, and that's enough for Woody to kind of feel a bit more of a sense of security so they can gamble a third over back to A. It's the right call.
Yeah, they don't know that, but with the gamble, it could work out. History, grab 2 from this position before, wasn't enough. Let's see if he can do it again. Okay. Apps pot one more time. OC, the util at the ready. Well, they've called it off.
30 seconds. We can't see the clock become their greatest enemy again. They've still got smokes to throw out. You can see this. They're tucking in because 25 seconds. Liquid has to hit A. Taking their sweet time. 22. Someone make the call. Someone make the move. 18. And now the spray. It's good. MongolZ's given him a leg up. He's still alive in pit. This has to be a history shot. The bomb's down, and Liquid, they're out of the round. Just like that, the clock comes back to haunt them.
Somewhat reminiscent to how things went down on that nuke round that was highlighted there, but you saw what put them into the tail spin. It was that app smoke, right? They had to call it off. They had to try. You don't want to be going through the gray screen, but either way, it felt like once that was removed from the playbook, they didn't really have anything to follow through with. So Liquid scratching their head in this one, but this is the history opener. Flash comes in, bang, and still able to connect onto Nitro. That one happened real quick. Give it to you again. That's just how nice it was.
Sheesh.
Tidy way to open the round and a fantastic way to seal the deal. Good economy of utility from Fluxo here, holding on to smokes late. And happy with that is VSM. What a character. What a character.
Dude's got graffiti and stickers.
He's got all of it. Yeah. Well, you can tell what he likes playing.
Teddy. Guess we're going to have to get the CS2 one on there soon.
Yeah, we'll make another addition to that sleeve. Liquid with some banana control here. Boost up. Leaving a bit of util behind.
We heard all of this, so you can see his restraint. When does he go with that incendiary? You don't want to shoot it out too early.
Yeah, they got what they were looking for, trying to bait some nades here, so that pressure applied. Again. Pendulum swings back and forth looking for the map territory, congregating with all 5 over towards the mid corridor. You've got Naf in the boiler room. Has drawn the rotation of Phelps back across.
Very audible deliberately, I imagine. Naf trying to keep attention on Apps as they slip long. Yeah, Phelps has no vision on this. The flash. Oh, Yakinda still hits him straight through. Phelps trying his luck. He's gone now, and it's just History and Lakowski. They're dead. Cooked. One by one, picked apart. History nearly had the collat that could have maybe given us something to talk about, but it is a nicely executed round with plenty of time on the clock as they walk into that ace site. Just the one casualty. Liquid will close up the gap. Single round separating our two competitors.
Yeah, big shout out to Chev right there. He handled all those little details, right? The smoke, that rotation that was forced across there from Phelps, it really provided the gap. And such a deep library smoke that for Phelps to try and come through, he was always going to be at a disadvantage in that type of scenario. Only way would have been that History double or maybe even triple that looked like it could have been possible for a second there as they rounded the Moto corner. But drawing back, one round lead for Fluxo, 6-5, as this bomb will detonate here. But imagine if the two teams to be eliminated in the Blast TV Challenger stage were Mouz and Liquid, the teams in last place. Now, someone has to come last. It's never fun, but those aren't the two names that would be at the top of anyone's list. Before those names, you definitely had likes of Grayhound, MongolZ, Fluxo were one of them as well. I think, you know, there's maybe a couple...
The three you just mentioned must be covering at least 70, if not 80% of the pick'em through 0-3s.
Which is understandable.
Yeah.
I don't think people would be expecting Liquid to come in here and be looking this rough around the edges, especially against a Fluxo who, as we discussed, the last time they beat a team outside of South America was last year. Right, this isn't a team that has too many bouts against international competition, if any, right? And this is actually still more than what they're used to. But this is interesting. Another time out here from Zeus before they completely run out of cash, just to try and see if they can hold this one together. Woody can buy Phelps the same, but if they lose this one, with the loss bonuses out 2,400 into the next, will have to be a bit of a half by eco situation. So Liquid are doing a good job of now whittling them down.
Expensive old AK there.
Yakinda's only got 2 kills here, right? So if he can activate a little bit more on this, because at the moment Inferno, as we know, a T-sided map, and he has such a key piece of...
Wow.
Oh, wow.
He got a lot of launch off that and tries to use it to his advantage. Does lose half of his health for the gamble, but aggression continues. Seems like they just want
nobody in second mid.
Yeah, I mean, he's got nothing to report.
But this, where the rotation of Phelps is actually quite handy here. Is it just a util donation service, or is he going to be hanging around? Where's Woody's gun again?
I don't know what's happened here.
He had 4.7. Has he done this again intentionally?
He could come back.
He's one of the B holders.
Yeah,
What's going on?
Wow-wee, that's a lot of damage. And VSM having to oblige, get the USP out of there. At least there's a smoke accessible. They're committing to this, understandably. The B-Anchor's dead. Ooh, Nitro's lucky to be alive at just 12. And he's caught off now. Phelps will take him down. Do they really not go?
Through.
They're going. Off the flash. Should be the double. The Lakowski gets right under Liquid's skin. And this round, it has fallen apart, dilapidated. As Fluxo keep that aggression in the mix. Phelps VSM, sure, but Lakowski finishes the round off the back of that flashbang.
And History's been aggressive apps the entire time. Finds himself all the way down bottom of apartments here with this AWP, which basically locks off any way for OC to go towards A if he wanted to. And without that bomb, what would even be the point? So saving this AWP, the only option he truly has with 30 seconds left. But yeah, that Woody on Nuke as well had a round where he only had a Glock. And this round he only had a USB. So he had plenty of money to buy.
What's happening?
We've seen that a few times here, haven't we?
What is happening here in Paris?
A little bit saucy.
Yeah. And I can't believe not only that, but I mean, it's actually going to work out super in their favor, right?
Yeah.
Because he's got
kind of silly.
4750, only death on the USP.
He did 181 damage in the round,
with the
and he only had util.
It's so sick. It's actually like he's 5D backgammoned his way into a 7th round.
Okay, well, there you go, Woody. There's that nade. It hit every single member. Look at the Wolfpack. Just cop that one. Shell-shocked and then rocked. It looked like they had done enough, but this flash setup, Lakowski coming through off the back of it. And it was perfect because the only one that could get through ahead of the Molly was Nitro. He died to the Phelps spam, and they just I'll clean him up in the pool.
He's through. Through.
Yeah, well,
they're pushing mid.
He's gonna keep it up.
Here they come.
Here we go. Both 4 charging down middle. They're battered and bruised. They want to bully Liquid, and finally, Liquid prevail against this abuse of power. They will prevail, and it's NAF they have to thank. A double Tech 9 tap.
Oh, what do you do with these two? There's no real good option because you know Liquid are going to take their time here.
You could park history on B.
I suppose. Yeah, I think this is the thing where you may as well gamble the two of you.
Yeah.
Lakowski's HP definitely plays into that and then hope that they come to your site, right? But with the two-man number advantage here, Liquid should at least send one player forward, find out which site is empty. Might be that a Nitro once Naf helps escort him up through the apartments, and then they can just finish over towards A. So, look, we've already spoken about the fact that this isn't a good map for Fluxo. We've spoken about the approach here being a good way to really rumble Liquid, and it's worked more often than not. This is one of the few times where their aggression actually hasn't netted them success. So, slightly unfortunate with how this one has unfolded, but again, we draw back to that one-round difference. So, Liquid aren't down and out just yet, and they've actually got the better of the last string of rounds. 3-1 back for Fluxo, then they were back into winning ways for the North Americans. Fluxo grab another, and now Liquid will win again.
You know, you can say many things about Brazilian Counter-Strike, but it's not boring.
No, that's very true.
Not boring. Look at this from Nav. Look at the POV. Like this is
Damn, that's a shot, isn't it?
This is not a fight. You see, and you can see it from the POV here. Phelps trying to be a part of that aggression, but a perfectly placed molly does burn him to a cinder. Nice. And yeah, obviously trying to keep the camp alive.
Imagine if we saw that from someone else on the team. Not the newest.
Everyone.
Not the newest member.
Yeah, you want them all. You want every single member of the team to be, you know, feel like you've got the same goals, shared objectives.
It's not like you're fighting for your tournament life here or anything. At the last CSGO major before we transitioned to Counter-Strike 2, and the next major's not until next year.
That's true. There's a lot at stake.
But this is it, right? This is the thing. Like with the narrative around the last major, we know that Counter-Strike is going to continue. But for these players, Prof made a good point. Alicia is one of the best players that have existed that haven't won a major. He's one of those names. You put him in like the conversations with the Nikos and the Zywus, right? There's a bunch of them. There's definitely a bunch of them. It could be a long laundry list. But Alicia's one from that North American side of things that is in that conversation in a big way. And for him to get blown out here and go in last place, that is one that is going to stick with them. And we don't know what the future holds. And you get that vibe from the players. These are the guys in the server every day, grinding, living, breathing this game. And then for the future to be ambiguous. Who knows what comes next? Who knows if you're still going to be a top dog in the next iteration of Counter-Strike?
They have not been deterred, Chad. BSM, oh, running it down mid, and yeah, it's down Banana this time. Nitro shuts down Woody. And that should be enough to have Liquid's advantage held on to here. Phelps alone on B. And a very diligent investigation of the apartments. I just saw Naf clearing T-apps just in case.
Oh, if Liquid win this round, they should end up winning the half 8-7 here. Fluxo, 1900 loss bonus going into round 15.
Do you think that hyper-aggressive push second mid will come back to haunt them? You know, an 8 to 9?
No, because I think they're just going to live by that mindset of, hey, this is a free crack, and we may as well play outside of the box and just do these aggressive
Ancient's
maneuvers.
still there if we need it.
Let's not try and play Inferno as they do, because it's their map choice, and they're going to be better at playing it by the book, right? Color by numbers, Counter-Strike, map control, rotations. Let's just fight. Let's just stand. Let's just bang.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, when you're going for volatile calls like that, you know, it goes both ways. Yeah.
It's a coin toss a lot of the time. But they have the stack on the right place, and History has cleared out top mid. Now, his biggest issue is Elige tucked in towards the bench position. And he's ready for that. So the door open. That's History coming to the... Boy, surely this is a fake on B, right?
Don't need to commit into the stag. Yeah, the call's been made. Elige is saying that I think I just killed the solo A player, and he's going to go get answers as well. So good work there.
And Lakowski and Phelps should save, right, for that final round with that rubbish loss bonus coming through. So there's the 7.
You can see in the hesitance as well. Just a little concerned there could be a disruptive force hiding within the site, but there's the bomb planted. Safe and the round secured. So final round of that half on its way. We'll see this from Woody's POV. You can see the utility from Liquid, good flashes.
Yeah, Woody very blind there, and also used an awful lot of ammo on that first kill. So even if he recovered, would it need to be pixel point precise? But some signs of life here from Liquid. Calzi needs to be careful here. They are starting the hunt. Interesting angle and a lot of damage done. They will get the kill onto Nitro, but will that spur them forward for the chase? They can send maybe one more body their way. Still need to make sure they keep enough money for everybody to get the purchases through. Elige, surging, fighting. Oh, OC's lost his orb. Maybe call this one off now. Okay, worth it. Definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. If they had not taken down both there, that could have been...
up for debate.
Yeah, but all good. Plenty of cash. We'll get the buy going.
Yeah. I mean, fortunately, History even has 50 bucks to spare.
A lot more cash than I thought they'd have. Plenty more cash on the Liquid side. So no dramas at all. Definitely worth it.
What do you make of this for a final round buy? If anything, it screams aggression. I don't know about the glass cannon or
maybe in apps with the pistols, right? You know, or with the SMGs, because VSM and Woody, of course, those B defenders. Now VSM's Deagle, we like that.
We did, and you can see they're setting up for the boost. OC not equipped with the AWP, and
by choice as well. I think he could have bought it.
Oh, Elise, your beret betrays. You can see it sticking out there, just a tip.
Kinder's found a gap here.
Yeah, VSM's
big gap.
Poking his ankles out.
Oh, maybe an intentional gap, because Yukinda coming across. VSM will land that nade down the back pocket. Yukinda's going to worm and weasel his way forward, so VSM will not be expecting the disrespect.
But given the health. Okay. Oh, he knows there's one pull. He's going to be calling for backup now. Throws out a smoke fountain to go wide. I like that smoke. Oh, but it's going to be sprayed. Woody has caught an Half-Light. It's a 5v3 here. Yukinda, he could be vulnerable and susceptible to that Deagle spam. Nitro, the same. Spams his Deagle, loses his life. Yukinda puts his name in the feed for the first.
No kit.
4 for the retake, a 10-second defuse ahead of them, but Woody catches Yukinda with the smoke in his hand. It has to be OC. Needs this one onto Lakauzi. Only Nitro down, and a 10-second defuse. Fluxo will win out the defensive half. They have pulled it out of the hat. This is a free attempt, a free stab, as you've been putting it, Chad, here on Inferno.
No, the question is this style, is this brazen Counter-Strike, the fight that they're taking to Liquid, going to be enough? 8 on the half for the Brazilians. We go to the break, and we will return. Liquid could be going home.
Fluxo do leave with the lead, and it's on Liquid's must-win map. Already, winning out Nuke and finding themselves here on Inferno. Liquid's pick 8-7. On your screens, you saw Lakowzi. And at the top of the table by a large margin as well, 16 frags to 8. Not a bad haul.
Yeah, I think the 100 ADR is pretty impressive to me, Rad, being able to contribute in every single round of play in that first half. 3 for 0 in opening exchanges and 3 multi-kills to boot. We're ready to get this one back underway, and this could be the final half for Team Liquid here, the North American hopefuls. One of the teams who were in the conversation of like the cusp of someone that could make some damage. Hey, win is a different conversation, but do damage. Last place, I don't think that was anybody's bingo card.
Not at all, Chad, and it certainly could still end here. A T side for Fluxo coming into an important pistol. We've yet to see Fluxo find a pistol, but here on Inferno with this approach they've been having of kind of just deliberate chaos. The old adage of if we don't know what we're doing, they don't know what we're doing.
It's just going to be a B hit here. 2 smokes.
One in the right place.
1 for Coffins. Molly. Dealer's choice.
Yukinda not going to get that smoke out in time. And it's a good enough distraction. Phelps caught out, cut down. OC needs to find a second here. Does track nicely. Naf's the one to be finding the lethality. And VSM only the one. Yukinda clean clicks. Thought he had some dual barrettes. Where did they go?
In the hands of OC, I think. And there's 2 free kills. They're not going to clear this. Lakowzi! If he didn't flub that line on the first shot right there, scoops up the second. Crosshairs in the right place for the third. Could have been a crazy clutch going down.
I wasn't ready for that one. No, I'll tell you that much.
There's a lot of ifs and buts in that scenario right there. But hold up a second. Is that another Liquid pistol?
4 for 4, Chatney.
Didn't help them in the first half. Let's see if they can consolidate here in the second. And I think they'll be given the good graces to do so. 2 HEs, 1 for Woody, 1 for History, a Flash for VSM. This is 4 Glocks and a Deagle. Walking into round number 17. And they're going to HE top Banana. That's going to at least buy them slight respect from this Yukinda aggression. But a flash pop top mid, here it comes.
How many for OC? 1, great.
Flash. They
2,
just went right.
Fine, and there's 3.
Guys, why'd you buy the flash if you weren't going to use it?
Because they want Phelps to get a Zeus kill. No, it's not. That's things that aren't going to happen. Added to that list, and it could not be better for Liquid in terms of hopes of taking us to 3. Not only OC farming up some frags, he's actually been one of their top performers, not only on Nuke, but now puts himself at the top of the scoreboard alongside. But he's got himself a whole lot of cash, 5,700 already pre-buy, and he's already got an MP9 for the bonus. So nice $600 kills. It's always very nice to have your AWP for finding those, and he does so with ease.
Now, how do they want to use these 3 MP9s here? Serviceable weapons. We know the pound-for-pound punch that they offer. It looks like it's just going to be quite a standard hold. 2-3 split. 2 members over towards B. Now there's going to be Yukinda and Naf, and 3 towards the A side of the map. Now half-wall smoke, a defensive one from the T side. This is just to help them try and garner this banana control. See Phelps ahead of this. They're actually going to run through the flames. Okay, Yukinda. That's an offering. Phelps will take that one every day of the week. Opening kill in the favor. And those are the 2 individuals you highlighted earlier on in the piece about being very aggressive, delivering a lot of opening traction for their teams. Well, your Phelps will get the better of Yukinda this time round, and Yukinda's been having a rough go of things this time round on Inferno. A good showing on Nuke, but not enough to help Liquid get the victory. Now sitting at 6 kills.
Interestingly enough, actually, that's the first opening kill for Phelps.
This map or this series?
This map.
Okay. Well, considering how aggressive they were, I guess he didn't...
He's had 4 opening deaths, but that's the first time he's had a success, and it's actually up against Yukinda, appropriately.
You'll take that. Setting himself up for a B execute here, and seems advised. The stack is over towards A right now, but OC is close top mid. He has the support from the porch side of Nitro and Delige. So the rotation's starting to make his way over now, but the biggest thing OC has to his name is all this util. It's not really the MP9, it's the Molly, the smoke, the HE, and even the flash to assist Naf here.
Yeah, Alicia's got a full belt too. OC can start to dump. And that's Woody, yeah, completely flash. That team flash. Awkward, dead is Naf. OC trying to jump through the smoke. It's great timing. Disruption. Oh, and nearly 2. Elige will finish what he started. A double push through the smoke. Puts it all onto history.
This is a kill. He's got Nitro.
Free one. Oh! OC like that, and so did I.
Yeah, understandably so.
That was quick.
I thought he had that kill every day of the week.
Where's
right
the old
there.
man reflexes? That's like a 16-year-old with an MP9.
Just W'ing.
Banging.
His face. Okay. Naf did a good job here delaying with that supportive utility, and, well, maybe a little bit too supportive there from Mr. Lucalzi, but these things are going to happen. Alish, a double up. Great from him, and okay. Pivoted just in time. Mr. Nitro brings up his shield and protects Liquid to get them to 10. Another one of these partial investments here from Fluxo, so I assume more aggression. And again, we'll return to the point. This is not a good map for Fluxo. Oh!
Bloody hell.
Yep, stop. Let's go back.
Collaborate.
No entry.
Listen. The footsteps and nades as there's more barraging into the apps. Wow, they've tried a couple of gimmicks here and it's working wonders. Woody forced the smoke for survival. When there's some utility damage, I'm going to be checking in with that. Oh, an awkward exchange. Yeah, Elijah's going to get run down. He has to give up mid, but look at their health.
So low.
Like, there's nothing here.
Overrunning OC is one. If he misses a shot at the low HP, if he misses a shot.
Right. Well, I mean, there's...
Yakinder again.
He's trying his luck, isn't he?
He's loving a smoke push, isn't he?
Shouldn't be anything more to be said about this. They've got that max loss bonus and therefore just trying to be competitive in this half buy.
They're coming through. They're chasing the AWP.
Yeah, OC. He went forward! And now the AWP falls into enemy hands. OC, he's going to be face palming. Do you think over the comms? Maybe loud comms? Unlikely.
Maybe.
Awkward.
You're just not expecting that type of maneuver. Smoke drops and they just beeline straight
through your own smoke. I mean, it subverts the expectation, but it makes the round awkward now.
Still bloody hard to win, though, for Fluxo, isn't it?
If Elige somehow pokes his head out of there,
look at this.
That's a gap.
That's ugly.
There's no way Phelps is going to be, especially with the smoke up, you know, trying to exploit. Elige keeps crouch key held. And Phelps draws attention further.
I like the change of weapon. The AWP's no good to be versatile here. At least the Mac-10 he can jump around.
Yeah, and jumping into the sight and into the grasp of Nitro and Elige, the two most tenured on Liquid. Bomb lost and the round to follow. It's Nitro. Adds another, racks another up for the double. He'd like one more, and he'll get it as well. Puts Elige on the floor. Maybe Nitro's his next victim. 3 seconds, wants to die, still can't die, now has to survive as the round goes Liquid's way. And gets a couple of extra guns down for the good measure.
Yeah, good damage, but right now, it doesn't affect him immediately. But those effects could come in later. Remember, this was just a partial buy. So Kinder with another smoke push being found once more. This was inspired by Phelps, but this turtle in the pit, the setup that Liquid had employed to deal with the lighter buy, it worked out perfectly. Some good stuff from Nitro and Elige. And we will be taking a timeout on the Fluxo side. So they've got one more. Zeus has called 3 of those so far with varying success. But this is where that conversation needs to change. Yet to find a round here on their attack, Fluxo. Where's the inspiration going to come from? Here's that utility damage you were querying about earlier. No surprise to see Woody at the top of that chart. I think we had one nade that did 181 damage.
Yeah, some padding in that one, for sure, but good damage, and we've actually got the graphic. I forgot about that. That's awesome.
And Naf even trying to keep up there as well. So here we go. What is the change going to be for Fluxo here? Where are they looking to try and take this space? Pushed up top mid to push back any AWP, but it's the deep mid smoke from that of Liquid. Boiler control. Holes will follow once that incendiary starts to subside. Nitro with a flash at the ready here to help with, I was going to say a mid pick, but Elige, he's just on that long corner. It's banana control.
Whoa, Yakinder's absolutely possessed. Right now, Nitro's gone. A's open, especially if Lige goes down. A good headshot back, takes down Lucalzi on the forward push. Trying to confirm any information he can for the rotate. They want to be informed on their rotate.
They're going to be late to get the bomb down, though.
Yeah, very much so. And Elige is actually pushing on this smoke.
VSM's aware.
Is so aware. Crosshair is bang on the money. Bang on the money. Elige is dead. And now the site is open for business. An awkward retake for Liquid.
Now it needs to be the save. The flow-on effects of that previous round will be felt now.
Right.
If you're going to go for this scenario right here as Liquid, we know how difficult these retakes are. And that's the right call. So they will relent, give Fluxo 9. And this comes down to Lucalzi just finding this kill into Nitro. The crosshair was perfectly placed from both of these players, VSM and Lucalzi in combination. He was setting up for the mid play, right? So that flash came through. Nitro was trying to assist Elige. Wasn't bunkered down over towards the bike position or headshot under the balcony. He was in the open, and loses his life as we'll see this become a 2-round game now.
Call that evidence, Chad. That round there is evidence. Guns v guns. First round on the board for Fluxo's T side. Whether or not we can see them manage to replicate remains to be seen.
Well, keep in mind that was a delayed top banana take from Liquid there, right? So much utility was dumped. It was always going to spur Fluxo into a bit more of an A lean. It really came down to that opening pick. Because without that, if Nitro gets the kill, the doors slam shut on both sides of the server.
And actually, we're getting timeouts back-to-back, so that was off the back. A successful timeout. As you said, it was varying degrees of success. Well, this time, Zeus calls it into a successful first round on the T side. Now, Liquid, in response, I'm just desperate to see who's talking.
Kinder's doing a little bit right now.
Yeah, there it is. And Zeus will take any opportunity he can to keep the boys on the straight and narrow.
But it makes sense because Yakinda's one of the B defenders, right? And traditionally, if you're the more aggressive one, you'd be calling of the way that you want to take it, what type of space you want to look for. Because I know it's just banana, but it's not as simple as let's take banana. It's like let's isolate logs and broom, or let's stop close wall and focus deep. There's a lot of different ways, different timings, different waves. So Yakinda trying to set the tempo over there as they will start 3B yet again. So denying this banana control early against Fluxo seems to be the game plan here. Elige and Nitro to be the two players starting towards A once more as that AWP, a key component of this banana shutdown. And whoa, that is an awful lot of damage.
Yeah, OC walking funny. An aggressive smoke forward for the extinguisher. Kinder's going to go forward on this. He's been a part of a lot of opening engagements. 7 total, successful in 3 of them.
I'm glad he called it off because the 2 that we've seen him go through the smoking banana, he's been dealt headshots. So we'll think better of it this time round, but it means they don't establish that banana control. And if you're starting 3 over towards B, you at least want to find something. They didn't even find much damage. Phelps is the one that took it, and he's at 76, whereas the trade was unconfirmed, sure, but OC on 20 after those nades. So Phelps will be getting this banana control. A nice little jump to be careful. Oh, will he be able to find this flash? It was just dropped down on the stairs for him. Yakinda coming back over. And it looks like it might come down to the pit anchors yet again.
This time, Nitro more passive. Elige on the balcony side. And OC, great catch. That's on Phelps, but is that misinformation? Yeah. Yakinda's going to be slow on this rotate. Woody's going to burrow into CT to hold. Yakinda aware of the possibility. Loud is Woody. Good first. Better second. That was the bomb carrier. They thought they had a gap. It's quite the contrary. And quite the contrast. VSM not ready for Nitro this time.
History should just save this. There's no time to try and get back into it with the bomb down in CT spawn. 15 seconds left on the clock, and that is going to be this one done and dusted. Might even have a fight here as Nitro goes looking, and will at least find the position of history. So the round is now known as more than confirmed for Liquid here. Up
so
12.
To recap, the one round they've posted on their T side was through that Lukowski catch. In terms of finding and replicating that, not going to be easy?
No, especially with Phelps just solo contacting in towards B and getting AWP'd. Like that contacting in towards B and getting to aim up against Yakinda and Naf is one thing. Walking into an AWP is another. That's actually it's the worst possible thing. And Woody, he's trying to take space, but he's not taking time to clear for the kills, which means he's hoping to be traded. He's hoping that the best thing that happens is he get traded in that position, because realistically, he's not ready for any of those fights. He doesn't have advantage. He's so noisy, right? And he's hoping that his call is right. And that can often cost in-game leaders, as we do see the half-wall smoke out again. A missed CT molly, I think that was. I don't think it made it behind the half-wall.
Nothing to be found upon the boost yet. I say that with bated breath. Oof, just dismounting as they do round the corner. Woody and history on, and Lukowski. That's enough.
He knows there's more players on the porch here. They can try and take space somewhere else. Apartment's coming fast.
Oh, yeah, VSM's been spotted. Forces out more util. Lukowski caught by the nade. OC gets him down 4-on-4 and charging.
Oh, good flash.
Nice catch. OC, another. Ooh, no, denied. History catches him just through the corner. A great headshot to keep us level.
Say good flash, team flash. No
Hold on. Elige's turned the first, trying to dance around the smoke in pit side. He'll throw out and replace it with VSM's own.
Bomb's not coming though.
Good gap. Big frag. He is open, bomb's on its way, and Yakinda and Naf completely disconnected.
Okay, and they'll have to save again. I thought Liquid pieced it together. They understood the gap that was open, and there was a flash to set OC up immediately, but it was actually a team flash there. So Fluxo trying to make it hard for themselves, but we'll still be able to get to 10.
Yeah, I mean, we already made it clear how Inferno's going, the flavor of this
The fact that it's this close, tells you more than enough about this series. We came into this today going, can Fluxo make this interesting? In the 2 best of ones that they'd played so far here in the Challenger stage at the Blast TV Major, they'd won 10 rounds in total over 2 maps.
That's not enough, by the way. That's not enough.
Magic number is 16, guys, just in case you missed the memo.
Or 32 across 2.
Okay, bang on. Quick maths right there from Machini GTV. But
got my GCSE.
And we know that Liquid have looked flat. Kinder will grab another, sure, but it's flat against teams that, you know, who are at least contender names to be difficult in this part of the tournament, right? They lost to Apeks on Ancient, 16-12, and they lost to Forze on Nuke, 16-14, and that was a nail-biter that came down to some massive Zorti plays. There was that one-on-one Shelfie versus OC on round 30. Yeah. So they were close games. And then Fluxo's not in the same conversation as a Forze or Apeks, right? And that's meaning no disrespect to a Fluxo. They have never played against an international opponent.
No, and Forze, you know, Forze wake up and eat top 10 teams for breakfast on a good day.
Yeah,
you know, like they can do that.
Zorti's an absolute beast. Shelfie's a monster too.
Precisely.
We're always talking about Jerry, but we are back underway here. A turning point in the game.
Big one. Very big round here, folks. And already it's Woody meets Naf with a bit of aggression. It's rare to see Naf light the nade in the feed first. And he might not be ready on that reload. Phelps is actually going to burrow through the smoke to try and catch him on the fade.
Did he even hear the reload? Phelps isn't looking.
Not acting like it. He wouldn't have heard of that. He'll have heard that one, yeah. Doesn't. Naf double.
No trade.
And a third as well. Nafly's taken matters into his own hands. He's got the round in the palm of it and decides to concede. You can have the bomb. I've got 3 kills.
But you can see just how important this round is for Liquid. Check out the purchases here. They've exhausted all their money to put these pistols around the saved guns. So this here could have been a break round for Fluxo if they were able to win it. And now with only 2 players left alive, they have the option of saving. And we have to watch this for a minute. So Naf's aggression down Banana ruined the round completely in the blink of an eye. And we did... Ancient is the 3rd. It does feel like we're heading there, doesn't it?
Oh, certainly. I feel like we're on track for map 3. Nafly, though, that was his 4th opening kill in this map. And what's more impressive is he gets 3 of it, yet to concede an opening death. So 4 for 0 for Nafly here, and comfortable.
Check this out, right? So in the last 3 months, this is going to be a big death conversation when we do get there, but we have a lull because of the lengthy save that we're seeing here. Yeah. So Liquid in the last 3 months on Ancient have played the map 3 times. They won it a total of 0. They lost to Pain 16-12. They lost to Nouns 19-16, and they lost to Apeks here. One of those results we referenced earlier, 16-12. If you take a look as well over what the Fluxo camp has to offer, they've played it 6 times in the last 3 months. They've won it once. They've lost to 0-0 Nation, INTZ, Sharks. They lost to Sharks 16-3, mind you. Imperial again, and the only team they beat was 0-0 Nation. So, and that win was 16-14. So 2 teams, not great at Ancient.
2 teams with, limited Ancient.
Yep.
Going against each other for elimination.
Yeah.
I'm not going to count my chickens just yet,
and
Chad.
the messier Counter-Strike's the better Counter-Strike.
It is.
It's a bit more clutchy, it's grimy, it's multi-fraggy. We'll take it.
It's definitely been fruity, and I'm enjoying that one for sure. Let's go with the AK Galil and even a Tech 9 as they look to pursue their 3rd T round. Something has to shift. Nade looks good for some damage. Yep, Naf will be taken down to half.
I think they're just trying to push them out of this banana control and go A because the bomb's already in apartments. It's very early for the bomb to be here if you weren't thinking of going A, unless you forgot to leave it behind. But continuing to march forward here.
Yeah, I think you're on to summon Elysian anti-flash.
It's a good pit setup to deal with this.
Yeah, it should be fine. OC as well watching middle. They have to get through the AWP before that even calls upon Nitro from the apps. OC is going to find the first. And it's VSM tracked down. Still gets the headshot. Elise should have him. Doesn't matter. Spraying as he drops to convert and finish off what Nitro left him. So Lukowski in history. Walking into their demise. Yakinda makes quick work of him. In pursuit of 14.
And that should essentially be the game at this point, right? I think here with the loss bonus of 2,900 into the next, it's going to be in a half buy. That should be Liquid up to 15, and then one final crack for Fluxo to see if they can keep themselves in it with all the guns. And again, a nice little double there from that of Elige. I think he's up to 6 multi-kills in total so far in this map, so he's really turned the performance around since that of Nuke, where he was completely absent. 20 kills. 3 assists, 18 deaths and 83 ADRs. Everything is looking A-OK for Team Liquid here.
I mean, yeah, this was an important map. I'm just going to put my Captain Obvious hat on for a second, but it's specifically to see Elysia joining the frag distribution. This is a frag distribution they can work with. Admittedly, Yakinda, you probably look at
you like both of those two.
Yeah,
because
at the
if
same
those
time.
two are both online, right, as you're more like in the pack, rifling elements, finding some multi-kills to open you up rounds, great. Then you've got Naf as your more supportive guy, locking down sites, anchoring. Well, apparently he can go aggressive banana as well, but coming in a bit more clutch. And then for Nitro and OC, it's just about chipping in where they have to. And OC's actually been a consistent factor over the last 2 maps, whereas that can't be said for Yakinda and Elige, who have been on and off. Last time out, probably to have that conversation regarding the money, knowing you can bring out the half buy here. Maybe you've got a special little pocket maneuver that you want to try your luck with.
Well, that VSMD's been hitting some shots. And they get one more opportunity with that Desert Eagle before Ancient is secure. And we're off to that 3rd map. Liquid 14, Fluxo 10, 2 to boast on their attacking side. It was an 8-7 half. They really did just throw the kitchen sink at Liquid on their offensive defense. But here on the attack, it's not been sunshine, nor has it been rainbows.
Now, I'm curious from this timeout what the conversation is. Is it let the pistols make the space so the AK can try and find a mid-round and clutch something out? Or is it let the AK work and then have the pistols come through as that second wave?
I mean, Lekauzi's just been on it, to be honest. He's 5-1 in opening duels. Maybe you let him have a stab. Make some space for the boys. You got a bit of util if you can make space. And here comes Yakinda ahead of the molly. He is so stubborn about this aggressive banana control. Will they clear him? Will they be ready for him? Trying to hide in the smoke. In plain sight and destruction from Yakinda. VSM's Deeg does become a feature, but the damage is done. A triple spray by design. Yakinda just tucking into that corner right on time.
Clamped in here as well. Nitro push, and well, might not be needed. Naf from the top of the sandbags. We'll send VSM packing, and now it's just history, who's exactly that. OC with the final, and there is 15 on the board. Now, more than enough leg room right here for Liquid to get this done in regulation. And the smoke is perfect. You can see the flash there doing the dance of Phelps, but he's also just in the cusp of that smoke corner. Perfect work from Yakinda there, and probably the biggest round he's had so far on Inferno.
Well, 5 in a row. Certainly does seem out of the realms of reality. We play on.
It looks like we're about to wipe the slate clean. Get ourselves into a best-of-1 ancient
don't say best-of-1. Liquid don't want to hear that.
Oh, well, at least they have the momentum.
Yes, certainly. And of course, regaining that after nuke. Phelps on the warpath. OC. Wide of the angle, hoping to catch them, but was very likely vulnerable to a flashbang if there is one. Woody has the opportunity. You surely don't go dry, Phelps. Oh, he does. Leaping up for info, gets a face full of AWP.
It's been a few times Phelps has gone dry into this AWP towards B here, so not having the extra utility, and here it is again.
Yeah, not much PSE over in Brazil.
Yeah. That's the thing, without all the util to take the map control properly, that is one of the biggest benefits of Inferno T-side, is the fact that everybody with the util can be so good with it. But when you're lacking, you can see some of the problems here. Yakinda back over, top mid was just called clear by OC. He'll be rotating in no time. This is it.
Yeah, this is it. Ancient, 4 frags away. Naf wants to make it less, concedes an opening. But behind the smokes they stand, and boosted over. Yakinda loses his life, surely not the round. Only OC here, yeah, tries a wallbang, could be sprayed on down. Lekauzi gets it done. Bombs in. Round likely to follow. You can see Nitro and Elysia in no hurry.
Yeah, just look for damage now, I guess, if you're Liquid here, because you have given this one over. A little bit of a flub. 2 kills over and through the smoke there over towards B. So Liquid hoping just to delay enough time to allow the rotation as they all run through that gray screen. Mop them up. Well, they're the ones who've been put in the bucket here as OC needs to get out. And
no fun.
I don't think he's going to have a great time doing it. They are evacuating. Oh, there you go.
Thank you very much.
Well, OC did open the round. We even had that nice little replay for you. So that opening pick, but that was really all Liquid had in round number 26. But it's all good. You know, it's all good. Four more chances,
yeah,
Alex.
Easy.
4 more.
Just one of those. Just need one of those 4 to take us to the third. Yeah, okay. History very proactive on the comms, and this is the boost. Yeah, wow, didn't see much, did he? Just snapped to the head of Yakinda. Very good play from VSM.
Now, where do you start getting worried if you're a Liquid fan? Actually, you were already worried. You're already worried.
You have been since probably the end of map 1.
Yeah.
Or the second half of map 1.
Maybe even the first map they played in the Challenger stage.
Yep, no, yeah, fair play.
Coming through.
I'd like a flashbang this time. He gets one.
Team flash.
He actually eats the flashbang. Maybe that's why we don't flash for Phelps. I see. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear. VSM on for Nitro. Yakinda, he's in a forward position. He's hearing steps in Banana. He's made his own.
Well, I guess the best thing about this round for Liquid is the bomb still sees stairs. There's a good flash.
Oh, very nice.
What's happening?
They are losing this one. The round, I mean.
How was it so discombobulated? What just happened with the OC situation there? Because we even heard those steps. It felt obviously too little too late by the time he'd heard them. He was already dead, but he was only laser focused on Boiler. I'm not quite sure what the situation was there, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Fluxo are going to grab themselves their 12th. This is now just a 3-round game for overtime, and they're hunting. They're hunting, Alex.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, sure, let's really twist the knife. What's the finances like?
They should still be able to buy with the 1900 loss bonus in the next round.
Yeah, but it is 1900. Nice hold. Nav gets a bit of extra pocket change. If he can hold on to his M4, that is the name of the game. Smoke as well, like executing into the hunt. Fluxo, they really want to make this hurt. Nice catch from Yakinda, trying to survive. CT's present as well, tucked into Emo. I think they might have problems. Nice find onto Yakinda. Phelps will take it away from him. And so, yeah, 1900 into the bank, and well, 3.
So here's the OC situation. So just looking for Boiler, we're at a minute 33. Yeah, oh, he's come straight through the smoke. Okay. From VSM's POV, because we were so laser focused on what was going on in Banana with getting that team flash.
We didn't even catch it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. Because disrespecting a smoke like that, but this is the team that did that the entire first half. So now that you've found yourself in a bit more of a stable position, you can't be making any expectations.
Right, you have to throw, you have to throw those expectations of them playing by the rules completely out of the window, out of your head. Because Fluxo, when we said 2 T rounds, it felt like that was all they were going to have. Now they boast 4.
And if they can win this round, Liquid will have to eco.
Yeah, that's a conversation.
Liquid will have to eco here if Fluxo win this round, which means potential for a 15-14 scoreline.
Stop it, Chad.
Before Liquid can buy again.
Bloody hell. Okay, well, everything riding on this one. Liquid, will they take risks with so much at stake in this? You don't want to lose all the rifles, even if you do concede the round. Finance has been stretched thin. They only need one more. Phelps will extinguish and continue. Oh, OC, he cannot concede an opening here. Most expensive gun in the entire round.
He's been left alone as well.
And he has been left on an island. He's actively trying to contest this. Molly will force his hand. He tries to stick around, spots one on the jump, so knows 2 Banana. They have conceded top Banana.
Don't have any other map control here though, Fluxo. Nobody in Boiler to deal with the rotations, or at least listen. They're going for...
Ooh, interesting lineup. What's VSM doing?
What's what you got here, VSM?
Way downtown.
Good luck, Jay. It's going to be a big execute here. There you go. It's a Moto smoke.
Sussy keeps a couple of feet planted for longer. There's only 2 here, but it doesn't matter if it's now Fly. Gets the spray, gets away, using their own smoke against them. He spams it. Oh no! Look how's happening. He's into the site and he's taken them both down.
Oh!
Quick from Elige. A double from Elige. That is impactful. Just when they were losing their grip, he grabs hold of it.
35 seconds here. Got to pull this one together, Fluxo.
Kinder's coming. Phelps needs to clear out Nubox. VSM responsible for that CT duel. Phelps deletes. Elige gone! And Yakinda's gone too. Only Nitro disconnected. It's the only rifle they'll celebrate. Fluxo have done it.
And remember, Liquid have to save into this next round. So is the question going to be Nitro going for this, attempting a 1-on-2 to win the game right here? It looks like he's going to give it a crack.
He has the kit, Chad, and he's got to fight. Damage onto VSM, knife out. Like a bloodhound, charging in, trying to isolate these 2 duels. Can he end it for Liquid? Captain America in the seat, confirms Nubox. Likely coffins, but he's running out of ammo. 10 bullets to finish this 1v2. Smoke on the bomb. Might bait the shot. VSM does chip away at his health and finishes the job. More rounds in the bank from Fluxo.
But all the Calzi again. They lost their opening pick coming into B. Up over. First Oranges. Double kill. The opener. The chance. The opportunity given by this man right here on your screen. Having an absolute banger. 23 kills to his name right now. Had a great first half. Continuing it here in the second, it was enough to putter in. VSM and Phelps, they piece it together. And here's that eco we were talking about. Liquid into round 29, just down to a couple of pistols.
Oh, Elise got caught out by that Phelps push. Was not what he was expecting. You can see the frustration.
Well, they traded places in the smoke.
Yeah, real cheeky stuff. I mean, this pretty hopeless round for Liquid, all things considered.
They missed the window, Molly, so I think VSM had to extinguish himself.
Ahead of that.
Okay.
Weird.
Yeah, mildly troublesome because he hasn't been watching the halls push. He doesn't know who crossed window and you can't connect it. Only the dink.
It's not ideal.
And A is essentially open. Not essentially, it is.
My goodness. I mean,
We're going the distance.
We are going to see a full 30 rounds here on this map that in Fluxo's own admission was not their ball game. Everyone expecting Ancient to be a lock-in after seeing the way in which Liquid came into this. The 4 pistols over 2 maps. And here on Inferno, they were running away with it. Running and gunning. It was 8-2 on this second half. Now it sits at 8-6.
Oh dear. Liquid have had such a rough run, and you can definitely see that the mood in the camp is, I won't say at an all-time low. It would be if they lose this map, but it's definitely towards the bottom of the barrel. And a conversation with Liquid for some time has always been about that mental. Always been about trying to hold it together and make sure that everybody's in a good mood to be able to perform, because the question is not about the individuals and what they can do, what they can provide. A lot of firepower in this team. There's a lot of experience as well.
That's enough. You don't want to risk losing any AK-47s, would he? We'll rack up a couple more just for good measure.
Okay, wow. On the cusp of this, aren't they?
Ladies and gentlemen.
They've used all their timeouts, though.
Round of regulation. That's a good point, too.
So Zeus can't chip in. He's going to sit here and hope that whatever call he's hearing come out of Woody's mouth right now.
Crossing his arms as hard as he possibly can.
Oh, that pray that he was kicking off this series with. He might need to do another one right now.
Oh, okay.
Look, this is it. 1 defuse kit. It's on NAF. Keep track of that. Everybody else with armor, full belts of utility, the AWP for OC. All the goodies to close this now, Liquid, and take us to Ancient.
Elige, no. Crosses does deliver, and it's on to Lakauzi as well, taking down one of the hardest hitters from Fluxo to try and finish in regulation. Overtime would feel like a loss at this point. And so far, so good. An opening kill and the B defenders juggling util to delay. It feels like it's coming B. At least looking at that mini-map, Phelps is just going walkabout. Yukinda's going looking. A hard duel. Response from Nafly. That's what you wanted to see. As Liquid fans surely sigh a huge sigh of relief that though it may have gone the distance, though it may have been awkward and uncomfortable, they can count on Naf, Mr. Consistent, to close it out with style. And with a safe pair of hands, we're off to Ancient. A hell of a comeback from Fluxo, a map they're supposed to be uncomfortable on, but a 9-6 half on that T side. And Liquid a sigh of relief. We will see the third in this battle for survival.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Ryan Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun, to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Molly and flash pool, and flash pool also.
Flashing pool,
flash pool, flash pool.
I need it. Pushing
in. Nice, one dead.
I'm soaking through, I'm soaking the coffin.
Three more. I'm flashing over coffin, I flashed over coffin.
You needed one, you needed
three, there's three there. Pull, one more. Pull.
I'm coming.
Pull dead.
Okay.
Less than
1v1.
15 seconds.
Stay alive.
Nice!
Let's go.
Sick, Josh, sick to keep. Nice.
Good job.
So I made a joke about Liquid's world being on fire before that last game, and I felt like this map was very much... In South Africa, we do something called a braai, which is a barbecue. And if you've ever tried to start a braai or barbecue in the wind, you see the flame, you see the coals are about to light up, and then they go out, and then it starts again, and then they go out. And that's kind of what that felt like to me. Better from Liquid Maniac is what I'm trying to say, but also still not good enough.
No, listen, it was much better from Liquid. And for all intents and purposes, of course, the end of that game was the most exciting part. But I thought the first half was a big tell about Liquid's mentality. I thought they were very much into it in spite of the tragic first map that we had witnessed. Their T side was very decent. Elige came alive. I thought the spacing and how they were constricting the A side was great. It functioned a couple of times. And I thought that they had enough. I didn't think it would be so close. I thought Liquid would be comfortably going to map 3.
Yeah, but also the way they started, Fluxo 5-1 up, you already kind of start to write Liquid off. It's like nothing is really working. It's just going to be another blowout. They're going to collapse. We have to give credit to them. 14-5 for Liquid from that point, a complete recovery.
A complete recovery, and then what happened, Prof?
I mean, then things got a bit complicated, right? Towards the end, we had a couple of crazy rounds, but I think what Liquid was trying to do on the CT side was also just establish themselves on Banana. That was their key point, and you saw Yakindar and Nav playing there, which is a change from what it used to be Elige and Nitro, right? Another change that we see from Liquid coming into this tournament. And for the most part, even though Yakindar didn't really get that many kills, they were establishing themselves on Banana, and after that, Fluxo didn't really know how to finish the rounds.
You're absolutely right. Listen, most teams nowadays, and I feel like the elite meta of Counter-Strike, have their arguably weakest player around the B area, right? But if Liquid decide to put Naf and Yekin there, listen, there has to be a return. There has to be a return. And it felt like, although Yekindar struggled a little bit, Naf did a fantastic job. We have round 23 we can play for you guys at home, but I think is a moment where everything could have turned on its head. You look at the buy, it's very complicated for Liquid. If you could see it, Fluxo had just won the previous, and Naf just takes the fight to them with the AK-47. And here, arguably, there's a mistake being made from Phelps. For my money, there's a mistake. Phelps was invisible. He knew about Naf. He tried to get fancy, surprise him here. That should have been an instant trade. And instead of that, it's a triple kill from Naf, and this puts Liquid on track, saves them from a financial draw, and that was one of the examples that Prof mentioned. Banana belonged to Liquid.
Elige as well, one of the players we spoke about in the pre-show, saying this is potentially one of the best players that is never going to win a major. It was starting to look like still may never win it. But you could see there was a little bit of, we spoke about the anger and the passion. I don't necessarily say there was anger, but definitely you could see that there was a need from Elige to keep them in the game.
I mean, you can see these rounds. These are crucial double kills, trades, entries on key points of the map as Liquid are hitting the sites to keep them in this game, right? Otherwise, who knows what could have happened. The holes as well, playing for Pit towards the A side. He's showing up quite well.
Yeah, it's a bunch of multi-kills that completely changed the game. I think he was the most impactful player for Liquid on that Inferno. And when you talk about anger, yes, we're hoping to see a reaction. Unfortunately for Elige, it feels like over the years that anger and rage has kind of just boiled inside and kind of turned into passiveness and kind of detracting from his teammates. In here, that was different. I feel like he actually took control. And maybe there was a little bit of F this, I'm going to make the difference. But that's exactly what we wanted to see from him. Complete turnaround from the map 1. He is the hero of Inferno. And if it weren't for some of these heroics, we could have been looking at a 2-0.
We did start to see some life from Liquid, and I think it started where sort of middle of the game we heard OC start making a noise and getting that team going, and I do feel like that sort of helped them a little bit. They came alive, just took them a little bit longer than we would have liked.
And they survived the rhythm that Fluxo was trying to put on them.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the story, and that's why we are standing on this desk here. That's why we're preparing for map number 3, because Fluxo, during the first half, had a moment where they just had Liquid in the ropes, and they were just...
That ultimate push with 3-4 people, that's not something you see every day, and it backfired. And after that, Liquid just ran away, kind of made a recovery.
Yeah, everybody stopped them in their tracks.
I mean, Fluxo had to be feeling confident after that first map victory, right? They were probably feeling like maybe we're back in the game. We had something going for us. Obviously, now they take the loss, but it was so close. Do you think that they will come into Ancient still feeling like, you know what, there's a chance here and bringing that aggressive Counter-Strike? Or is it going to be a case of them backing off?
I mean, they're certainly happier than they were after map 1. There's no way around that. And I think their Ancient, what they showed against Apeks wasn't tragic. Apeks is a pretty good Ancient team. So both of these teams have awful records, as Sponge was talking
again with the negativity, Prof. I thought we talked about it. I thought we said we're going to be more positive.
Okay,
but this is
going
factual.
Back to therapy
this is negative.
after this.
This is factual. This is factual. So just to recap, Prof, for those that maybe didn't listen to Sponge, what exactly is the case here?
0-3 on Ancient for Liquid and 1-5 for Fluxo. So not really something to be proud of, and not really playing against some like the best Ancient teams in the world, right? From that point of view, very, very tricky, very crazy game, potentially.
Yes, the caveat here for Liquid is that there have been some very serious changes to the setup between what we've seen on the CT side 2 maps ago on Ancient and that last map against Apeks. Notably, the fact that Elige was playing towards the cave area, Yekinda was towards mid, Nav was playing on the A side. I personally think that these changes they've made put more pressure on the individuals, because I think there's going to be less protocols, less automatism, knowing how your teammate reacts. It's going to be down to a couple of players making these moves, just like the NAF, just going through Banana, having a triple kill type stuff. And at that game, I think Liquid have more playmakers than Fluxo, and I think that's why it puts them in an edge.
And it's just more modern meta of how teams position their best players and where they usually are, where the Yakindar type player, the most aggressive player, is probably going to be in window and mid, trying to make some plays, and then maybe your best kind of solo rifler, which is Naf, is going to be on A, not on B, where I think before the Ancient changes, it was maybe a bit more different. B was the more active side. There's more things going on there. And then maybe you wanted Naf there because that's where the action is happening. But people are leaning towards A more. And then, okay, maybe Nitro is not our strongest rifler. Let's put Naf there and see how it goes.
One of the best coaches in CSGO stands behind Fluxo, or one of the most experienced at least, and he had a chance to potentially see Liquid on Ancient. They knew they were playing Liquid today. Have they been able to prepare for that? Do you think overnight some notes have been written? Could it be that this is going to give Fluxo the upper hand?
Well, I'm not exactly sure that Ancient was the logical third map in that series. I'm hoping for Fluxo that some work has been done. I just think if you're Zeus right now, your players are doing what they are supposed to do. I don't think there's a whole lot of refocusing or gathering the energies. I think they're on the right track. They were very close to the truth on Inferno. The only little detail would be to help them find a slightly more balance whenever they're in the lead, which I think on Inferno, they overplayed their hand a little bit with the aggression. They had everything they needed. They had already put Liquid on the brink of extinction, and then they kind of gave away that lead. Just find that balance. I know it's complicated. We say people play with passion. It's a double-edged sword. Sometimes you lose track of what you got to do. These would be my words if I had these boys under me right now, because otherwise I think they're not too far away from it.
Yeah, and also from just a mental standpoint, they can be proud of these two maps. It doesn't matter that they lost on Inferno. I think they can be happy with how they played it. Nuke, obviously, a great win. If they just went out like 0-2 here, got completely destroyed, obviously there's reasons to have like just feel down on yourself. I think Fluxo can go into this map and just feel free, feel confident, and just play out the best they can.
How magical is it that here on the A...
That's some positivity for you.
I'm about to get super positive here as well. How magical that here on the A stream, we're about to watch our first elimination match, and it is going to come down to a map that neither of these teams seem to be very good at. So we're not going to know what to expect. I know you don't think that's magical. I do, because I'm broken inside. Clearly, it's time now to get ready to move to Ancient. A map apiece for each of our teams. This is their opportunity to stay in the game. For one team, it will be the end of their journey here at the Blast TV Paris Major. And who better to take us home? It is Sponge and Machine.
Yeah, we're going to be whiling away the hours one final time for today. And it's up for debate. Fluxo, Liquid. I mean, we know what should be happening.
Yes, well,
we knew that at the start of the series too.
I feel like we should have never been on a third, but here we are. Then the magic, maybe there's a little bit of that in the air as we move to Ancient, the green map. Well, Team Liquid, still the favorites here. If Fluxo can pull this one together and pull off this upset, I cannot even imagine what their celebrations are going to be like. Whereas for Liquid, their celebrations, you said relief in the previous map. Well, there's going to be a whole lot of that, getting up out of their chairs, knowing the job is just started. We're about to get things underway here on Ancient. Map number 3 of this elimination series. One of these two teams will be joining Mouz in the last place column at the Blast TV Paris Major for 2023. The last CSGO major and the only major for this year. So a lot on the line, especially if you're a big org like Liquid.
Well, I feel like that actually makes it even more hype when you call it the only major of this year.
Right.
Like, that's a framing. That is a...
What's the rest of your year?
Yeah.
What do you got to look forward to?
It has to be now. And for Liquid, you think about it, you know, like they have certainly been the team many expected to be, I mean, certainly in their pick'em, certainly through. But at the moment, it all hinges on Ancient. Woody's trying to hold this push and cage it. There is a lot of it going on. There's already Nafly's pushed and Yakinda's supporting it. So, whoop, that's lovely. I mean, Fluxo have got themselves into the A site, sure. But look at the way this is going down. There's a very interesting state of affairs here. VSM to hold this retake from the A side.
No kit.
Yeah, and Yakinda does go down. He's ready for Naf. Needs it. Playing with his food. Elise from Donut side. Lots of action all over the map. Hard to keep track. Naf dancing with VSM. Bomb is ticking. Every second that passes is awkward. Chad's already highlighted. Not a single kit. They need these kills. They need them now. Trying to keep him off the bomb. Survival. Integral for history. He's been run down. Only the one from Lukowski. It's history. Needs another. And they needed a fuse. Okay, mission accomplished. You get away with some kills, but it is a Fluxo round to start. Their first pistol, Chad, and it's on Ancient.
It couldn't feel better on the pistol round, being able to execute into an empty site, and then just how chaotic it got. This was the NAF opener to go, okay, we're in the wrong place. Sure, we take down Woody, but this was so difficult to keep up with. I have no idea how Chev was able to show us any of the action here because there was fights going on everywhere, and that pistol is going to feel great. T-side of Ancient, grab your first of the series, and now look to pound on some pain. Because Liquid are going to force buy back here, and this could spiral out of control quite quickly. How are they going to reply to this? It's 5 rifles for Fluxo, not a single SMG in the mix as they've gone for the smoke deep molly. Combo to lock down middle. Alicia's coming through this.
Straight answers. And looking for VSM. He had the AK and it's taken out of his hands immediately. Liquid jostling for economic control in our second. Nav needs to get the hell out of there. Woody as well. Beheaded. OC acquiesced to the request to start hitting headies. Lakowski will have 1, 2 against the Liege as well. There may be more. Nitro gonna have his head caught. Oh my God, Lakowski. He's made a round out of this. Recovers for Fluxo. Phelps needs to live. A single bullet can end him. But that bomb is ticking and Lakowski's made a round. Oh my God, it could be another ace. Few and far between at the major. Day 2. Destruction on the menu for Lakowski. An ace for Fluxo as he saves him from a red face.
What a huge round. That triple kill over towards the B lane position. Bides his time, takes down Yakinda, the follow-up, and then the one-tap. This is masterful from Lakowski. Beautiful work right here. His efforts were not enough on Inferno, but that is tidy Counter-Strike.
It doesn't get better, Chad. Every single part of that, beautiful. The third onto Nitro, absurd. And you can see the disbelief on Liquid's face. They did the hard part. And then, look how he happened.
Well, add him to the ace tally. So far in the Challenger stage, that is number 5. Joins the likes of Shui, Nico, Techno, and Monte.
He clears. He wins. Fine. And more as well on that jump. Yakinda's done well to track him. Doesn't lose too much for it, but some information certainly going both ways there. You got already complete control of Donut. History's walking out a main. You know Yakinda was past tense there.
And the side's open again.
And you don't have the bomb.
So this is 3 consecutive rounds. It will have ended on A from Fluxo. So
which is nice, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? You're going to keep it open to have some more B finishes here. They'll have to respect that potentially coming into the first gun round number 4 coming up next. And the clean conversions, it's beautiful. Because one of the absolute worst things that could happen to Fluxo in this situation is win the pistol, lose the follow-up, and then find yourself spiraling out of control here. But this is great work for them to right the ship, and you have to thank Lakowski for that. That ace is worth 2 rounds.
What is your current perception of the TCT bias?
The balance right now on this map, it's so in flux for me. And I don't even say that as just a cop-out, like I can't give you an opinion. Because
you've always had one, but it's changing all the time.
Yeah, and then this is the thing with the map. Obviously, the update, it's been in for long enough now that it feels like it should have settled in. But different teams' approaches seem to net them a whole lot more.
And the way in which they intersect.
Exactly.
You know, like it's the way it's RT approach versus their CT approach. And of course, you know, you get that volatility. It's unpredictable. And I mean, to recap, we might have some newer viewers. They did move the spawn back. They tried to change the pacing. The CTs had basically a whole extra second to get to where they needed to get to.
Yeah, and now I think that there's a conversation that maybe it's too easy for T's to take middle, which I'm hearing from some of the teams here. But this is the thing. It's very subjective. It's kind
of... Well, here we go. 2 CTs trying to take mid. The smokes arrives before they do. And then it's a 2-on-2, or even worse. A fully flash bang. Nafly, he gets vision and a frag. He takes down Lakowski, a huge scalp.
I like that there, because one of the patterns that you can run is you use that smoke against them and then appear out of it on the back of a flash. So well done there from Naf to find that opener. OC's AWP is out of the round, essentially. He will just be hunkering down over towards this A site. So why do Fluxo want to find this finish? You've got to deal with a Legion Cave. Naf floating around middle. Yakinda's even rotated back over towards B to help out that of Nitro. Interesting. Nitro being paired with a Legion awful lot here. This
is... a lot from Elige. Nice aggression. Unnecessary, but profitable.
And pedestrian.
Yeah. Doesn't really get easier than that one. And in response, VSM comes out. Guns are blazing. Yeah. Knocks Elige out.
Might lull them into a B finish, however. And as we mentioned, Yakinda had rotated over here as well.
Right.
OC has moved. Locking down middle with that AWP, and now freed up now to worry about the A site.
Worth mentioning that they are flying blind in mid. I think we saw Woody throw a smoke towards Red Room that's just faded now, so they don't have answers there. OC's had his donut smoke fade now, so yeah. At this point, Naf is going to start to cheat over. We will see 3 members of Liquid to receive this finish.
Now, VSM is coming in through Cave here, which means it's not going to be possible for him to smoke off long without stepping wide. So maybe a short smoke from him, and History, where are you going to drop your molly? There's 3 on the side. It will be a 3-on-3.
Giving it a go. Giving it the very best shake of the stick. It's Nitro. knocks VSM's lights out, and a nice clean conversion. This is going to be of Liquid's interest to keep 3 alive here. And Woody unable to find anything more. So there's Liquid's first. Getting out of the gates relatively quickly, considering a conceded pistol.
Yeah, should be another buy here from Fluxo regardless, but this was great over towards middle here from Naf, and this is in the early stages, just as we're talking about this balance at mid. The Yekindá push, didn't see it, sorry, the Elige push. I'm used to it being
You see? That's how unusual it was.
The Elige push really just, it came from nowhere, but pays off, and we do see Fluxo have to get out 1 Mac-10 on Phelps. Now, he's got the best spawn, so maybe doing a surge straight through the guts of, I thought middle here. Looks like they want to go over for an A play, and with that earlier conditioning, they have to make sure they have the util. Now, we know there's plenty of smokes available from this history position, but he's going to lob out 1, so Donut and CT in the air.
Oh, they're coming for you. They're coming for you. OC feeling the threat, feeling the pressure, and he misses his first chance. He doesn't get another one. It's Lakowzi happening again. Look at the movement. Bounds into Yekindá for the double spray. VSM collateral damage and more to come. Yekindá looking sharp, but History 2 hits the heady to get him back into the round.
Yeah, Woody's lurk paid off as well. So he's been able to deal with that mid push.
Don't have to do much now. Look at that. So much time, so much space. You got Temple, you got Bomb on Big Box, Brokey. Nitro's going to be looking out for next contact. And Naf is doing his due diligence. He's walked through mid. Going to be arriving towards Red Room and to back him up, trying to catch that gap so Nitro doesn't have to worry about his back. I think
all timing here.
It's all timing. That's a big frag. History's caught Naf on the rotation. They are low. Maybe. Nitro's got more to say, as Phelps was right there around the corner. Woody's low to provide support. Yeah, flash isn't a bad idea. Does he go off this? Smoker's given him very limited options. Oh my God. They only have 18 health between the two of them, and still Woody prevails as Fluxo return Liquid to the doldrums of financial despair.
Oh, a good attempt there from Nitro, wasn't it? Gave it the best crack he could. That's not enough here. And yeah, Woody with some impact in this one. Able to take that kill in middle and the final blow here. But this Yekindá double, it felt great. They just line up on his screen here, holds down the trigger, removes Lakowzi and VSM, 2 of the heavier hitters with the rifles. But this is Woody just caretaking that plant. Happy with that from Woody. Yeah, it's a eco here from Liquid.
Yeah, it's very good to just be aware, like once that smoke is down, he's holding the edge of it, making sure there's no funny business with the weird gap, inspecting it thoroughly. And so presence and pressure. Up the B lane and then straight through mid. They want to have a look. They know it's likely of just pistols. Limited weaponry, scout perhaps at the high end. Yes, OC's wielding that one.
I am interested with the cave smoke that Fluxo are throwing from spawn, right, to get this B lane control, how that's going to filter into things, because it's to help you get B lane, but it's also to help you fight middle.
Yeah.
It means that you can focus a bit more of a crossfire from elbow, as well as the lane, and deal with players pushing and jumping up together. But at that point, if you're Liquid and you know that smoke's coming in on gun rounds, you can drop a molly ahead of that. Right, and you can be a bit
so it's sound cue and spam.
And slow them down, right? Which that's all it's going to do. It's just going to slow them down. But you know that you can have cave control if you're Liquid. Now, I'm not sure if we'll see that come into play on too many of the gun rounds. We'll need to wait and see what the game plan looks like here. But all the space in the world. The biggest problem for Fluxo right now is util. 1 smoke.
Shouldn't be a problem if these individuals continue to hit their shots.
I think if they go through mid to donut here, Alex, they're in trouble.
Yeah, it's a very, very stacked site, and it's the right call.
35 seconds.
From Liquid. They're in the right place for destruction. This is going to really rustle the jimmies of Fluxo up against a 5-7. There's so many bodies here. Yekindá reveals himself. It's VSM trying to stabilize. Very light on time. Can he deliver anything? Trying to get the bomb down. A good one from Woody, but still Lakowzi.
1-on-1 on the side
Caught out and a 1-on-1. Woody's so low. If he can win this duel, Yekindá can win the round. It's VSM. A safe pair of hands. Walking into the lion's den and just about getting away with the round.
Really dicey stuff, wasn't it? Yekindá knows exactly what he could get away with that fight. He beats VSM, and then he's able to deal with the low HP of Woody. Phelps doesn't look too happy with how things unfolded there. He kind of ran in and got taken out. So for him, it got a little bit too close. But well handled. History with a double.
Yeah, that duel was up for debate. But VSM holds on, and that's going to feel great.
Oof, I just almost had another situation where there wasn't a gun. It's right, Phelps.
Everything's fine. Everything's cool. And the battle for mid wages on.
So no cave smoke against the gun round.
3 mid? boost over the smoke?
Might catch OC here.
Nice catch, good awareness. Yakinda doesn't finish the job, but look at OC. This is a perfect angle for destruction onto Phelps. The AWP rattles off a successful shot, now smoked and retreating, but advantage Liquid. Dare I say it, a must-win conversion here. You've got, you know, a kill and a half, if not more, onto Lekauzi as well. Looking for their second round, and Nitro will call for aid. The nade could be good. Elige, perfect. Delivers and finishes off what Yakinda had started in mid.
One slip past, though. Are they aware that history has this much space? Well, they are now.
Oh, lovely.
Great shot. Elige's really started to find himself here. Up to 5 kills now. Yakinda hitting some as well. This is really good signs if you are a Liquid fan to getting back into this game. A scrappy spray, and Elige will grab yet another. So just getting 1v1v1s here. Not sure 3-piece feed for him. Is Woody looking to hold on to this? 40 seconds left on the clock, and maybe he will get that option. Maybe he won't. But no cave smoke on the gun round there. So full control for Liquid. And all 5 look to stay alive here. So they will grab their second. Now, in case you missed the desk, in case you missed the last map, we were recapping just how poor Ancient is for both of these teams. Fluxo in the last 3 months, 1-5 on Ancient. Liquid 0-3. So success, few and far between, or not at all. And one of them will need to get a W and add that to the column here today to stay alive. This is an elimination match. One of them will be heartbroken at the end of this. And I think for Liquid, it will be world-altering. Maybe not immediately. Same for Mouz. Same for Mouz.
Yeah.
Their loss, it's not going to change anything immediately, but things will change. There's no way that these teams can stay with these rosters.
With what you just said as well, you know, we said it was hype. Yeah, from our perspective, in our seats, it's hype. But for the teams already eliminated on day 2 of the Blast TV Major, it's the opposite.
Probably no lower feeling.
No. And if I may paraphrase Elvis Presley, it is really now or never for Liquid. First time out in this third map. Honor, pride, prestige, and potentially your career hanging in the balance of what is an intense third map. Ancient and already Fluxo, 5 under their belt on this T side. That is a competitive haul.
The worst thing that could happen to Fluxo is end up losing the half 10-5,
yes,
right? But it's not just the scoreline, it's the momentum. But the point that you bring here is with the 5, they've already done a lot of hard work. It's about grabbing 1 or 2 now over the rest of this half, which is, when you frame it that way, a whole lot nicer.
Motivating.
So you just know you need to keep the chip away. Now, we saw some frustrations from Phelps starting to come in. He's 0 frags to his name right now, and he's another one who could look susceptible to the tilt. This time, Cave Smoke on the gun round, and it will help thwart that mid control. But OC, combo, wombo, bang, the first has come through. They're not ready for the second, and the A push has been dealt with.
Awkward one, but nothing's going to really transpire off the back of that. Lekauzi hasn't got the health to use that AK particularly effectively. Does force out the smoke.
Lekauzi's making a bit of a name for himself as a player who pushes through the smokes. He's done that a lot.
Wait.
There it is again.
That's a bomb. Dude, they're going to get a plant. Enough. Maybe he could stop it. But if he goes for this one, yeah, actually, legit. It's something to be celebrated. $800 on the round loss for every single player.
Well, they did invest in this round, right? So it's a consolation at the very least.
It's just the fact there's 4 alive and he just walks in like, you know what? I've got a feeling. Got a little feeling.
Have a stroll.
Yeah.
The A-bomb site, which, to be fair, is where they found quite a lot of their success so far, Fluxo. There you go. Liquid will deal with that. Now, that buy was not very scary at all, but this setup was fantastic. Both NAF and OC being able to profit from that aggressive maneuver, and getting with a nice shot as well to his name. Should be an eco or a half buy scenario here for Fluxo in the next round to play 2,400. So as long as they all leave about 2K in their bank balance, it should be all good in the hood. Woody didn't get the memo.
Yeah, but history, you know, by getting that bomb down, you get a couple of extra goodies. You know, you can go and choose your favorite toy from the bargain bin.
Maybe it's a Yakinda surprise.
10 points to Gryffindor.
Thank you very much. I'm here all week. And most are next.
Yeah, I don't know how I dare assume I have the same power as Dumbledore, but I'm going to start throwing those points out willy-nilly. And Nitro's throwing headshots out. Just like that, Yakinda and Nitro combine for a quick finish. As 5 alive, barely a point of damage dealt, and we will see just a 1-round game now, as that's a little trickle of 3 from Liquid. Now, we were talking about that frag distribution. What did you want? You wanted Yakinda and Elige online at the same time. We know Naf's going to be there. Well, right now, all 3 are there. All 3 puffing up their chest, beating it perhaps a little bit, a la Tarzan. and saying, do you know who I am?
Oh, it seems like they may have forgotten, so it'd be a good little reminder for themselves here. But Zeus has taken another timeout, so feeling the need to have yet another conversation and maybe just trying to calm them down, as obviously looks like he's reading his reports.
Yeah, well, I can imagine that it has been, you know, a hectic couple of hours in the comms. It's just the team chats outside, the amount of pressure on your shoulders, the tension, the communication. So much nuance in a Counter-Strike match as well outside of the server, never mind inside. And with all of that combined, yeah, you got Liquid here. 5-4, third map, elimination, day 2. Blast TV major. And the only major of 23. ENCE going looking. Just minor investigation. He's definitely done his homework for the wallbangs if he does choose to throw them out. He's actually going looking off the flash, and it's VSM that was ready to receive.
He can get away with that because there's a deep elbow smoke. You can see that right there. They combed in towards this mid play late. So Fluxo are going to keep giving up early. You can see that Liquid really want to take it.
He wants it. And VSM tried a new angle. Tried it on for size. It doesn't quite fit. And down goes Lakowski. Big delivery. That forward position doesn't quite translate into a second. Trying to keep the push up. They know Yakinda was likely still locked in mid or committed up B. Oh, down goes history. Yakinda, no slouch at all.
So they just tried to go for a bit of a default then again, Fluxo, but were denied on all fronts. No mid control, no B lane control, which means that one of your only plays would be an A execute. And we've seen what happens if you try and go A. Well, there's double setups, there's orbs to deal with. And now I'm starting to think, okay, well, if they're going to continue with this mid presence, Naf close mid, Yakinda jumping up, ENCE aggressive cave, the weak points become the extremities. But this is it. This is where Liquid is setting the tempo and the pace. So if I'm Fluxo in the next partial buy round, or maybe I save it for the next gun round, I try and pressure up B ramp. Right?
Yeah,
that's right. Because if they're going to continue to have ENCE so far forward in cave, it means that the setup, and if they're going to continue to be aggressive mid, it means the setup should mean that it is just Nitro kind of stranded, trying to lock. And he can give up that territory. There's no issue with it.
What's in Chad Birchall's list of compulsory utility for early pressure ramp? Like, you know, because we know Nitro's going triangle and long side and just watching the ramp push. We know there's likely ENCE cave side, Jaguar. So in terms of what needs to be thrown in order to facilitate that early probe?
If you're the CT side?
If you're the T side, trying to break into the
they need that cave molly in, right? You need that best spawn over towards B lane to drop that to at least just force ENCE into
make a choice.
Do I extinguish it? Do I play ahead of it? Do I give up this space?
Right.
But the problem is as well, they're so worried about middle. That player who's going aggressive in towards cave has to worry about the mid jump up as well because that constant harassment that's been there. But it hasn't always been instant. We've seen it's been a little bit on a time delay. So if Fluxo can't find that right timing, that's one of the keys, right? In terms of worrying about the B ramp, you don't need to. There's been nothing there. And what would help is Phelps grabbing a kill. He's got a saved gun. Let's see if he can find something here.
Yeah, he's going looking. Good move from Yakinda. Quick up, quick stat.
But look, if you can't get mid or B lane, you can't win Ancient.
No, but that's a nice find. Down goes Yakinda, punished, and there's Phelps' kill. You get what you demanded, and it's quickly rectified. There's ENCE, Nav combined. And Nitro even going hunting. Doesn't need to do this, but he fancies his chances and is rewarded for it.
It is such a scary trio to take this mid fight, though. ENCE, Yakinda, and Naf.
Yeah,
like that right there, you're mincing with absolute death, aren't you?
Yeah, and with the kills combined, what is it? 22 plus 8, 30 frags between that trio.
I'm gonna bring up the little major predictor. I won't say what the matches could be, because in case I'm wrong, I never want to be that guy. But just for my own interests here, see what matches are available tomorrow. We've got Apeks, FaZe, Grayhound, NIP, Forze, and Pain, all in the 2-1 bucket. So the winners of those best of threes tomorrow, however they shape up, will make their way and join the likes of ENCE and G2, who are over there with Vitality, Na'Vi, Heroic already in the Legend stage. Facing elimination tomorrow, we've got a bunch of names down there. We'll have to wait and see how this one unfolds before that's concluded.
Different approach from Liquid this time. You want it to feel similar. Same elbow smoke, but no one present.
And this is the thing, because you're expecting Fluxo to try something different. You're expecting them to either go knock on the door of A and deal with the extremity, or go up that B ramp. And, well, right now, you can see just how heavily fortified over towards A they are. OC's AWP.
And this is just off a feeling.
This is the flow of the game, right? This is like the in-game leader mind games that you see, like in terms of the way that you call out these different patterns? And do you expect teams to run the same thing multiple times in a row? Right, that there's a lot of conversations to be had.
Well, they're getting the bomb out mid, and the smokes are up, right? Red, donut, this is where the walk can happen. Not much off the nade, and it does certainly indicate donut occupied. 2
in donut is very strong, though, because they can always leer... Oh, Yukinda's going to leave him. I was going to say they can leer out here later, but you're probably not going to expect the A to be PI, yeah.
Yeah, after hearing the AK, you're probably going to put 2 and 2 together.
Well, Alex, it's just Nitro on B right now. The rotation can come back shortly. They're clearing out mid. They've taken down Lucalzi, and now they can get their way over and help out the in-game leader of Nitro, who's about to be under a lot of scrutiny.
Here they come.
Oh, missed.
An attempt, but a delaying utility. ENCE, Yukinda. Join Nitro in defense. Woody. Ooh, and history on the site. Now the bomb can go down. And a good control of the spray. Yukinda contributes. Phelps gone. Sent to the Shadow Realm, and only 2 remain, really. Woody only have 5 HP.
Well, they can give time to Naf here. You can see this long rotation around the world through T-spawn. So allow some time to soak off that clock. Naf will be here.
He's just a sacrificial lamb, right? Woody he needs to take as much time as he can before he dies. And then it's happening now. Any trade off that boost over the box? Just get one. VSM hits another. Light on time. If they get the wallbang right, they do. Spray onto Naf, brings him down to low. VSM, he just has to jump in. Hits the headshot. It should be enough. It should be. 3 seconds. Hit the shot, and job is done. Fluxo, take another. There's a 6th in the bank. Lock it in, take it home.
And that was a number disadvantage round that Lucalzi dies top mid. He gets found out. They have to execute towards B. They deal with Nitro. They get the bomb down. They have the numbers. I'm talking about Naf. Long rotation. It's all good. Give him some time. Well, these individuals from the cave position, the boost up, they make this so funky. VSM grabbing that is massive. And then OC, what's he meant to do?
Hold it and, yeah, accepts defeat. Brutality.
Well, the celebrations are definitely not as loud. It's a B rush.
Oh, there you go. That's a pace change. Nitro to be overwhelmed, overcome. It's not bad from OC. He gets 2, but so does Lucalzi. He's in, and ENCE locked out. They should get the bomb down here. Rotates on its way. Woody somehow lives to tell the tale and gets the bomb down. This is an opportunity. Beheaded as Naf hits the shot. Molly's good. Will delay. But very uncomfortable. History's probably going to have a 1v3 ahead of him here. Yeah, Woody's been caught. A smoke on short. ENCE next contact out the cave. And that's all she wrote for round 13. A nice retake from Liquid. Yukinda to thank OC as well. His contributions in a very quick B rush, hitting 2 during that barrage of util and players boots on the ground, charging up B. Does well.
So at least the feeling from Liquid that it was going to be that type of a play, because they had Yukinda and Nitro over here. So I did like that molly with their pathing there. If that was really good shots. If that was intentional, right? Because normally you will see, well, not normally, you can see teams throw a defensive T-side Molotov top of the B ramp, right, to contain those pushes. But the way that they had laid that in, there was a gap for them to scale to the left of it, which was really cool. A couple of nice shots there, and another buy from Fluxo off the back of that plant. Lacking some key pieces of utility here. They're going to have to do this, and they go on the B rush again. I like the call. I love the call. Here we go.
This is insane. Look how already caught how he was. Still at the flashbang in his hands as a Mac-10 wins out versus Nitro's M4. Nice response from ENCE. Yukinda holds down the spray for 1. And history, that bomb goes down. 1 bullet shy, forced to reload. ENCE and Liquid have a heavy advantage, and that same Naf wrap is on its way.
The difference is, do they allow Naf to play first this time?
Right. It doesn't fall to ENCE. It certainly doesn't fall to OC. Smoked off. Yukinda's still in CT, trying to get some util for this. ENCE does find a clean headshot and builds upon it. Oh, ENCE is here. A masterful 3-piece to put an 8th on the board.
Yeah, 4 in total in that round from ENCE. He's here to play. Really showing up now. He's come alive, activated after that woeful map number 1 of Nuke. It's Yukinda, ENCE, and Naf, that pack who have just been a nuisance around middle and B lane. Heavy hitters here. 16 for Yukinda, 13 for ENCE. And, well, here's how he added 4 to that tally. Beautiful little round.
That's lovely.
And finally, some smiles and some sounds of hope, or I dare say happiness in the voice.
Ooh, well, let's not go too far, Chad.
You heard it. I haven't seen Nitro say nice the whole time.
It's true. Little smile on the face as well.
Oh, here's this cave smoke again, I believe, unless they flubbed it.
Whoa, there's 4 smokes in mid right now. see if Lukowski can get any space off the back of it. It's history onto Elige early. And that was on Elige's walking down the ramp. Could have been worse. Nitro lucky to be alive.
Braved that against an AWP.
This shouldn't be Yakinda's, but he is so raring to go, and the flash just a second too late.
Donut push coming in here. I think Naf and OC might want to consider the crawl. Try and help out Yakinda.
Surely, with that bomb by Pylon, you don't want to lose these duels in mid. But they're both looking for him. Woody holding Donut's side. Phelps has to consider it. He's backing away, worried about the A push. So 3 from Liquid about to clamp in on Woody, hiding behind that box. It's OC. It's a very nice clear from the North American AWPer.
Oh, if they can deal with this of Nitro on the side, there might be a way in towards B. They have to deal with him soon. Yakinda's coming.
Heard. And VSM tries to catch him off guard. Trying to bait as well for that long fight. Now the molly will come down. Naf is quicker on this. VSM likely to get caught out. As the Liquid smoke onto Cave, that locks him in. And VSM escorted off the premises. 1 back from history. A 1 versus 4. A bit of a tall task. No denying that, but the final round, so we'll give it a good go. With information that OC was last seen middle. Likely not going to have the AWPer flanking him, so he has all the time in the world to focus on these engagements. Yakinda's close, he knows, and that's the headshot you need. Okay, 6-9 as we swap sides. It is all to play for. Yakinda at the top of the scoreboard, Phelps the opposite. It's time to reset, rejuvenate, and prepare for the final half of this elimination match.
I'm waiting for the smoke.
I'm ready to flash.
I don't see him peek inside. I'll maul you long, and then you can flash.
I think he's config, guys. I think
I'm
he's
mauling
config.
long. Flash.
Flashed. Boom. I flashed all the way. Evo.
Dead.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, I actually got that last guy. Good job.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did, Elige, and it looking good. You can hear that was the celebrations as we noticed Liquid starting to start, perhaps believing that the necessary 7 rounds are on their way. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the final half of play between Fluxo and Liquid. It's gone all the way. It has certainly been a competitive one. Fluxo impressing us and, well, depressing Liquid as we've got ourselves a competitive one. Will we see them get both pistols on this final map? Liquid looking to split the difference, looking for their 5th in total. And Lekauzi's gone aggressive. A lot of info for him, nothing A. As they say that, they're actually beelining it for Woody's position. He's got a lot on his plate. Trying to dance with them. The rotations are coming. The cavalry galloping in, trying to survive now. Gooshed and should be run down. It's Elige to draw first blood. And more to come. Phelps, desperate for a reload. The bomb's already in. This is shaping up nicely for a full split of the pistols. Naf does not finish his chance. That's a nice hidey hole found on the main. But there is a kid on Phelps. Keep your eyes on that. He's already hit the shot onto Nitro. Another comes in from history. Looking for 7. Only 2 remain now. Elige and Naf. That kit's still in play, and it's going to be surely plenty of time to get on it. The smoke is there. Phelps has lost his life, and the bomb still ticking. Need to get on it. Look how he hits it, and the defuse does come through. Fluxo respond with both pistols here on Ancient.
And you can see Zeus just really trying to contain his celebration. Right. Because he can't make too many cheers here, unfortunately. But even then, I know the fist pump does hit the sky. I can't believe they pull that off. And I know that he only grabs 1 kill there, but Phelps to open back up on the way in is huge. He only has 2 kills in total, and 1 of them have come on this pistol round. So good job from Phelps right there to at least provide something. He's having a rough game, sure, but the game's not done yet. And you can hear the screams now. Start working their way back into this. Liquid straight out mid, AK for Elige. Oh, over the lurk smoke.
Yeah, that's more from Lekauzi. How many times have we said his name in this series? So impressive from him, and a good wallbang as well.
Would have been heard from Phelps. Would have definitely heard that from Cave. I love this as well. History and Woody staying active, just taking full A main control. Because they don't have mid at all. They've completely lost it. They don't know the pressure. And, well, now Naf, he's been put on notice.
Careful.
Tech9 at range.
Got bomb, bro.
I just don't think he's expecting them to keep pushing, right? So the fact that they were that brazen with the fight, look at Phelps on the aggression. They found themselves, the break that they've had, did they remember what they were doing? CT side Inferno?
Yeah, I mean, definitely taking some inspiration from that. If everyone's holding W.
Nobody is.
Nobody is. Let's see where they go. And you can see that blue line drawn in the sand. You're not getting into the site without Phelps, Lekauzi, and VSM firing off a couple of shots. Util present. Nitro has a smoke molly. Same for OC. You expect to see them get themselves in with this. There's long. There's short. Weird smoke, though. Boost is interesting. Don't think he's going to see too much over the slight corner of it. Here's the plant go down.
I think they're happy to concede that. They have some issues, though. There's...
Oh, didn't quite catch Naf on the exit.
Check out these mollies. Well, there's the first. Actually, ahead of it is VSM. Burns away. That sets Nitro up.
Doing it. This was a 3v5 with limited rifles. I mean, Fluxo, you got the pistol. Surely you don't lose the second here.
I think they will.
It's shaping up like that. Lekauzi's not looking the right way. It's Nitro with more impact. Pulling Liquid, kicking and screaming into a second round win on this Force.
Woody's got to sit it.
Holding, 5 seconds. Someone has to check it. OC can't touch it. Nav can't do anything about it. Fluxo do hold on. It's competitive, sure. Naf will go down. But all things considered, Fluxo, just a recovery.
I'm surprised to see them win that, all things considered. It didn't feel like they were going to get past Nitro there. Doing an awful lot, was he, with that recovered AK. So the plant's great, but the force buy doesn't get them the rounds. And now they have a big question here. So this was the Phelps push to find Elige. It started to make things very, very difficult for the final few members here. But holding their nerve and holding the defuse was Woody. It's going to be a partial investment here from Liquid. They're going to bring out some Tech9s. They have enough to surge out mid. Lekauzi will be smoked off again, and we're already out the gut. So it looks like it might just be straight over towards the donut position very quickly here. They're trundling into this.
Hold your horses. Not ready at all. Liquid running into history. As Yakinda will equalize after just the double. Yeah, Yakinda's kicked up enough of a fuss, but does get caught on the last bullet of the mag.
They all rotated. The bomb's in the site. It's a free plant. Elige can keep pushing. If he takes space, if he just pushes up, he can get into one of these hidey holes.
Oh, he's not going.
He doesn't know that they full rotated here. They've got the kit. They've got some smokes.
They're both there. They're going to an interesting close quarter crossfire. This is where the Tech9 could do work.
Noisy.
It should be traded. It should be. It should be. It has to be. Fluxo running into Elige's Tech 9, and he'll take all 3. Liquid pull it off. A beautiful entrance into that B bomb site. It's Elige though, and you can see Dabs is happy with that one. Doesn't want to be too celebratory. But that puts them right down in the dumps.
And this is rotten here. Woody just getting completely caught off guard. History as well. They just weren't ready for that space and that pace straight through Donut. Lucazi was smoked off. They knew that he wasn't able to give them any info, and they still go down. And that's what drew the full rotation. They scampered over, expecting it to be the fast A. They give up a massive gap, and that is one that Fluxo will not forget, especially if they end up losing this series. That is a bad round to give up.
Yeah, that's going to haunt them. They need one of their own now, you'd assume, in order to kind of keep the equilibrium. And Yakinda, I thought he could be caught out by that one. He was in movement, in motion.
Bloody FaMAS. Nobody's favorite. And that's the first kill.
Ugh.
This is really rough now. Fluxo, you have to hope that Liquid walk into the stack on this B site. They have all the advantages in the world right now of util. The only thing where Liquid could really overcook the pooch here is just taking too long.
Yeah, I think Liquid's Tech 9, or Elige's Tech 9 round, it's taken the coffin nails out of the bag. You know, they're out, they're in the vicinity.
The hammer's in the hand.
Yeah. Oh, that's info. Yeah. Does it go both ways?
I think he wants, yeah, to be baited for. So he's just trying to make that seem like such an obvious runaway that Yakinda doesn't clear his corners. I think you got to get up quite early in the morning to fool Yakinda up.
Yeah, he's a switched on individual. 20 frags, makes it 21. Lock in for number 22. And history causing just enough of a fuss to get that frag.
Now, there's one thing, and I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here in terms of if Liquid do win this map, there's still plenty more rounds to be played here. But if we're getting excited about Yakinda and Elige showing up, that's great. But we have to remind ourselves this is against Fluxo, right? So there's still a whole lot of work here for Liquid to do. And this isn't even a convincing victory. Losing Nuke could have lost Inferno. It was 16-14. It went all the way. And this is close as well on a map that neither team are proficient on at all. Both teams are subpar, below average, ancient teams. So they're here. They've gone, well, we both suck at it. I guess this will be the third. And
yeah, our friend Yanko has a name for that kind of fight.
Yeah. It's a fun one. A fun fight, I think they call it.
Yeah. Fun for us watching, that's for sure.
Considering it's only 3 rounds the difference, it is going to be a close one, but that should be expanded to 4. Only they saved AK and the Deagle in the hands of VSM. They did force buy. They did try their luck. And, oh, they didn't get the correct lot of numbers here today because it should be an Eco just wielding these last 2 weapons. So we look to history, we look to VSM for them to find any impact.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in the absence of Phelps, you've got Lucazi, of course, present and correct. It's history, Lucazi and VSM who are at this point online. And saying that, it's VSM not quite as impactful as the first 2 maps, and, you know, understandable considering this is territory, as you've highlighted, that they're not as comfortable on. But for survival at the major, the only major of the year.
They're all coming B, so the AK's here.
Yeah, it's the first step to a disruptive round. We said they had to get one back. It's a full exec, blind, and nice Mac 10. History needed more. Elige puts them on the floor. And yeah, sure, you finished him off, but the round gonna fall into place nicely here. You've got an armored Deeg on VSM staring at a smoke and staring at likely a 12 for their opponent.
Yeah, play for exits now, see if they can grab them some more damage or an AK here. Good trading out of Liquid. History did what he could, but you could see the flashbang dance being done. And that was, well, the likely outcome here. They have found a slight little gap to work with. So up the lane, Yakinda and OC, are they going to force forward on their exit, or are they going to try and tuck on over to Naf, who's over towards the T-spawn side of things? Now, this is not bad because they could find a rifle here and definitely a kill. Naf's coming to join the party. Very heads-up stuff from Naf to take this duel together. Still a nice shot from VSM. Looking for more. Might everybody go down to the bomb here.
Bit more damage would have been nice. Yakinda should get away. Oh. So they'll keep 2 rifles and take the round. Yakinda a triple. Puts him up to 24. So yeah, definitely flying high as he tries to pull Liquid.
Now, it was very clear for Liquid what their stance was early, right? They wanted to take that mid control. They had Elige hyper-aggressive in Cave. They had Yakinda and Naf as a duo pushing up mid and jumping up, taking the fights up Tetris. And it meant that it put pressure on OC and Nitro on the extremities, who weren't tested a lot. But what's Fluxo's CT setup going to look like here?
What do you make of everyone going for M4s when they can't afford all the nades? It's going to be hard to hold them at bay.
Yeah, and this might mean you have to play a few more passive setups. You won't be able to jostle for control. You kind of, oh, they're coming out.
Yeah, nice way for Yakinda to get out of dodge. He read that very well and gets himself safe.
They might want to try and put more pressure up B ramp. You can see it's a very clear indication they're coming in.
Yeah, and History's going to have to concede this. He hears them now. And this should be a very unfavorable duel. You can see Nitro going wide, Elige. Oh, well, one shut down. The double out of VSM.
Save.
And save.
If you can, because guess what? Wait, are they really coming to give this one?
You don't have any pennies.
And now they have a 2-on-2, but apparently they've seen enough.
Yeah, well, I think Yakinda's presence has given them the green light to save with a lot of distance between them and those on B.
Very true.
They now know it's going to be a pretty, almost a guaranteed one. Consider what they've got in their pockets. It's not enough.
Starting to look as this one should, though, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
A huge buffer now accrued from Liquid here. Loss bonus coming into the next for poor Fluxo, going to be that 2,900. So some silenced M4s available to be dropped if they want to buy again, but that means we likely don't see them have a full gun round available at all in this second half of play. And remember, in case you are just joining us here, second day of the Challenger stage of the Blast TV Major. This is an elimination game, and one of the two, most likely Fluxo here, will be joining that of Mouz in the last place finisher position.
Deflating losses for whoever concedes that 0-3. Fluxo, they've put up a very valiant fight here against a big name. And Yakinda's down this time to Lakauzi. Big impact again on that mid-fight. Limited resources, and still managed to pull something quite magical out of the hat.
History got in there and stole OC's AWP.
Yo, I wonder where that came from.
Yeah, that is massive work right there. And that's a bit of a shell shocker, bit of a stunner.
Well, could this be the round to recover? I mean, they haven't won a round since, you know, like that oopsie daisy, for lack of a better term.
And you think about how different it could be. Oh!
Oh, Phelps is lucky to be alive on that one. Nitro holding a nice angle. It's a warning shot across the bow. Bombs come in B. Phelps and VSM, they're not really equipped to hold this on their own. I mean, I say that, VSM's got quite the dig on him. He's got Lakauzi as well, summoned to aid. Smoked off. Boost up. Naf down. Lakauzi continues. That's a triple. He's already had one. Is there really room for another? They keep setting him up for success. Now he's been dismantled. It's good from one. Nitro frag. A bomb to be planted as well as the flanks coming through to finish.
Still sweaty business here.
Could get awkward.
No kit.
This is Legion. Nitro. This is their 12th major. And well, it's Elige alone. Up against 4. Not really got a hope in the world as VSM doesn't have a smoke in the world, it seems, too. And it's going to be the gap close. What do you reckon, Chad? Is that going to change your mind?
I think with 4 players staying alive, it's really good for the stocks going forward, but Liquid aren't going to have any issues buying. And I like this from Lakauzi. It was a really big play, and OC, he's done the right thing. He didn't want to leave poor Yakinda stranded there. I don't think it's the end of the world for Liquid just yet, but if they lose another tilter, like another guaranteed round or a round where they have huge advantages, then that mental residue, it's definitely going to start to get even more sticky. Like, so that's where Fluxo can get into this game. If they win a couple of rounds that really tilt Liquid and remind them where they are. Here we go.
You need a clutch up. You need a crazy opening move.
Make them TK or something.
A TK, certainly.
In front of their face.
Oh, no, no, no. Had enough of that on Ancient recently. Yakinda off on an adventure, and a successful one at that. Double in the feed. Liquid eating good. And look how quick he's there. God, Yakinda's taken more than space. He's taken the whole map.
Yeah, the rotation's completely cut off.
It's over. Red Rover.
History, I don't even know. He's going to consider this. Playing Roki right now.
Like, they're looking for him, but he's already long gone. Like, he has slipped the net, and oh, no one's looking. He could have seen him. That was the window.
He saw them.
Oh, he's seen them. Another for Yakinda. That is spectacular. A triple for Liquid when they needed it most to bounce back off a bit of a tilter. And now History, yeah, the bomb's not going your way, that's for sure. But whether or not he leaves with the AWP is a denial from Naf. So all 5 alive, that's kind of going to reset them quite comfortably. They need 2 more to hold on for another day of play.
Yeah, Fluxo are lucky they kept so many players alive on that low buy round, but I love this, right? They see the limp smoke that's thrown forward to one-way over, and both Elige and that of Yakinda are well aware, spamming either side where they could lurk on over the top and try and get a cheeky kill, and that puts them now in the bin. Zeus understands the situation. This will likely be our final buy round in this game unless we convert right here, right now. Spend all the pennies, buy everything we can, even bring out a double AWP setup by the looks of things here.
And in contrast, Chad, a deliberate aversion from the AWP.
Okay, well, that may mean something quite execute heavy from Team Liquid here.
5 AK-47s, of course, the beauty of having them alive. Don't need to be reinvesting, but do they have a plan? And will 2 AWPs catch them off guard? And it's Woody on 1. 7 frags to his name. Phelps even bringing out a scope. He's been having a real tough time here in the jungle.
It's all 5 going towards B as well. Liquid could go fast, they could set up and execute, they could do whatever they want. They have everything they need and more to get round 15 on the board and recover.
Oh my God, VSM, he's pulled magic into the opener. And there's more as well as Phelps contributes heavily. Well, Liquid sent back to spawn. Liggity split, just like that is only OC. And he's been run on down. History puts the cherry on top, and Zeus will be happy with that one.
Oh, show me that one again. How does he just step into 2 kills like that? Brilliance.
I can't quite comprehend it. It looked so easy.
There was a flash. Okay, it definitely wasn't dry. Don't you worry about that. The flash comes self-flash. VSM sets him up for the double. And then this is where the AUG, Phelps is going to grab himself. Only his 4th kill, but it's not too late. It's only a 4-round game. They win this next round here. Fluxo, Liquid are out of money. And Elige,
he must be running out of fingernails by now.
Yeah.
Fighting through them all across this series. With so much up for debate, and this game's still going. You know, they're just desperate for it to end.
It felt like that was going to be the perfect play, right? You get into the site, that means all the scopes would have been locked out, the AWPs especially, and from that point, you're just able to close. But instead, in Yakinda, we trust. Flash forward, red clear, space taken with 1:30 on the clock.
This is a standoff. I mean, Yakinda and Phelps on polar opposites of the scoreboard right now, but if Phelps could find this duel with assistance of VSM, they're going for a reclear. This is all to play for this. What was that? What is happening? And now Yakinda has lost his duel to Phelps. A collateral from the AWP on A. That is condemning. How's that for a tilter, Chad?
Okay, well, Nitro grabs one back to at least give us a bit of a conversation here.
Mid-clear, says Woody.
Oh, Naf.
Oh, yeah, not bad.
Not being accounted for either.
Woody, your responsibility surely was and is, hey, now you're in sitting duck and Naf has found you. This is falling apart. They had 3 frags in the feed. It was feeling great, feeling fine. Now they do have the AWP, excuse me, the bomb. And they know he's there. Still Nitro's hitting headies. A triple from Liquid's leader. He could even make it 4.
Naf's coming quick.
Yeah, exposed. Phelps should be dead, and Liquid will secure 15. What a recovery. It's Nitro and Naf, side by side, fighting for survival day 2 of the major.
Oh, that is a round that Fluxo are going to want to forget right there. You don't often get that lineup, that double. This is it from Woody. So coming into Donut late here, and they just line up perfectly for him.
Oh, he's going to be so mad at that death as well, though.
Yeah, but you bang on. They dealt with Yakinda as well. It felt like that should have been enough. And if you compound last round with VSM's double, then Woody getting a double lineup and Liquid lose those 2 and then go to an eco, that would have been the tilting factor that would have started to play in. But Naf and Nitro, they stay strong. They avoid going down to just pistols here.
Another one. Yakinda, an opening death. Surely that's enough breathing room to build a round out of this for the CTs.
A main clear, they know it's B.
That's a lot of info. History's still concerned about middle, but Woody and Luke Housie pushing. And there's Phelps onto Elige. He doesn't need to move a muscle. No one does. A boost, not going to be heard. Surveying the Savannah is Nitro, and there's a nice fight forced by OC. He molotovs him out and converts, but VSM, another masterful double. He can't be stopped. He's putting himself up to 17. He was at the tip of your tongue when you talk about names to make an impact at this late stage. And OC, well, this round, asking a whole lot of him. Spotted and executed. Okay, we will see another round of play.
And maybe we see a Liquid timeout here, just to have a conversation about these last few rounds. Right? They definitely can't buy. They know that. They know that the money's not there. The only players that could buy AK-47s are that of Nitro and OC. I suppose the Liege could drop one, but this time right now for Liquid, they might just take the flight eco, then take the timeout into the next to have that conversation. We got Phelps on the screen. He has been having a tough go of things. As we mentioned, it's not the end of the world to see him come alive.
They just bought.
Okay. Well, okay.
They just bought. LeCausey flashed off. Nitro rushing. Oh, he didn't get the extinguish. That's cost him a great deal of health.
You're going to have no idea what this purchase looks like on the other
well, you've
side.
heard the extinguish. It's more than just Glocks.
They didn't go all in. Nitro still has 2K.
Yeah, but only him. Everyone else has got, what, $150 between them?
Oh, either way, they could pull this off. LeCausey's about to get a bit of a shock here. Pre-smoke. They're not...
He knows.
Very deep.
Yeah, they can use that. They could have, or can. Don't.
Red
Instead.
VSM.
Yeah, he's been good. He's got an AK-47. One-shot headshot for everyone. They need them both. Light on util. Headshots demanded. A VSM! Okay! VSM demands respect upon the force bite. A quad kill on the push. Only Yakinda. Nothing to be celebrated. LeCausey will finish it off, but it's VSM to thank for a clean one.
Gonna try those silly games. Bring out a UMP, some Tech 9s. The buy wasn't possible. Not in VSM's house. Not in the red house. Red faces right now for Liquid. That one's a bit of a boo-boo.
That's going to get this even closer, Chad. You know, just when we thought things were trending towards a more understandable and easy to digest scoreline, a 16-9, a 16-10. Oh no, all 30 in the third. Could be locked in because that's a Liquid eco ahead of us.
This here, likely to be the 13th. Next round, 2,400 coming into the mix.
Oh my
That's going to be the buy for Liquid, so it will be guns. It will be exactly what you want to see. If they don't win that, their follow-up will be a 2,900 loss bonus to buy out into the net, would just be Tech 9s. Woody needs to hit this. The secondary AWP in play.
Get out of there. Job done. He knows they're on a light buy. He doesn't need to perhaps respect them as much as he would. And that's the flash to force him off. Does have a shot or two. Missed shots out of Nafsteeg. And yeah, Yakinda's fallen elsewhere.
But this is it. Like Phelps, just a couple of these kills. It doesn't matter. He just needs to contribute every now and again. You can disregard the scoreboard, especially when we're looking at a scoreline of 15-13.
It's nothing to do with that. It's to do with how you finish. Oh. Okay, one back. Yeah, shouldn't be more. And LeCausey makes sure. A nice double. And all three on the floor. 13. Let's go all the way.
But we've finally seen exactly what people are excited about with this Fluxo team. VSM and LeCausey on the rifles. History, the new boy on the AWP. And Phelps is someone we were excited about once upon a time. He was meant to be that next generational talent to join the likes of SK and keep them at the top of the pops. And you can see Zeus here can't do a single thing.
Helpless now.
Well, this is it. This is the buy from Liquid. The final full buy they get in regulation. Even an AWP left at spawn. That's how good things are going for Fluxo right now, but they are holding on as Liquid is setting up for what is going to be an A play.
They know it's Woody AWP A, right? There's no denying that. But it's not. There's only one in play, and History's the one plying his trade. Woody will be calling for aid. VSM, LeCausey coming in. There's 3 here to receive them. Liquid have thrown a lot into this. Will they commit? There's a good incendiary to separate and segregate. Need a spray. It's Naf on the one. Good upgrade. An AK can't get it done. Liquid to finish. The frags come through. Can VSM really do anything? In the face of adversity, that's damage. It's not the lethality. And Liege can't find him, lost in the smoke. But Liquid surely have done enough here. It's only Phelps. It's only VSM. Fluxo, a hard-fought battle, but Yakinda's got the headshot. And OC will close. Liquid exhale as they survive for one more day.
You can see no elation here, maybe a couple of smiles starting to creep onto the face. The job isn't done, it's just begun. 2 more best-of-3 series required if this team wants to make it onto that legend stage. They were made to work by Fluxo, one of the lowest-seeded teams in the challenger stage. Couldn't find themselves in the best-of-ones, 10 rounds in total, but they come in and they push the North American hopefuls Liquid to 3 maps.
Yeah, handshakes required. I mean, that was a game. Was that not a game of Counter-Strike?
Oh, we were entertained indeed. 16-11 on Nuke, 16-14 on Inferno, and Ancient go in the distance, 16-13 Liquid. They get it done.
They get it done. Everyone from Fluxo having their moments in the sun, but their journey here at the Blast TV Major ends. And start looking at flights out of Paris. You can see the shake of the head. You know you had it in you. You know you had the capacity for greatness and to upset, take Liquid out of the 0-3 category. Mouz gone, Fluxo gone. A brutal day in the office.
I know that Sponge said that they took us, that we were having this great time, and it was, you know, this incredible game of Counter-Strike. For me, it was like we were on an adventure. Liquid took us on an adventure, and there were some really rocky uphill climbs there, Maniac.
Listen, the most entertaining Counter-Strike isn't always the cleanest, the most optimized, the most logical. Sometimes people make mistakes, and you end up with crazy multi-kills, and entertained. That's what we were. We were on the brink of exploding towards the very end, and yes, emotions definitely are contrasted here. On one hand, if you're Liquid, there's not really much to celebrate. You've barely made it out. You've survived this tricky EO3, but Fluxo must be defeated. They must be sad because they had it. It was right there. There's a couple of rounds they could have gone for that upset.
They did have it. It was right there. And there was a moment right at the end where you saw that desperation and a chance for them to try and turn it around. Banks is with Fluxo right now as we say goodbye to them here at the Blast TV Major.
It's certainly never easy to say goodbye to people. And Zeus, I want to say, by just looking at you from seeing it, the moments you had no timeouts in there, trying to calm your emotions down in moments you wanted to explode, how hard was that for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, but at least I have a new heart for it, I guess, right? It just sucks because this is the first match that we were actually in it. Yep. Just threw a bunch of rounds away, but still proud that we were in it, as we were talking before.
And I would say this did look like the Fluxo we were expecting to see. It felt like you guys came in with a new lease of energy and confidence, especially on Nuke, the way you were just challenging Liquid over and over again. And even there was a way you could have won Inferno as well. Do you feel like you just had the small margins against you?
Yeah, I mean, this one was the opposite. We won both pistols and we still lost the game, but Inferno, we lost both. It was like, these were the first two pistols that we won, and we had a force buy that we lost. We had a 5-1 lead where we couldn't capitalize. It was all in the details, definitely, for us.
And what do you feel was the main factor of why you're able to get these guys on at least the right page to show us a better form today?
Big talk that we had today, not just myself, Fluxo leaders, No Brew, everyone was there, our manager, Otavio. We all just put our heads together and said, either we show it now, or there's no other chances, and basically just put it all on the line. Our future is uncertain. We'll see what happens, but this was our time to do it, and in that sense, I'm glad that we at least showed something for it.
And when you say the future's uncertain, what exactly do you mean by that?
We have to see what happens now. You know what I mean.
Okay. Well, Zeus, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You put up a good effort. You put up a good fight as well. Fluxo, sad to say goodbye to him, but they will end it here 0-3. Back to you, Sam.
Thanks so much, Banks. I want to jump straight into that. What did he mean, Prof?
The future is uncertain. I mean, what happens when you get eliminated 0-3 in a big tournament and you don't really have something big coming up next and nothing great coming before, right? There are probably changes on the horizon for this team.
Yeah, it's moment to rethink the approach, probably. For my money, really only VSM and Lockhauser delivered here in Paris, and when I say here, I mean mainly this best of 3, yeah. But even then, they were the two players that time and time again went against the tide of the game to turn things around, to have a bunch of crazy multi-kills. Hell, I don't know how many smoke kills VSM had in the entirety of that game. The Twitter warriors are there, the detectives, please find me that information. But it is a little bit bittersweet for Fluxo because we thought they would just bow out, and we caught ourselves believing in what could be possibly happening, but we have to give it to Liquid. They put out the fire.
Liquid did put out the fire, and they survived. Right at the start of this, we thought it would be an easy 2-0 for them. After map number 1, we thought we were saying goodbye, but we are not. They are still here. They are still competing for a chance to potentially win the major. Banks is with Yakinda right now. I'm sure he must be happy, Banks.
I'm sure he is happy as well. And I will say, Yakinda, that was one hell of a performance from you individually at the end on ENCE, but none of these games were easy for sure. Did you feel pretty much tested throughout every single game there?
Most of the maps, yes. I feel like Ancient was in our control mostly after the Inferno, but Inferno and Nuke was really hard to play. Even though like we made mistakes, but I feel like they played really good. They knew what we were doing, and they were at the right places in the right moment. It was a really hard game, and props to them.
And what are we putting this kind of Liquid we're seeing now down to, where I'd say we have such high expectations for you guys? I'm sure you have these high expectations yourselves, but we're seeing moments where you're not able to get the wins we expect you to win. Even your nuke that we saw at the beginning of the year started to look better is not looking as good now. Where do you put yourselves?
I'm not really sure. We're now 1-2 in the major, and that means we're not necessarily the best and not necessarily good, but I feel like the most problems that we're having are because of pressure and because of the individual mistakes, and I hope this win is going to help us to reevaluate our own strengths and our own individual skill, and I feel like we can do this. I think we can bounce back, and it happened in the past, so we will see.
And I will say one thing, when we've been seeing you guys on the cameras, both Machine and Chad, they point out is that you guys were generally quite quiet is in together. Now, we know this isn't the most loud team, normally it's you, for example, but it was OC trying to spur you guys along. It seemed like the energy at times is a bit low. Do you feel that?
I think because of individual mistakes and individual pressure, I think people shut down a little bit, and we don't necessarily show our emotions fully. And but after we lost first map against Fluxo, we instantly everybody was mad at firstly on themselves, you know, and everybody got fired up already on Inferno and on the Ancient, and I think those two maps we were pretty loud and pretty expressive.
Now, I want to touch as well when it comes to both Inferno and Ancient. We've seen these CT side changes come in around you and NAF. Is that something that's still something you're trying to get used to, you know, getting some official reps on it compared to what you've done in practice? And has that anything to do with why you guys maybe are kind of off balance a bit?
We did changes on a couple maps, and obviously we had like 2 weeks to practice, and 2 weeks is kind of enough because most of the roles we actually played before, so we understand how to play, and we got the reps for it. We played a lot of scrims together, but maybe in some like micro situations you don't necessarily have the same understanding as the player before you would have, right? So every official is experience for us, and every game for us is experience, every map and every round.
I like it, William. Thank you very much for your time, man. It's onwards and up for Liquid. It's back to you, Sam, to close out the day.
I always love a Banks interview because he gets so much out of the players, and there's so many things that Jokinda said there that I'd want to kind of touch on. But specifically, the first thing, Prof, was where he said Ancient they felt was in their control. I mean, did it look like that?
I mean, they started 5-1 down again, just like on Inferno. But after that point, it seemed like they're the team that has the ropes, just has the runs on the map. As the longer the round went on, it seemed like Liquid was more comfortable and Fluxo was less comfortable. The post plants, it was pretty easy for Liquid to retake. Just the late rounds, we saw that a couple of very weird advantages lost by Fluxo. But if you look at it from the other side, that means that Liquid needed those mistakes to win. So what does that mean when they play against a team that has more experience on a map?
Yeah, we are still very far away from the polished, most powerful 100% Liquid. But to an extent, it doesn't matter. The only thing that mattered for Liquid was to win today and stay alive in the tournament and give themselves the chance. Am I seeing Liquid in the deep run at the champion stage right now? No, I'm not. Absolutely not. But I will say it's going to be hard to put them away from the challenger stage. I think this was probably the moment to do it. With favorable matchups, I would not be surprised to see Liquid in a 3-2 or 2-2 into 3-2 position. But I just wanted to quickly touch on like the whole attitude and energy kind of vibe that we heard from Jokinda as well. Some concerning words, and I had this idea that just hit me. I know why I identify with Liquid, because they remind me of when you were at school and you were not really trying too hard for a test, and you could still hide behind the fact that, I didn't really give it my all, you know. I could have done a little bit more. That's how I feel when I watch them play sometimes. Like you haven't given like the last 5%, which means that if you would lose, then yeah, that wasn't sufficient. But you still had that little bit, and I feel like we have to poke them so much just to get to that point where everything is on the goddamn table. And if they lose the game, they lose it. But they always feel like they are keeping themselves in a little bit of safety net, a little bit of security. I'm not going to give my all. And that bothers me just a little.
I'm probably going to get into trouble for asking this, but do you think it's because they're playing in North America where the competition isn't as tough, so they haven't been challenged, and therefore enough is
They
enough?
barely play in North America. So I don't think that really matters. All of their tournaments, important tournaments, are in Europe against a tier 1 European opposition. The difference is how much do they get to practice because they have this weird schedule going back and forth, and that just loses them time compared to a tier 1 European team that's in Europe the whole time. So even if they take time off, they have less of a travel to get back into. They don't need to do a boot camp. They can play from home. They just have more time to practice, and more time to practice means you're better most of the time, especially if we're talking about the best players in the world, which Naf, Elysia, Kindar definitely are. So I'm constantly frustrated about that part of this team, because I just think if they had more time to play and they just played consistently in Europe, they would be better.
Yeah, but that goes back to my conversation. Is it not in their hands today
It is.
to say, like, hey, listen, we're just going to put it all on the table and we're going to go all in?
It seems like they are comfortable with their position.
Exactly.
That's
they
the
keep
problem.
that 5%.
They're like, we're top 5, top 6, top 8 in the world, maybe sometimes top 3, maybe get a semifinal. It just feels like they're okay with this. And if you're okay with it, you're not going to win a major. You're simply not.
I love this. Maniac's top coaching tip. You just got it for free here. Try harder. That's what I got.
Win 16 rounds as well.
No, it's not try harder. It's just find it in yourself to really fully try. Because even if you do fail, that's okay. But don't half try.
So be better. There we go. There's his top coaching advice. We're being cheeky, but you know what? They're alive. They're still here. And that means that Liquid has another day to compete in the Blast TV Major. Let's take a look at all the results from today. This is what went down. Of course, we said goodbye to 2 teams.
Ooh. You want to take Mouz? Should we get on Mouz?
How is this possible? How is this possible? Where did this come from?
Listen, I don't know. I feel like with the Mouz situation, it's kind of like a car wreck that I've read on the news, but I don't really know what happened, but I saw pictures and I'm a bit lost and confused. We just walked by the studio a few times. I glanced at them when they were playing. The body language, the non-verbal language was really tragic. They were definitely not in it.
I mean, even after the loss, no one was getting up. Like, Exertion was the first guy to get up and like try to do something. Yeah, and even in the last few rounds, they were losing. Like it was 15-4 or something. It seemed like a lost game. It was a lost game. Exertion was kind of pumping people up. I really do feel that this player deserves better. Frozen deserves better as well. I have no idea how they turned around from a team that was very promising last year, playoffs of the last major, to crashing out 0-3 here, losing to GamerLegion. Props to GamerLegion, but they are not, an unbeatable team. They're not a FaZe G2 or a Cloud9 or something like that.
It's a team they have to beat anyway in a best of 3. I just think that, not to take anything away from the IM Rio Major run that they had, Mouz did at the end of the day finish in the semifinal. We are getting a very harsh reality check to the limitations of that roster, and changes must be undertook.
But even the RMR, beat Virtus Pro, whatever you want to say about Virtus Pro, they're still a good team. Their issues were
but what lineup was playing with BB?
But then they played FaZe, and they beat FaZe. They beat FaZe to send them to the last chance qualifier, and now they're just out.
Let's end today's wrap-up on a positive note. ENCE.
Oh yeah, that was positive. And that was positive and surprising at the same time. Looking at how map 1 unfolded between FaZe and ENCE, I thought, it's going to be a quick one. Let's get ready, everybody. We're going to have to talk about Fluxo Liquid. And actually, no. Huge reaction from ENCE coming on to Nuke, moving on to the 3rd map as well. Snappy, again, proving that he can do it continuously.
He had something to say as well.
He had an opinion about partner teams and all. I will obviously let him have that. That's a clean run. That is as clean as it gets. Honestly, none of these teams that they have faced are inconsequential. You beat OG, you beat NIP right behind. You have a best of 3 against FaZe. It's a very legitimate run for ENCE, qualifying 3-0, and they have this ability to peak again and find players to just make it work.
It was a fantastic result for them. Lots of celebrations. We heard them. And of course, there's going to be even more celebrations tomorrow. Lots of sad faces as well. So let's take a look at some of the matchups, because we now have a chance to show them to you.
Ooh,
Here they are. This is what it's going to look like.
Now, the reason why we would fall into silence is because we're pretty old men and the TV is quite far. So I'm trying to make out.
And I left my glasses at home. I didn't pack them.
You have your glasses at home. What actually kind of stands out immediately
Complexity
to me is
Team Liquid?
The American Derby.
FaZe Forze. We've seen enough of Liquid right now.
Let's just take the American side for it. One of these like American sweethearts going home. They're eliminating each other.
So you're telling me you're happy that Ryan is going to be sad?
I'm not. A lot of people are going to be sad. And honestly, that is a clear must-win again for Liquid. Like if they got some of the other teams, if they got I don't know, who could they, like if they got a Monte, for example, maybe not the same, but like they have to be complexity. There's no excuses. Once again,
in terms of good opportunity as well, we have a Grayhound versus NIP. If I'm not mistaken, that's a 2-1 scenario, right? Is that winner of that team actually making it to the Legend stage? That is pretty sick.
That is kind of insane.
It is kind of insane.
Same with Apeks Pain. Also, winners go through, and FaZe 4's winners go through. FaZe 4's, I think, pretty.
It's going to be a fantastic game.
That's a great game.
That's going to be fantastic. Hell, having Zorde going up against FaZe, I'm just ready for that.
Basically, what we've ascertained is that tomorrow is going to be really rad, so make sure that you're here to watch all the action. And now we need to do a quick recap of the unicorn predictions for all the talents. Mine have gone in the toilet, that I know. I said I got so much
I can't read again, so I'll say that I have 18.
I'm trying to find what you did. Yeah, you had a...
But I think that's 13.
OG. Why did you wait?
You can't see them on camera, but they are squinting and...
You were trying our very best, okay? I know that today was
I
very
went
painful.
for OG, and I was almost right. And that made me so mad.
We had so little points today. This was actually tragic. I think I started the day with 11, and I have 15. That is really bad.
So you're leading us on the desk. You've got 15. I've got 14. Prof, you're on 13.
That's fine.
I feel like we're all very close. So should we just call it a tie?
Well, we have someone in the lead. I think Hugo is currently in the lead with 16, and we also have Jason. No, that's the 40. Thank God. I thought Jason was in the lead.
You did not want Moses in the lead.
See all those FaZe picks masterfully wrong.
I mean, this is what CS Unfortunate. Like, is that what it is? Like the Twitter account?
There's probably on the job
There must
right
be
now.
on that. Getting ready with the Photoshop.
It's a major, so none of those predictions ever come right. I just put all the favorites. You want all the magic at the end, all the big names, and then...
Pick all the favorites, you're not going to be last. And that's the most important thing. No one sees the people in the middle.
You shouldn't give that knowledge for free. Do you want to have a Patreon or something? Maybe people could pay to get that knowledge.
I don't know.
You won't be last, but if you're not first, you're already last. Okay, we're gonna. I stole that.
Toxic advice.
Yeah, I stole that from someone who looks like Moses. There we go. Let's get into the ace of the day, sponsored by Alpine, and there's quite a few of these aces in the mix.
You're right. I think we have multiple contestants in this beautiful ace party, and we're starting off with Nico on Anubis, starting with the Tech-9, rolling up the years at Olaf Meister towards the end, closing it with an AWP at that. Whenever Nico is yielding the big green and it's working, you know that things are good for G2.
Big round actually for G2 in that game. This was a pretty cute one from Lukowski here.
That was pretty cute. It's kind of cute.
He just
how would you describe? How do you decide to use the word
it wasn't like
cute?
insane. It wasn't like a 4K spray down. It's more like smart playing the angles.
Okay, let me think if this one is pretty cute or not. We have Shui with the M4A1 silencer on Mirage doing absolutely dirty mouse. The scoreline is 0-4. So that's a huge swing round from Shui, and he had a couple of great words, saying how hurtful it was to see his friends struggle and go by. Exactly. There's definitely history between these two lineups, at least Shui and the Mouz guys, so must have been quite a special moment for him.
If anyone's looking for a new name for the Alpine segment, the sometimes cute ace of the day by Alpine, courtesy of Professor. Thank you for that. Gents, it's been fun. We're only at day 2 of the Challengers stage here at the Blast TV Paris Major. Tomorrow, we say goodbye to more teams and we welcome more to the Legends stage. It is going to be rad, like we told you, so make sure you're here bright and early in the morning with Freya to get the action started. We'll see you then.